An unforeseen incident has transported programmer Wu Shidao back to the year 2010, a time when Bitcoin could merely be exchanged for pizza, devoid of kangaroo delivery services, Pinduoduo, or shared bicycles, and one could acquire a single Bitcoin for a mere yuan. In this golden age, when the mobile internet was just beginning to flourish, Wu Shidao considers himself fortunate, as it is replete with boundless possibilities and myriad opportunities. With the fortune earned from betting on the 2010 World Cup, Wu Shidao embarked on his extraordinary life, pursuing success, wealth, and beauty. For an adult, there is no need to choose. One desires it all. Chapter 1. The Three Great Misfortunes of Middle-Aged Men. When you two were about to marry, your father and I vehemently opposed it. Xiaojing, had you heeded your mother's advice back then, will we find ourselves in this predicament today? Mother, I'm doing quite well, thank you. Well, in what way? You two purchased this house just 2 years ago, and last year Wu Shidao was laid off. Now he cannot even find a job, and can only deliver takeout. Your child is barely a year old, and you are burdened with a mortgage of several $100,000. How will you manage the future? What's wrong with delivering takeout? It's honest labor, and besides, Wu Shidao has not let us go hungry. Isn't this how ordinary people live? I firmly believe he will not be delivering takeout for a lifetime. He is exceptional. He just happened to face some misfortune. Listening to the quarrel between his mother-in-law and his wife, Xiaojing, from outside, Wu Shidao gently stowed away his keys and stealthily descended the stairs. The three great misfortunes of middle-aged men, buying a house, unemployment, and stock trading, have all befallen him. In 2021, he entered the market at 3,700 points, only to witness a relentless decline in the stock market thereafter, as if the financial world conspired against him. He invested 100,000, only to withdraw 50,000. In 2022, seeing housing prices drop compared to previous years, Wu Shidao gritted his teeth and borrowed money to purchase a house in the gold market. Ever since the purchase, housing prices have plummeted. By 2025, the initial down payment had evaporated, and if he were to sell now, he wouldn't even be able to repay the bank loan. To make matters worse, one day in 2024, his boss fled overnight with the funds, leaving Wu Shidao and his colleagues 3 months' wages unpaid. Had it not been for Xiaojing's company still issuing paychecks, their house would have long been repossessed by the bank, leaving them homeless. In his 30s, an ordinary programmer with a bachelor's degree, Wu Shidao found himself amidst countless job rejections in this modern era. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to join the ranks of delivery workers. After a month of grueling work, he earned merely over 4,000 yuan, just enough to cover the capitalist mortgage. Wu Shidao felt a sense of despair. The future appeared bleak and devoid of hope. Riding his electric bicycle, he aimlessly wandered the streets when his phone rang. It was Xiaojing calling. Aren't you off work yet? I've prepared dinner. When will you be home? Soon. I'll return once I've finished this delivery. All right, be careful and don't ride too fast. Oh, my mother is coming over this afternoon. She tends to ramble. If she says something you dislike, just pretend you didn't hear. The last statement was delivered in a hushed tone. Okay, I understand, Wu Shidao replied, feeling a pang in his heart. At times, he pondered how, at over 30 years of age, he had achieved nothing, his only and greatest treasure being the marriage to such a wonderful wife as Xiaojing. On his way home, passing a lottery ticket booth, Wu Shidao recalled that the double color ball had already been drawn. 2, 3, 17, 18, 22, 33. The blue ball is 16. Damn it, I was just one number off. Guangdong won 108 prizes. The single prize amount is 5,230,000. Someone swept it all, over 500 million. Indeed, he was just one number short. The numbers he had selected were 1, 2, 16, 17, 21, 32, and 15. Not one more, not one less. Each number was precisely one digit below the winning numbers. 500 million. Why does such luck elude me? Spending 2 yuan daily on a lottery ticket had become Wu Shidao's spiritual refuge and hope, despite the disappointment that followed each draw. Yet, aside from winning the lottery, what else in this age could grant him swift wealth? With that thought, a headache began to throb. Perhaps it was due to the late-night coding sessions of previous years, or the psychological strain, but he had been plagued by frequent headaches lately. Upon returning to his community and approaching his doorstep, the pain intensified, and he felt his temples pulsating. Gritting his teeth against the pain, as he opened the door, Wu Shidao suddenly heard a loud bang in his mind, as if a string had snapped. He saw Xiaojing standing in the living room, cradling their child, her face a mask of terror. In the next moment, Wu Shidao's vision dimmed, and he collapsed to the ground. He distinctly felt his consciousness swiftly departing his body as he watched Xiaojing rush towards him, tears streaming as she shook him fervently. Am I dead? I don't want to die. I have a wife, a child, and parents. I cannot die. He screamed in desperation, yet no sound escaped his lips, watching his loved ones grow ever more distant. He feared not death itself, but the thought of dying without achieving anything, leaving his wife, child, and parents with a heavy burden. Time lost its meaning until he suddenly heard a faint sound. It was a melodious tune. I cannot die. The fervent desire within him ignited a roar, and he abruptly opened his eyes, only to find himself in a familiar yet strange environment that left him momentarily stunned. Isn't this my old home? He incredulously surveyed his surroundings. Scattered books adorned the desk, along with a computer, a lamp, and a phone vibrating and playing music. This room was Wu Shidao's bedroom, where he had lived for over 20 years, making it all too familiar. Yet he vividly recalled that this old house had been demolished in 2016. The phone's ringing ceased. Regaining his composure, Wu Shidao grasped the device, a vintage Nokia N95, the very model he had used until his junior year. The time displayed clearly read June 10th, 2010. Wu Shidao felt a sense of disorientation as he barefooted pushed open the door and wandered around the room. Every detail was familiar, confirming it was indeed the place where he and his parents had lived for decades. Finally, his gaze fell upon the dining table. There lay a note and 100 yuan. The note read, "Son, your college entrance exams are over. This 100 yuan is for lunch and pocket money. Go out and play with your classmates, but remember to return for dinner." Like a thunderclap, Wu Shidao's body trembled, and the note slipped from his grasp and fluttered to the ground. After the conclusion of the college entrance examination, the following day, his parents thoughtfully set aside 100 yuan for him to unwind. Chapter 2. The Era of the Renal Machine. It appears that I've truly been reborn or traversed back in time. Gazing at his youthful visage in the mirror, Wu Shidao accepted this bizarre occurrence. However, accompanying this realization was a profound sense of apprehension. He thought of Shun Xiaojing. Undoubtedly, the version of himself from 2025 was no longer present. What then would become of his child and Shun Xiaojing? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Wait a moment, it is currently 2010, and Xiaojing, like me, has just finished her college entrance examination. Child? I am not yet married to her. Where would a child come from? Perhaps fate had smiled upon him, granting him a chance to start anew, or perhaps his life was simply not meant to end. In any case, this time, he was determined to strive for the life his parents and Shun Xiaojing desired, unlike in his previous life, where he dared not even contemplate death. At the very least, he now vividly recalled the routes of the newly constructed subway lines in Jean City, as well as several properties with immense appreciation potential in the coming years. If he made his move early and purchased a few apartments, then sold them at their peak in 2021, he would undoubtedly reap substantial profits. All right, at this thought, Wu Shidao suddenly remembered something and hurriedly walked to his desk to jot it down. 2025 issue 001. 2, 3, 17, 18, 22, 33, 16. By that time, I shall purchase 100 tickets in advance and win several hundred million. He then realized this was not a prudent course of action. What if someone else were to discover this notebook? After some contemplation, Wu Shidao crossed out the year 2025, ensuring that even if someone were to see it, they would not draw any connections. All right, Wu Shidao suddenly comprehended what the most pressing matter at hand was. That is, while he still remembered many things, he must record all significant events immediately. Bitcoin, shared bicycles, Pinduoduo Mate 1. Wu Shidao documented everything he could recall, placing the diary into the drawer and hiding it carefully at the back. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from outside the door. You brat, why aren't you answering your phone? Upon opening the door, he found a disgruntled youth standing there, glaring at Wu Shidao. Did we not agree yesterday to go to the internet cafe together today? It was Hu Bin. Wu Shidao recognized him at once. The two had attended the same school from elementary through high school, sharing the same class. He even recalled having shared a drink with Hu Bin at a roadside stall just last week. At that time, Hu Bin had also been laid off, and to make matters worse, his wife had been threatening divorce. In a state of despondency, he had lamented that living was utterly exhausting and devoid of joy. Yet now, the adolescent Hu Bin stood before him, brimming with vitality, evoking a sense of temporal dissonance within Wu Shidao. What expression is that? Observing Wu Shidao's dazed gaze, Hu Bin pretended to be serious and said, "Buddy only likes females. You are making me blush. To hell with you." Coming back to his senses, Wu Shidao laughed and scolded him. "Are we gaming or not?" Hu Bin urged. "Gaming is out of the question. I don't feel like playing today. I want to take a stroll." Wu Shidao replied after a moment's thought. He understood Hu Bin's character. Since he had come all this way, it would be unlikely for him to leave easily. Moreover, Wu Shidao genuinely wished to step outside and witness the world firsthand. After all, years had passed, and many memories had faded. All right, then. Hu Bin pondered for a moment before nodding enthusiastically. A stroll sounds good. It's a good way to relax. By the way, you haven't had breakfast, have you? Come on, I'll treat you to breakfast. As they walked, Wu Shidao engaged in casual conversation with Hu Bin while continuously surveying the buildings lining the streets. Memories long buried began to resurface, gradually awakened by the surrounding scenery. Although the 4 trillion yuan infrastructure plan had commenced over a year ago, Their small county had yet to witness the extensive construction scene in later years. The rise in housing prices, compared to first-tier cities, had merely seen a slight increase. By the way, did you catch the latest Apple iPhone launch event? Hubin inquired. The Apple iPhone launch event. Wu Shidao momentarily paused. Indeed, after finishing my English exam yesterday, I returned home in the afternoon and found the launch video online. Hubin exclaimed excitedly. The iPhone 4 is simply stunning. It's a pity that currently, it's only available abroad. We must wait until September to purchase it domestically. Do you think if I plead with my mother, she would buy me one? The iPhone 4? The era of the renal machine? Wu Shidao concentrated and realized that indeed, it was 2010 and Steve Jobs was still alive. The unparalleled influence of the Apple brand in China was largely due to the iconic iPhone 4. I doubt your chances of her buying it for you. After some consideration, Wu Shidao remarked, once it officially launches in the country, it will retail for over 10,000 yuan. How much do you think 4 years of university tuition costs? Do you truly believe your mother would buy it for you? What the hell? Over 10,000? Is it really that expensive? Hubin exclaimed in disbelief. I remember Jobs stating the price would be $599 and $699. Based on the exchange rate, it should only be around 4 to 5,000 yuan when released domestically. You are truly adorable. Wu Shidao chuckled. There are many who desire it. You are certainly not the only one. With scarcity comes value, and given the number of scalpers in the country, 10,000 yuan will be considered a bargain. Can it even be sold at that price? Hubin scratched his head, incredulous. My parents together earn just over 4,000 a month. A phone costing over 10,000? Who on earth could afford that? Wu Shidao's eyes twinkled as he smiled. Want it? It's actually quite simple. Just sell a kidney, and it would suffice to purchase it. Trade a kidney for a phone? No way. Hubin rolled his eyes, but then, somewhat reluctantly, suggested, since we have nothing else to do, why don't we go to the mobile phone street and inquire? I estimate that the gray market won't cost nearly as much. Chapter 3. The jailbreak. The term mobile phone street is merely local vernacular. The signs of Nokia, Samsung, Sony Ericsson, Dopod, HTC, and others evoke a sense of familiarity and strangeness in Wu Shidao. However, in 2010, the prevalence of counterfeit phones was even more pronounced. After meandering around, they stumbled upon a shop displaying a triad of Samsung, HTC, and Apple signage. Are you looking to purchase a phone? We have Samsung, HTC, and Apple available. The shop assistant greeted them enthusiastically as they entered. Will the iPhone 4 be in stock? Hubin inquired. Another one asking about the iPhone 4, the assistant replied, casting a glance at a man seated behind the counter, engrossed in his computer. We've had dozens of inquiries today, haven't we? The iPhone 4? It has just been released abroad. Here, we estimate it won't be available for at least 2 weeks, possibly a month. The assistant turned to Wu Shidao and Hubin. So, do you want one? If so, we can take a reservation now, but I must warn you, they're all gray market products, not the official domestic version. The domestic version likely won't arrive until the end of the year. Although the iPhone was launched in 2007, apart from the 3GS, every other version sold in the country was sourced from the gray market. What is the difference between gray market and domestic versions? Hubin asked. What is the price? There is no real difference. It's just about where they're sold. To put simply, gray market phones are essentially the foreign versions. You understand, right? The assistant shook his head. As for the price, it certainly won't be less than 10,000 yuan, but I can't say exactly how much. If you want one, you'll need to pay a 5,000 yuan deposit. Can it be cheaper? Despite having previously heard Wu Shidao's analysis suggesting that gray market phones would cost around 10,000, Hubin still held onto a glimmer of hope, only to have it dashed by the assistant's words. You must have watched the Apple launch event, right? This device embodies the latest technology with high specifications and Gorilla Glass. The demand is immense, and 10,000 yuan is already the lowest price. The assistant chuckled. By the way, if you reserve through me, I can jailbreak it for you for free. If you buy from elsewhere, they charge you 3 to 500 yuan for the jailbreak. Jailbreak? What does that mean? Hubin asked, visibly confused. It means to break the restrictions. Wu Shidao interjected. Apple's iOS is a closed system, akin to a prison that confines user permissions. If you wish to unlock the phone's capabilities, you must jailbreak the system. Hence the term. Why not just say break the restrictions instead of using jailbreak? Hubin scoffed, still bewildered. Wu Shidao shrugged and smiled. The term jailbreak is borrowed from English, specifically from the term jailbreaking. It surely cannot be compared to the profundity of the Chinese language. The assistant glanced at Wu Shidao, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. To be honest, despite using the term daily and assisting others with jailbreaking, he did not truly understand why it was referred to as such. Let us go. It's too expensive. I can't afford it, Hubin sighed, pulling Wu Shidao out of the store. Once outside, he remarked, Old Wu, when did you become so knowledgeable about jailbreaking? I had no idea. There is much you don't know. Wu Shidao laughed, offering a casual excuse. Don't you recall, my father bought me a computer long ago? I learned programming on my own, which is how I figured out what jailbreaking meant. You actually learned? Hu Bin, aware of the computer purchase, looked astonished. I thought you only said that to persuade your dad to buy you one. Would I lie? I'm an honest person, Wu Shidao replied earnestly, though a twinge of guilt flickered in his heart. Indeed, he had initially used programming as a pretext to persuade his parents to buy him a computer. He even pretended to purchase a few programming books. In truth, before university, the computer's primary use was playing games, and he only feigned studying when his parents visited his room, as they could not discern the contents of the books. Hu Bin rolled his eyes, then probed further. So, does buying an iPhone necessitate jailbreaking to use? It can work without jailbreaking, Wu Shidao explained succinctly. However, many games on the iPhone are paid. Only after jailbreaking can you download them for free. Ah, I see, Hu Bin exclaimed, his expression turning shrewd. I suspected your knowledge of jailbreaking was linked to games. Self-taught programming? Spare me. After finishing breakfast at a nearby eatery, Hu Bin insisted on visiting an internet cafe, while Wu Shidao concocted an excuse to return home. He needed time to recalibrate his future plans and could not afford to indulge Hu Bin's whims. The entire afternoon was spent in meticulous reflection for Wu Shidao. As the entries in his notebook multiplied, he finally comprehended why so many were enamored with insider information. This, indeed, was all about money. Take Bitcoin, for instance, which was birthed just the previous year. At that time, it was scarcely regarded, and its only claim to fame was a foreign programmer who had exchanged 10,000 Bitcoins for 2 pizzas a few months prior. To have the opportunity to acquire several tens of thousands of Bitcoins from a forum is surely more lucrative than a lottery ticket. Reflecting on the time he diligently recorded a lottery number, Wu Shidao had to concede that his foresight had been tragically limited. However, this was entirely understandable. Experience shapes mindset, and mindset dictates perspective. In his previous life, to put it charitably, he was an ordinary person. To put it less charitably, he was akin to a beast of burden. How could he possibly possess grand aspirations? Shidao. The sound of the door opening jolted Wu Shidao from his reverie. He hurriedly stepped outside to see his parents entering, arms laden with groceries. Their youthful countenances, a decade younger than he remembered, filled him with excitement. He exclaimed, Dad, Mom, you've worked hard. In his previous life, to secure a home in the bustling city, his parents, who had been eligible for early retirement due to their specialized work, had taken on additional jobs, economizing to provide him with 200,000 yuan. After losing their jobs, they worried he might struggle with mortgage payments and thus transferred 5,000 yuan monthly to help him keep up with the payments. Those funds were painstakingly saved from their own meager expenditures. What hardship! Isn't this our daily routine? Wu's father and mother exchanged puzzled glances at his words. Wu's mother replied with a hint of surprise. You used to have to work every day. That won't be the case in the future. Wu Shidao tempered his excitement, speaking earnestly. Once I earn a fortune, I will repay your kindness. All right, I'll wait, his mother replied with a smile. To her, it was heartening to see her son grow up and express concern for them. As she carried the groceries into the kitchen, she added, wait until you graduate from university. Find a good job and earn money to support me. Shidao, have you calculated your grades? Wu's father settled onto the sofa, lit a cigarette, and savored a deep puff before earnestly stating, we do not expect you to earn a fortune to repay us. All we desire is for you to gain admission to a reputable university and secure a good job. By the way, have you decided on your major? Wu Shidao was taken aback. He had contemplated numerous matters today, yet this was not among them. After a brief moment of reflection, he replied, perhaps finance? What do you think, Dad? Finance? Wu's father looked up in surprise. Haven't you always wanted to study computer science? Why the sudden shift to finance? Hearing his words from the kitchen, Wu's mother quickly emerged, expressing her concern. Son, choosing a major is a significant decision. You mustn't take it lightly. Dad, Mom, there are far too many applicants for computer science, and I worry my scores won't be sufficient to attend a good school. Thus, I'm considering finance. And I can always take computer courses as electives later. Wu Shidao concocted an excuse. In truth, Shan Xiaojing, who worked as an accountant, was pursuing a finance degree at Jinsher Nansen University. This institution lay between the first and second tier in terms of reputation, neither exceptional nor terrible. Wu Shidao recalled his examination scores, and he was confident he could gain admission without issue. Chapter 4. Acquiring Bitcoin. Have you made your decision? Wu's father extinguished his cigarette and said seriously, neither your mother nor I attended university, and we are unfamiliar with these matters, but we respect your choice. After all, this is your education, and you must consider it carefully. Pausing, he pondered, finance, huh? Becoming an accountant in the future is a viable path, isn't it? Learning accounting is beneficial. Wu's mother immediately chimed in. Accounting is increasingly valued as one ages. Besides, which organization doesn't need accountants? It's a good choice. Indeed, that's precisely my thought, Wu Shidao replied solemnly. Having been a coder in his past life, he had no intention of repeating that experience. The prospect of not attending university was unequivocally out of the question. To dismiss all that effort, years of hard study culminating in university acceptance, was utterly nonsensical. Hence, since he had to pursue education, why not attend the same school as Shun Xiaojing? After dinner, Wu Shidao busied himself in his room until midnight, meticulously recording all significant memories he could recall. Concerned about the safety of his notebook, he opened his computer, created a folder, and input all the recorded information, subsequently setting a password and hiding the folder. To be doubly secure, he encrypted a backup on a USB drive. Once he completed these tasks, he felt a sense of relief and sank into a deep slumber until dawn. Upon waking, he found himself still in his room, and a wave of relief washed over him. He had genuinely feared that everything from yesterday was merely a fleeting dream. With his parents at work, he was alone in the house. Humming a tune, he casually rummaged for something to eat before returning to his tasks. Using his makeshift phone, he recorded all the songs he could remember and uploaded them to his computer, encrypting them for safekeeping. Though he had no intention of pursuing a career as a pop idol, his intuition told him that preserving these recordings might prove advantageous one day. He wondered what Xiaojing was doing at that moment. As he relaxed after his labors, Wu Shidao found himself unconsciously yearning for Shun Xiaojing. He had grown accustomed to her presence in his life. Reflecting on the moments they had shared, he wished he could sprout wings and fly to her side instantly. However, reality dictated that he currently possessed only 100 yuan, insufficient even for transportation to Yen City. Earning money was his foremost priority. With a thought, he decided on Bitcoin as his means of income. After searching online for a while, he finally stumbled upon a niche forum discussing Bitcoin. What is the significance of Bitcoin? One post queried, in foreign lands, Bitcoin can be exchanged for pizza. What can it do here? I want to sell Bitcoin. Is anyone interested? Wu Shidao instinctively clicked on the post, only to see a disheartening 2 replies below. I have Bitcoin for sale. Is anyone buying? Same here. I have several hundred Bitcoins. I'll sell them for 100 yuan. If that is too much, I'll accept 10 QQ coins instead. Noticing the replies dated back to last month, it was clear that this thread had gone unnoticed. Wu Shidao promptly registered an account under the straightforward name Acquiring Bitcoin. He sent private messages to the 3 users looking to sell Bitcoin, stating simply that he was interested in purchasing. After a few minutes without a response, boredom set in, and he opened QQ to glance at his messages, only to be struck by an unsettling chill. His QQ name was 18-year-old Dreams. How had he ever thought of such a juvenile moniker? Without hesitation, he changed it to his real name. Suddenly, a notification chimed, not from QQ, but from the forum. He quickly switched back to the forum page, and indeed, he found 2 new private messages. You want Bitcoin? How much are you willing to pay? The sender identified himself as AK-47, the same individual who had previously mentioned trading for 10 QQ coins. Wu Shidao's spirits lifted as he promptly replied, what price do you have in mind? How about I give you QQ coins? After a brief wait, AK-47 responded, I no longer want QQ coins. If you want Bitcoin, I can sell it to you for 1 yuan each. What do you say? Add me on QQ, and we can discuss it there. Wu Shidao sent over his QQ number, and shortly after, he received a friend request from a user named AK-47. How many Bitcoins do you have? Despite being only a teenager, Wu Shidao's soul bore the wisdom of a man in his 30s, and he approached the negotiation cautiously. Would you sell them for 10 cents each? Not a chance. AK-47 replied decisively. I'm not looking for hassle. 1 yuan each is my price. Take it or leave it. Could you lower it to 50 cents? Wu Shidao countered. Not negotiable. If you don't want it, goodbye. AK-47 replied bluntly. All right. Wu Shidao relented, unsure if AK-47 was threatening him or employing a strategy to drive a harder bargain. Fine, 1 yuan it is. How many do you have? What is the transaction method? Just a moment. After a prolonged silence of several minutes, Wu Shidao grew impatient and sent a question mark. Sorry, I forgot my Bitcoin wallet password and have been trying to recall it. AK-47 explained. I have over 800. Do you want them all? For the transaction, I'll need money. You can either bank transfer or meet in person. I'll take them all. Then let us meet in person. Wu Shidao replied without hesitation. In this era, unlike the future, transactions didn't require real name registration. Who knew if he transferred money to him, only to be blocked immediately afterward? Then come to Yen City. Here's my phone number. Call me when you arrive. AK-47 sent a phone number. Upon seeing the words Yen City, Wu Shidao's heart jolted. He instantly thought of Shun Xiaojing. This was her hometown. At this very moment, she was also in Yin City. Indeed, do you only require the 800 or however many you desire? Just as Wu Shidao was lost in thought, AK-47 sent another message. However many you desire. Once Wu Shidao regained his focus, he replied without hesitation. Are you certain? You're not jesting with me, are you? AK-47 responded. What is your phone number? Wu Shidao sent his number, and shortly thereafter, AK-47 called, first inquiring whether he truly wanted Bitcoin, and then asking, when do you plan to meet for the transaction? Chapter 5. The South African World Cup. This made Wu Shidao somewhat hesitant. A trip to Yin City would cost several hundred yuan for the round trip, and coupled with the hundreds of bitcoins on the other side, it would amount to at least over 1,000 yuan. He currently had only 100 yuan on him. Within this month, Wu Shidao pondered for a moment and casually mentioned a time frame. You're not joking with me, are you? Sensing his indecision, the other party suggested, how about you first top up my phone with 20 yuan? This way, I can trust you. Otherwise, if I toil away and you don't show up, wouldn't that be a futile effort? Of course, I will deduct this 20 yuan from the Bitcoin later. All right, no problem. I'll top it up shortly. Wu Shidao replied decisively. Great, I have a friend who also possesses a substantial amount of Bitcoin, possibly several thousand. If you're interested, I'll sell them all to you, AK-47 stated. Do you want them? Absolutely. Once Wu Shidao agreed, the other party promptly hung up. Where would he procure several thousand yuan? Wu Shidao began to fret. Judging by AK-47's tone, it was possible that his friend indeed had several thousand bitcoins. It is worth noting that Bitcoin mining is quite effortless nowadays, as a household or office computer can easily mine 2 or 3 in about 10 minutes. Unlike in a few years when specialized mining facilities would consume tens of thousands of kilowatt hours, yet yield only a handful. If AK-47 and his associates had started mining Bitcoin early on, it would not be surprising for any one of them to possess several thousand Bitcoins. Upon reflecting on this, Wu Shidao suddenly recognized a crucial issue. Whether it be Bitcoin, a lottery number, or information about soaring housing prices, each piece of information holds substantial value. Yet they all share a common drawback. The wealth generated from them can only be realized after many years. Just like the present moment. A few thousand yuan is enough to stump Wu Shidao. Asking his mother for 10,000 yuan? If she inquires about the purpose of the money, how could he explain that he intended to invest in Bitcoin, expecting a return of several 100,000 times over the next decade? How could that possibly be believable? As he descended to recharge his phone, he inwardly lamented the inconvenience of an era without mobile payments. Even recharging his phone required a trip to the service center. After adding 20 yuan to AK-47's phone balance, he promptly received a text. The recharge is received. I will assist you in gathering Bitcoin. Once you confirm the meeting time for the transaction, we will discuss it over the phone. All right. After replying to the message, Wu Shidao began racking his brain, contemplating how to swiftly earn at least 10,000 yuan. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was who been calling. What is up? Wu Shidao answered casually. How about we find a place to watch the game tonight? Wu exclaimed excitedly. The game? What game? Wu Shidao blurted out. Come on, are you still half asleep? Hu Bin shouted. Tonight is the opening match of the South African World Cup. You even told me you were backing France to win. The World Cup? Wu Shidao jolted. How could he forget such an important event? Hello, old Wu, are you listening? Why aren't you speaking? Hu Bin on the other end, noticing Wu Shidao's silence, inquired curiously. Yes, I'm here. All right, let us go watch the game tonight. Wu Shidao agreed on a meeting place, and, after hanging up, he felt a rush of joy. As a fan, Wu Shidao had watched every single match of the World Cup in his previous life, except for the 2010 edition. At that time, he had just finished his college entrance examinations and felt no pressure, whereas in the subsequent World Cup, he was already busy seeking employment and had no time to watch all the matches, only catching a few of the popular ones or those featuring his favorite teams. Once home, Wu Shidao began searching online for the schedule and groupings of the 2010 World Cup. That World Cup was renowned for its plethora of upsets. The biggest upset was undoubtedly the French team. Once regarded as one of the favorites to win, they unexpectedly failed to advance from the group stage due to internal conflicts. Returning home on a plane. In terms of caliber, the French team was undoubtedly top tier in Group A, while Uruguay and Mexico were considered to be second and third tier teams. As for the host nation, South Africa, they could only be classified as subpar. Everyone believed that the teams advancing from Group A would undoubtedly be France in first place, with Uruguay and Mexico vying for second, while South Africa merely served as a means for the other three teams to rack up goals. However, in the end, all the fans who bet on a French victory were left in tears after the group stage concluded. After reviewing the entire group stage schedule, Wu Shidao meticulously recalled and wrote down the scores he intended to bet on. There are various betting methods in football, with the lowest odds being for guessing win-loss, while the highest are for predicting exact scores. After locating a nearby lottery shop, Wu Shidao entered and handed the slip of paper to the proprietor. The owner was a middle-aged man in his 40s. As he took the paper and began printing tickets based on the scores recorded, his actions were initially slow. But then he picked up speed. How many? 40 times. Wu Shidao handed over the only 80 yuan he had. Are you sure? The owner raised an eyebrow, looking at him in surprise. Young man, this score is simply impossible. Do you even watch football? France is a favorite to win. How could they not win a single match? My advice is to just place a casual bet. If it were any other time, he would have likely said nothing further. But coincidentally, he was also a fan of the French team, and seeing that Wu Shidao was evidently a student, he felt compelled to offer some friendly advice. Betting against the team is akin to a villa by the sea. Wu Shidao replied with a smile. Betting on France to win has such low odds that I'd rather bet on their loss. By the way, if I win with this 12-fold bet, how much could I potentially win? Theoretically, a single ticket could yield 160,000, with an 80,000 fold payout. 40 times could result in 4 million. The owner glanced at the odds and couldn't help but chuckle. With such high odds, do you really think you can win? Upon hearing his words, several other patrons analyzing the lottery trends turned their gazes towards Wu Shidao. Wu Shidao smiled and retorted. Do you know what Li Ning's slogan is? Chapter 6. Anything is possible. What is it? Anything is possible. Wu Shidao chuckled softly as he pushed the money forward. The proprietor shook his head, casting a glance of pity his way, saying nothing further, and handed him the lottery ticket. After Wu Shidao departed, a few curious lottery players gathered around and inquired, Boss, what type of sports lottery did that student purchase? The odds are astonishingly high. A single bet could win 160,000. It's a 12-fold combination. And he bet on the exact scores, hence the elevated odds, the proprietor replied with a chuckle, gesturing towards the lottery machine screen. Let me read out for you. He bet on South Africa 1, Mexico 1, Uruguay 0, France 0, South Korea 2, Greece 0, Argentina 1, Nigeria 0. As for the French team, which is a favorite to win, he didn't place a winning bet on any of their matches. And he even wagered on South Africa 2, France 1. This is simply absurd. If a team as underwhelming as South Africa can score 2 goals against France, it could only mean one thing: match fixing. Indeed, with this World Cup, South Africa has participated in only 3, their best result being a third-place group finish due to goal difference. Historically, South Africa has faced France 3 times, with 1 draw and 2 losses. That 1 draw was merely a friendly match, indicating that France was just toying around. Of course, there is also that outrageous scoreline: Portugal 7, North Korea 0. This lottery ticket of mine will likely be the one with the highest odds in this World Cup. Wu Shidao recalled a legendary football lottery ticket from this World Cup. A similar 12-fold, single bet that won 2.09 million with a staggering return rate of 1.45 million times. However, half a month later, that legend would transform into his own ticket. He couldn't quite remember all the scores from the group matches involving the 32 teams. But the scores from the European powerhouses and some unexpected outcomes were still vivid in his mind, particularly Portugal's 7-0 victory over North Korea, whose odds were simply ludicrous. The cumulative odds for hitting all 12 matches were an astonishing 80,000 times. Once this ticket was redeemed, it would be the last time he could participate. The reason was simple. After several years, he no longer clearly remembered some match scores. The matches that lingered in his memory were primarily the semi-finals and the championship match. Old Wu, over here. As evening approached the designated bar, Wu Shidao spotted who'd been waving at him from a distance. With the World Cup commencing that night, bars were entering a lucrative golden hour. Large televisions or projectors were set up at the entrances, with tables overflowing with patrons eager to watch the matches. This bar belongs to my cousin, so we have a spot, who'd been remarked. Once seated, he eagerly proclaimed, otherwise, we wouldn't even have a place to sit. By the way, you're covering the bill tonight. Wu Shidao casually replied, to be honest, my pockets are emptier than my face. I disdain you. Hubin rolled his eyes. Didn't your parents give you any pocket money? Or are you planning to buy gifts for Meng Wenwen again? Hence you're lamenting about being broke? Old Wu, I'm not saying you should forget your brothers when it comes to women. Meng Wenwen. Wu Shidao paused, then remembered she was his first love. In his past life, he attended university in Jinshe, while Meng Wenwen went to Hushe. They had kept in touch during the first half of their freshman year, chatting daily and sharing warmth. He scrimped and saved for an entire month to buy her a birthday gift. However, in the second half of the semester, she announced their breakup. Although the reason was cliché, it was quite real. Meng Wenwen felt that a long-distance relationship was too exhausting. Yet, Wu Shidao later discovered that she had encountered a better suitor at university, a wealthy second-generation heir from Hushe, whose parents were in business. Thus, she decisively ended things with him. Meng Wenwen. I haven't contacted her at all recently. Wu Shidao waved his hand dismissively. Realizing he wouldn't have remembered her if Hu Bin hadn't brought her up. Did you two have a falling out? Hu Bin inquired, surprised but mostly curious, eager to delve deeper. However, Wu Shidao offered him no opportunity, swiftly changing the subject. Who do you think will win between South Africa and Mexico? Is that even a question? Hu Bin replied instantly, it's definitely Mexico. I reckon South Africa will lose by at least 2 goals. I think it will end in a draw, Wu Shidao said with a smile. How about this? Let's make a bet. If I lose, I'll treat tonight. If I win, you treat. Deal. You said it. Hu Bin laughed. I was initially going to treat you, but since you insist on treating me, I can accept it and save some money for an HTC. Not buying an iPhone 4 anymore. Wu Shidao teased. It's too expensive. I can't afford it. An HTC will suffice, but only if I get into a top-tier college. My mom promised to buy me one. Hu Bin sighed, attempting to console himself. HTC, it is then. Buying an iPhone sounds too troublesome, what with needing to jailbreak it. I checked online, and many people said if the jailbreak fails, the phone becomes a brick. Wu Shidao acknowledged that that's true. There is a distinction between a perfect and imperfect jailbreak. A perfect jailbreak has no issues, while an imperfect one leads to a white apple, rendering the phone inoperable, a brick. With the referee's whistle, the World Cup opening match finally commenced. After a grueling 90 minutes of battle, the score settled at 1-1. This result relieved Wu Shidao. The world continued to follow the historical trajectory it had always taken, unaffected by his rebirth. Damn, it really ended in a draw. $10 down the drain, Hu Bin lamented, tearing his lottery ticket in half with a frustrated gesture. Mexico is pathetic. They can't even win against a team like South Africa. Thank you, Boss Hu, for treating us. Wu Shidao stood up, smiling. You take your time. I'm heading home to sleep. Aren't you going to watch the second match? Hu Bin exclaimed. As tornes it. It's the World Cup, which occurs once every 4 years. And you're not going to watch? Both Wu Shidao and Hu Bin were digital enthusiasts and football fans, and it was this shared passion that forged their deep friendship. I'm tired. I didn't sleep well last night. Wu Shidao offered a casual excuse. The World Cup was a grand feast for all football fans, but for him, it was merely a replay. You're a pig. Go home if you want, but I'm watching the second match first. Hu Bin shook his head. Wu Shidao wasn't surprised. He bid farewell and leisurely made his way home. Halfway there, his phone suddenly beeped with notifications. Upon checking, he saw a QQ message from a girl named Meng Xiang, her avatar bouncing with life. Wu Shidao, why did you change your username? And why haven't you been responding to me these past few days? Wu Shidao was taken aback, then recalled that this Meng Xiang was Meng Wenwen's online alias, and his previous username was 18-year-old Dream, an allusion to her. A sudden chill washed over Wu Shidao, causing him to shudder as he bluntly replied, I'm busy. Busy? Fine, well done. I shall never pay you any heed again. Chapter 7. The Road Ahead. Upon seeing the message from Meng Wenwen, Wu Shidao could not help but chuckle. She was, as ever, so dramatic. Initially, he considered responding with a casual whatever, but upon reflection, he opted for a more straightforward reply. All right. Without waiting for her to respond further, he decisively deleted her contact. Simultaneously, upon realizing that her message could not be sent, coupled with a notification indicating that she was not on his friends list, Meng Wenwen's first reaction was one of disbelief, her eyes widening in shock. Almost instantly, fury coursed through her veins, causing her to tremble. This Wu Shidao actually deleted me? She immediately called him. After a single ring, the call was abruptly disconnected. She called again, only to be met with the same fate. Meng Wenwen was nearly driven to madness, pounding her pillow in frustration, and sent Wu Shidao a text. This is what you said, remember it. You better not regret this. I will never forgive you again. Wu Shidao glanced at the message before deleting it without a second thought. Years ago, Meng Wenwen had resolutely told him it was over. Wu Shidao had cut classes to buy a ticket to the city, demanding that she clarify things face to face. He still recalled her words vividly. The pressure of our senior year is immense. I just wanted to relax a bit. And since you're somewhat pleasing to the eye, I thought I'd have some fun. I never expected you to take it so seriously. Besides, I already have a new boyfriend. I don't want to upset him. Please, don't call or text me again, and don't come looking for me. My boyfriend would be unhappy if he found out. That's it, goodbye. The journey from Jinsher to Husher had taken a full 3 hours, yet Meng Wenwen had granted him merely 3 minutes to express his feelings before leaving. The past was but a wisp of smoke. In this life, Wu Shidao was determined to exert all his efforts to provide the best life for his parents and Shin Shaojing. As for Meng Wenwen, he had no intention of concerning himself with her any longer. In the following days, Hu Bin busied himself with watching football matches. And aside from the occasional phone call exchanging pleasantries, there was little else to discuss. Wu Shidao spent his days either keeping an eye on the World Cup scores or relaxing in a nearby park, soaking up the sun and contemplating life. Although Bitcoin was highly valuable, its true benefits would only materialize over a decade later. The World Cup would conclude next month, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he could still make a profit before it ended. But what then? Accumulate a few properties with the earnings and then coast through life for over a decade? Wait until the end of 2024 to liquidate his Bitcoin holdings? Each time Wu Shidao pondered this, a sense of unease crept into his heart. For he had died just before the dawn of 2025 and had been reborn. As the time approached once more, he wondered if history was destined to repeat itself. No, he must take action. If he were indeed limited to living until 2025, then he ought to strive to earn as much as possible during these years, taking his parents and Xiaojing to explore the wonders of the world, creating the finest memories for them. Even if he were no longer in this world by 2025, the Bitcoin he held could still secure their future. Wu Shidao contemplated what he ought to do. Undoubtedly, in this era, the internet represented the most promising industry. Long before the year 2000, the internet had already begun to emerge in China, albeit with a limited user base. The turn of the millennium saw an explosion in internet usage, with the advent of internet cafes and the plummeting prices of computers making them commonplace in households. As the populace became increasingly familiar with the internet, it became evident that the computer-dominated internet age had only transformed the lives of a select few. It wasn't until the arrival of smartphones that the internet truly permeated everyday life. Mobile payments, ride-hailing services, shared bicycles, the explosion of e-commerce, live streaming, mobile navigation, online hotel bookings. These innovations seamlessly integrated the internet into the fabric of daily existence. The pivotal turning point was undoubtedly the smartphone. Was he to venture into the realm of mobile devices? That notion flashed through Wu Shidao's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. It was an impossible endeavor. Major phone manufacturers were fiercely competing, and he was merely reborn, not omnipotent. Developing a WeChat app? Even more unfeasible. Both QQ and WeChat were instant messaging platforms, and the instant messaging market differed vastly from other sectors. In other markets, competition existed. Even in failure, one could still scrape by. However, the instant messaging arena was a winner-takes-all landscape, devoid of the possibility of sharing the spoils. As for group buying services, numerous platforms had already emerged, such as Lasho, Zhaozhe, and Ibon. The future giant Meituan was still embroiled in a fierce battle with many group buying sites. After days of contemplation, Wu Shidao found himself at an impasse, unable to discern where to begin in this forthcoming mobile internet era. Shidao, tomorrow is June 21st. Can we check the scores? His mother suddenly inquired during dinner that evening. Wu Shidao froze for a moment before nodding in affirmation. However, his thoughts quickly shifted to another matter. Tomorrow evening, Portugal would face North Korea. His 12-match parlay ticket had seen the first 11 matches correctly predicted. If Portugal could deliver a staggering 7-0 victory, he would be able to claim his winnings. How many points do you think you'll score? Do you have any idea? His mother pressed further. I should score around 580, Wu Shidao replied instinctively, recalling that his score in his previous life had been 581. If he could truly achieve that score, university would be assured. His mother beamed with joy. By the way, Mom, once the scores are out, I'd like to go out and have some fun with Ubin for a few days. Is that all right? Wu Shidao concocted a fib. They had agreed that if either of them scored above 580, they would take a trip to Shushi for a couple of days. Shushi? That is quite far. I assenti it. Over 300 kilometers? His mother hesitated, glancing instinctively at his father. If you want to go, then go. His father finally replied after a moment of consideration. Just be sure to stay safe. Just the two of you, traveling several hundred kilometers away. Can you manage that? His mother voiced her concerns. Mom, I'm already 18. Wu Shidao reassured her quickly. Besides, I'll soon be off to university. This trip is merely to adapt to living independently. All right, his mother conceded, finding some sense in his reasoning. How much money will you need? Would 1,000 be enough? I still have some pocket money saved up. Just give me 200, and that should suffice. Wu Shidao told a little white lie. In reality, he had no money at all, but that was of little concern. He merely needed enough for transport to the provincial capital to collect his winnings. I'll give you 500. It's better to be prepared when traveling, his mother decided after some thought. Chapter 8, Claiming the Prize. The following afternoon, his parents took special leave from work to return home, immediately urging Wu Shidao to check his scores online. After refreshing the page several times, the results finally appeared. 581 points. Upon seeing the score, his mother could not contain her joy, bursting into tears of happiness. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Wu's father, overwhelmed with excitement, paced back and forth in the room, exclaiming, "I must call your grandfather and let him know that we now have a college student in our family." Both parents hurriedly dialed relatives and friends to share the joyous news. "We've been also called, Old Wu. I scored 575. What about you?" 581 came to reply. "That's impressive. By the way, our class group just mentioned that we need to go to school in 3 days, where the teachers will guide us on how to fill out our applications. Have you decided which university to attend?" "Jinshe Nansen University. What about you?" Wu Shidao casually inquired. "Same as you, but I'm considering Jinshe University of Information Engineering," Hu Bin responded. After a brief chat, they ended the call, agreeing to meet at school in 3 days. While the college entrance exam scores were significant, Wu Shidao was more preoccupied with the evening match between Portugal and North Korea. At that moment, Cristiano Ronaldo was still at the pinnacle of his career. Following the match, Portugal triumphed over North Korea with a staggering score of 7-0. Undoubtedly, the most lopsided game of the tournament. Wu Shidao switched off the television and returned to his room, retrieving a lottery ticket from his drawer. Over 6 million was now his. Strangely, he felt an unusual calmness, devoid of the excitement he had anticipated. Upon reflection, he realized this tranquility stemmed from the knowledge of the outcome, akin to cheating. One would naturally refrain from exuberant celebrations upon already knowing the result. However, someone was indeed exhilarated, specifically filled with a tumultuous mix of joy and regret. Shortly after the match concluded, the lottery shop owner received a call from the lottery center, informing him that a winning ticket worth an astounding 6 million had been sold at his store. He was advised to prepare for the publicity. The owner, having just watched the Portugal versus North Korea match, couldn't help but think of the student who had purchased the ticket. While he couldn't recall the other scores, the remarkable 7-0 result remained etched in his memory. After the match, he pondered whether that student's ticket had indeed won. The call from the lottery center confirmed his speculation. If only he had bought a ticket alongside that student, he could have won a tidy sum himself. The owner was now engulfed in regret, having completely forgotten how he had initially persuaded Wu Shidao. "Shidao, are you awake?" came his mother's voice from outside the door. Wu Shidao tucked the lottery ticket back into the drawer and replied, "No." He opened the door to find his mother holding a stack of cash. "Here. You said you want to go out, right? Here's some money." 500 is enough, he replied, glancing at the amount and discovering it was actually 1,000. He handed back a few bills. "Take it. A poor family can afford a wealthy road." His mother smiled and waved her hand dismissively. "Be careful on the way. Call me when you arrive." After his mother left, Wu Shidao took out his phone and sent a text to AK-47. "I'll be in Yincheng tomorrow night. Do you have time?" A few moments later, AK-47 replied with a net cafe address, followed by a phone call. "When you arrive tomorrow night, just come to this net cafe to find me. By the way, I currently have over 14,000 bitcoins. Is everything all right on your end?" "No problem," Wu Shidao replied, filled with elation. He had initially thought AK-47 would only manage to gather 5 or 6,000. This unexpected windfall delighted him. "That's great. See you tomorrow," AK-47 concluded. As he anticipated his journey to Yincheng, the city where Shun Xiaojing resided, Wu Shidao experienced his first bout of insomnia since his rebirth. Early the next morning, sporting dark circles under his eyes, he rushed to the bank to open a bank account, depositing 100 yuan before boarding a long-distance bus to the provincial capital. Upon arrival, he hailed a taxi and informed the driver of his destination. After exiting, he took a moment to survey his surroundings, confirming there were no reporters before donning a mask from his pocket and sauntering into the lottery center. The staff, seeing Wu Shidao in a mask, did not display surprise, likely accustomed to such occurrences. Upon realizing he was the fortunate winner of the 6 million ticket, the ticket verification staff stole a few extra glances at him. After registering his personal information and tax documentation, Wu Shidao received a check for 12 million after taxes. Without delay, he rushed to the designated bank to cash the check and then checked his account balance at an ATM. The cold, 7-digit figure flashed before his eyes. Oddly, Wu Shidao felt no overwhelming emotion during the winning announcement or while cashing the check, yet seeing the balance in his account invoked an unexpected sense of satisfaction. For the wealthy, 5 million might merely represent the price of a luxury car, but for Wu Shidao, it marked the first time across 2 lifetimes that he possessed such a substantial sum of money. He admired the figure for a few seconds before withdrawing 2,000 yuan to carry with him. He then caught a taxi straight to the train station, purchasing a ticket to Yincheng, with a train departing in an hour, scheduled to arrive at 9 o'clock that evening. After completing these errands, Wu Shidao, feeling famished, bought a cup of instant noodles at the station, musing, "My first meal after winning the lottery is instant noodles. I must be the first person to do so." After checking his ticket and boarding, Wu Shidao had opted for a soft sleeper, as the journey from the provincial capital to Yincheng would take 8 hours. And he didn't wish to skimp on comfort now that he had money. The soft sleeper compartment was empty, save for Wu Shidao, who relished the solitude. He found his berth, lay down, and quickly drifted off to sleep. In a drowsy state, he overheard a conversation. "This iPhone 4 is stunning, and the feel is exquisite. But it's so expensive. 15,000 without negotiation. What a scam. I want to switch to an iPhone 4 too, but my dad won't allow it. By the way, I read on Wayphone that if a jailbreak fails, the phone becomes a brick and can't be used. Do you think that guy can jailbreak it?" The two young men, both in their 20s and fashionably dressed, were deeply engrossed in their discussion, unaware of the noise they were making. Wu Shidao, unable to sleep any longer, yawned, rubbed his eyes, and glanced at the two individuals chatting on the lower bunk. One of them was holding the latest iPhone 4, playing with it affectionately, while the other said, "So you mean if I don't jailbreak it, I can't download from 91 Mobile Assistant?" The other responded, "It seems you can connect to 91 Mobile Assistant using a computer, but without a jailbreak, you can't download it to your phone. Trust me, just jailbreak it. There's a saying that an unjailbroken iPhone is not a complete iPhone." At the mention of 91 Mobile Assistant, Wu Shidao felt a jolt of realization, his drowsiness evaporating instantly. The question that had plagued him for the past several days finally found its answer. Chapter 9. The Identity of AK-47. Indeed, it was the mention of 91 Mobile Assistant in their conversation that sparked inspiration in Wu Shidao, or perhaps opened up his thought process. The reason he and T considered the app earlier could not wholly be blamed on him. In philosophy, there exists a saying, one cannot step into the same river twice. In simpler terms, it means that one should learn from their mistakes and refrain from repeating the same errors. Yet Baidu has, rather curiously, fallen into this trap. Those familiar with the history of the internet are aware that Baidu once acquired the navigation website How123 for a sum in the millions, only for it to subsequently fade into obscurity. 3 years later, Baidu repeated this misstep, spending a staggering $9 billion to purchase the 91 Mobile Assistant. When converted at the then-current exchange rate, this acquisition amounted to a staggering 11.6 billion yuan. Alas, mere years later, this once popular app, too, was forgotten by the masses. By 2021, Baidu announced the cessation of support for both the 91 Mobile Assistant and the Android market apps. As a former coder and Apple enthusiast, Wu Shidao was no stranger to the 91 Mobile Assistant. However, his forgetfulness stemmed from the app's rapid decline, a trajectory that took everyone by surprise. Had it not been for Baidu's closure announcement in 2021, many might have completely forgotten about the app's existence. Essentially, the 91 Mobile Assistant was merely an application marketplace, a concept he could easily replicate. The more Wu Shidao contemplated this notion, the more he believed it to be sound. Presently, the 91 Mobile Assistant was still expanding its reach, and in his memory, its promotional strategies relied primarily on Wayphone and offline staff for grassroots marketing. Developing an alternative to the 91 Mobile Assistant was not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lay in persuading users to choose his app over the established 91 Mobile Assistant. As this realization dawned upon Wu Shidao, he found himself furrowing his brow in contemplation. At that moment, the two young men below him continued their animated discussion. "No, I just asked. This new iPhone 4 cannot be jailbroken yet. The latest jailbreak version hasn't been released abroad. You'll just have to wait. How long will that take? Is there really no one in our country who can jailbreak it?" At this point, Wu Shidao struck his bunk in sudden epiphany. Jailbreaking. The current 91 Mobile Assistant merely functioned as a straightforward marketplace for pirated games, requiring users to jailbreak their devices to install it. A brief silence enveloped the compartment. The two young men looked up at Wu Shidao's upper bunk. "Sorry, man, I forgot you were sleeping. Did we disturb you?" One of them inquired politely. "Not at all. I was already awake, lost in thought," Wu Shidao replied with a bright smile. Had he not encountered these two individuals by chance, he might still be without direction. Hours passed swiftly, and as the train arrived in Yen City, Wu Shidao made sure to greet the two men as a gesture of gratitude. In his previous life, he had visited Yen City numerous times, always accompanying Shen Xiaojing on a return home. This time, however, he was alone, a first in both lives combined. "I arrive in your city, traversing the path you once took, imagining the solitude you must feel in my absence." Upon disembarking, Wu Shidao could not help but recall a song by Eason Chan, "Long Time No See." "Xiaojing, long time no see. How have you been?" He felt a pang of nostalgia wash over him. Yet, Wu Shidao quickly gathered his complex emotions. Hailing a taxi after exiting the station to reach the address provided by AK-47, the establishment, known as Shinsu Network, appeared quite substantial, boasting 2 floors. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, he observed a bustling crowd within, indicating a thriving business. Wu Shidao did not rush inside, but instead circled the premises, noting a nearby police station, which he mentally marked for future reference. He then sought out a bank, withdrawing 15,000 yuan from an ATM, and leisurely made his way back to the internet cafe. While 15,000 yuan is neither an insubstantial nor a trivial amount, it represented roughly half a year's salary for the average individual at that time. Most importantly, Wu Shidao remained uncertain about the mysterious AK-47 and felt it prudent to exercise caution, as he knew no one else in Yen City aside from Shen Xiaojing's family. "I've arrived at the internet cafe. Where are you?" he inquired upon reaching the entrance and dialing AK-47's number. "Where are you? I don't see you. Just come in and head to the bar to find me," AK-47 instructed. Through the glass, Wu Shidao spotted a man at the bar, appearing to be in his late 20s, wearing black-framed glasses and looking somewhat haggard. He was glancing outside while holding a phone. Wu Shidao suddenly understood. He had speculated about AK-47's business on his way here and wondered how he had acquired such a substantial amount of Bitcoin. While mining Bitcoin has become easier over time, it remains a niche interest, and even avid internet users might not be familiar with it. Those who do not engage with the digital world at all would likely be completely unaware. In contemplating AK-47's identity, Wu Shidao had considered numerous possibilities, but he had overlooked one, that of an internet cafe manager or technician. Only individuals who frequently engage with the internet and possess idle time would be privy to the knowledge and means to mine cryptocurrency. With newfound confidence, Wu Shidao stepped inside. AK-47 lifted his head, and their eyes met for a brief moment. AK-47? Wu Shidao approached the bar, smiling. "Hello. You're here for the purchase, right?" AK-47 glanced at him with curiosity. "Do you have enough money?" Wu Shidao nodded and reached into his pocket. Seeing this, AK-47 quickly whispered, "Wait a moment. Let us change locations. Go to machine 114 upstairs and wait for me." He gestured towards the staircase leading to the second floor. Wu Shidao nodded, said nothing further, and turned to leave. At the top of the stairs, he glanced back just in time to see AK-47 instructing a gamer at a nearby computer. "Liga, come help me keep an eye on things for a moment. I need to use the restroom." "Sure, just a second," the man replied, remaining seated. Witnessing this exchange, Wu Shidao couldn't help but chuckle. It appeared that AK-47 was secretly mining Bitcoin. This made sense. If others at the cafe discovered his clandestine activities, he could risk being reported to the owner and subsequently fired. The computers 114 and 115 were situated in a small booth on the upper floor, both in standby mode. Wu Shidao understood that AK-47 had likely remotely unlocked them from a bar. Soon, AK-47 arrived, adjusting his black-framed glasses as he sat beside Wu Shidao, hesitating momentarily before speaking. "Here, S14,000 yuan. Let us round off the change." Wu Shidao smiled, realizing that while AK-47 seemed aloof online, in reality, he appeared to be a socially anxious person. From the freshly withdrawn cash, Wu Shidao extracted 10 bills and handed the remainder directly to AK-47. AK-47's eyes unmistakably brightened. Instinctively, he glanced outside and quickly counted the cash, even pulling out 2 bills to examine their authenticity under the light. After stowing the money in his pocket, he lifted his head, revealing a satisfied and joyful smile. "What's your wallet address? I shall transfer the amount to you right now." Chapter 10, The Night Market. In no time, over 14,000 bitcoins were transferred to Wu Shidao's Bitcoin wallet. Both parties involved were exceedingly pleased. Whether it was AK-47 or Wu Shidao, both felt they had struck a lucrative deal. "The surplus is merely a gift for you," AK-47 generously proclaimed. "Thank you," Wu Shidao replied with a smile, a surge of excitement coursing through him. He pondered whether, years later, AK-47 would regret this transaction and wish he could reclaim his computer. "By the way, may I inquire as to why you desire this asset?" AK-47 adjusted his glasses, his curiosity unabashedly apparent. "I believe it may hold value in the future," Wu Shidao answered candidly, sensing no need for concealment, as there are indeed many in the real world devoid of foresight. "And how much value might that be?" AK-47 chuckled. "Have you seen that news from abroad? A programmer once exchanged 10,000 bitcoins for 2 pizzas. If this asset truly becomes valuable, how much could it possibly be worth? Who can predict the future?" Wu Shidao chuckled in return. "That's a valid point," AK-47 mused, then cautiously inquired. "Now that you possess these bitcoins, do you still desire this asset?" Let me think," Wu Shidao replied, deliberately appearing contemplative. It wasn't until he noticed AK-47's anxious expression that he feigned hesitation and finally said, with over 10,000 already in hand, "I feel that is sufficient." "Weren't you the one who said this asset could appreciate in value?" AK-47 interjected, urgency creeping into his tone. "Isn't it better to have more than enough?" he asked. "Indeed, that is sound reasoning," Wu Shidao conceded. "However, should it fail to appreciate, I would merely be left with a burden." After a pause, he continued, "Moreover, this money comprises several years of my allowance and savings. I do not possess an abundance of funds." He intended to convey that he was merely a student from a relatively comfortable background, lacking experience. "How about this?" AK-47's eyes flickered, tentatively suggesting, "If you still wish for more in the future, I could sell them to you at a lower price." "At what price?" Wu Shidao inquired. "How does 80 cents each sound?" AK-47 proposed. "That is too steep." Wu Shidao shook his head, contemplating before stating, "If it were 50 cents, I might consider acquiring more." 50 cents is far too little. AK-47 immediately countered with a decisive refusal. "Well then, I shall pass on it," Wu Shidao declared, rising to leave. 5 cents it is," AK-47 exclaimed, tugging at him, and with a pained expression, added, "Consider it a gesture of friendship. You have no idea how much time it takes to acquire these bitcoins, Sai." "Very well. We shall reconnect at a later date." Wu Shidao nodded. "Are you leaving now? Would you care to play some computer games?" "My treat." AK-47 feigned politeness. "I have a prior engagement. By the way, for our next transaction, I might not come by in person. If you trust me, you could transfer the bitcoins first, and I shall send you the payment. If you don't trust me, then it's best to leave it be," Wu Shidao stated earnestly. "Are you suggesting I send you the bitcoins first, and then you will reimburse me? What if you fail to do so?" AK-47's face clearly displayed his apprehension. "Consider it from my perspective," Wu Shidao smiled. "Does anyone else want your bitcoins aside from me? However, I possess renminbi. If you transfer the bitcoins to me, the worst that could happen is that I refuse to pay you. What loss would that be for you? But if I were to send you the money first, and you fail to provide the bitcoins, then I would suffer a significant loss." After a brief pause, he emphasized, "Furthermore, I traveled hundreds of kilometers to Yen City specifically for this transaction. Does that not demonstrate my sincerity? I cannot be expected to prove my sincerity each time. Cannot you show a measure of yours?" After a moment of silence, AK-47 acquiesced. "Fine, we shall proceed as you suggest." "Agreed. We can communicate via phone or QQ," Wu Shidao said, offering a brief farewell before departing. Upon exiting, he sought a nearby restaurant, casually consuming a meal to satiate his hunger before eagerly hailing a taxi. "Driver, to Zhangxieladu Community," Wu Shidao instructed. "Zhangxieladu Community? Which road is that on?" the taxi driver asked, momentarily perplexed. I misspoke. Take me to Jinshi Road." Wu Shidao corrected himself, suddenly realizing that the Zhangxieladu Community, where Shun Xiaojing's parents resided, was constructed only after 2017. Currently, that community did not exist. He soon grasped another realization. While he knew Shun Xiaojing's parents had moved to the Zhangxieladu community post-demolition in 2017, he was oblivious to the location of their former residence. Furthermore, Shun Xiaojing had never disclosed that information. Upon arriving at Jinshi Road, Wu Shidao glanced around. The street diverged significantly from his recollections. Only the distant night market and the hospital at the end of the street matched his memories. For a moment, he felt disoriented. After standing in contemplation for a while, he managed a wry smile and shook his head, thinking to himself, "It seems the only place I can encounter Xiaojing is at university." Nevertheless, since he had already come this far, he clung to a glimmer of hope and proceeded towards the night market. Xiaojing had once mentioned that she adored visiting this night market, which suggested her home was not particularly far away. Perhaps fate would allow them to cross paths here. As he walked, the unmistakable scent of stinky tofu wafted through the air. Scanning the street, he observed an array of delectable street food lining both sides. At the entrance, a figure knelt, a white cloth spread before him, beside which lay a bowl containing scattered bills of varying denominations. A few onlookers stood nearby, reading the message inscribed on the cloth. "My mother and I rely on each other for survival. Now, my mother is suffering from late-stage liver cirrhosis. We are a rural family that has already sold our home and exhausted all savings. I implore kind-hearted souls to assist in saving my mother. Your great kindness will never be forgotten." Wu Shidao cast a glance at the man. He appeared to be in his 20s, robust, yet with vacant, bewildered eyes. His pallid complexion suggested fatigue, and his lips were notably chapped. A prominent dark mark marred his forehead as he knelt rigidly, seemingly unaware of how long he had been in that position. Among the gathered crowd, a middle-aged woman sighed, retrieving a tenuan note and squatting down to place in the bowl. The man, upon witnessing the scene, remained silent and bowed his head to the middle-aged woman, startling her into a flurry of gestures. "Please, no need for such formalities. It's merely a token of my appreciation." "Thank you," she replied. "I appreciate it." The man murmured softly. The phrase "a man's knees are worth gold" flashed through Wu Shidao's mind. If one were not utterly desperate, who would resort to such actions for a mere 10 yuan? After feeling the bills in his pocket, and once the onlookers had dispersed, Wu Shidao retrieved the remaining 1,000 or so yuan and gently placed in the basin. The man paused momentarily, gazing deeply at Wu Shidao. And just as he was about to bow again, Wu Shidao hastily interjected, "It's merely a token. This is all I could bring." With that, he swiftly walked away. Chapter 11. Searching for her amidst thousands. After distancing himself, Wu Shidao glanced back to see the man straightening up, facing the very direction Wu Shidao had departed. Turning away, he meandered aimlessly through the night market. His gaze was not drawn to the myriad of food stalls lining the streets, but rather to the bustling crowd. As he traversed from one end of the street to the other, captivated by the dazzling sights, he failed to catch a glimpse of the figure he longed to see. With a population of millions in Yen City, the likelihood of encountering a single individual here was but a fraction of a million. With a sigh, Wu Shidao resolved to find a hotel for the night. Just as he turned, he collided with someone behind him, causing something to tumble and land at his feet. "I'm sorry," Wu Shidao instinctively uttered, but the next moment it felt as though thunder had struck. His heart skipped a beat, then raced wildly. In that instant, the surrounding cacophony faded away, rendering him deaf to the noise. The throng of people vanished from sight. His mind was a blank slate, and in that vastness, there stood a girl in a white dress, delicate and graceful. It was her, Shun Xiaojing. Though her attire and appearance had youthful vibrancy, Wu Shidao recognized her instantly. A surge of joy, excitement, and elation flooded his mind, compelling him to cry out in exhilaration. He instinctively opened his arms, wishing to embrace her, to convey how deeply he had missed her, and to express his fears that she might not be in this world any longer. "What are you doing?" An angry voice interrupted, and a force struck Wu Shidao's arm, forcing his outstretched arms down. As he regained his composure, he noticed the terror in Shun Xiaojing's eyes and how tightly she clutched another's hand. The owner of that hand was a slender young man, around 18 or 19. Wearing glasses, he pulled Shun Xiaojing behind him, his face ablaze with fury mingled with anxiety as he glared at Wu Shidao. It dawned on Wu Shidao that in his moment of excitement, he had nearly attempted to embrace Shun Xiaojing. No wonder she looked so frightened. One could only imagine the reaction if a stranger approached, intending to embrace them on the street. However, Wu Shidao's gaze soon fell upon the young man's hand clasped with Shun Xiaojing's. A wave of fury surged within him, and he glared coldly at the young man, provocatively asking, "What do you think you're doing? Can't you watch where you're going?" He clenched his fists, ready to retaliate should this lad dare to respond. "Zhao Lei, let us go. Don't pay him any mind," Shun Xiaojing urged, yanking the young man, who sighed in relief, disregarding Wu Shidao as they hurried past him. Instinctively, Wu Shidao followed in their wake. But unexpectedly, Shun Xiaojing turned to glance at him, their eyes locking momentarily before she quickly turned away, pulling Zhao Lei to depart with increased haste. Wu Shidao felt as though he had been struck by a spell, frozen in place. Realizing from their brief exchange that he had clearly seen the disdain and fear in Shun Xiaojing's eyes, he stepped into a small shop by the roadside, purchasing a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. After opening it, he took a deep drag, closing his eyes to regain his composure. In the days leading up to his arrival in Yen City, Wu Shidao had envisioned countless scenarios of an encounter with Shun Xiaojing, yet he never anticipated it would come so abruptly and unexpectedly. In the throngs, I searched for her for 1,000 times. Suddenly, I turned back, and there she was, amidst the dim lights. That young man must be a classmate of Xiaojing, perhaps even her first love. After finishing a cigarette, Wu Shidao had calmed down. Almost all lovers inquire about each other's romantic histories, and he and Shun Xiaojing were no exception. Their experiences were quite similar, both having endured heartbreak. Wu Shidao had been a backup for Meng Wanwan, who ultimately discarded him, while Shun Xiaojing as first love had strayed towards a wealthier female classmate in university, abandoning her for another. Yet, that scoundrel had been playing both sides, managing to keep his double life hidden for over a year until Shun Xiaojing discovered the truth. In essence, Wu Shidao and Shun Xiaojing's ex-partners were emblematic of deceit and opportunism. However, Shun Xiaojing had never disclosed her excess name, and Wu Shidao had not pressed for it. It now seemed that this Zhao Lei was indeed the one. Reflecting on his earlier impulsiveness after checking into a hotel, Wu Shidao contemplated Shun Xiaojing's flaw, or rather, her tendency to judge individuals based on first impressions. Once she formed a negative perception, it was exceedingly challenging to alter it. Yet, he could hardly blame her. Wu Shidao sighed resignedly at the memory of the earlier scene. Which man could remain composed upon seeing another holding hands with his beloved? Although Shen Xiaojing was not yet his wife, in Wu Shidao's heart, he had already claimed her as such. He resolved to find a way to change her perception during their university years. After some contemplation, Wu Shidao made up his mind. Though their encounter might not have been favorable for Shen Xiaojing, it did alleviate a burden from his heart, the reassurance that she was indeed still in this world. This was a confirmation Wu Shidao had longed for since his rebirth. As for whether Zhao Lei would take advantage of her, he was not overly concerned. For Shen Xiaojing was an exceedingly traditional woman. During their courtship, she had only permitted him to hold her hand. It was only after their engagement that they had consummated their relationship, and that had been her first time. Do you know that person? Meanwhile, after escorting Shen Xiaojing near her home, Zhao Lei could no longer suppress his curiosity and cautiously inquired. I don't know him, Shen Xiaojing immediately refuted. Fully aware of whom he referred to, Zhao Lei fell silent for a moment before stating, but I could tell from his demeanor that he seemed to recognize you. I assure you, it was indeed my first encounter with him, Shen Xiaojing replied earnestly, though a question lingered in her mind. As a woman, she was naturally quite sensitive to the emotions of the opposite sex. At that moment, she noticed that Wu Shidao's expression turned exceedingly complex the instant he laid eyes on her. Shen Xiaojing firmly believed in the adage that the eyes do not lie. Beyond the excitement and surprise, the gaze Wu Shidao directed at her was unmistakably filled with profound affection, tinged with what seemed to be a hint of guilt. It was as if he were gazing upon a long-lost lover. Really? A flicker of skepticism crossed Zhao Lei's face. What do you mean? Shen Xiaojing returned to her senses, her pretty face clearly displaying a hint of displeasure. Xiaojing, please don't misunderstand. Noticing her unhappiness, Zhao Lei quickly forced a smile. Attempting to appease her, I'm not disbelieving you. It's just that I care about you. Shen Xiaojing frowned slightly, turning to head home, stating, I'm leaving. Take your time on the way back. After watching her depart, Zhao Lei's smile faded, and he found himself ruminating over the incident. His intuition told him that Wu Shidao must be acquainted with Shen Xiaojing. Otherwise, how could he have initiated an apology followed by a provocation? Chapter 12. Life is but a play, all dependent on skillful performance. The next day, upon waking, Wu Shidao made his way directly to the bus station to purchase a ticket home. Upon arriving in the provincial capital, he first headed to the bank to obtain a new bank card, depositing 990,000 into this new account. He then withdrew 30,000 to carry with him and hailed a taxi, heading straight to the mobile phone street. The mobile phone street in the provincial capital, both in scale and variety, utterly overshadowed that of the county town. The recently released iPhone 4, which had only just debuted abroad a few weeks prior, was certainly unavailable as gray market goods in the county, but here in the provincial capital, Wu Shidao already spotted numerous shops displaying signs for the newly arrived iPhone 4 outside their doors. Currently, the iPhone 4 could be deemed the most coveted electronic product among smugglers, its sales figures eclipsing those of any other mobile device. With one black iPhone 4 and two HTC G7s, Wu Shidao's 30,000 quickly dwindled. Just for that iPhone 4, he had spent 18,000. In the owner's words, at this price, there was no room for negotiation. It was take it or leave it. Although this boastful demeanor irked Wu Shidao somewhat, necessity dictated acceptance. On the return journey, while toying with his new phone, he felt not only admiration for the late Steve Jobs, but also a sense of urgency. The development speed of the 91 mobile assistant far surpassed Wu Shidao's expectations. After purchasing the iPhone 4, he deliberately inquired of the shopkeeper. The App Store allows for game downloads, right? How does one go about that? The owner's response was straightforward. If you have an overseas credit card, you can download games from the Apple App Store. The speed is particularly slow, and almost all games on there require payment. We've already jailbroken this phone and installed QQ and other applications. If you wish to download more, you can install the 91 mobile assistant from your computer, following the instructions to download free games. However, your iPhone 4 won't be able to do that until it is jailbroken. This confirmed that the 91 mobile assistant had, without a doubt, gained public recognition. Furthermore, these shops selling iPhones had inadvertently become promoters of the 91 mobile assistant. This was quite understandable. At present, purchasing a phone mostly occurred in physical stores. And even when the iPhone 4 eventually appeared on Taobao, the exorbitant price would lead most buyers to opt for brick-and-mortar establishments. It could be said that every customer buying an iPhone would be recommended the 91 mobile assistant by the shopkeeper. Displacing the 91 assistant would not be an easy task. Wu Shidao contemplated while seated in the car. Upon arriving home, his parents had yet to return from work. Sitting on the sofa, Wu Shidao rehearsed his prepared lines in his mind. As the sound of keys turning in the lock reached his ears, he quickly rubbed his face, feigning an excited and mysterious smile as he stood up. Oh! When his mother opened the door and saw him, she paused momentarily, somewhat surprised. You're back today? I thought you wouldn't return until tomorrow. I'm back. Wu Shidao's father glanced at him, gave a slight nod, and holding some groceries, began to head towards the kitchen. Dad, Mom, please close the door. I have something to tell you. Wu Shidao exclaimed in an excited tone. Both his parents were taken aback, gazing at him with curiosity. What is it? Mom and Dad, the lottery ticket I bought a while back won a big prize. Wu Shidao produced a bank card, handing it to his mother, carefully closing the door behind him while lowering his voice. Can you guess how much it is? His demeanor caused his mother to freeze for a moment, instinctively tightening her grip on the bank card, her voice trembling as she asked. How much? Over $1 million. Wu Shidao's voice was just loud enough for them both to hear. With a loud thud, the groceries his father was holding fell to the floor. His expression one of incredulous shock as he exclaimed, How much did you say? Over $1 million? Sure. Wu Shidao placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. His voice lowered. After taxes, it's still $1 million. The two of them stood in stunned silence. After a few seconds, Wu Shidao's mother regained her composure, clutching the bank card tightly, staring at Wu Shidao, and urgently asking, You're not lying to me, are you? There's really $1 million in this card? Indeed. If you don't believe me, we can check at the bank right now. Wu Shidao replied with a serious expression. $1 million may not suffice for the wealthy to purchase even a decent sports car, but for parents like his, who had little means and only knew of hard labor, it represented an unfathomable fortune. The astonished and delighted expressions on his parents' faces strengthened Wu Shidao's resolve to ensure they would live the best life possible. What lottery did you buy to win so much? Does your classmate Hubin know? While Wu Shidao's mother was overwhelmed with joy, her mind blank, his father quickly regained his composure. When did this happen? I bought the World Cup one, the football matches I watch every day. Before the matches started, I spent 10 yuan, not really thinking I would win, and yeah, I did. I was quite surprised. Wu Shidao whispered. Hubin, doesn't he know? I secretly claimed the prize before returning from the provincial capital, weaving a fabricated story. His father nodded, well aware of Wu Shidao's passion for football, having occasionally spotted a few lottery tickets worth a few yuan while cleaning his room. Thus he held no suspicions. You only spent 10 yuan? Wu's mother snapped back to reality, lamenting, if only you had bought a bit more. By the way, just the other day, I saw a lottery shop in our neighborhood advertising someone winning a 6 for $1 million grand prize. I never expected my son to also win a big prize. Oh, how I wish it were 6 for $1 million. Wu Shidao was momentarily speechless, clearing his throat. Winning anything was already remarkable. As his son aptly noted, one should not be greedy. Wu's father shot her a sideways glance. Winning over $1 million is already a cause for gratitude. What's wrong? Am I not allowed to dream a little? Wu's mother shot him a disapproving glance, then eagerly urged, let's go take a look at the bank. Is this really the right time? Wu's father immediately countered, it's still light out. If someone sees us, they'll know we've won the lottery. Haven't you seen the news? Once word gets out about someone winning, friends and family start asking to borrow money. If others find out, what do you think we'll do? Lend or not lend? Dad, doesn't that sound a bit guilty? Wu Shidao sighed, thoroughly impressed by his parents' line of reasoning, and smiled wryly. No one knows about this, at least not around here. Chapter 13. Development tools as he observed his father, standing near the ATM, feigning a cigarette while actually keeping a watchful eye on the surroundings. Wu Shidao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. So what's the verdict? When Wu's mother approached him after using the ATM, although Wu's father had already seen the excitement in her eyes and knew the answer, he still couldn't resist asking quietly. 99,000. Wu's mother replied with a gleeful whisper. Wasn't it supposed to be 100? Wu's father was taken aback, breathing a sigh of relief before playfully scolding. What on earth is that little rascal doing with $1,000? Subsequently, the three of them naturally found a restaurant and indulged in a delightful meal. During this time, Wu Shidao explained the purpose of the $1,000. I bought 3 new phones, one for each of us. Mom and Dad, I want you to know that my intention in purchasing these phones isn't for mere entertainment. Rather, I plan to develop a small program. This was Wu Shidao's way of subtly informing his parents about his newfound programming skills, ensuring it wouldn't come as a surprise later. Of course, aside from Wu's mother chiding him for spending too much, his father remained silent. Mom, Dad, let's discuss how to manage the remaining funds. Wu Shidao stated earnestly after they returned home, feeling satisfied from their meal. I think we should invest this money in a house. In his recollection, while house prices in the county town currently hovered around $2,000 per unit, They had previously skyrocketed to over 6,000. Although this was not on par with first-tier cities, the increase was still remarkable. No way. We should save this money for your future marriage. And besides, you're about to start college. Wu's mother immediately shook her head. And don't forget about your grandparents. They aren't in great health. So we need to keep some funds in reserve. After taking a drag from his cigarette and pausing for thought, Wu's father finally said, "Let's heed the child's advice and buy a house. Over the past 2 years, I've seen the news. House prices have been on the rise. It's better to buy sooner than later. A larger house would only cost around 200,000 to 300,000, leaving some for emergencies." He continued, "Purchasing a house means our son will have a place to live when he gets married, doesn't it?" Hearing this, Wu's mother suddenly found it reasonable and nodded in agreement. "You two should get some rest. I'm going to work on my program now." Not wanting to prolong the conversation after seeing his mother's approval, Wu Shidao knew that the reason for giving his parents $1 million was not only to consider the necessary startup capital, but primarily because he understood that if he had given them $2 million, they would likely just save it rather than enjoy it. Only when they realized their wealth had reached a significant level would they be willing to spend. This reflects the principle that quantitative changes can lead to qualitative transformations. Otherwise, their mindset would remain fixed on saving for a rainy day. Since June 2008, the 91 Assistant has seen a meteoric rise in popularity, currently boasting over 1 million daily users utilizing this client to install applications. Presently, the 91 Assistant stands as the largest mobile application distribution channel in the country and is also the only global software managing tool supporting iPhone, Windows, Android, and mobile devices. After conducting some online research about 91 Assistant, Wu Shidao furrowed his brow. Aside from 91 Assistant, competitors like the Android market and Wandujia are also vying for market share. Both 91 Assistant and the Android market are under the NetTiger company, with Wandujia holding a significant portion of the Android market share. The strength of these rivals cannot be underestimated. For now, I must focus on perfecting the jailbreak for Apple devices and the one-click root access for Android. Then devise other strategies. While 91 Assistant is currently at the forefront, so what? After all, I possess over a decade of experience and knowledge. If I cannot even compete with a mere 91 Assistant, that would be quite disappointing. The formidable strength of my competitors did not deter Wu Shidao. Rather, it ignited his competitive spirit. Confidence in life for 200 years. I shall strike the waters for 3,000 miles. Wu Shidao's first step was to develop a jailbreak tool for the iPhone 4. In his previous life, as an ardent Apple fan, he had certainly contributed a fair amount of money to Apple. As he began constructing the foundational code for the app, he reflected, had it not been for those years as an Apple enthusiast, studying the iOS system from version 4 to 11, and learning from various teams' jailbreak tools both domestically and internationally, I probably wouldn't have been able to create a jailbreak tool. In his past life, he purchased his first iPhone 4 in 2013, by which time the 5S had already been released, causing the price of the iPhone 4 to drop to $3,000 or $4,000. After much pleading, his parents finally agreed. Recalling those days of following jailbreak tutorials, downloading plugins, changing themes, and deleting seldom-used system files, he vividly remembered the thrill of seeing the system become smoother and transforming it to his liking. That exhilaration of flashing the device remains fresh in his memory. As his programming skills improved over time, Wu Shidao began learning how to crack the iOS system and develop jailbreak tools, eventually becoming a programmer for many years. In fact, from certain perspective, it was his initial foray into studying jailbreaks that gradually enhanced his programming abilities. The security of the iOS system is relatively high among various operating systems. However, there is no truly absolute secure system in existence. Especially as the functionalities of the iOS system continue to expand, vulnerabilities become increasingly inevitable. As the saying goes, the more complex the system and the more powerful its features, the more vulnerabilities will emerge. With unwavering focus, Wu Shidao tirelessly typed away until the early hours of the morning, running the freshly written program. Upon confirming its functionality, he connected the brand new iPhone 4 to the computer to begin testing the program. Soon enough, the phone rebooted, displaying a progress bar beneath the white Apple logo. Once the progress bar completed, the phone booted up normally. Next, it was time to test whether all of the phone's features functioned correctly. If any features exhibited abnormalities, it would indicate an imperfect jailbreak, signifying defects. In Wu Shidao's memory, it was only in August that the iPhone dev team released a jailbreak tool for iOS 4. And after Apple updated iOS 4 to version 4. So, 1. The newly launched jailbreak tool became unusable. The Wi-Fi connection worked perfectly. However, when testing the Wi-Fi connection, a vague thought crossed Wu Shidao's mind, prompting him to pause and reflect. After pondering for a while, without coming to a conclusion, he yawned, shook his head, and continued testing the other functionalities. After a night of toil, dawn broke, and Wu Shidao could no longer endure the fatigue. He shut down his computer and succumbed to sleep. In a drowsy haze, he lost track of time until the shrill ring of his phone pierced through his slumber. Struggling to open his heavy eyelids, he absent-mindedly pressed the button to answer. Mere moments later, the phone rang again. Who could it be? He fumbled to bring the device to his ear, and the voice of Hu Bin resonated from the other end. Old Wu, are you still asleep? Hurry up. Today is the day for filling out college applications. The mention of applications jolted Wu Shidao awake, and he sprang up, exclaiming, Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Chapter 14. Are you out of money? What were you up to last night? You look like a raccoon with those dark circles under your eyes, Hu Bin remarked, observing Wu Shidao's disheveled appearance. I was busy coding a small program. Wu Shidao yawned. Shall we go? Aren't we running late? You're aware we might be late? If I hadn't called, you'd have slept right through it. Hu Bin rolled his eyes, then curiously added, Tell me, old Wu, can you really code? I feel like the sun has risen in the west. Of course, I can, Wu Shidao replied lazily. After all, I've self-studied for quite some time. I can't handle complex tasks, but the simpler ones are manageable. As they chatted, they soon arrived at the classroom, where several classmates had already gathered, engaged in small groups. Some were animated and exuberant, having achieved commendable scores in their college entrance exams, while others sat in silence, lost in thought, reflecting on their disappointing results. Wu Shidao had long forgotten where his assigned seat was. It hardly mattered since he wasn't there to attend lectures. He and Hu Bin meandered toward the back of the classroom and casually took a seat. At that moment, he felt a gaze fixed upon him. Looking up, he spotted a girl seated in the front row, glaring at him with discontent. It was Meng Wenwen. Their eyes met, and Wu Shidao, in a gesture of courtesy, offered her a slight smile, but her response was a disdainful roll of her eyes, followed by a haughty turn of her head. Wu Shidao shrugged, bemused by his own absurdity. Why extend politeness to someone he knew to be manipulative? Hu Bin, witnessing the exchange, nudged Wu Shidao with his elbow and chuckled softly. You claim there has been no quarrel? Women are simple. Just flatter them a bit. He assumed the demeanor of a romantic expert. Who told you that? Wu Shidao asked, intrigued, as Hu Bin had always been a hopeless romantic prior to college. It's what the books say, Hu Bin replied. Just then, a middle-aged man entered the classroom briskly, holding a stack of documents. Wu Shidao recognized him as their high school homeroom teacher, though he could not recall his full name, only that it began with Wang. Everyone, please quiet down. First, I want to congratulate you all on your commendable scores in the college entrance exams. For those who may not have performed as well, do not lose heart. Teacher Wang began, eloquently emphasizing the crucial points regarding college applications before leading the students to the computer lab to fill out their preferences. After a flurry of activity, it was already noon. All right, now you all can await your admission letters, Teacher Wang concluded, issuing a few final instructions before dismissing the class. Wait, everyone, don't rush off just yet. I have something to say. A boy suddenly stood up, passionately declaring, We are about to embark on separate journeys to different cities for our studies. I propose we have a gathering tonight. Each person contribute 50 yuan, and we'll settle any balance later. What do you all think? I agree. Me too. The proposal was met with immediate enthusiasm. Old Wu, are you joining us? Wu Bin nudged Wu Shidao. Wu Shidao gently shook his head, recognizing the organizer of the gathering, Zhao Xiaoping, the class monitor. He vividly recalled how, 10 years later, Zhao would orchestrate a reunion during the Spring Festival, boasting at the dinner table about a recent incident where his Mercedes had a minor collision, resulting in repair costs exceeding 20,000 yuan, and how he had taken his girlfriend to view a lavish 200-square-meter duplex. The most ostentatious moment came when Zhao, amidst an AA payer gathering, generously dismissed the leftover change, declaring it a tip for the waitstaff. Of course, beyond Zhao, that night was also populated by a few other pretentious individuals. The female classmates arrived in extravagant attire, as though attending an international film festival, while the male classmates engaged in a contest of who could boast more about their wealth or professional success. What should have been a reunion morphed into a showcase of arrogance. Wu Shidao, who was not doing well financially at the time, spent the evening quietly eating and drinking, rarely speaking. However, Zhao Xiaoping, in a shift of conversation, relentlessly inquired about Wu Shidao's monthly income. Upon learning that Wu Shidao only earned a few thousand yuan, Zhao feigned sympathy, lamenting, Old classmate, your situation is rather dismal. I recall you once pursued Meng Wenwen, right? Ah, are you two still in touch? Though unspoken, the implication was clear. He was fortunate that Meng Wenwen had not ended up with Wu Shidao, or else how unfortunate that would have been. Wu Shidao bristled at Zhao's words, glaring at him and demanding to know what he meant. The other classmates, sensing the tension, hastily attempted to diffuse the situation. Zhao, recognizing Wu's discontent, quickly shifted topics, chuckling nervously. Out of respect for their shared history, Wu Shidao refrained from probing further and simply stood up to leave. However, as he exited the room and closed the door behind him, he distinctly heard Zhao mutter, "A poor fool still has the audacity to act tough." Meng Wanwen must have been blind to have dated him during school. Later, Wu Shidao learned that Zhao Xiaoping had secretly harbored feelings for Meng Wanwen during their school years, which explained his ostentation after acquiring wealth. Reflecting on these events, Wu Shidao became acutely aware that only through financial success could he silence the petty and arrogant individuals who reveled in their superficial displays of superiority. If you're not participating, that's fine. I have no interest either. I'd rather play some games or take a nap. Hu Bin shrugged. Come on, while everyone else here, let us get the money collected, Zhao Xiaoping called out, slowly retrieving his phone from his pocket. I'll book the restaurant. Wow, monitor. Is that the latest Samsung smartphone? The Galaxy S. That must cost around 5,000 yuan. Can I take a look? Most of the boys, being tech enthusiasts, were well versed in the latest gadgets. Haha, you all have quite the keen eyes. Zhao Xiaoping reveled in the envious glances cast by the boys around him, casually waving his hand while discreetly stealing a glance at Meng Wanwen in the distance. He then feigned indifference and remarked, I just got this smartphone after the college entrance examination. It's quite intricate compared to those basic phones. Give me a moment to make a call to book a restaurant. By the way, everyone, please contribute your share. A throng of classmates promptly handed their money to Zhao Xiaoping, with several boys gathering around him, their eyes glistening with desire for the smartphone in his hand. Throughout the ages, the spirit of comparison has persisted, and the present is no exception. Aside from their studies, their discussions revolved around who had acquired a new phone or who had purchased a new pair of sneakers, among other topics. Wu Shidao noticed Meng Wanwen casting another glance in his direction. However, despite his earlier courteous smile toward her, she had merely responded with an eye roll, diminishing his desire to engage with her further. Such was her nature. The more attention he gave, the more troublesome she became. Wu Shidao, come over and pay your share. Zhao Xiaoping called out after finishing his phone call. Noticing Wu Shidao and Hu Bin walking away, his brow furrowed, and a flicker of displeasure arose within him, feeling that the authority of the class monitor was being contemptuously challenged. After all, nearly all the classmates had agreed and contributed their money, except for Wu Shidao, who left without uttering a word. I won't be attending the class reunion. I'm simply not interested, Wu Shidao stated succinctly as he continued to walk away. Is it a lack of interest or a lack of funds? Zhao Xiaoping quipped with a deliberate smile, raising his voice. Wu Shidao, I know your parents are ordinary workers and your family's financial situation is modest. Is it that you can't afford the money? If you're short on cash, I can cover the 50 yuan for you. Wu Shidao halted, turned to Zhao Xiaoping, and gazed at him intently, his tone calm yet firm. Zhao Xiaoping, what are you implying by mentioning my parents? Chapter 15, The Illogic of Gold Diggers. Gazing into Wu Shidao's deep, tranquil, yet imposing eyes, Zhao Xiaoping suddenly felt a twinge of fear, sensing that a poorly chosen response might lead to a swift reprimand. Swallowing hard, he coughed lightly and clarified. I merely meant that if your parents haven't given you pocket money, I could cover the 50 yuan for you. Zhao Xiaoping, I understand your family is affluent, but your parents' wealth is their achievement, not yours. What is there to boast about? Before Wu Shidao could finish, a sound of music filled the air, and he felt his pocket vibrate. Taking out his phone, he glanced at the screen to see it was his mother calling. He answered nonchalantly, Mom, what's up? Unintentionally revealing the bitten Apple logo on the back of his phone. Have you not finished filling out your applications yet? It's already past 12. His mother said on the other end. I'll be done shortly. I'm heading back now, Wu Shidao replied before hanging up. It was then he noticed the peculiar stares from his classmates. Old Wu, is that an iPhone 4? Hu Bin exclaimed, astonished. When did you get a new phone? Let me see. I bought it a few days ago when I went to the provincial capital, Wu Shidao responded, as Hu Bin eagerly reached for it. Wow, it really is an iPhone 4. Hu Bin exclaimed, swiping the screen a few times. How much did you pay for it? 10,000? 18,000? Wu Shidao shot a glance at the astonished Zhao Xiaoping. Zhao Xiaoping, I reiterate, I will not attend the class reunion, not due to financial reasons, but because I have no interest. Do you understand? With that, he tugged at Hu Bin, who was engrossed with the phone, and they headed home. Wow, he's really wealthy. Casually dropping 18,000 on an iPhone 4. Only those with money can afford an Apple, murmured the onlookers. Where did Wu Shidao get such money? ISNT his family, just average? Could he be putting on a facade? Someone speculated. Come on, it's 18,000, not 1,008. I believe he earned it himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said what he did earlier. The individual paused mid-sentence, casting a fleeting glance at Zhao Xiaoping, and suddenly, everyone comprehended the underlying implication. Zhao Xiaoping felt a flush of embarrassment. He had begged his parents for a long time to spend 5,000 on a Samsung smartphone, intending to flaunt it today. Yet, before he could even shine, his moment was eclipsed. Now, his classmates were engrossed in discussions about Wu Shidao's iPhone 4, and his Samsung felt inferior in his grasp. Come, since Wu Shidao and Hubin are not attending, everyone else, please contribute your share. Zhao Xiaoping discreetly tucked his phone into his pocket, forcing a smile. I won't be attending either. Meng Wenwen's voice chimed in as she quickly pulled the girl along and strode out. Zhao Xiaoping gritted his teeth in frustration, feeling helpless. Had it not been for Wu Shidao's earlier display, he could have easily countered Meng Wenwen's departure by saying that everyone was not attending, thus challenging her social standing. Class monitor, I have matters to attend to at home. I won't be joining either. Me too, echoed several others, as approximately 10 more students exited. 50 yuan is neither a small nor a trivial sum for these students. Not everyone is inclined to partake in such collective dining activities. Ultimately, after tallying, out of over 50 students in the class, only a handful expressed their willingness to participate, leaving Zhao Xiaoping fuming. Wu Shidao, wait a moment. Just as they exited the classroom building, Meng Wenwen's voice rang out. I'm looking for you. Hu Bin, enamored with the iPhone 4, remarked. I'll wait for you at the school gate. Let me play with your phone a bit longer. With that, he hurried away. As Wu Shidao observed Meng Wenwen approaching with another girl, he instantly recalled the girl's name, Lu Xia. He remembered her vividly, for she was an eccentric and a gossip. After Wu Shidao's breakup with Meng Wenwen in a previous life, Lu Xia frequently shared tidbits about Meng Wenwen in the class group. It was one thing to share, as freedom of speech resided in others' hands. However, Lu Xia would always follow up with snide remarks, sometimes even directly tagging Wu Shidao. Initially, Wu Shidao ignored her, but he eventually couldn't hold back and retorted a few times in the group chat. Consequently, she unleashed her fury in the chat, claiming how fortunate Meng Wenwen was for not being with this poor loser, and ridiculing Wu Shidao for not being able to afford a house. Eventually, she began flaunting her wealth, showcasing car keys and her spacious apartment balcony. At that time, most of their peers had just graduated and had little money. Many envied Lu Xia's ostentation, even if they didn't voice it. However, the truth came to light when Hubin caught Lu Xia with a man over 50 at KTV, embracing and kissing him, only to be caught red-handed by the man's wife. It became clear that Lu Xia's car and apartment were gifts from that older gentleman, revealing her as a mistress. Is there something you need? Wu Shidao inquired with mild annoyance as the two girls approached. What did you mean the last time? Meng Wenwen demanded, her expression stern. You need to clarify this for me today. Seeing her bearing, which resembled that of an interrogator confronting a criminal, Wu Shidao couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly remarking, Didn't you say you would never speak to me again? Furthermore, what exactly is our relationship? I pursued you for so long, yet you never agreed to be my girlfriend. Therefore, we are merely ordinary classmates, and I owe you no explanation, do I? Indeed, in his previous life, he had pursued Meng Wenwen for quite some time, yet she had always kept him at arm's length, never once affirming her desire to be his girlfriend. It was only on her birthday during their freshman year that she explicitly agreed to be with him. Prior to that, their relationship had remained ambiguously flirtatious. In his past existence, Wu Shidao was but an innocent young man, naive enough to believe in her so-called tests, unaware that she merely regarded him as a backup option. Meng Wenwen fumed, stomping her foot in frustration. She had never anticipated that the Wu Shidao, who would go to great lengths to placate her whenever she was upset, would suddenly become so resolute. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Wu Shidao, do you truly believe that just because you pursue Wenwen, she must acquiesce to you? Lu Xia interjected, eager to support her friend. If she doesn't agree, then why accept the gifts I've given her? Wu Shidao retorted. Receiving gifts does not equate to accepting you, Lu Xia asserted with conviction. These are two entirely different matters. Do you comprehend? The hell with you. Wu Shidao was instantly rendered speechless, contemplating the absurdity of her logic. Why would one accept gifts from someone they do not have feelings for? No wonder Lu Xia had resorted to such tactics. What sane individual would behave in such a manner? Chapter 16. Quite manly, how dare you insult me? Lu Xia was momentarily stunned, her face ablaze with anger. You should be grateful I don't hit women. Otherwise, with your ludicrous reasoning, I would be tempted to slap you. Wu Shidao rolled his eyes and turned to Meng Wenwen, saying, In the future, don't disturb me unless necessary. I am very busy. Goodbye. With that, he pivoted and strode away. Who do you think you are? Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. You think you could be Wenwen's boyfriend? Dream on. Lu Xia spat at Wu Shidao as retreating figure before turning to the dazed Meng Wenwen, saying, Let us go. Oh, Meng Wenwen snapped back to reality, responding absently. After walking a few steps in silence, Lu Xia, feeling somewhat irritated, remarked, Wenwen, you saw it too, right? That Wu Shidao is truly insufferable. What are you thinking? Can I say something without you getting angry? Meng Wenwen hesitated, glancing at her friend. What is it? Speak freely. I promise I won't get upset, Lu Xia replied. Curiosity piqued. Meng Wenwen's cheeks flushed as she shyly admitted, I found Wu Shidao's way of cursing rather manly. Lu Xia's expression darkened instantly, her thoughts racing with resentment. So, you see him holding an iPhone and suddenly think he's wealthy, and now you're defending him? I'm not all along you're not a good person either. My dad won 20,000 in the lottery. Wu Shidao casually fabricated an excuse to appease Hu Bin's curiosity. Upon returning home, he informed his parents about the college application process before immersing himself in work once more. In the ensuing week, aside from visiting his grandparents in the countryside with his parents and enjoying a meal with several uncles and cousins to celebrate his university acceptance, Wu Shidao dedicated all his time to developing and testing the app. Currently, the one-click jailbreak feature for Apple and the one-click root access for Android had undergone rigorous testing and posed no issues. Wu Shidao initially considered adding ROM flashing capabilities for the Android version, but given that the Android system had only progressed to version 20, with some versions 22 and 23 requiring specific device compatibility, it would likely result in failures. Moreover, incorporating ROM flashing would significantly enlarge the file size of the Universal Cracking Store. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided against adding this feature. During this time, AK-47 gradually transferred nearly 1,000 bitcoins to Wu Shidao. As per their agreement, Wu Shidao converted the funds at a rate of 50 cents per bitcoin, depositing them into his account. The sharp decrease in quantity was attributed to AK-47's explanation that the time required for mining bitcoins had begun to increase. Sometimes, it took an entire night of computer operation to mine just a few, unlike in 2009 when one could effortlessly mine hundreds overnight. A considerable portion of these 1,000 bitcoins had been acquired from others as well. Wu Shidao recalled that in his previous life, it was around July when individuals began using professional GPUs for Bitcoin mining. The slowdown in AK-47's mining speed, aside from the increased difficulty, was likely due to others entering the mining field as well. However, Bitcoin still felt far off. Wu Shidao's current plan was to release his Universal Cracking Store before the domestic launch of the iPhone 4, aiming to compete with app stores like 91 Mobile Assistant and Wanduja for market share. After all, Baidu's acquisition of 91 Mobile Assistant was still 3 years away, providing ample time for competition. The name of the app he was developing, the Universal Cracking Store, had been meticulously crafted. Compared to the term jailbreak, the word crack conveyed a clearer understanding of its meaning, making it more accessible to the Chinese populace. The term universal served to boast while simultaneously providing a psychological suggestion that, being universal, the app must possess remarkable capabilities. The app's icon was designed simply, featuring a red background with the words universal in white, making it quite eye-catching. In terms of functionality, Wu Shidao drew inspiration from the current page design of 91 Mobile Assistant, not out of laziness, but because many users were already familiar with it. If he opted for a completely different design, it would require users to invest time in acclimatizing themselves anew. Human nature tends to be lazy. No one wishes to exert unnecessary effort. Thus, adopting 91's template would allow new users to feel instantly familiar and able to navigate the app. Additionally, he categorized various apps downloaded from the internet, while selecting some cracked apps. Wu Shidao recalled that both 91 Mobile Assistant and Android Market offered a plethora of free cracked apps. However, shortly after Baidu's acquisition of 91 Mobile Assistant in 2013, Apple initiated a lawsuit against it. Contemplating this, Wu Shidao hesitated. If he refrained from including links to cracked apps within his Universal Cracking Store, it would undoubtedly appear less appealing compared to 91 Mobile Assistant. Yet, if he mirrored 91 Mobile Assistant's model, he would likely encounter numerous troubles in the future. At that time, 91 Mobile Assistant was already under the auspices of Wanghu Company, which had a dedicated legal department, while Wu Shidao was merely one individual. If he were to attract legal issues due to cracked software, he lacked both the time and energy to address such complications. After much contemplation, Wu Shidao ultimately chose to forego the free cracked apps available on Weiphone Network. However, this raised a degree of concern for him. What if users merely utilized his Universal Cracking Store for jailbreaking, only to return and download from application stores like 91 Assistant or the Android Market? This dilemma left Wu Shidao somewhat perplexed. Mom, Dad, I have something to attend to tomorrow and need to step out for a bit. That evening, during dinner, Wu Shidao informed his parents, I've developed a small program and must travel to the provincial capital. I might be away for 2 or 3 days. What business do you have in the provincial capital? His mother inquired, somewhat puzzled. Just make sure to return early and, above all, take care of yourself, his father added, not probing further, as he believed his son deserved a measure of freedom now that he was older. I need to rent a server in the provincial capital specifically for my program, Wu Shidao succinctly explained, aware that they would not grasp the technical details. The internet facilities in our county are rather limited, and the bandwidth may be insufficient. Oh, his mother responded, somewhat comprehensively, yet still confused. She then produced the HTC phone Wu Shidao had gifted her, saying, "Son, is there something wrong with this phone? I just added 20 yuan 2 days ago, and it has already run out of service. I haven't made any calls recently. Could you check what's going on?" After a brief pause, she continued, "By the way, I did receive a few text messages informing me that my data is insufficient." "What does that mean? You must have been downloading something," Wu Shidao replied with a smile, quickly realizing the issue. "Mom, downloading apps on a smartphone consumes a lot of data. If you want to play those games, make sure to use Wi-Fi at home." At that moment, a sudden thought struck him. Data? Wi-Fi? The universal Wi-Fi key? Chapter 17. Missing out on a remarkable boyfriend. After briefly explaining to his mother, Wu Shidao hastily finished his meal, abandoned his bowl, and swiftly retreated to his room. Indeed, how could I have forgotten about the universal Wi-Fi key app? He mused as he opened his computer, focusing intently on the program's code structure. At that time, the universal Wi-Fi key was undeniably a highly sought-after app. In his previous life, its downloads had exceeded 500 million at its peak. After pondering for a moment, Wu Shidao began to modify the code. This was the dawn of mobile internet applications, an era that could be described as untamed. Compared to later years, app developers at this time were indifferent to privacy concerns. Upon using an app, a user's device information, contacts, geographical location, microphone permissions, and other data were quietly recorded by the app. What Wu Shidao aimed to do was to incorporate a small program into the universal cracking store, which would record the Wi-Fi name, device information, password, and geographical location whenever a user downloaded the universal cracking store and connected to Wi-Fi for the first time, discreetly transmitting this data back to the server for record keeping. Once a sufficient number of users accessed the universal cracking store, this data could be leveraged to launch the universal Wi-Fi key at an opportune moment. The principle behind the universal Wi-Fi key was quite simple. It involved sharing Wi-Fi passwords, but it required a substantial and diverse collection of Wi-Fi records to achieve its so-called universality. Naturally, this also depended on the router owners not having altered their passwords. Early the next morning, Wu Shidao first withdrew several tens of thousands of yuan from the bank and tucked it into his pocket before heading straight to the bus station. Unbeknownst to him, a familiar face had spotted him leaving the bank. Meng Wenwen. Clutching a handbag, she observed Wu Shidao depart before hastily entering the bank. "Aunt, your bag," she called out as she approached the counter, where Wang Ru was working. "Could you hold on a moment?" Wang Ru smiled and quickly stepped out to greet her. "Have you had breakfast? Come join me." As they walked into the adjacent lounge, Meng Wenwen handed Wang Ru the bag she had left at home, her eyes glinting with curiosity. "Aunt, was that boy just now here to withdraw money?" "Wu Shidao," Wang Ru recalled, as he was notably the youngest customer that day. Meng Wenwen nodded. "Do you know him?" Wang Ru inquired. "Yes, my classmate," Meng Wenwen explained. Wang Ru then understood, nodding as she ate her breakfast. "Yes, he was here to withdraw cash. How much did he take out?" Meng Wenwen pressed. Wang Ru raised an eyebrow. "Why do you ask?" "Just curious," Meng Wenwen replied. "He has an iPhone 4, which I heard cost 18,000, and from the way he spoke, it seemed like he was using his own money, not his parents'." Wang Ru nodded and glanced outside, lowering her voice. "The account is his own. He withdrew 80,000. Just keep this to yourself. The bank does not allow such information to be disclosed." Meng Wenwen obediently nodded, yet her mind was swirling with questions. Where did he acquire all that money? She was aware of Wu Shidao's family background. Both his parents were ordinary salaried workers, which was precisely why she had been trying to attract his attention. As a woman, she enjoyed the attention he lavished upon her, relishing the feeling of being pursued, especially since he was quite handsome. Often, she felt a twinge of regret, contemplating that if Wu Shidao's family circumstances were better, she might genuinely consider him. Long ago, she had come to understand that in life, there are only 3 opportunities to alter one's fate: birth, education, and marriage. Her parents, like Wu Shidao's, were ordinary workers, which propelled her to study diligently, hoping to rise above her current situation. Could it be that all this money was earned by him? Meng Wenwen, distracted, exchanged a few more words with Wang Ru before bidding farewell. On her way home, she pondered this matter incessantly. What a coincidence! A voice startled her from a reverie. Looking up, she saw who'd been standing before her, waving his hand in front of her face. "Meng Wenwen, What are you daydreaming about? I called your name several times. Her heart fluttered as she brushed her glossy black hair back and smiled slightly at Hubin. I just lost my train of thought. By the way, Hubin, which university did you apply to? Jinsha Information Engineering University. What about you? Oh, I applied to one in Hushur. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Meng Wenwen casually inquired. By the way, where's Wu Shidao? Aren't you two inseparable? I haven't seen him. I don't know, Hubin replied bluntly. I called him, and he said he was busy programming. I even asked him to come out to the internet cafe, but he didn't want to. Have you guys made up? Programming? Meng Wenwen paused, exclaiming, he knows how to program? I had no idea. She believed she knew Wu Shidao quite well, considering he had always been quite talkative with her. I don't know, Hubin shrugged. Hubin shrugged, as if after the college entrance examination, he had transformed into a different person, exuding an air of newfound maturity. I was aware that his parents had purchased a computer for him at an early age, but I had only recently heard him mention his programming skills. So, it was like this. Meng Wenwen nodded thoughtfully, exchanged a few casual remarks, and then found an excuse to take her leave. Could it be that all his money was earned through programming? The more Meng Wenwen pondered, the more convinced she became. Otherwise, how could he afford to buy an Apple phone and have 80,000 yuan in his bank account? With the rise of the internet in recent years, Meng Wenwen had witnessed stories of prodigious youths and internet miracles, like the individual who registered a domain name early on and later sold it for millions. Or the founder of the How 123 website, who was merely a middle school student when he created his personal site while managing a network, only to be acquired by Baidu for tens of millions plus stocks. Was it possible that Wu Shidao had been concealing his talents, testing me all along? This thought suddenly struck Meng Wenwen, illuminating her mind like a ray of light piercing through a fog. Following this line of reasoning, she increasingly felt that it might indeed be the case. Had she possibly overlooked an exceptional boyfriend? Chapter 18. Limited numbers. Upon arriving in the provincial capital, Wu Shidao made a beeline for the Unicom company's server room. He had arranged with the management personnel in advance, after signing the server hosting agreement and renting bandwidth. The entire morning swiftly passed. Simultaneously, a staggering 2 million yuan had vanished from his account. He still felt it was insufficient. Gazing at the mere 200,000 yuan remaining, Wu Shidao fell into deep contemplation. Within less than a month of receiving the lottery winnings, he had already squandered half of it. Money truly seemed to dissipate all too easily. According to the information he had previously researched online, approximately 1 million users in the country download various mobile applications daily. As more mobile manufacturers shifted their focus to smartphones, this user base would only continue to grow. In Wu Shidao's plan, the bandwidth needed to accommodate at least 2,000 users downloading simultaneously. However, upon learning the cost of such bandwidth, he resolutely abandoned the idea. The price was simply exorbitant. Even with a speed limit of 100 kbps per user, alongside reserve and burst traffic, he would require 15 gigabits per second of bandwidth. Quoted by Unicom at 2 million a year. This meant that the funds in Wu Shidao's account were insufficient to cover even 2 years of bandwidth costs. After careful consideration, weighing user experience and demands, Wu Shidao gritted his teeth and rented a 5 gigabits per second bandwidth. Once his universal cracking app captured a significant market share, he would need to further upgrade the bandwidth to enhance user experience and ensure rapid download speeds, necessitating even greater investment. He needed to devise ways to earn more money. Otherwise, not only would he struggle to compete with 91 Assistant, but he would also find it impossible to sustain himself. On his way to the computer market, Wu Shidao's thoughts were consumed with how to generate revenue. As the saying goes, once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. He had come to terms with the idea that if he were to fail, he could always find a job, live a mundane life, and wait for a decade or so until Bitcoin surged, cashing in his holdings and perhaps becoming a billionaire. Based on his recollections of Bitcoin reaching a peak of 100,000 in 2024 with around 15,000 Bitcoins in his possession, he could potentially amass a fortune. With this thought, Wu Shidao's spirits lifted, contemplating, if I don't strive, I'll only end up as a billionaire in a decade. Upon reaching the computer market, he purchased 2 mid-range servers, leaving him with scant cash from the 80,000 yuan he had withdrawn. Following 2 days of setting up and debugging the servers in the data center, he received a call from Meng Wenwen. Initially reluctant to answer, as he was preoccupied, he was taken aback by her incessant calls, compelling him to pick up. With a cold and rigid tone, he inquired about the purpose of her calls. In stark contrast, Meng Wenwen's demeanor was unusually gentle. She inquired after his well-being and suggested meeting for a meal. This left Wu Shidao bewildered. Ultimately, he declined, citing his busy schedule, yet she bore no resentment, suggesting they arrange another time. As he sat in the waiting area with his return ticket in hand, Wu Shidao's thoughts drifted to Shaojing. He checked his phone and noted that it was already July 5th. The university admission notices should be arriving soon. Suddenly, recalling the upcoming World Cup matches, he felt a jolt of excitement and hurriedly checked the match schedule. The quarterfinals were set to commence the day after tomorrow. He swiftly exited the waiting hall and located a nearby lottery shop. Wu Shidao vividly remembered the scores of the preceding matches. Netherlands 3, Uruguay 2, Spain 1, Germany 0. In the quarterfinals, victory in these matches would lead the winners to the finals. At that moment, predictions indicated that the scores would be low, often referred to as small ball victories. Thus, the odds for low ball outcomes were not particularly high, with the odds for Spain's 1-0 victory over Germany at 8. While the highest odd for the Netherlands' 3-2 win over Uruguay could reach around 50. The odds for a two-match parlay were 400 to 1. Betting 2 yuan per ticket would yield 800 yuan. Boss, I'll take 1,000 bets on this two-match parlay, Wu Shidao exclaimed, counting the cash he had on him. Less than 3,000 yuan. After some thought, he addressed the lottery shop owner directly. The limit for a single ticket was 99 bets, costing 198 yuan. The owner glanced at Wu Shidao, punched a few keys in a lottery machine, and said, I'll print out 10 tickets for you first, totaling 980 yuan, and then 1 ticket with 10 bets. How's that sound? That works? Wu Shidao nodded in agreement. Checking the time, he noted that he still had about an hour before the long-distance bus departure. There was a bank nearby, and he contemplated withdrawing more money, considering that the World Cup only had 4 matches left. This implied that he had only 2 more opportunities to earn a quick profit. He needed to seize these chances to secure his future plans. Just as Wu Shidao was lost in his thoughts, the shop owner abruptly announced, the lottery cannot be processed. What do you mean? Wu Shidao snapped back to reality, looking at the owner in confusion. This isn't driving. There shouldn't be any restrictions on odd or even numbers. The regulations governing the lottery are quite stringent. In the case of a popular event, such as the World Cup, the system imposes limitations on betting for unexpected scores, disallowing further wagers. This restriction does not apply during the group matches, as there are numerous games. However, with only 3 or 4 matches remaining in the World Cup, the betting opportunities become limited. The proprietor gestured toward the lottery machine and picked up a ticket, observing, only about 8 tickets can be issued, which amounts to 800 bets. Is there really a limit on that? Wu Shidao found himself at a loss for words. Of course, the owner shrugged. This is a sports lottery, and the number of participants is not particularly high. You might consider it this way. If 100 million people are betting, and each contributes 2 yuan, the total fund would be 200 million. Therefore, we must exclude various winning possibilities. Ultimately, the total prize cannot exceed 200 million, otherwise, who would cover the costs? Hence, limits are imposed on unusual scores. Do you understand? Wu Shidao pondered for a moment before inquiring. What if I try another lottery shop? Could I still place my bet? The owner shook his head, explaining that it was a system-wide restriction, not specific to any one store. Very well, Wu Shidao conceded, paying for his ticket and carefully storing it away as a thought crossed his mind. It seems that cheating indeed has its limitations. Chapter 19, Mother no longer worries. After calculating, he realized that the final prize for 800 bets would only amount to approximately 640,000. After paying a personal income tax of 20, the net gain would be around 500,000. This is rather meager, Wu Shidao sighed, having initially hoped for a significant windfall. Yet, reality proved to be rather harsh. He began to reflect, questioning whether he was perhaps being too greedy. After all, the majority of salaried workers earn an average monthly wage of merely 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, with a fortunate few earning 4,000 to 5,000. Yet they are the minority. A sum of over 50,000 equates to roughly a decade's worth of salary for most individuals. Upon returning home, his parents were still at work. Wu Shidao booted up his computer, connected to the server, and conducted a thorough check before logging into the Weifeng forum, solemnly commencing the composition of a post. Global sensation. Domestic team launches Universal Cracking Store for effortless jailbreaking of iPhone 4. The Universal Cracking Store is available in both iOS and Android versions, each allowing users to effortlessly jailbreak the iOS system or obtain root access on Android devices. The process is remarkably simple. By following the link below, users can download the Universal Cracking Store program, connect their phone to the computer via a data cable, and launch the program. Upon successful jailbreaking or acquiring root access, the Universal Cracking Store app will appear on their phones, enabling downloads of various applications. The entire process takes approximately 3 to 5 minutes and is safe and reliable, having been personally tested to yield effective results without turning into a white apple. I solemnly declare that should any friends utilize the universal cracking store and inadvertently render their phones inoperable, I will take full responsibility. This declaration was intentionally crafted by Wu Shidao, as many apps claiming to jailbreak the iPhone 4 exist online. Yet trusting them could lead to a 95% chance of the phone becoming a brick. The remaining 5% of users may not render their devices inoperable. But success in jailbreaking is far from guaranteed. Currently, the primary force behind jailbreaking comprises foreign tech teams. From his recollection, the jailbreak software for iOS 4 would not emerge until August, and there might be some flaws, occasionally resulting in failed attempts. During this period, Wu Shidao tirelessly coded day and night, aiming to seize the opportunity. The global premiere, coupled with the fact that it was produced by a domestic team, would surely attract attention and generate ample discussion. Moreover, the final responsibility statement would allay many users' concerns. This strategy was something Wu Shidao had learned from the 7-day unconditional return policy on Taobao, which has significantly contributed to the flourishing of internet e-commerce by alleviating consumer apprehensions. After meticulously reviewing his post, just as he was about to hit publish, Wu Shidao suddenly conceived an idea. He added a seemingly playful line following the responsibility statement. With the universal cracking store app, Mom no longer needs to worry about me spending 200 yuan on a failed jailbreak. Jiao Mumu, your mother's calling you home for dinner. This phrase had become a popular internet meme the previous year, and it was commonplace to see netizens responding with it in various forum threads. Although Wu Shidao did not comprehend the reason behind its popularity, he figured that adding a humorous reference could enhance the appeal of the universal cracking store. As soon as the post was published, his phone chimed with a notification. It was yet another call from Meng Wenwen. Is something wrong with this woman? Wu Shidao promptly hung up, but she called again almost immediately. What do you want? He asked, his patience wearing thin, yet Meng Wenwen seemed oblivious to his irritation. How about dinner together tonight? My treat. I'm busy. When will you be free then? What exactly do you want? I want to meet and talk. Meng Wenwen's tone was resolute. After some contemplation, Wu Shidao relented. All right, suggest a place. Let's meet at the KFC by the school in half an hour, she replied. KFC caused Wu Shidao to twitch slightly at the corners of his mouth, but he quickly realized that it was quite reasonable. He recalled that he had often treated Meng Wenwen to this fast food chain. Nevertheless, for students, KFC could still be considered a lavish treat. He called his mother to inform her that he would be dining out and then refreshed the web page, noticing that his post had yet to receive any comments. He shut down the computer and left. Wayphone was founded on January 10, 2007, a day after Apple released its first-generation phone. It became the first website dedicated to the iPhone and is renowned as the most popular and authoritative iPhone community in the country. Within the Wayphone forum, the username Pumpkin enjoys considerable recognition, not only as one of the forum moderators, but also for frequently sharing various free cracked apps. Additionally, he serves a role akin to an app reviewer, providing critiques and recommendations for various applications. For those apps he finds particularly engaging or professional, Pumpkin has crafted a post titled Pumpkin's Recommended Gems, which has garnered acclaim from users, leading to substantial download numbers. Over time, some individual developers have even reached out to him for evaluations of their apps, and upon receiving a positive review from Pumpkin, they would highlight the Pumpkin's Recommended Gem certification in their posts to attract users. After returning home from work that day, Pumpkin brewed himself a cup of green tea and habitually browsed foreign forums for a while. Renowned cracking teams assert that the iOS 4 system is considerably more secure than its predecessors. Jailbreaking the iPhone 4 within a short time frame is unfeasible. Glancing at his iPhone 4 beside him, Pumpkin sighed. As a devoted fan, he had eagerly paid a handsome sum for an imported version, yet he felt disheartened that, after a month, he had yet to see the jailbreak software from the foreign cracking teams. The unjailbroken Apple device significantly diminishes its playability. Patience is required for a little longer. Pumpkin clicked the mouse and took a brief glance at the Wayphone forum, a daily obligation as a moderator. Today, however, there was nothing particularly new. Unlike those users who frequented the forum to download popular applications, Pumpkin had cultivated a habit of sifting through new threads, hoping to discover something novel. Just as he was about to close the forum, he noticed a post titled Global Sensation Launch. He paused, intrigued, and murmured to himself, "How fascinating! A global sensation launch, produced by a domestic team, boasting an app that claims to jailbreak the iPhone 4 flawlessly with a single click? Such grandiose claims. Is this genuine or merely a virus?" Chapter 20. Perfect Jailbreak. Pumpkin, ever cautious, refrained from clicking the link immediately and instead meticulously read through the post. After all, as a moderator, he had encountered unscrupulous developers and hackers who deliberately distributed apps laden with malware. A one-click perfect jailbreak? Foolproof operation? No more worries for my mother about spending 200 yuan on a failed jailbreak? Upon reaching the end, Pumpkin couldn't help but chuckle. His first instinct was that this must be a fraudulent jailbreak app. The rationale was simple. Since the advent of the iPhone, most jailbreak software had been developed by foreign cracking organizations. It wasn't that there were no domestic teams. Rather, due to their later inception and various other factors, virtually all jailbreak software was released first by foreign entities. Indeed, it works. The poster is incredible. My mother need not worry about my 200 yuan being wasted on a failed jailbreak. The responses beneath the post were overwhelmingly positive, each echoing the sentiment. My mother need not worry about my jailbreak failing. Could it be that a swarm of bots was orchestrating this? Just as this thought crossed Pumpkin's mind, he promptly dismissed it upon spotting a familiar user ID among the replies, someone who was frequently active on the forum and consistently shared reasonable insights. A series of notification sounds chimed. Another moderator sent a QQ message. Quickly check that post. Global sensation launch. One-click jailbreak for iPhone 4. This individual is remarkable. Their Universal Cracking Store app has genuinely achieved a flawless one-click jailbreak. And it's perfect. A perfect jailbreak? Upon reading this, Pumpkin's eyes widened with astonishment. He immediately grasped the significance. The Wayphone forum was on the cusp of a renaissance. We must seize this opportunity. The other moderator sent a few more messages. Let us create a buzz around this. Moreover, we must retain this individual. Their ability to produce a perfect jailbreak software indicates exceptional technical prowess. We should strive for collaboration, ensuring they update jailbreak software on Wayphone in the future. You're right. I'll first test this perfect jailbreak. Pumpkin responded, hastily clicking the link to download the Universal Cracking Store to his computer. After connecting his phone to the PC and following the tutorial outlined in the post, he opened the program, which promptly displayed a message indicating it was searching for the phone and inquiring whether to proceed with the one-click jailbreak operation. Upon clicking, the program began to load, and approximately 2 minutes later, a success message appeared, followed by the phone rebooting. Upon startup, the phone screen showcased the Universal Cracking Store app. The application store's design was quite minimalist, reminiscent of the 91 Assistant. Pumpkin browsed briefly and then attempted to download several apps via Wi-Fi, noting the rapid download speeds. However, upon searching for several popular cracked apps, he found none available. Pumpkin was slightly taken aback, his first reaction being, could it be that the jailbreak failed? Yet he quickly dismissed this possibility, as a failed jailbreak would prevent bypassing the iPhone's App Store for downloads. He then tried to install the 91 Assistant app directly onto his phone and succeeded immediately. It dawned on him that the application store did not contain those cracked apps after all. Realizing this, he proceeded to install various plugins, all of which were successful. The iOS 4 system operated seamlessly and smoothly. Indeed, it was a perfect jailbreak. Based on his experience, it surpassed the Red Snow jailbreak he had used with the 3GS by a considerable margin. After using Red Snow, some apps would crash or exhibit minor lags. And perhaps it was merely his perception, but the iOS system felt slightly sluggish compared to its pre-jailbreak fluidity. After half an hour of testing, the first thing Pumpkin did was to send a private message through the forum to the user who had posted about the Universal Cracking Store. Hello, I am an administrator of Wayphone. May I get to know you? Subsequently, he pinned the post about the Universal Cracking Store, highlighted it, and certified it as a Pumpkin's recommended selection. After completing these actions, he noticed that dozens of responses had already accumulated beneath the post. As the poster stated, it is indeed a one-click perfect jailbreak for the iOS 4 system. My mother need not worry about my jailbreak failing. If there was a regret, it was that the Universal Cracking Store lacked free cracked popular games, which was somewhat disappointing. However, he was relieved that they could still be downloaded from the 91 Assistant. This jailbreak software, created by our compatriots, deserved to be showcased on international forums, allowing foreigners to witness the prowess of Chinese technology. This jailbreak software was far superior to Red Snow, and its clarity and simplicity meant that mothers need no longer fret about their children's jailbreak failures. With Pumpkin's pinning and highlighting, the forum echoed with both joy and concern. Some resellers of imported Apple phones felt both elated and anxious. They were thrilled that the iPhone 4 could finally be jailbroken, yet worried that the Universal Cracking Store, being an effortless one-click jailbreak solution, would undermine their ability to profit from assisting users with the jailbreak process. Users could now directly download it online and achieve a successful jailbreak in mere minutes. Simultaneously, the staff at Wayphone's 91 Assistant Wireless Division also took note of the Universal Cracking Store's release. They had dedicated personnel actively engaging on major forums daily, not only searching for novel apps, but also monitoring the emergence of jailbreak software for iOS 4. It was imperative. Without the release of jailbreak software, the 91 Assistant would not find its way on Apple user screens. Manager Lu, the latest jailbreak software for iOS 4, has appeared on Wayphone. Lu Mingxian, who oversaw the 91 Assistant Wireless Division, received a call from a subordinate while on his way home. His immediate reaction was, "This is excellent news." Is it from the foreign Red Snow? It's domestic, called the Universal Cracking Store. It can flawlessly jailbreak the iOS 4 system with a single click. And it's remarkably user-friendly, but it seems it may pose a competitive challenge, as it too functions as an app distribution platform. Upon hearing the report, Lu Mingxian was momentarily taken aback, then promptly replied, "I understand. Please send it to my email, and I shall review this app once I return home." Chapter 21. Indeed, it crashed. Upon arriving home, Lu Mingxian opened his email, where the staff had already sent over the program for the Universal Cracking Store app, along with installation instructions. After completing the installation, his immediate reaction was one of simplicity. Yet, his focus was not on how the Universal Cracking Store app achieved a flawless jailbreak with a single click, but rather on its application market functionality. After meticulously examining the application market feature, Lu Mingxian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it did not contain any cracked applications, only allowing searches for legitimate ones. Lighting a cigarette, Lu Mingxian pondered quietly. Meanwhile, on the Weiphone forum, many users were exuberantly celebrating the possibility of jailbreaking, yet an inexplicable premonition stirred within Lu Mingxian. His intuition suggested that this Universal Cracking Store was aimed squarely at 91 Assistant, targeting the application distribution market. However, it struck him as peculiar that the application market did not provide download links for cracked app programs. Consequently, with 91 Assistant boasting a plethora of cracked free app programs, it undeniably retained a significant advantage in the richness of application content. The developer of the Universal Cracking Store could not possibly be oblivious to this fact. What is the matter? Seated in a KFC restaurant, Wu Shidao, indulging in a feast of fried delights with the mindset of not letting good food go to waste, thought that this meal would serve as a form of recompense for the numerous times he had treated Meng Wenwen to dinner in the past. "Wu Shidao, I've been giving it some thought lately." Meng Wenwen tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, smiling sweetly at him. With a gaze filled with affection, she continued, "I believe I have not treated you well in the past. I sincerely apologize. Let us reconcile and not remain angry with each other, shall we? Reconcile?" Wu Shidao nearly choked, swallowing his food with effort, and looked at the earnest expression on Meng Wenwen's face with amusement. "I recall you previously stated that we were merely friends, not in a romantic relationship. Is reconciliation necessary?" "Indeed, while I did say we were friends, I have long since accepted in my heart the notion of becoming your girlfriend. It's just that you were unaware." Meng Wenwen blushed, lowering her head and softly adding, "You must allow someone time to accept and adapt, right?" Had Wu Shidao not known what kind of person Meng Wenwen was, he might have been swayed by her performance. He smiled slightly, swallowed a piece of fried chicken, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and said leisurely, "Are you finished?" "Yes," Meng Wenwen nodded. Her face flushed as she implored, "Shall we reconcile?" "Reconcile? We're just ordinary friends, or rather, merely classmates. You're reading too much into it. There are no misunderstandings between us, let alone anything else, so reconciliation is not applicable." Wu Shidao shrugged and stood up. "By the way, I'm quite busy. Please refrain from calling me in the future, okay?" "What do you mean?" Meng Wenwen was taken aback, her expression darkening as she retorted, "Wu Shidao, I have humbly apologized so deeply. What more do you want? I never asked for an apology from you." Wu Shidao chuckled. "It seems you have misinterpreted our relationship. I can only say you are overthinking it." "Misinterpreted our relationship?" Meng Wenwen blurted. "What would you call your previous pursuit of me? Consider it bad luck for you. Or perhaps my boredom. Either is valid." Wu Shidao waved his hand dismissively, turning to leave. "I am Busa. Goodbye, and thank you for the treat. Rather, I should say thank you for your return treat. You." Watching him walk away without a glance back, Meng Wenwen was nearly driven to madness. She had made her willingness to be his girlfriend so evident, yet she was met with such disregard. With thoughts of a Universal Cracking Store app swirling in his mind, Wu Shidao returned home, exchanged a few words with his parents, and quickly retreated to his room, eager to check the situation on the Weiphone forum. Goodness, is it this intense? To his astonishment, upon checking, he found that his post had been pinned and highlighted, with the number of replies skyrocketing to over 1,000. Remarkably, this was only a little over 2 hours after he had published the post. Suddenly recalling something, Wu Shidao hurriedly logged into the server backend to review the download statistics. As expected, the web page opened with excruciating slowness. After 2 to 3 minutes, it still had not loaded and displayed a message indicating that the response time had exceeded limits, rendering the page inaccessible. Indeed, it had crashed. Wu Shidao could only smile wryly, realizing he had underestimated the fervor of Apple enthusiasts. However, it was understandable. Though the domestic version of the iPhone 4 had yet to be released, countless units were smuggled in daily through customs. The iPhone was currently dubbed electronic gold, with some dealers even hiring individuals to shuttle between Hong Kong and Shenzhen daily to bring in the devices by hand. Opening his post and browsing through the plethora of comments, Wu Shidao categorized the over 1,000 responses into 3 types. The first group expressed relief that they no longer had to worry about failing a jailbreak. The second group, while praising the app, suggested increasing the number of applications available in the market. The third group lamented about the server crashing and their inability to download the Universal Cracking Store app. In addition, there were dozens of private messages within the forum, some from moderators and a few from individuals claiming to be members of jailbreak teams. However, one message in particular caught Wu Shidao off guard. Dear IDW, I am Lu Mingxian, the head of 91 Assistant. We are highly interested in your Universal Cracking Store and would like to explore the possibility of cooperation. My phone number is 138. Please feel free to contact me at any time if you and your team are interested in collaborating. IDW was the username Wu Shidao registered on the Weiphone forum. In Lu Mingxian's mind, considering that the iPhone 4 had only been released for a month, the team that launched a flawless jailbreak software must possess formidable technical prowess. Interesting. 91 Assistant seeks collaboration with me. Could it be an acquisition? Wu Shidao chuckled, recalling that when Wanghu Company acquired 91 Assistant a few years ago, they only spent 100,000 yuan. However, they had noticed so quickly, indicating that they perceived the Universal Cracking Store as a potential competitor. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Shidao sent Lu Mingxian a private message. How do you propose to collaborate? Please elaborate. To his surprise, the response came almost instantaneously. We wish to acquire your Universal Cracking Store, as well as your technical team. If this is agreeable to you, please quote a price. Indeed, Lu Mingxian remained glued to his computer. 1 billion. Any price below that is negotiable. Wu Shidao typed the figure nonchalantly. 1 billion? Lu Mingxian chuckled derisively, muttering to himself in disdain. If you had eaten a little more peanuts, you wouldn't be this intoxicated. Don't even mention a billion. Would you spend 100 million? You should consider your own worth. You merely stumbled upon a flaw in the iOS 4 system and truly believe you can reach great heights. He pondered for a moment before responding. How about this? I will acquire the Universal Cracking Store for 500,000, along with your technical team packed together. You can join Net Tiger Company, with each individual earning a monthly salary of over 10,000. What do you think? Chapter 22, Sharing the Burden. 500,000? Do you truly believe it is akin to picking up cabbages? Upon seeing the price that Lu Mingxian had proposed, Wu Shidao couldn't help but chuckle. The application store would soon become a battleground for internet giants, fiercely contending for dominance as the gateway to the mobile internet era. Platforms like Wandujia, at their peak, commanded acquisition prices as high as $400 million. Subsequently, Wu Shidao dismissed him entirely. It wasn't until approximately 11:30 p.m., after the peak download period for the Universal Cracking Store app had passed, that the server backend finally became accessible. According to the download statistics from the server backend, today alone, there had been around 60,000 downloads, with a simultaneous download rate of 500 users. It would take about 3 minutes to complete the download of the Universal Cracking Store app. The maximum hourly download capacity was 10,000, and since the upload, only about 7 hours had elapsed. This indicated that shortly after the post was uploaded, the server had reached its maximum download capacity. Upgrading the bandwidth was an urgent necessity. Wu Shidao considered his bank account balance, which was dwindling to just over 2 million. Even if one were to estimate the number of smartphones in the country at 10 million, should the users of the Universal Cracking Store reach 500,000, the current bandwidth would be woefully inadequate, because if even just 10 of those 500,000 users, equating to 50,000, simultaneously attempted to download app software from the Universal Cracking Store, the immense traffic would far exceed the current bandwidth's capacity. Money truly seemed to vanish in an instant. Rubbing his temples, Wu Shidao realized for the first time that several million could be quite fleeting. Where could he possibly procure additional funds? He opened the Universal Cracking Store app on his phone, attempted to download an app, and then focused on the timer in the lower right corner of his computer. Approximately 20 minutes later, the app was finally installed. As the number of users increased, if multiple individuals downloaded simultaneously, the speed would further diminish. Given that most people's schedules were relatively similar, this was precisely why peak traffic occurred. Noticing a private message from the moderator of Weiphone Network, Wu Shidao felt a spark of inspiration and replied to the moderator, known as Pumpkin. How would you like to collaborate? Add me on QQ for a detailed discussion. In less than a minute, a message popped up on QQ. Someone had requested to add him as a friend, and the individual's name was indeed Pumpkin. Hello, esteemed expert. I am Pumpkin, the moderator of Weiphone Network. I am very pleased and grateful that you chose to release the Universal Cracking Store app on our platform. It's a pleasure to meet you. Upon reading Pumpkin's message, Wu Shidao smiled slightly. After some polite exchanges, he inquired, "Does Wayphone Network wish to collaborate with me? What specifics can you share regarding this collaboration? Esteemed expert, you are surely aware that the iOS system updates frequently. Our proposal is to have your future jailbreak tools exclusively released on Wayphone Network," Pumpkin stated. "Rest assured, we will promptly pin your post and promote it within the network." He continued. Wu Shidao instantly grasped Wayphone Network's intentions. They sought to leverage his technology for mutual benefit. Although Wayphone Network was the first smartphone forum in the country themed around the iPhone, with the advent of the Android system, the iPhone was no longer the sole smartphone. In this competitive landscape, other Android-centric forums, like Gfing Network, had emerged, intensifying the rivalry. Users typically favored such forums based on practicality and richness. The iPhone's current utility was primarily centered around jailbreaking, while other application apps available on Wayphone Network were also found on other forums. Should Wu Shidao opt to release the Universal Cracking Store on alternative forums, a portion of Wayphone Network's users would undoubtedly be diverted. Merely pinning and enhancing visibility held little significance. After a moment's contemplation, an idea suddenly emerged in Wu Shidao's mind. If Wayphone Network genuinely wishes to collaborate, I have a small condition. What condition? Pumpkin inquired. Help me alleviate some of the download pressure, Wu Shidao proposed. Your server must have spare capacity. Could you create a dedicated post for users to download, linking the Universal Cracking Store to your server as an attachment? I need to discuss this with the site owner. Pumpkin replied. Although I am one of the partners of Wayphone Network, my shares are not as substantial as the site owners. We will confer and provide you with a prompt response, if that is acceptable. That is perfectly fine, Wu Shidao replied, presenting a highly enticing condition. If you agree, I assure you that regardless of how many times Apple updates its version, I will release the jailbreak tool at the earliest opportunity, and guarantee it will be the first in the world. This was no mere boast. After all, he had methods for jailbreaking from iOS 4 through to iOS 10. Really? Upon reading his words, Pumpkin's eyes widened in astonishment, incredulously asking, "Global first release? Is your technical team truly that formidable?" If Wu Shidao could indeed achieve this, Wayphone Network's reputation would undoubtedly soar. The current iOS 4 served as a perfect testament to this. Isn't that so? Wu Shidao retorted. All right, await my news. Pumpkin promptly engaged in discussions with the site owner. Every website typically reserves a certain bandwidth for server capacity, and Wayphone Network was no exception. After some deliberation, Pumpkin relayed a response to Wu Shidao. We can assist in alleviating some download pressure, but we can only allocate around 500 users for download traffic, and it must be capped at a speed of 20 kilobytes s. If we increase the download speed further, Wayphone Network will be adversely affected. Understood, thank you. Wu Shidao expressed his heartfelt gratitude. However, he also recognized that this would merely be a modest alleviation of the server strain. Ultimately, he would still need to upgrade the bandwidth once more. Otherwise, users attempting to download apps from the application store would continue to experience sluggishness and lag, making it challenging to encourage them to adopt the Universal Cracking Store in the future. Left with no choice, Wu Shidao embarked on another trip to the provincial capital. In addition to acquiring 2 new servers, he also upgraded the bandwidth at the data center. Collaborating with the network engineers at the facility, he implemented a throttled CDN approach, raising the bandwidth to 15 gigabits per second. After conducting several tests himself, it was evident that the app process had significantly improved, with the download speed within the application store reaching a bearable rate. Now, it took approximately 3 to 5 minutes to install an iOS application app. For Android, the process was even swifter, taking around just a minute. This was primarily due to the larger size of most iOS apps. Following this upgrade, Wu Shidao finally felt a sense of relief. The data from the server backend revealed that within merely 3 days, the download count for the Universal Cracking Store had soared to over 3 million and continued to rise by the minute. This download volume could only be described as explosive. Chapter 23. Synchronized Updates. Do not underestimate the figure of over 3 million. It is crucial to recognize that the domestic market is currently caught in the transitional phase between smartphones and feature phones. Due to its exorbitant pricing, Apple remains relatively niche, with the total number of Apple users in the country hovering around 5 million. This implies that at least half of the iOS users have likely downloaded the Universal Cracking Store, while the majority of Android users do not place significant importance on root access. Therefore, Wu Shidao finds the current download figures quite satisfactory. In stark contrast to the booming Universal Cracking Store, Wu Shidao's finances can only be described as meager. After all the upheaval, his bank account has dwindled to a little over 1 million, and combined with the winnings from his 800 lottery tickets, he barely reaches 2 million. The lottery has been drawn, yet Wu Shidao intends to wait until the school term begins to collect his prize in the provincial capital, thereby saving himself an unnecessary trip. As the server's backend data indicated that downloads had surpassed 4 million, the rate of user acquisition noticeably slowed. Concurrently, Wu Shidao's private messages on the forum swelled with inquiries from developers. The messages were largely uniform, expressing a desire for the Universal Cracking Store to feature their developed apps. These developers predominantly consisted of individual creators. The stringent review process and prolonged timelines of the Apple App Store, compounded by the necessity of binding overseas credit cards for purchases, have redirected many aspiring developers in the mobile internet space to focus on the domestic market. Currently, the methods of promoting apps remain relatively simplistic, either posting links on forums to self-promote or engaging with some faux users to inflate downloads, which only works for exceptionally good apps capable of swiftly capturing user interest. Otherwise, the results are often fleeting or entirely ignored. Alternatively, apps can be submitted to stores like 91 Assistant or Wandugia for recommendations to gain user downloads, compared to the former method of forum promotion. The latter approach via application stores yields significantly better results. The launch of the Universal Cracking Store has presented these individual app developers with a new promotional avenue, prompting them to reach out to Wu Shidao for collaboration. This is undoubtedly advantageous for Wu Shidao. The application market resembles a supermarket in reality. Only a diverse array of products can attract customers. If a vast supermarket offers merely 2 or 3 types of goods, even ghosts would shy away. Given that Wu Shidao's primary concern is to capture market share and compete with 91 Assistant, he has opted not to charge for app listings, especially since 91 Assistant does not impose fees either. Otherwise, he would not let such a small opportunity slip away. However, the consequence of this decision is that Wu Shidao has become so busy that he scarcely has time to eat. Some individual developers, under the guise of app promotion, are in fact hiding malware within, necessitating a thorough review by Wu Shidao to ensure these apps are safe before they can be listed on the Universal Cracking Store. After all, given the considerable expense of a smartphone, if users would download a malicious app from the store that compromised their devices, they would not blame their own reckless downloading, but rather attribute the issue to the app itself. A collapse in reputation would be exceedingly difficult to recover from. Although Wu Shidao has created a simulator specifically designed to detect hidden viruses within apps, he remains overwhelmed. Something must be done. He needs to find someone dedicated to this task. After merely 2 days of reviewing, Wu Shidao felt dizzy and overwhelmed, unable to keep pace. On July 15th, he was unexpectedly contacted by Nangua on QQ. Hello, the iOS 4 system has pushed out version 401. After the update, will the Universal Cracking Store still be able to jailbreak with one click? Her concerns were not without merit, as many jailbreak tools become unusable following an iOS system update. In recent days, the Wayphone forum has alleviated some of the download pressure for Wu Shidao. According to their previous collaborative agreement, Wu Shidao is required to timely update the jailbreak functionality of the Universal Cracking Store to aid Wayphone in further solidifying the reputation of the iPhone theme community. Rest assured, it will be updated without fail, Wu Shidao assured without hesitation. While developing the Universal Cracking Store, he had anticipated the possibility of iOS system updates. Although iOS is currently the most secure operating system on the market, this does not imply it is devoid of vulnerabilities. In fact, iOS has persistently harbored various flaws, necessitating the release of patches following major updates. The Universal Cracking Store could still function as a jailbreak tool without updates. But app updates serve as a direct method to gauge user engagement and activity. The update patch for iOS 4.01 was officially pushed on July 16th, and Wu Shidao's Universal Cracking Store was updated promptly at 6 a.m. that very day, with speed being the primary focus. Just a few hours after the update was launched, the Wayphone forum erupted with excitement. Incredible! Bowing to the master, Mom no longer needs to worry about my jailbreak failures. Even Jobs would praise this genius. Damn, at this update speed, I shall use the Universal Cracking Store for the rest of my life. The announcement of the update reverberated throughout the forum, leading to the near collapse of the Universal Cracking Store servers. Fortunately, prior bandwidth upgrades, coupled with the download distribution via Wayphone forum, allowed users to endure the slower update speeds. Meanwhile, the wireless division of 91 Assistant convened a meeting. Is that Universal Cracking Store team unwilling to sell? Indeed, General Zhou, Lu Mingxian explained to the company as Zhou General, I reached out to them previously, and they quoted a price of 10 billion. It's utterly absurd. 10 billion? That price is utterly ridiculous. Zhou General's eyelids twitched before he shifted the conversation. Is the Universal Cracking Store currently affecting 91 Assistant significantly? according to our data statistics from the day after tomorrow. The application download volume for 91 Assistant has slightly decreased by around 10%, Lu Mingxian reported. There's indeed some impact. 10%? That's a substantial effect? Zhou General narrowed his eyes, visibly displeased. Didn't you claim that the apps within the Universal Cracking Store were not as diverse as those on 91 Assistant? Why then is there such a considerable impact? General, I have conducted analysis. Lu Mingxian spoke calmly. The decrease of 10 downloads is most likely attributed to non-gaming users. The backend data indicates that there has not been a significant decline in the gaming applications within the 91 Assistant market. However, the number of utility apps, such as flashlights, wallpapers, and cameras, has sharply diminished. It seems that the Universal Cracking Store has captured those users who are merely interested in jailbreaking for plugin modifications. These users exhibit little interest in our paid, cracked games, as the applications available in the Universal Cracking Store suffice for their needs. I speculate that this demographic consists primarily of female users. Zhou nodded, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. He pondered, in that case, we must ensure that we maintain our competitive edge and not allow newcomers the opportunity to catch up. The cracking team needs to exert more effort and intensify their work on cracking paid apps. Chapter 24. You are my true brother. During a meeting at Wanghu Company, Wu Shidao was also searching for someone. As he had synchronously updated with Apple today, the Universal Cracking Store experienced another surge, marking a peak period for requests to collaborate on app listings. Reluctantly, Wu Shidao applied for a new QQ account, filled entirely with applications for app listings in the Universal Cracking Store. He urgently needed to find someone to take charge of this matter. The first person that came to his mind was Hu Bin. No sooner had he picked up his phone than it rang in unison. Upon checking, Wu Shidao couldn't help but smile. It was indeed Hu Bin calling. Old Wu, my admission letter has arrived. Have you received yours? So soon? Mine hasn't arrived yet, but it should be here in a day or two. Haha, are you free now? Come out with me. What for? To buy a phone, of course. Wu Shidao was taken aback, then suddenly understood, laughing. Did your mother give you money? Of course. She promised me that if I got into college, she'd buy me one. Now that the admission letter has arrived, she must fulfill her promise. I'll be waiting for you at Mobile Street, so hurry up. As Wu Shidao approached Mobile Street, he spotted Hu Bin standing by the roadside, looking around anxiously. Upon meeting, Hu Bin's first remark was, take out your iPhone for me to play with. Is it really that fascinating? Wu Shidao replied, somewhat speechless, yet he handed over his phone. Truly beautiful. Hu Bin admired the phone, sighing, I want to buy an iPhone too, but it's so expensive. My mom only gave me 5,000 yuan. I'm considering whether to stick with HTC or work somewhere to save for an iPhone. By the way, old Wu, how about we both work together? Where we work? Wu Shidao chuckled, understanding the allure of the iPhone 4 for digital enthusiasts, despite the underlying desire to flaunt wealth. At my cousin's bar, I asked him, and he said he could pay me 2,000 a month. Hu Bin continued, with a month and a half until school starts, I could earn 3,000, and then I can squeeze out some living expenses to aim for an iPhone 4. Wu Shidao recalled that in his previous life, while Hu Bin had a strong desire for the iPhone 4, it was not as fervent as it was now. He surmised it was likely due to his own recent purchase of the iPhone 4, which had intensified Hu Bin's desire. Do you genuinely want to work for money? Taking a moment to reflect, Wu Shidao looked at him seriously. If you're interested, I happen to have a lighter job for you. One that doesn't involve serving at a bar. I was a monthly salary of 4,000 sound. Really? Upon hearing this, Hu Bin became instantly excited, exclaiming, 4,000 a month? That's so high. I'm in. But I must clarify, I will only engage in legitimate work. I will never resort to selling my looks. Rest assured, with your appearance, selling your looks would be out of the question. Wu Shidao chuckled. The job was quite simple, merely requiring the review of app software for potential malware. He briefly explained the task to Hu Bin. Just check for malware in the emulator? That seems too easy for a 4,000 yuan salary. Hu Bin noted in disbelief. Indeed, it's that straightforward, but it requires meticulous attention. As you know, the primary focus of the review is to ensure that the app is free of malware. While it may seem simple, it can be rather troublesome. Wu Shidao nodded. Take a look and see if you're willing to do it. You can also continue once you're in college by concentrating your review work during lunch and evening breaks. Is it really that good? Hu Bin exclaimed. 4,000 a month would cover my college tuition and living expenses, so I wouldn't need to ask my mom for money. Suddenly, he recalled something and tentatively asked, Old Wu, do you also make 4,000 a month? Not a single penny. Wu Shidao shrugged. Remember when I mentioned I wrote program? You mean? Hu Bin's eyes widened in disbelief. You're telling me that for this review work, I'd be getting paid 4,000 a month to work for you? He wasn't naive and quickly realized that such a high salary for a simple and easy job with flexible hours was a rare opportunity. If it weren't for his connection with Wu Shidao, such a fortune would never land in his lap. Wu Shidao nodded, clarifying. You'll be helping me out because I genuinely can't manage this alone. Come on, we're brothers. Why talk about money? Hubin immediately shook his head, saying earnestly, if you're overwhelmed, I'm happy to help you out without discussing pay. We shouldn't let money spoil our friendship. Listen to me. Wu Shidao patted his shoulder. Brothers should keep things clear. If I were busy for a day or two, I wouldn't hesitate to ask you for help. However, this is not a short-term task. It will take a considerable amount of time. How can I let you do it for free? Isn't your time valuable too? Moreover, while the work isn't complicated, it does demand patience and attention to detail. If I let someone else handle it, I wouldn't feel at ease. But I trust you. He suddenly realized that he might have a latent potential as a somewhat ruthless boss, not in crafting grand illusions for Hubin, but in genuinely motivating and moving him. The saying the position dictates the mindset held true. Depending on where one stood, one would naturally express oneself accordingly. That's too generous. Hubin was indeed touched, exclaiming, by the way, where did you get so much money? I sold a small program and made a bit of money. Wu Shidao casually fabricated story. Noticing Hubin's curiosity to inquire further, he shifted the topic. By the way, if you really want that iPhone 4, how about I advance you some of your salary? Sure enough, Hubin's eyes lit up, and with a grin, he rubbed his hands together. Is that appropriate? Of course. If you want an advance, I wouldn't oppose it. I certainly don't want to. But if you're not keen, then forget it, Wu Shidao teased him. Don't, old Wu. No, brother, you're my real brother. Hubin immediately clung to him. Grinning, I do. To be frank, purchasing now is rather ill-advised, as prices are bound to plummet next year, potentially by 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. Wu Shidao remarked. However, it ultimately depends on your own desires. If you wish to buy, I have no objections. Chapter 25. Is it stolen? Buy it. My friend is all about the trend, Hubin declared without hesitation. Very well, let us withdraw some funds, Wu Shidao nodded. The two made their way to a nearby bank, where they withdrew 20,000 yuan from the ATM. Upon exiting, Wu Shidao promptly handed the money to Hubin, stating, just to clarify, this is 5 months' worth of wages. Rest assured, old Wu, Hubin replied earnestly as he accepted the stack of cash. I promise not to let you down. I will work diligently. Wu Shidao nodded in agreement. Arriving at the mobile phone store they had visited previously, Hubin immediately called out, Boss, do you have the iPhone 4? Yes, the white one is 17,500 yuan, and the black one is 18,000, replied Wang. The shop owner, who vaguely remembered the two, particularly Wu Shidao. Could you possibly offer a discount? Hubin inquired tentatively. I can jailbreak it for you for free. Wang responded. In other places, they would charge you several hundred for that service. Wu Shidao chuckled and asked, Isn't their free jailbreak software available online? Can't one do it oneself? Wang shot him a glance and replied earnestly, Sure, you can jailbreak it yourself, but what if it turns into a brick? If you jailbreak it here and it malfunctions, I will take responsibility. Boss, what software do you use for the jailbreak? Wu Shidao inquired with a smile. Just say whether you want it or not. Wang shifted the topic. Hubin's gaze was fixated on the model phones behind the counter, and feeling the cash in his pocket, he resolved, I'll take the black one. 18,000, Wang said, remaining seated. Hubin retrieved a stack of cash, counted out 20 notes, and handed the remainder to Wang. Once the transaction was complete, Wang fetched a brand new phone from beneath the counter and pushed it towards Hubin, asking, would you like to jailbreak it yourself, or shall I assist you? Just tell us what software to use for the jailbreak. We'll manage it at home. Wu Shidao replied cheerfully. Wang glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, and said, Universal Jailbreak Store. However, there aren't many games on that app. If you want to download free games, you should use the 91 Assistant. It has a wider selection. Is it safe for us to do it ourselves? Hubin whispered anxiously to Wu Shidao. Don't worry, Wu Shidao reassured him with a smile, leading Hubin away. He knew that even if Wang hadn't mentioned it, the jailbreak would indeed utilize his own app. Recently, a foreign cracking group had released a jailbreak tool. But with Apple's patching and the launch of iOS 4.0.1, only his app could perform the jailbreak. Nonetheless, the 91 Assistant remained quite popular. With the leftover money, following Wu Shidao's suggestion, Hubin purchased a laptop as he was about to enter university and, being a computer science major, would find it convenient to have one. Upon arriving at Wu Shidao's home, he first sent the emulator to Hubin, then granted him administrative access while teaching him how to review apps for approval. Universal Jailbreak Store? Hubin stared wide-eyed at the back end. Old Wu, you created this app yourself? Are they using your app for the jailbreak? Indeed, Wu Shidao shrugged. Hubin scrutinized him from head to toe and back again, a hint of peculiarity in his gaze. What's wrong? Wu Shidao asked. I feel as if I suddenly do not know you anymore, Hubin replied earnestly. It's as if you've transformed into a different person, quietly crafting such an impressive app. How should I put it? You seem both familiar and foreign. Then, shifting the conversation, he curiously asked, "Old Wu, since this app is free, what is your motivation behind it? Is it merely to provide it for others' use?" "Precisely. It's meant to be free for others," Wu Shidao affirmed. "But isn't that a futile endeavor, wasting time?" Wu Bin questioned, puzzled. "This app is free for public use, but it can generate revenue from other avenues, such as referral fees and promotional fees." Wu Shidao explained as he pulled out his phone, opening the Universal Jailbreak Store app and pointing at the screen. "Have you ever pondered why, when you open the app, the first things you see are these apps and not others?" I haven't, who been considered and shook his head. "This is where the money lies." Wu Shidao indicated the screen. "Currently, there are hundreds of apps available in the Universal Jailbreak Store, but the phone screen only has so much space. If you want users to see your developed app first upon opening the store, it requires referral fees and promotional placement fees. Understood? So that is how it is." Hubin finally grasped, then curiously asked, "How much referral fee are we talking about?" "Not much," Wu Shidao said. "It's roughly a few hundred yuan." In truth, he had set the price for a homepage recommendation at 1,000 yuan and the banner advertisement at 3,000 yuan, significantly lower than the 91 Assistant S rates. Given that the user base for the Universal Jailbreak Store was still far below that of the 91 Assistant, naturally, the advertising prices had to be lower as well. Wu Shidao's expectations were modest. As long as the advertising revenue could support the app's operations, he would be content. Once it surpassed the 91 Assistant, then advertising rates would inevitably increase, along with bandwidth upgrades. Ultimately, prior to Baidu's intervention in 2013, Wu Shidao's aim for the Universal Jailbreak Store was not profit, but rather to capture as much market share as possible. Therefore, all earnings would be reinvested into the app. Just a few hundred yuan? That's likely calculated daily, so that amounts to several thousand a day. Hubin mentally estimated, suddenly gasping at the thought of how much that could accumulate in a month. Of course, he was unaware of the investments required for bandwidth and servers. After chatting for a while longer, Hubin, with his newly acquired laptop and phone, returned home. On the way, he heard his QQ notifications ringing incessantly. Taking out his phone, he saw dozens of messages from his class group, Class 8 of the third year. "Classmates, have you all received your admission letters? I propose we gather for a get-together. What do you think? I'm in favor. I have no objections." A chorus of voices erupted in agreement. Perhaps it was due to the arrival of the admission letters that the class leader, Zhao Xiaoping's proposal garnered such enthusiastic responses. Even Ming, one agreed to participate. "Hubin, will you and Wu Shidao be joining?" Zhao Xiaoping tagged Hubin, seeking his input. Having been somewhat embarrassed by Wu Shidao's actions in front of the entire class last time, Zhao Xiaoping harbored a psychological shadow and was reluctant to approach Wu Shidao directly. "I want to be attending. Wu Shidao is quite busy and probably won't have time either." Hubin spoke bluntly, suddenly realizing why he found Wu Shidao somewhat unfamiliar. Unlike Zhao Xiaoping and others, who spent their days pondering how to have fun, Wu Shidao had already embarked on the path of earning money. They seemed to inhabit entirely different worlds. This disparity was the reason he felt a sense of estrangement towards Wu Shidao. He stowed away his phone, too indifferent to engage with his classmates. At that moment, Lu Xia chimed in the group chat. What could Wu Shidao possibly be so busy with? Is he sneaking around? I heard that an iPhone 4 costs over 10,000 yuan. Don't you think his phone might be stolen? Given his family circumstances, how could he afford such an expensive device? Chapter 26, The Gossip Monger. Zhao Xiaoping's eyes lit up upon reading Lu Xia's message. Indeed, why hadn't he thought of that? Given Wu Shidao's family background, how could he possibly buy an iPhone 4 without resorting to theft? After making this statement, Lu Xia waited a few minutes, oblivious to the fact that Wu Shidao had long since muted the group chat, and Hubin was not even glancing at his phone. She smugly concluded that she must be right. In that moment, she felt akin to Sherlock Holmes. See, I knew it. If that iPhone had a legitimate source, wouldn't Wu Shidao flaunt it? His low profile only confirms its dubious origins. Lu Xia eagerly continued to post messages. I wonder about this, Zhao Xiaoping echoed. Surely Wu Shidao isn't that kind of person? A classmate remarked. He doesn't seem like it at all. You just don't understand. Knowing a person's face doesn't mean you know their heart. Lu Xia sent several mocking emojis, swiftly typing in the group. But this is quite normal. With no money and wanting such a good phone, resorting to theft is understandable. Her tone, while appearing to exonerate Wu Shidao, implicitly accused him of theft. She even made a point of tagging Wu Shidao. However, Wu Shidao had already muted the group, and even if Lu Xia tagged him, he would not see it. Unbeknownst to her, her tagging was proof to her that he was guilty and too ashamed to respond. Look, even Wu Shidao's classmates are too afraid to speak up. But don't worry, for the sake of our shared experience, I want to report you. Lu Xiao's fingers flew over her phone. Still, it would be wise to refrain from such actions in the future. After all, you're a university student now. If you're caught stealing, it would not only disgrace you, but also your parents and us classmates. Indeed, Zhao Xiaoping concurred. No one wants their classmate to be a thief. That would be so embarrassing. Hu Bin, you should advise Wu Shidao to stop his petty thefts, Lu Xiao remarked. Feeling deflated as Wu Shidao remained silent, she tagged Hu Bin. Upon returning home, Hu Bin heard his phone buzz and, upon checking the group chat, was instantly amused and infuriated. Lu Xia, are you out of your mind? Or are you so consumed by envy and jealousy that you've lost your reason? You can actually concoct such absurd and laughable accusations? With that brain of yours, I'm astonished you even got into university. Without hesitation, Hu Bin began typing furiously, cursing Lu Xia before adding, you know nothing. Wu Shidao developed an app that earns him several thousand yuan a day. Don't even mention just one iPhone. He could buy 10 in a matter of days. Understand anything? You ignorant gossip monger. Earns several thousand yuan a day. Nonsense. Where does that happen? You must be the one lacking sense. Lu Xia, having been berated, was naturally unwilling to back down and swiftly retaliated in the group chat. Do you have any decency? It's a shame you're a university student. And you, gossip monger, spreading rumors behind others' backs shows your true character. I truly pity your school for admitting someone as dim-witted as you. Hu Bin shot back. What app has Wu Shidao created that earns him thousands daily? That's impossible. Zhao Xiaoping raised his doubts. The app is called Universal Cracking Store. Look it up. Just because you can't earn that much doesn't mean others can't. Got it? Hu Bin retorted, taking Yuxia, Gus Ipmonga. You think of theft? I bet you're the sneaky one. It's said that one judges others by oneself. I feel embarrassed to be your classmate. I'm leaving the group. Don't ever say I'm your classmate again. I'm too ashamed. After saying this, Hu Bin promptly exited the group. Someone searched for the Universal Cracking Store app and was taken aback by the results. Numerous headlines popped up. Global sensation. The Universal Cracking Store app, the ultimate jailbreak tool, launches. Mysterious teams, groundbreaking release, ahead of foreign competitors. Perfect jailbreak tool synced with iOS 401 update. Of course, many articles were written to grab attention. But it must be noted that some writers truly understood the characteristics of the Chinese populace, as the headlines were filled with phrases like global launch and leading foreign teams. When someone shared these articles in the class group, it sparked a frenzy. Wow, is Wu Shidao really this amazing? Oh my god, is this app truly made by him? Yes, my classmate. Can I brag about this to others? Lu Xia, look at these articles. Some classmates, who usually disdained Lu Xia, deliberately tagged her, only to discover she had quietly left the group. Is this Universal Cracking Store really made by Wu Shidao? Zhao Xiaoping asked, having his jaw drop in disbelief after reading the news. Is Wu Shidao really that impressive? However, after perusing several articles, Zhao Xiaoping suddenly realized something. While the Universal Cracking Store app was indeed remarkable, none of the articles mentioned the name Wu Shidao. Only Hu Bin claimed that it was his creation, prompting Zhao Xiaoping to seek clarification from Meng Wenwen about the truth behind the matter. Meng Wenwen saw Zhao Xiaoping's inquiry, but did not respond. The reason was simple. She didn't know. After hesitating for a long time, she finally dialed Wu Shidao's number. What is up? Did you create that Universal Cracking Store? Huh? Who told you? Hu Bin mentioned it in the group chat. Oh, I didn't make it. Is there anything else? Nothing more. Meng Wenwen had already received her answer. Wu Shidao's first reaction to her question spoke volumes. After he denied it, she did not believe him at all. If he hadn't created it, his initial reaction would have been entirely different. Why is he so exceptional? Knowing the answer, Meng Wenwen felt not happiness but an overwhelming sense of gloom, as if a heavy stone was pressing down on her. She had previously treated Wu Shidao with indifference, only to discover that in the blink of an eye, he had become someone she could no longer aspire to reach. Chapter 27. The Trojan Horse. Hu Bin, the blabbermouth. After glancing through the chat records in the class group, Wu Shidao felt somewhat exasperated. He found Hu Bin's number and called him. Why did you mention my programming in the group? I only brought it up because Lu Xia was slandering you. Hu Bin explained. Did you not hear what I said? Wu Shidao retorted. I asked, why did you mention my programming? Hu Bin, slightly perplexed, replied, well, she claimed your money was stolen, and when I found her insufferable, I countered her while mentioning it. If you find her insufferable, just berate her directly. What is the need for explanations? Is there any necessity to justify yourself? Do you really hold her in such high regard? Wu Shidao asserted. Damn, you're absolutely right, bro. I find myself at a loss for words. Hu Bin finally realized, indeed, why should I bother explaining? Wu Shidao continued. There's no need to inform them about the Universal Cracking Store. Let me impart a bit of wisdom. When you flaunt your achievements to a fool attempting to validate something, it merely demonstrates your own foolishness. If you weren't foolish, Why would you engage in such actions? That makes sense, Hu Bin pondered, then humbly inquired, Old Wu. If you had seen Lu Xia in the group, would you have ignored her, pretended not to see? He anticipated Wu Shidao would dismiss her as a fool. Instead, Wu Shidao replied, how could I possibly pretend not to see? I would have surely scolded her. The admission letter arrived promptly the next day at noon. Upon seeing the grand letters Jinshi, Nanshan University, Wu Shidao felt a surge of excitement, not merely for gaining admission to university, but because it signified that he would be seeing Shun Xiaojing every day for the next few years. With a stroke of luck, they might even be in the same class, he mused. Once Wu's parents returned from work, they naturally admired the admission letter before deciding to take a day off to accompany Wu Shidao back to their rural hometown. With his grandparents and several uncles and aunts, they gathered a lively group of over 20 people to feast together. The return journey, however, posed a slight inconvenience as they had to wait for the rural bus, which only ran twice daily. Missing him meant a long wait. Why don't we just get a car? Wu's father suggested, standing by the roadside, smoking. I agree. Wu Shidao replied instantly. Otherwise, the round trip will be too exhausting and a waste of time. Don't even think about it. Wu's mother shot them a disapproving glance. That money should be saved for your future wedding. I can always earn more for the wedding, Wu Shidao cheerfully remarked. My dad has always loved cars. Why not buy him one? It would be convenient for us too, wouldn't it? Wu's father looked at him, touched, thinking that his son was indeed raised well and understood filial piety. Earn more later? Wu's mother retorted. Do you think young people today get married like we did? Just buy a bicycle and have a dorm? I've done my research. She began to ramble. All right. No need to buy. Wu's father was the first to concede. Can we just drop it? Eventually, Wu's mother ceased her tirade. After a moment, Wu's father took the opportunity to quietly complain to Wu Shidao. Your mother is like a modern-day Mr. Scrooge. Once money goes in her pocket, it's nearly impossible to get it back out. Wu Shidao chuckled, observing his father's helpless expression. He initially thought to offer to buy his father a car, but decided against it. The World Cup had concluded, and Wu Shidao refrained from making a bet on the finals, as the maximum prize for a single match was only 200,000. He didn't want to invest energy into it, especially with the potential for restrictions that could further diminish the prize. Currently, while the Universal Cracking Store could generate some income, whether it could sustain itself remained uncertain, and with unclaimed winnings, his bank balance was just shy of 2 million. This amount, while seemingly substantial, would fall short when truly needed. Hence, Wu Shidao was still on the lookout for additional avenues to earn money. After all, the market share of the Universal Cracking Store was not high. The gap between advertising costs and bandwidth expenses was still significant, and he needed to preserve the funds in his bank account as a reserve. During the remaining days of summer vacation, Wu Shidao lived a remarkably tranquil life, focusing daily on the download statistics for the Universal Cracking Store and the app review process. Although the review work had been handed over to Hu Bin, Wu Shidao still checked in occasionally. He was gratified to see that Hu Bin was diligent and responsible. Every app in the Universal Cracking Store underwent signature verification and passed emulator testing. Feedback from the Wayphone forum indicated that the Universal Cracking Store had a very high proportion of Apple users. He believed that come September, with the release of the domestic version, the download numbers would surge once more. However, the user base among Android users was noticeably smaller. Wu Shidao surmised that this was likely because most Android users did not seek root access. The current Android system offered many ways to obtain apps, unlike the more closed-off iOS system. As a result, when compared to popular app stores like Wandujia and 91 Assistant, the Universal Cracking Store's penetration among Android users was relatively low, particularly given the smaller number of apps available compared to established platforms. Even Hu Bin had noticed this disparity. Old Wu, why are there no paid cracked apps in the Universal Cracking Store? I see that 91 Assistant and Wandujia have them. Did you intentionally leave them out? Hu Bin chatted with Wu Shidao on QQ. Aside from reviewing apps, he spent his remaining time gaming enthusiastically. Indeed, Wu Shidao considered and explained. Cracked apps are essentially pirated versions and lack safety guarantees. Oh, but if everyone else is doing it and you're not, will others still download the Universal Cracking Store? As for your safety concerns, if it were truly unsafe, other app stores would have faced issues too. I think you're worrying unnecessarily, Hu Bin countered. Explaining this to you would be futile. Just focus on reviewing the app seriously. Wu Shidao refrained from elaborating too much. The mobile internet applications were still in their infancy, akin to the internet a decade ago, in a phase of rampant growth. In truth, Trojan viruses had always existed on the internet and had not vanished. The Trojans that once ravaged the internet would inevitably resurface in the mobile internet era. If Wu Shidao recalled correctly, on August 20th, 2010, just a few days prior, the Southern Metropolis Daily was the first to expose that a user experienced charges on their phone after downloading a cracked app from forum. Thus, he remained vigilant. Over the years, the 91 Assistant and Android market, developed by Wu Company, had expanded to become the leading mobile app stores. While the Universal Cracking Store offered a jailbreak function, it was merely to boost visibility and fell far short of being able to compete with these two major app stores. On August 21st, Wu Shidao awoke and immediately searched for news online. On this day, history remained unchanged. Beware, phone cracking software conceals a hidden charging Trojan. Chapter 28, Seizing the Opportunity for Promotion. According to a journalistic investigation, numerous users reported that after downloading the cracked version of the Angry Birds app from forums, their mobile charges inexplicably began to increase, and they frequently received subscription messages from various companies. After reading this news, Wu Shidao logged onto the Wayphone forum to take a look. Everyone be cautious. Some cracked apps contain Trojans. I fell victim. 30 yuan was deducted from my phone bill. I too have been ensnared. My phone charges mysteriously rose by 20 yuan over the past few months. Initially, I thought it was due to excessive calls, but upon investigation, I discovered I had unwittingly subscribed to a paid multimedia message service. It's the same for me. I was puzzled by the sporadic multimedia messages I received, unaware that I hadn't T-subscribed, only to later realize it was a Trojan virus. The Wayphone forum was inundated with similar posts today. Meanwhile, other forums, primarily frequented by Android users, were awash with furious lamentations. The Angry Birds game, developed in 2009 and released in the Apple App Store, is a paid application. Upon its launch, it quickly sparked a downloading frenzy, ranking among the top downloaded games in the Apple Store. However, domestic users faced challenges in accessing it, as it required payment in US dollars and the binding of foreign credit cards for purchase. Consequently, currently available versions on platforms such as 91 Assistant, Android Market, and Wandugia are all cracked versions, essentially pirated. Some hackers seized the opportunity to crack this app, presenting it as free for download on forums, while stealthily embedding Trojan programs within to profit illicitly. Wu Shidao, after casually browsing through several forums, promptly called Hu Bin, register several more accounts, and promote the Universal Cracking Store. Emphasize safety. All apps within are guaranteed free from charging Trojan viruses. What is going on? What happened? Came Hu Bin's drowsy voice from the other end of the line. Get up quickly. Check the forums and you'll understand. Wu Shidao, unwilling to elaborate further, hung up and spent a few minutes crafting a post. The Universal Cracking Store is pure, green, and safe for download. All apps have been tested, and there are no Trojan viruses. Rest assured when using them. Additionally, the Universal Cracking Store seeks collaboration with numerous app developers to create a secure, virus-free download market. After composing it, he contacted Nangua on QQ, requesting assistance to pin his post at the top. Given their prior collaborative agreement, Nangua readily complied, utilizing moderator privileges to elevate Wu Shidao's post. Simultaneously, at the Wu Company, an emergency meeting was underway. Have you all seen the news? Mr. Zhou sat at the conference table, his expression grim, fingers tapping on the surface as he glared at Lu Mingxian, who appeared serious. The Angry Birds app contains a Trojan virus, and none of you noticed? We are now receiving a multitude of user complaints. I apologize, Mr. Zhou. It was our oversight. Lu Mingxian immediately acknowledged the error. With the situation already escalated, further justification was futile. I have already instructed the removal of this app from the 91 Assistant and Android market. Is merely taking it down sufficient? Mr. Zhou continued with a stern countenance. This incident will undoubtedly have a negative impact on our user base. Consider remedial measures. Failure to do so may result in significant user attrition. You must realize that we are not the only ones in the mobile application store business. There are competitors like Wandugia and the Universal Cracking Store. Wandugia also hosts this game and has received user complaints. Lu Mingxian glanced at Mr. Zhou and cleared his throat. What about the Universal Cracking Store? Mr. Zhou inquired. I recall you previously mentioned that this application market does not harbor cracked apps, correct? Indeed, Lu Mingxian nodded. Mr. Zhou fell silent, a gut feeling suggesting that the Universal Cracking Store might soon emerge as a formidable competitor. As for Wandugia and similar platforms, Mr. Zhou felt no concern for them. Compared to 91 Assistant and Android market, Wandugia lacked innovation, unlike the Universal Cracking Store, which promised perfect one-click jailbreaking. Furthermore, the technical team behind the Universal Cracking Store had managed to synchronize updates within mere hours following Apple's release of the iOS 4.01 system, achieving flawless jailbreaking once more. The existence of such a technically adept team, which had not introduced any cracked apps into the store, was indeed perplexing. Given their demonstrated capabilities, they certainly had the means to crack apps, yet they refrained from doing so. Had this technical team foreseen the potential for such vulnerabilities? At that moment, Lu Mingxian's phone buzzed with a text from subordinate. Manager Lu, a post has been pinned on the Wayphone forum. It appears to be from the technical team behind the Universal Cracking Store. You should check it out when you have a moment. Lu Mingxian quickly logged onto the forum and immediately spotted Wu Shidao's post. All applications in the Universal Cracking Store are pure, green, and safe. After a cursory glance, Lu Mingxian furrowed his brow, turning to Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou, the Universal Cracking Store has begun its promotional campaign. He handed his phone to Mr. Zhou. Engage online water armies for a counterattack. No need for a counterattack, Mr. Zhou interjected mid-sentence. The Universal Cracking Store is merely capitalizing on the situation. Contact the online water armies and have them assist in mitigating the damage. There is no need for a direct confrontation. We should emphasize that 91 Assistant and Android Market are also victims. We will strengthen our review processes moving forward. Understood. I share the same sentiment, Lu Mingxian affirmed. Remember, enhance our review processes and temporarily remove all cracked apps. Once we ascertain that there are no Trojan backdoors, we can quietly reintroduce them after this storm passes. Mr. Zhou instructed. Besides having Nan Gua pin his post, Wu Shidao contemplated and registered several new accounts, posting a few more messages. The content was straightforward, indicating that while platforms like 91 Assistant and Android Market offered a variety of apps, significant risks lurked within them. These posts quickly garnered agreement from several forum users. However, by noon, an official apology post from Wanghu Company appeared on the forum. Chapter 29, The Water Army's Cleanup. The apology post was official and succinct. First and foremost, a sincere apology is warranted, acknowledging that due to the oversight of personnel reviews, the security checks were regrettably neglected. Subsequently, it was asserted that measures would be taken to fortify the auditing mechanism, ensuring that such incidents would never recur. Moreover, it was stated that Wanghu Company could also be considered a victim of the Trojan Horse incident. Shortly after this post was published, Wu Shidao noticed a surge of posts attempting to deflect blame in the forum. One particularly clever post argued that, from a perspective of fairness, application stores such as the Android Market and 91 Assistant were also undeserving victims of this calamity. After all, the Trojans within the apps were not installed by them, but were the handiwork of malevolent hackers. Wanghu Company merely fell short in their security assessments. As for cybersecurity, it has been a persistent challenge since the inception of the internet. It is well known that many Trojans are only discovered post factum because they lack discernible signatures beforehand. This is not merely a failure of the detection personnel, but rather an inability to recognize them. From a user standpoint, I maintain my support for app stores like 91 Assistant and the Android Market, as many applications are paid, and the Apple App Store does not provide alternatives for download. Without their assistance, we would be left without options. Thus, understanding is warranted rather than indiscriminate condemnation. In this incident, Wanghu Company promptly issued an apology and acknowledged their faults without any semblance of defense, demonstrating a commendable sense of responsibility. Following the numerous deflective posts, a cadre of online trolls feigned engagement, swiftly drowning out the posts made by Wu Shidao and Hu Bin. However, Wu Shidao remained unfazed. The internet possesses a memory. Coupled with the fact that mobile phones are personal and intimate possessions, such an incident leaves a lasting impression on most individuals. Correcting and altering this perception will require time. Even with the deployment of online trolls to cleanse their image, a significant loss of users is inevitable in the short term. This can be evidenced by the data statistics from the server's backend. The download volume for the Universal Cracking Store surged dramatically compared to the previous day, and the web page loading speed was noticeably sluggish, only improving significantly past midnight. A glance at the backend download data revealed that the downloads today skyrocketed to over 1 million. In the following days, the server's backend data indicated that nearly every day reached around 1 million downloads. On August 28th, the backend statistics for the Universal Cracking Store officially reported downloads surpassing 10 million. Yet, this was not the end of the story. On this very day, news broke online revealing that in addition to the infamous Angry Birds app, others such as the Battery Saver app were also harboring Trojans, surreptitiously siphoning fees. However, these apps had previously garnered insufficient attention due to their lower download volumes. Following the Angry Birds incident, the media began to delve deeper into similar occurrences, leading to the discovery that many pirated apps labeled as cracked were infested with Trojans. Upon the release of this news report, the download volume for the Universal Cracking Store nearly doubled that very day. Had it not been for Wu Shidao's prior upgrade of the bandwidth and the implementation of download speed limits, the server would have undoubtedly faced catastrophic failure. Meanwhile, Lu Mingxian of Wanghu Company, upon witnessing the news reports online, was so incensed that he smashed his cup in the office. His rage stemmed from the stark contrast to the previous report regarding Angry Birds. This time, The media explicitly pointed out that most of the cracked apps containing hidden Trojans originated from 91 Assistant and the Android market. Just then, the phone on his desk rang. "What is it?" Lu Mingxian asked tersely, still seething. "Come to my office," came the voice of President Zhou from the other end, followed by the sound of the line disconnecting. Without a doubt, another reprimand awaited him. Lu Mingxian exhaled deeply, lamenting his streak of misfortune. After gathering his composure, he hastily made his way to the upstairs office. Upon entering, President Zhou immediately launched into a tirade. "Lu Mingxian, what on earth are you doing? Just a few days ago, I instructed you to temporarily remove all those cracked apps. Did you not hear me? Or did you simply not understand?" "President Zhou, they have all been temporarily removed," Lu Mingxian hurriedly explained. "Then what about today's news?" President Zhou slammed his hand on the desk, reprimanding him. "Furthermore, I just searched for that battery saver app on my phone, and I can still find it in 91 Assistant and the Android market, and it can still be downloaded. Is this what you call temporarily removed?" Lu Mingxian was taken aback. Seeing his expression, President Zhou's anger flared further as he pointed a finger at him, scolding. "I believe you are deliberately trying to deceive me. Take a look for yourself." Lu Mingxian quickly retrieved his phone and searched, and indeed, it could still be found and downloaded without issue. He then noticed that the description of the battery saver app contained no mention of being a cracked version. It merely claimed to optimize battery performance and extend battery life. "President Zhou, the ones we temporarily removed were all cracked apps. This battery saver does not fall into that category. Get out." President Zhou banged on the table, refusing to listen to his explanation, his face darkening as he pointed towards the door. "Go and take this down immediately." No sooner had he spoken than the phone on his desk rang again. Witnessing President Zhou's explosive temper, Lu Mingxian could only retreat in defeat. However, just as he stepped out of the office, President Zhou's call came directly to his mobile phone. "Get back here this instant." "Understood, President Zhou." Lu Mingxian clenched his teeth in frustration, but there was no recourse. Under the roof of another, one must bow their head. Upon returning to President Zhou's office, he found the man's expression grim and coldly stated, "Lu Mingxian, I am formally informing you that due to your grave errors, the company has decided to terminate your employment." "What?" Lu Mingxian was left utterly astonished, his mind in a whirl. After a few seconds of stupefaction, he finally blurted, "President Zhou, what on earth is happening?" A staff member from the Ministry of Information just called. President Zhou glared at him menacingly. "They notified us that by September 3rd, we must go to the capital for a special rectification meeting, all because you insisted on listing those pirated apps, leading to such a significant incident that Wanghu Company is now under scrutiny from the Ministry of Information." Chapter 30, Journey to Jin City. News of the Ministry of Information summoning application stores like 91 Assistant and the Android market quickly spread. Simultaneously, nearly all cracked apps were removed from these platforms overnight. Consequently, the initial advantages that they held over the universal cracking store vanished entirely. It is noteworthy that many Apple users chose to install 91 Assistant after jailbreaking through the universal cracking store precisely because it offered a plethora of cracked and pirated software. Upon the emergence of the Trojan Horse incident, 91 Assistant promptly withdrew numerous pirated applications from its platform. Following the revelation of the news regarding the inquiry, a multitude of Android and Apple users hastily deleted 91 Assistant and its Android marketplace, opting instead for the universal cracking market. The rationale is quite straightforward. The universal cracking store was not named in the inquiry, which sufficiently demonstrates that this application marketplace poses no security risks. Moreover, aside from the absence of defunct cracked apps, it offers a plethora of other app categories. Additionally, the universal cracking store features one-click jailbreaking and rooting functionalities, naturally leading users to prefer it. Consequently, in this ebb and flow of market dynamics, the market share of 91 Assistant and the Android marketplace significantly dwindled, while the universal cracking store experienced rapid and substantial growth, transforming from a fledgling contender into a formidable pillar of the industry. According to the backend server download statistics, its growth has been accelerating at an alarming rate almost daily. Since Wu Shidao posted on the Wayphone forum, expressing a desire to collaborate with more app developers, there's been a deluge of over 100 app submissions each day this past week, leaving him been overwhelmed and exhausted, glued to his computer screen to the point where he felt his eyesight might fail him. On August 29th, Hubin finally felt a sense of relief, not because of a holiday, but due to his registration at university. At the age of 40, Wu Shidao naturally did not require parental accompaniment, and upon hearing that it had been intended to go alone, he found justification for not needing his parents to escort him to Jin City. After traveling from the county to the provincial capital, Wu Shidao concocted an excuse to attend to some matters, leaving Hu Bin to watch over their luggage for a while. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Shidao took a taxi to the lottery center to claim his winnings, donning the same attire as before and a mask for anonymity. The entire process of collecting his check and reconciling with the bank took less than 2 hours. The train station was teeming with people, packed to the brim with parents and students bidding farewell as the school season commenced. After a lengthy wait, Wu Shidao and Hu Bin finally queued to board the train, locating their berths and stowing their luggage. Thankfully, they had purchased their tickets in advance. Otherwise, given the throng, they might not have been able to board at all. Observing the crowded platform, Hu Bin let out a sigh of relief. Unlike Wu Shidao, this was, strictly speaking, his first solo journey, and everything he encountered was a novelty. Engaging Wu Shidao in lively conversation as he daydreamed about the joys of university life. As night fell, Hu Bin's excitement gradually waned, and he soon drifted off to sleep, pondering whether he would share a class with Xiao Jing. Meanwhile, Wu Shidao lay in his berth, contemplating the imminent reunion with Xiao Jing. His yearning only intensified at the thought of her, yet the mere mention of Xiao Lei furrowed his brow. He could not allow this scoundrel to harm Xiao Jing. A plan had to be devised to ensure Xiao Lei distanced himself from her. Perhaps he should find an opportunity to confront him and frighten him into leaving Xiao Jing. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed by Wu Shidao. If she were to discover his actions, she would likely harbor resentment towards him. Thus, he needed to devise a strategy that would encourage Xiao Lei to voluntarily step away from Xiao Jing while absolving himself of any direct involvement. In the darkness, the train clattered along the tracks, and time seemed to fly. It had nearly been 2 months since he had returned. Wu Shidao suddenly felt a surge of inspiration, retrieved his phone, and logged onto QQ to check his chat history with AK-47. To his surprise, their last transaction involving Bitcoin had occurred the previous month. This indicated that, since entering August, AK-47 had not contacted him even once. "Are you there?" Wu Shidao greeted upon noticing AK-47 online. "Yes," came the brief reply. "Haven't been able to mine Bitcoin lately?" "No, it's become difficult to mine. I'm no longer working at the internet cafe," AK-47 responded. Taken aback, Wu Shidao pondered whether AK-47 had been discovered by his boss while mining Bitcoin and subsequently dismissed. He tentatively inquired, "Didn't you seem to be doing well? Why the sudden change?" "Don't mention it. I got caught by my boss while trying to help you mine Bitcoin," AK-47 lamented. "Mining has become more challenging, and electricity consumption has surged, resulting in my bills skyrocketing." "Come on, don't say you were just helping me. I was paying you for your efforts, wasn't Ti? You were mining for yourself." Wu Shidao corrected him. This time, AK-47 fell silent, and after a moment, logged off. Wu Shidao sighed. Indeed, plans often go awry, and the unpredictability of circumstances had thwarted his hopes of accumulating a substantial amount of Bitcoin. Once at school, he resolved to check the forums for potential Bitcoin sellers whenever he found the time. Wu Shidao's thoughts drifted back to the universal cracking store. According to news reports, there are approximately 50 to 60 million smart device users in the country, most of whom are Android users, with Apple users constituting merely 1/10. The universal cracking store's download count has surpassed 20 million, effectively claiming a significant share of the market. With such a market presence, it appears to be stabilizing. However, the issue of server bandwidth still looms, presenting a considerable headache. Indeed, with the surge in users, the server's download speed has once again come under strain. The Wayphone forum is unable to alleviate this burden, as it pertains specifically to the download pressure of the apps within the universal cracking store. Upon reaching Gene City, it will be necessary to set up 2 additional servers to create a node to alleviate this download pressure, resulting in dwindling funds in the bank. He needed to devise other means of generating revenue swiftly. Wu Shidao sighed softly. By next year, the number of smartphone users would continue to rise, necessitating further upgrades to the servers. It is no wonder they say the internet is a game of burning money. He had never felt it until now, and the weight of the pressure was palpable. Lost in thought, Wu Shidao eventually drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, he found the sky brightening, and the train gradually came to a halt at the platform. Gene City. They had finally arrived. The university experience was about to commence. Chapter 31, A Steamy Welcome. Did we step into a steamer? As soon as they disembarked, a wave of heat enveloped them, compounded by the throngs of people. Hu Bin felt akin to a bun being steamed, as if he were being scorched in a hot steamer, sweat pouring from him like a faucet turned on full blast. "I suddenly regret coming to university here." Gene City has historically been known as one of the furnace cities. Wu Shidao was not faring much better. Although he had lived here in a previous life, this was his first time returning in this one, and his body had yet to acclimate. resulting in him sweating profusely as well. Let us go. It's too late for regrets now. Remember the classic saying, "We come this far." The two of them dragged their luggage out of the station, scanning the area to find various university welcome signs displayed in the square outside. At the Jinsha Information Engineering University, Wu Shidao cast a glance at the distance and pointed toward the signpost, addressing Hu Bin. Let us head over there first. By the way, give your parents a call to inform them. All right, Hu Bin replied, making a call to assure his family of his safety. He then showed his admission notice to the senior waiting for him, who gestured toward the nearby bus, saying, "Get on. It will depart in a few minutes and go directly to the university." Hu Bin nodded, about to step onto the bus when he paused to speak to Wu Shidao. "Old Wu, I'm off then. Go ahead. Make sure to complete your enrollment procedures promptly and let me know when you're done. Also, inform your parents." Wu Shidao advised. "Okay." Hu Bin scratched his head, muttering, "Why do I feel an odd sense of familiarity? What is the matter?" Wu Shidao inquired. "Nothing." Hu Bin waved his hand dismissively. Once seated on the bus, he finally realized why he felt that way. Wu Shidao's reminders were strikingly similar to those of his mother. How strange it felt that this guy seemed to have matured significantly all of a sudden. Could it be that falling in love truly brings about maturity? Hu Bin pondered. Upon spotting the signpost for Nansen University, Wu Shidao's eyes lit up. There were 3 individuals waiting for new students, 2 girls and 1 boy. One of the girls had alabaster skin and long, straight legs, and even while seated, Wu Shidao estimated her height to be at least 7 meters. Not only was her figure remarkable, but her features were also exquisitely beautiful. She occasionally flashed a smile at the boy beside her, who appeared utterly captivated, as if he would traverse mountains and seas for her. Wu Shidao felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this girl, certain he had seen her before, and that it must have been on numerous occasions. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so impressed. "Hello, seniors. I am here for registration as a freshman." He approached them with polite courtesy, taking out his admission notice while focusing intently on the girl, trying to recall where he had encountered her. "Hello." The beauty glanced at Wu Shidao, her smile brightening the air. "Welcome to Nansen University." A spark of inspiration ignited within Wu Shidao, and he extended his hand towards her with a beaming smile. "Thank you, senior sister. My name is Wu Shidao. It's a pleasure to meet you." She appeared slightly taken aback, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately stood to shake his hand. "Not at all. I'm Lu Shuang, the student council president. It's a pleasure to meet you." The boy beside her stared in disbelief, and then gazed at Wu Shidao with admiration, thinking, "Wow, this freshman is quite impressive. He managed to hold Lu Shuang's hand so easily." Lu Shuang? Wu Shidao recalled suddenly, realizing who she was. In his previous life, during a difficult period in stock trading, he had watched a financial program regularly, hosted by none other than Lu Shuang. No wonder she looked so familiar. He never imagined she was also a student at Nansen University. Noticing the change in his expression, Lu Shuang felt curious. What was his boy thinking? When he looked at her, his gaze was filled with confusion, but upon hearing her name, it seemed he had found an answer. Compelled by an unexplained urge, she asked, "Do you know me?" "I didn't know you before, but I do now, Senior Lu. I'll get on the bus now," Wu Shidao replied with a faint smile, as he grabbed his luggage and boarded the bus. After informing his parents, Wu Shidao gazed out the window with anticipation. From his vantage point, he could see Lu Shuang seated gracefully, her legs perfectly proportioned. She could easily be a leg model, if not worthy of being called a leg goddess. However, Wu Shidao merely admired her momentarily before shifting his attention to the incoming freshman. At that moment, another new student arrived with their parents. Lu Shuang pointed to the nearby bus and immediately spotted Wu Shidao sitting by the window. Their eyes met briefly before Wu Shidao averted his gaze. "That boy is rather peculiar," Lu Shuang thought, observing him intently. There was something unusual about him. He exuded a maturity that belied his age, and his earlier demeanor suggested familiarity with her. Reflecting on his actions, she realized that he had reached out his hand not to take advantage of her, as many boys would, but rather to learn her name. It seemed she wouldn't encounter Xiaojing here after all. As the bus departed, Wu Shidao felt a tinge of regret for not meeting the person he had hoped to see, arriving instead at the Nansen University registration area. After completing the registration, payment, and dormitory assignment processes, it was already noon when Wu Shidao made his way to dormitory 102 in Building 9 for freshmen. Gently pushing the door, he was surprised to find it locked. "Who is there?" A voice called from within. "A new student here to register." Faintly, Wu Shidao caught a whiff of smoke, instantly understanding the reason for the locked door. When the door opened, a robust young man stood there, eyeing Wu Shidao with surprise upon realizing he was alone. "Hello, I'm Zhang Liang from the East Province. I look forward to your guidance," he greeted with a smile. "Wu Shidao from the West Province. Likewise. I look forward to your guidance, Wu Shidao replied, stepping inside. The room was a simple 6-person dormitory, furnished with 6 bunk beds against the walls. The upper bunks were for sleeping, while the lower ones were converted into desks. There were also 2 wardrobes. Dong Yukai from Jiang province, a slender, disheveled boy with glasses, sat up from one of the upper bunks, greeting Wu Shidao. You are the 3rd one to arrive in our dorm. Zhang Liang indicated the remaining 3 beds. Feel free to choose any. By the way, do you smoke? He proffered a pack of soft Yushi cigarettes, priced at over 20 yuan. Thank you, but I don't smoke. Wu Shidao waved his hand. He had been quite restrained with smoking, only indulging occasionally when contemplating matters. After placing his luggage down, he inquired, have you eaten? Shall we go for a meal together? Both Zhang Liang and Dong Yukai nodded in agreement. Thus, the 3 of them exited the dormitory building together. I arrived yesterday. The cafeteria is this way. Zhang Liang led them confidently toward the dining hall. What is good to eat at the cafeteria? Dong Yukai adjusted his glasses, asking seriously. The braised pork is quite good. Wu Shidao, what are you looking for? Zhang Liang noticed Wu Shidao glancing around as they walked, and he volunteered, that path leads to the library, and the teaching buildings are over there. Wu Shidao interrupted him, asking earnestly, do you know where the girls' dormitory is? Chapter 32. Goddesses pale in comparison to enchantresses. As soon as those words left his lips, both Zhang Liang and Dong Yukai were rendered speechless, their gazes fixed on Wu Shidao. Goodness, my friend, how audaciously flirtatious you are, just after completing the enrollment procedures. And already you set your sights on pursuing a girl? Zhang Liang felt a genuine admiration spring forth from within, giving Wu Shidao a thumbs up. This guy was undoubtedly a formidable character. At that moment, a few girls happened to pass by and caught Zhang Liang's remark, their collective gaze instantly shifting toward Wu Shidao. This ISNT flirtation, Wu Shidao waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, I am merely being forthright. As he spoke, he sensed curious eyes upon him, and instinctively turned to see, to his surprise, that among the girls was none other than the striking senior, Lu Shuangshuang. Their eyes met, and Wu Shidao took the initiative to nod and offer a faint smile, signaling greeting. Lu Shuangshuang stifled a laugh, pursing her lips as she nodded in response before continuing on her way with the other girls. This scene did not escape the notice of Zhang Liang and Dong Yukai. You know the goddess senior? Zhang Liang's mouth fell agape in disbelief as he regarded Wu Shidao. Were you just greeting her? You mean you don't know her? Wu Shidao, somewhat puzzled, replied, wasn't she the one helping new students at the train station? I know her, but she doesn't know me. Regaining his composure, Zhang Liang scrutinized Wu Shidao from head to toe, then clasped his shoulder with enthusiasm. My friend, it seems the goddess senior has made an impression on you. Zhang. What goddess senior? Dong Yukai interjected curiously. Wasn't she the one who greeted the students when I arrived? That was Lu Shuangshuang, the stunning beauty. She's a junior at our Nancy University School of Media, the student council president. Countless boys have pursued her since her enrollment, yet none have succeeded. Zhang Liang explained. Zhang, you've only been here a day and already know so much? Dong Yukai remarked, looking at him with admiration. Not bad. I have several fellow townsmen who fill me in, Zhang Liang replied. Goddess is hardly an appealing term. Wu Shidao interjected. It would be better to call her a siren. Why is that? Both Zhang Liang and Dong Yukai inquired in unison. Think about it. The term goddess evokes an image of someone lofty and ethereal, detached from the mundane world. In contrast, siren conveys a sense of allure, an irresistible urge to draw closer. Wu Shidao articulated. Moreover, the term siren invites one's imagination to wander. Upon reflection, you make a valid point, Zhang Liang mused, slapping his thigh in acknowledgement. Bro, you must be a master of romance. I'll need to seek your guidance. I cannot afford to spend 4 years in college as a lonely bachelor. Wu, teach me as well. Dong Yukai eagerly chimed in, his demeanor earnest and filled with anticipation. I too wish to experience the beauty of campus romance. I cannot claim to be a master. I've never been in a relationship. Wu Shidao replied modestly. Let us set aside the insincere flattery. I'll treat you all to lunch today, Zhang Liang declared, utterly unconvinced by Wu Shidao's protestations. What a laugh. Just starting school, inquiring about the girls' dorm, and flirting with the siren senior, yet claiming never to have been in love. Nobody would buy that. To demonstrate his sincerity, Zhang Liang opted against the cafeteria and led Wu Shidao and Dong Yukai to a restaurant outside the campus, where he treated them to a hearty meal. In celebration of their newfound camaraderie, Zhang Liang proposed a toast. Ultimately, Wu Shidao and Dong Yukai together managed to consume only 5 bottles of beer, with Wu Shidao being responsible for nearly all of it. Dong Yukai, being naturally allergic to alcohol, turned crimson after just one glass. Seeing this, Wu Shidao and Zhang Liang refrained from encouraging him further. The gesture of drinking was what mattered. As for Zhang Liang, he polished off 12 bottles without so much as a blush, claiming, "ISNT beer, just water? How can one get drunk on this?" It was later revealed that Zhang Liang could down over 2 gin of liquor by himself. Through this meal, Wu Shidao gained a general understanding of his 2 dorm mates. Zhang Liang, hailing from the eastern province, was generous and spirited, qualities perhaps influenced by his well-to-do background, embodying the quintessential northern man as character. In contrast, Dong Yukai exhibited a somewhat shy and introverted nature, a typical reticent flirt. By afternoon, the remaining 3 new students had arrived: Meng Hao from Jiang Province, Yang Xian from the west, and Li Xiang from Sichuan Province. The members of dormitory 102 were finally complete. In terms of age, Zhang Liang was a year older than the rest, naturally assuming the role of the dorm leader. Wu Shidao and the other 4 were all of the same year. With only slight age differences, Meng Hao was ranked second, followed by Wu Shidao third, then Li Xiang, Dong Yukai, and Yang Xian. Brothers, as the saying goes. Fate brings people together from afar. We'll be living together for 4 years, so I propose we go out tonight to celebrate. We can split the costs and enjoy ourselves. What do you say? Zhang Liang, still unsatisfied with the earlier meal, turned his attention towards Wu Shidao. I'm easygoing. Wu Shidao shrugged nonchalantly. I can't hold my liquor. I can only manage a glass, Dong Yukai quickly explained. I'm not much of a drinker either. Meng Hao remarked indifferently, clearly disinterested in the gathering. The cool and composed Li Xiang glanced at Meng Hao, contemplating, then added, I'm fine either way. I can drink or abstain depending on what everyone decides. I'd rather stay in the dorm and read for a while. Yang Xian, slight of build and somewhat timid, stammered. Wu Shidao noted that Yang Xian's attire was quite shabby, surmising that his family might not be well off. Conversely, Meng Hao seemed entirely uninterested in socializing, displaying little desire to cultivate friendships with his classmates. With 6 individuals in total, only 4 were inclined to join in, which left Zhang Liang feeling somewhat deflated. He flopped onto his bed and lit a cigarette, saying, since no one wants to go, let us forget about it. Upon seeing him smoke, Meng Hao's brow furrowed, and without a word, he stood up and walked out. Why don't we go out for a drink, just the 4 of us? Li Xiang smiled the somewhat dejected Zhang Liang, then turned to Yang Xian. Here's a thought. I arrived last, so tonight's meal is on me. Let us show some camaraderie and go together, shall we? Upon hearing this, Wu Shidao found Li Xiang rather intriguing. He seemed like a potential friend. He considered both Zhang Liang's feelings and Yang Xian's pride. I don't think that is appropriate. Let us just split the bill, Yang Xian stammered, steeling himself. Coming from a farming family with a younger sister in school, the remaining 300 yuan after tuition would be his living expenses for the semester. He had calculated that this equated to roughly 10 yuan a day, making him reluctant to partake in such gatherings. However, he sensed that Li Xiang had realized his financial constraints, prompting the offer to treat. Yet Yang Xian was determined not to be looked down upon by others. This was, in fact, a rather helpless and stark reality. The pride of the impoverished often weighs heavily, perpetually fearing disdain from those around them. What? You won't give me face? Li Xiang chuckled heartily, patting Yang Xian on the shoulder, asserting without room for rebuttal. It's settled then. That's my word. Wu Shidao, half jokingly and half seriously, remarked, Li Xiang, has anyone ever told you that you bear a striking resemblance to a celebrity? I must say, at first glance, you do remind me of Takashi Kaneshiro, but upon closer inspection, the differences are quite pronounced. I feel you might even exude a cooler vibe, Zhang Liang exclaimed as he sat up abruptly. Many have remarked on it. I've grown accustomed to it, Li Xiang replied, spreading his arms. Shall we proceed? The 5 of them walked side by side along the campus path, with the brawny Zhang Liang and the charismatic Li Xiang drawing the attention of numerous passersby. Unsurprisingly, most male gazes were directed towards Zhang Liang, filled with admiration and envy for his physique, while the females exhibited a more superficial interest, fixated on Li Xiang. 4th brother, Dong Yukai sighed. I feel certain you won't lack for female companionship in these 4 years. Have you noticed how those girls are always gazing at you? I bet if you merely smiled at them, someone would certainly ask for your contact information. Just then, a group of girls approached, seemingly from the same dormitory, one of whom couldn't take her eyes off Li Xiang. Well, if they want it, let them have it. I won't be giving it out, Li Xiang remarked nonchalantly, maintaining an air of cool detachment. No sooner had he spoken than the girl who had been staring at him hurried over, smiling brightly as she addressed him. Hello. Could I have your number so we can get to know each other? Sorry, but I don't have a phone, Li Xiang replied, true to his word, casting her a cold, expressionless glance. The girl was momentarily taken aback. Ignoring her, Li Xiang continued on his way. Dong Yukai couldn't hold back a laugh, causing the girl's face to flush crimson as she shot him a glare before turning on her heel and leaving. Wu Shidao and Zhang Liang joined in the laughter. Fourth brother, you're truly impressive, Dong Yukai exclaimed as he quickened his pace to catch up with Li Xiang, enviously adding, if it were me, I certainly couldn't manage such a straightforward rejection. Once you've experienced enough refusals, it becomes effortless, Li Xiang replied with a hint of indifference. What do you mean? Dong Yukai questioned, puzzled. Is that not clear? It simply means you'll get used to it. Wu Shidao chimed in with a chuckle. I've never encountered such a situation in my life. Truly, one cannot compare oneself to another without feeling inferior. Dong Yukai lamented, then, unable to contain his curiosity. Press Li Xiang, fourth brother, do you have a girlfriend? Gaz, Li Xiang rablia guli. I wager you don't, Dong Yukai pondered aloud. Though Li Xiang's reaction left him uncertain of his accuracy. He turned to the others. What do you think, does he? Probably not. No idea. Zhang Liang and the others replied. Third brother, what is your take? Noticing Wu Shidao's silence, Dong Yukai pressed further. He most certainly does. Wu Shidao responded with assuredness. Kating Li Xiang, esa unexpected lanza. Why are you so certain? Dong Yukai inquired, intrigued. In a vast sea of choices, one would only take a single sip. Wu Shidao replied leisurely. From Li Xiang's earlier remarks in the dormitory, he sensed that this individual was quite considerate of others' feelings. Thus, Wu Shidao speculated that Li Xiang's rejections of other girls stemmed from his commitment to a girlfriend, prompting him to maintain a respectful distance from other females. Old Wu is spot on, Li Xiang said, flicking his hair back with a cool demeanor. My girlfriend and I have been together since high school. It's been 2 years now, but she is attending a different university. Wow, fourth brother, you're an early bloomer, Dong Yukai exclaimed, filled with a mix of envy and admiration. Long-distance relationship, I presume? Yang Xian interjected, eager to blend into the conversation. Doesn't that risk the feelings fading over time? Oh, little six, you can actually speak without stuttering. Zhang Liang remarked with curiosity, I thought you always stumbled over your words. E. Yang Xian stumbled again, his speech faltering before everyone, his face turning beet red. There is nothing to be anxious about. We're not strangers. Wu Shidao gently patted Yang Xian's back, smiling warmly. I've heard that if stuttering isn't congenital, it's often rooted in a fear developed over time. By the way, you certainly don't stutter when you sing, right? Try speaking slowly, as if you were singing one word at a time. I can't. Yang Xian blurted out, immediately relaxing and exhaling deeply, casting a grateful glance at Wu Shidao. He attempted to slow his pace, speaking cautiously when I sing. I indeed don't stutter, but I can't rush. If I get anxious, I just can't articulate. See, that sounded quite fluent. Wu Shidao chuckled. In fact, I have acquired this stutter over time, stemming from childhood. Initially, it wasn't severe, but as I've tried to overcome it, the more I think about it, the more I stutter. Yang Xuan Si get. I don't know what to do anymore. Perhaps consulting a doctor might help? Dong Yukai suggested from the sidelines. Yang Xian shook his head slowly, responding, no, that wouldn't work. I have a method you might consider, but it requires your own effort to implement. Wu Shidao pondered before speaking. What method? Really? Dong Yukai and Yang Xian asked in unison, eagerly. It's quite simple, Wu Shidao stated earnestly. You just need to forget about your stutter, and you will gradually overcome it. Chapter 34, just forget it. Is that really feasible? The group found it hard to believe. Third brother, are you joking? Li Xiang shook his head, struggling to comprehend. If it were that easy, how could there be so many people with stutters in the world? In truth, it is indeed that simple, Wu Shidao explained cheerfully. Yang Xian, for instance, just now, when you were intently listening to our conversation, fully engaged in what we were discussing, didn't you find it easier to speak? Yang Xian nodded. But when you begin to speak, doesn't your mind instinctively remind you that you have a stutter? Once you become aware of this, you subconsciously strive to avoid stuttering. Yet the more you try, the more you end up stuttering. Wu Shidao inquired with a smile. Third brother is correct. Yang Xian nodded vigorously. It truly is just like that. So, try my approach. Don't constantly remind yourself of this issue. Instead, attempt to forget it. Wu Shidao earnestly remarked, when you gradually forget, or even can no longer recall that you have such a flaw, you will naturally cease to stutter. I will strive to improve. Yang Xian stammered in excitement, only to find himself faltering again. But I fear I won't be able to forget. I have a solution that will surely help you forget. Zhang Liang interjected, wrapping his arm around Yang Xian with a mischievous grin. Drink a bit more in a while. And after you've had a few too many, let's see if your speech becomes more fluid. Almost every university is surrounded by a variety of small eateries from all corners of the world, and Nansen University is no exception. Following the thoughts of Dong Yukai and Zhang Liang, they decided it would suffice to choose a reasonably priced, casual eatery for their meal, prioritizing sentiment over formality. However, Li Xiang expressed his dissent, stating, "Given that we are such good friends, converging from distant places, we ought to select a better venue for our first meal together." Wu Shidao, indifferent, had already contemplated that he would pay the bill as an opportunity presented itself. Among the dormitory residents, aside from the solitary Meng Hao, Wu Shidao found the remaining four quite agreeable and worthy of camaraderie. Thus, under Li Xiang's insistence, they settled on a well-decorated restaurant that appeared to be quite expensive, reserving a private room. Before they could even begin to order, Zhang Liang was already clamoring for the waiter to bring 3 cases of beer. "Come on, boss, this is excessive. Rest assured, drink as much as you can, and I'll cover the rest," Zhang Liang interjected before Yang Xian could voice his concern. Yang Xian nodded in relief, though he harbored doubts about the quantity of beer for 5 people. Once the dishes were served, Zhang Liang was the first to raise his glass in a toast. Except for Dong Yukai, everyone else downed their drinks in unison. The remainder of the evening unfolded with casual dining and light-hearted conversation. After consuming 2 bottles of beer, Yang Xian felt dizzy, his stomach churning violently, and he could no longer resist the urge to vomit. He opened the door to the private room and staggered outside. "Where are you going?" Wu Shidao queried upon noticing his departure. "Third brother, I'm heading to the restroom to throw up," Yang Xian managed to say while leaning against the wall for support. "You haven't had too much to drink, have you?" Zhang Liang asked with concern. Yang Xian waved his hand dismissively, quickly striding away. "Come on, third, fourth, let's keep going," Zhang Liang urged, raising his glass to clink with Wu Shidao and Li Xiang. "Third brother, you have quite the drinking capacity," Li Xiang remarked after finishing his drink. Noticing Wu Shidao's composed demeanor while he felt the heat rising to his own cheeks. Just then, indistinct shouts and curses drifted in from outside the private room. "Beat that little brat to death. Damn it, he just vomited all over me." Wu Shidao and Li Xiang, seated closer to the door, exchanged worried glances and simultaneously exclaimed, "Could it be that Yang Xian is in trouble? What happened?" Zhang Liang and Dong Yukai, oblivious to the commotion outside, looked at them in confusion. "I'll go check." "I'm worried it might be Yang Xian," Wu Shidao declared, rising from his seat, with Li Xiang following suit, saying, "I'll come too. Let's go see." Zhang Liang finally registered the situation and sprang to his feet without hesitation. As they exited the private room, they spotted 2 young men, around their 20s, kicking a person curled up on the floor, shielding his head with his hands, about 8 meters down the corridor. Wu Shidao recognized the person to be Yang Xian. "Damn it," Zhang Liang roared, charging forward like a fierce tiger, delivering a powerful kick that sent one of the assailants sprawling. Wu Shidao and Li Xiang quickly followed suit. Li Xiang seized the other young man's hair, yanking him backward, while Wu Shidao delivered a swift kick to his calf, followed by a heavy punch to his nose, causing blood to gush forth. Meanwhile, Zhang Liang, observing Wu Shidao and Li Xiang handling one assailant, rushed towards the other young man who was attempting to rise, delivering a kick that sent him crashing back to the ground. Dong Yukai finally arrived, scanning the scene and witnessing Wu Shidao and Li Xiang working in tandem, delivering relentless blows to the young man, clutching his face. He chose to assist Yang Xian instead. At that moment, the owner, accompanied by the chef, rushed up the stairs. "Stop fighting, everyone. Cease immediately. Damn it." Zhang Liang retaliated with another kick to the assailant's head, who, realizing he was outmatched, covered his head with both hands. "Stop it. Do you hear me?" the owner shouted again. Zhang Liang glanced at him, having released much of his pent-up anger, and finally halted his assault. "If you want to fight, do it somewhere else, not in my establishment," the owner admonished, glaring at Wu Shidao and Zhang Liang while gesturing for the chef to help the beaten young men to their feet. Yes. Yang Xuan, with disheveled hair, a torn shirt, and a shoe print on his face, struggled to articulate his thoughts in his agitated state. They were the ones who attacked first. Dong Yukai interjected on his behalf. "But don't fight in my place," the owner replied, sweeping his gaze over both groups. Deep down, he knew Dong Yukai was probably right. These 2 young men were just local troublemakers. One of the young men, lifting his head, glared at Wu Shidao and his friends, venomously stating, "All right, kid, I'll remember you. We'll see about this." With that, he left with his companion. They were not foolish. Zhang Liang's imposing stature and the presence of 5 individuals made it clear that engaging in further conflict would be unwise. Chapter 35. A Reunion with Shun Xiaojing. "It seems you must be students of Nansen University," the owner remarked, his tone softening once the troublemakers departed. "I advise you to leave quickly. Those 2 are local thugs and might return with reinforcements. Let them come. What is there to fear?" Zhang Liang scoffed. "What if the school finds out and gives us a demerit?" Dong Yukai whispered. Let us go, let us go. Yang Xian tugged at Zhang Liang's shirt. No more drinking. I'm full. You all can take a box of beer to another place to continue drinking, Wu Shidao suggested with a smile. That makes sense. Zhang Liang nodded in agreement. I'm indifferent, Li Xiang shrugged, maintaining his cool demeanor. Wu Shidao, however, did not return to the private room with them. Instead, he found an excuse to head downstairs first to settle the bill. When Zhang Liang and the others came down with the beer, Li Xiang was about to pay when Wu Shidao quickly interjected with a smile. I've already taken care of the bill. Let us go. Taken aback, Li Xiang nodded and replied, all right, then let us leave. I'll pay you back later. Due to the beginning of the school year, the nearby barbecue stalls and restaurants were bustling with business. Carrying the wine for a while, they failed to find a suitable spot. Some barbecue stall owners, upon noticing their own alcohol, simply declared that there was no space and urged them to seek another place. Thus, they decided to indulge in their drinks right there in the park. Passing by a park adjacent to Nansen University, Wu Shidao, feeling rather lazy, pointed to a nearby pavilion and suggested, what do you think of that? Sounds good. This beer is quite heavy. I can hardly move with it. Li Xiang replied in agreement. The other three had no objections. You all go ahead and find a place to sit. I'll just dash over to buy some peanuts to accompany the drinks. Wu Shidao waved his hand and turned to walk across the street. The fruit prices were astonishingly low. Apples and bananas were all just 5 yuan per gene. The loudspeaker at the fruit stall was incessantly repeating this information, surrounded by a group of students who were busily selecting their fruits. Among this crowd, Wu Shidao immediately spotted a familiar figure, Lu Shuangshuang. There was no denying her height, and slender legs made her stand out prominently among the other girls, akin to a crane among chickens. Initially, Wu Shidao had no intention of greeting her, planning instead to bypass her. However, at that moment, Lu Shuangshuang had just finished picking her fruit and, standing upright, inadvertently glanced sideways, locking eyes with him. Ah, Lu Senior, what a coincidence. Wu Shidao nearly blurted out Fairy Senior, but was quick to amend his words. Lu Shuangshuang's delicate nose twitched as she caught a whiff of the alcohol on him, and with a slight nod and a teasing smile, she asked, have you been drinking? It was then that Wu Shidao recalled her other role, that of the student council president. Unflustered, he responded, not at all. Then why do I detect a scent of alcohol? Perhaps it's because I just had a few chocolate truffles with a bit of liquor in them. Are you sure you're not lying? Of course not. I'm a person of utmost integrity. Would I lie? Integrity? Lu Shuangshuang chuckled, narrowing her enchanting eyes. Seemingly capable of speech. Is asking for directions to the girls' dormitory a display of your integrity? At her words, Wu Shidao felt a surge of awkwardness. Just as he was about to speak, a girl standing behind Lu Shuangshuang, having overheard her, curiously raised her head to glance at Wu Shidao. Immediately, her expression shifted to one of disbelief and surprise. Wu Shidao was equally taken aback. The girl was none other than Shen Xiaojing, whom he had been searching for throughout the campus that day. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. Wu Shidao distinctly observed Shen Xiaojing's expression more from astonishment to a frown, followed by unabashed disdain, before she turned away, no longer regarding him. What? Speak up. I see you're quite adept at arguing, Lu Shuangshuang remarked, noticing that Wu Shidao had seemingly been frozen in place, bewildered. Boss, how much do I owe for these? 50 yuan. So expensive? Can it be a bit cheaper? This is already quite reasonable. As a boy haggled with the vendor, Shen Xiaojing remained silent, retrieving 50 yuan from her pocket to hand to the owner before turning to leave with the boy, fruit in hand. Damn it, Wu Shidao couldn't help but exclaim. Although the boy hadn't seen him, Wu Shidao recognized him from behind. It was Zhao Lei. What did you say? Lu Shuangshuang's smile vanished, replaced by a glare of anger directed at Wu Shidao. How was he talking to you? Wu Shidao's mood darkened instantly. Casting a glance at Lu Shuangshuang, he couldn't be bothered to explain and strode past her. Shuangshuang, what's wrong? A girl beside her looked puzzled, glancing between Wu Shidao and the irate Lu Shuangshuang. Just encountered a lunatic, Lu Shuangshuang huffed, her voice just loud enough for Wu Shidao to hear as he walked by. However, he paid her no mind and trailed after Shen Xiaojing and Zhao Lei. After a few steps, he slowed his pace, relieved that the boy hadn't taken Shen Xiaojing's hand. Otherwise, in his drunken state, Wu Shidao feared he might impulsively confront him. Do you think you're worthy to touch my wife's hand? Observing Shen Xiaojing and Zhao Lei growing distant, an idea suddenly struck Wu Shidao, prompting him to quicken his pace to follow them at a discreet distance. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Shuangshuang had been watching the entire scene unfold. He halted at a distance, watching as Zhao Lei and Shen Xiaojing engaged in conversation by the roadside. Only when Shen Xiaojing finally turned to ascend the dormitory did Zhao Lei take his leave. Wu Shidao lingered in the shadows, Since Zhao Lei and Ti glanced his way throughout, they were merely 2 meters apart. Yet Zhao Lei remained oblivious to Wu Shidao's presence. Wu Shidao said nothing, and as Zhao Lei walked further away, he retraced his steps, following him at a safe distance until they exited Nansen University, watching as he disappeared into the distance. Inwardly, Wu Shidao mused. It seems that the events of my previous life have not changed. This Zhao Lei is not from Nansen University. Turning back towards the dormitory, he passed by the building housing Shun Xiaojing and deliberately noted the number before meandering back to his own room. Upon entering, he was perplexed to find it empty. Oh no! It dawned on him that Zhang Liang and Li Xiang were still waiting for him in the park for their peanuts. Chapter 36. Discovering Business Opportunities. With no other option, Wu Shidao turned back towards the campus entrance, where he spotted a figure standing under a street lamp, hands tucked into his pockets, gazing into the distance. From the side, he appeared strikingly dashing and cool. Wu Shidao couldn't help but wonder if the guy had practiced his pose in front of a mirror. Sorry. Wu Shidao approached and greeted Li Xiang, offering a fabricated excuse. I ran into a bit of trouble and had to swing by the school. Li Xiang turned to scrutinize him from head to toe before saying, rather nonsensically, that's fine. As he spoke, he pulled out 500 yuan and handed it to Wu Shidao for the meal. No need. Wu Shidao waved his hand. We agreed I'd treat. Li Xian persista, offering the money again. Seeing no point in being stubborn, Wu Shidao accepted 3 of the bills, returning the last 2, stating, I won't spend that much. Li Xiang nodded, saying nothing further, quietly putting the remaining money away. After walking a few paces, he suddenly spoke. Do you know how Yang Xian ended up fighting those 2? No, I don't. Wu Shidao shook his head. Li Xiang began to recount the story. It turned out that Yang Xian's stomach had been churning from the alcohol, and clutching his mouth, he rushed towards the restroom. Just as he reached the door, he collided with the 2 young men. Unable to hold it in, he vomited, splattering one of them with the contents of his stomach. The young man immediately erupted in a tirade of curses. Are you blind? He did not retaliate. Right, Yang Xian, now anxious, stuttered, why your mother? The young man, already seething with rage, interpreted Yang Xian's response as audacity. Thinking, this little brat dares to retort? He pointed a finger at Yang Xian, his voice laced with anger. Do you dare to retort? Yang Xian, confronted by the fierce wrath of his opponent, had initially intended to apologize, but could only manage to utter a single sorry before faltering again. Damn it! Upon hearing Yang Xian's defiance once more, the young man could no longer contain himself, launching into a flurry of punches and kicks aimed at Yang Xian. Thus unfolded the events. After Li Xiang finished recounting the tale, he shrugged and remarked, It's all a consequence of stuttering. Wu Shidao could not help but burst into laughter. Having procured some marinated chicken feet and peanuts, Zhang Liang returned to the park. Whereupon spotting Wu Shidao, he exclaimed, Old 3, are you all right? Old 4 noticed you hadn't returned for quite a while and worried you might have encountered those 2 from earlier, so he dashed off to look for you. I wanted to go too, but these 2 were too inebriated for me to leave. He gestured towards Dong Yukai and Yang Xian, who lay sprawled on the ground, fast asleep. Wu Shidao suddenly realized why he had run into Li Xiang at the school gate. He cast a deep glance at Li Xiang, who, unfazed, picked up a bottle of beer and raised it in a toast before taking a swig. I'm Yufina. I just had a little incident earlier and returned to school. I didn't have your numbers, so I forgot to inform you. That was my oversight. I shall drink one for penance. With that, Wu Shidao raised his beer, clinking it with the others before downing half the bottle, letting out a burp, and pointing at the 2 slumbering figures. What happened to them? How did Dong Yukai end up so drunk? Don't even mention it. Zhang Liang replied with a sigh. Earlier, Old 4 wanted to share a drink with Old 5. But Old 5 didn't know how to drink from the bottle, so he took several swigs in one go. Then he just collapsed and fell asleep right there. Are we going to have to carry them back later? Wu Shidao asked, somewhat exasperated. Not a problem. With their small frames, I can easily carry one in each hand. Like carrying chicks, Zhang Liang dismissed. I can handle it by myself, he added nonchalantly. That one do. The school prohibits drinking. If we get caught, it will be troublesome, Li Xiang interjected, shaking his head. Then let us find a nearby place to drop them off for the night, Wu Shidao suggested, pointing to a hotel not far away. Old 3, you've thought this through, Zhang Liang concurred, picking up the beer bottle. Come on, let us finish these bottles quickly. The dormitory will close soon. In a rapid succession, Zhang Liang downed 5 bottles by himself, leaving 4 for Wu Shidao and Li Xiang. As predicted by Zhang Liang, he adeptly hoisted Dong Yukai and Yang Xian, carrying them with ease to the hotel. Just as Wu Shidao was about to pay, Li Xiang stopped him. Today, it's my treat. Since Old 5 and Old 6 are drunk, I should take care of them, he stated, promptly paying for the room. Zhang Liang tossed the 2 unconscious drunks onto the bed, leaving them a note before the trio descended back to the school. Let us grab a few apples to quench our thirst. As they passed a fruit stand, Zhang Liang halted, picked up an apple, and inquired, "How much for this apple?" "5 yuan a pound," the fruit vendor replied lazily. "Isn't that expensive? The big city truly is different." Zhang Liang scoffed, selecting 7 or 8 apples. After weighing them, the vendor announced the cost, 13 yuan. After paying, Zhang Liang rubbed 1 apple on his clothing, took a bite, and mumbled, "Damn it. These apples back home cost at most 2 or 3 yuan a pound." He then offered the remaining apples to Wu Shidao and Li Xiang, not one to be polite, took an apple and, imitating Zhang Liang, rubbed it on his clothing before munching on it. Things around the university are bound to be pricey. These unscrupulous merchants are just waiting to profit off us students. If we bought from the wholesale market, it would only be 2 or 3 yuan a pound. Buying in bulk would surely make it even cheaper. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Shidao's mind stirred with a burgeoning idea. Could he consider venturing into the fruit business? Much like the later Matewan group buying model, if memory served him correctly, Matewan's approach was quite straightforward. Each day, they offered a single product, such as a wine package, with a marketing strategy that emphasized lower prices with increased participation, enticing customers to promote it among friends and family. Food is a fundamental need. Regardless of the circumstances, sustenance remains paramount. With tens of thousands of students at Nansen University, even if each one consumed but a single apple daily, they would collectively require tens of thousands of apples. There was no need for Wu Shidao to develop an elaborate app like the future Matewan. A simple group buying model would suffice. Such an app could be established in just a few days. Surrounding Nansen University were a dozen or so other colleges and vocational schools, along with teachers and their families, amounting to a population of around 300,000 to 400,000. If he could capture this market, the profits would undoubtedly be staggering, more than enough to sustain the future development of his versatile shop. As Wu Shidao pondered, he could not help but smile. "What are you thinking about, old 3?" A voice suddenly interrupted. "Oh, nothing much," Wu Shidao replied casually, just contemplating the idea of selling apples. "Selling apples?" Li Xiang looked at him in surprise. "What? Are you planning to set up a fruit stand?" "Hey, I think that's a great idea." Zhang Liang chimed in playfully. "Old 3, if you start selling fruit, I'll definitely support you regularly. Just make sure to give me a discount." "Absolutely," Wu Shidao replied with a grin. "When the time comes, I'll let you eat your fill until you burst." "Wow, how generous," Zhang Liang exclaimed. "You can rest assured, my greatest passion is eating fruit. Just look at my physique. I doubt I'd even reach the point of bursting before I bankrupt you." "Do you believe that?" "I do not." Wu Shidao laughed heartily. Neither Zhang Liang nor Li Xiang took him seriously, dismissing it as mere jest. Upon returning to their empty dormitory, they found it still devoid of life. And even after lights out and the dormitory was locked, Meng Hao had yet to return. However, none of the 3 spoke of him, as if he were a ghost who had never existed in their midst. The following morning, Dong Yukai and Yang Xian returned. Upon spotting the remaining apples on the dormitory table, Dong Yukai beamed and exclaimed, "Is this what they call brotherly unity? I figured after last night's drinking, you guys would be hungry this morning, so I bought some apples. Had I known you already had some, I wouldn't have bothered." Yang Shuan remained silent, glancing around the dormitory before changing into a new outfit and silently picking up 2 thermoses of hot water. "Old 5, Zhang Liang mumbled sleepily, turning over and murmuring, "Don't make noise. I want to sleep a bit longer." Wu Shidao, awake and unwilling to return to sleep, found Li Xiang sleeping opposite him. Upon hearing Wu Shidao dressing, Li Xiang opened his eyes, yawned, and asked, "What are you up so early for?" "Can't sleep. Just going out for a stroll." Wu Shidao offered casually. "All right then, I'll join you," Li Xiang replied. As he spoke, Li Xiang climbed to his feet. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Wu Shidao returned, only to find Yang Xian, drenched in sweat, carrying 2 thermoses of hot water. Without hesitation, he dashed out again. Wu Shidao, not giving it much thought, picked up his own thermos, intending to fetch some water as well. To his surprise, it was quite heavy. Upon opening it, he discovered it was full. He pondered for a moment and checked the remaining thermoses, all of which were likewise filled. Wu Shidao shook his head gently, understanding that Yang Xian was expressing his gratitude in this manner. "Brothers, come, let us eat some buns." Before he could even finish his cup of water, Yang Xian returned, sweat glistening on his brow, exclaiming, "I just bought these from the cafeteria. They're still hot." Li Xiang, unceremoniously, reached for a bun and began to eat, mumbling Lao Lu. "Thanks a lot." No, it's nothing," Yang Xian replied, taking a brief pause before continuing. "I was looking at the freshman registration details yesterday, and starting tomorrow, we have military training. I'm a bit anxious, worried about me being the team leader and shouting slogans." Dong Yukai teased with a laugh. "Rest assured, that won't happen." Yang Xian's face flushed as he waved his hands repeatedly, I'm worried I won't be able to keep up. I've heard military training is quite strict. Don't let it trouble you, Wu Shidao said, swallowing a bun with a smile. The purpose of military training is to toughen you up. They don't actually intend to turn you into a soldier. It won't be overly rigorous, and if it becomes too demanding, you can always speak to the instructor. Is that so? That's great. Yang Xian sighed in relief. Shall we go? Aren't you planning to take a stroll? Li Xiang clapped his hands and stood up. Addressing Wu Shidao, I'd like to wander around campus. Would you like to join? Both Dong Yukai and Yang Xian readily agreed. Wait for me a moment. Zhang Liang, seeing that everyone was about to leave, could no longer lie down. He hastily tidied up and devoured a bun in a frenzy. The buns from the cafeteria were small, but in his hands, they seemed like little dumplings, and he finished them in a whirlwind, wiping his mouth with a casual gesture and exclaiming, "Let us set off." The group meandered through the campus. Wu Shidao, recalling the dormitory building where Shun Xiaojing resided, casually inquired, "Boss, is the girls' dormitory for our class in Building 11? Still thinking about the girls' dormitory?" Zhang Liang joked, recalling yesterday's events. He then added, "Buildings 11 and 13 are the girls' dorms for the School of Media. I believe our school's girls' dorms are buildings 6 and 8. The School of Media?" Wu Shidao was taken aback. How could that be? He distinctly remembered seeing Shun Xiaojing enter Building 11 yesterday. Could it be that she was visiting someone else's dorm? Indeed, it's the School of Media. Zhang Liang confirmed with certainty. How do you remember this so well? Fess up, have you been inside? Dong Yukai inquired with a mischievous grin. I want to go in. But the dormitory matron wouldn't allow it. Zhang Liang spread his hands in exasperation. I remember it clearly because my fellow townsman mentioned that the enchanting senior resides in Building 11. She is from the School of Media. Look, isn't that her? Dong Yukai suddenly shouted, pointing in a direction. The group instinctively turned to look, and sure enough, they spotted Lu Shuang walking out of the nearby dormitory with several girls. The boys lining the path couldn't help but pay her their respects in admiration. However, being university students, they still maintained a semblance of decorum. Some feigning indifference while subtly stealing glances at Lu Shuang. A few were so distracted that they nearly bumped into tree trunks as they walked. Old 5, your chance has come, Zhang Liang joked from the side. You were asking about Building 11. Were you planning to pursue the enchantress? Now that she is out, seize the opportunity and hurry. Just as he finished speaking, Wu Shidao unexpectedly quickened his pace, leaving the others behind as he strode purposefully toward the girls' dormitory. Whoa, is Sangu really going to chase the enchantress? Dong Yukai exclaimed in astonishment. It's quite possible. Sangun knows her. Let us go see how he pursues her. Zhang Liang eagerly chimed in, hastening to catch up. The few from dormitory 102 kept a reasonable distance from Wu Shidao. Lu Shuang was chatting with the girls beside her when she looked up and saw Wu Shidao walking directly toward her. She paused, instinctively slowing her pace. Her first thought being, is he here to apologize? After all, Wu Shidao had abruptly uttered an expletive in her presence the previous night. However, before she could decide how to react if he were to apologize, Wu Shidao strode past her without a second glance, heading straight on. As they brushed past each other, Lu Shuang noted clearly that despite their face-to-face encounter, Wu Shidao's eyes held no acknowledgement of her. He had glanced her way even once. Hello, Wu Shidao. May I get to know you and befriend you? Hearing a voice behind her, Lu Shuang instinctively turned her head, only to see Wu Shidao blocking another girl's path. Curiosity piqued. She recalled that when she first met him at the station, he had made a mature impression. How could he be so childish in pursuing a girl? Who approaches someone so directly at the outset? Chapter 38. Impact on Shun Xiaojing. Indeed, Wu Shidao had positioned himself directly in front of Shun Xiaojing. Seeing her and Zhao lay together like a couple, shoulder to shoulder, buying fruits had stirred jealousy within him. More importantly, Zhang Liang's mention of the girls' dormitory in Building 11 being part of the School of Media sent a shiver down Wu Shidao's spine. The course of Shun Xiaojing's history in this timeline had seemingly altered due to his premature arrival. This was what truly terrified Wu Shidao. The reason he had come to Nansen University was to be classmates with Shun Xiaojing, to be with her sooner. He remembered clearly that Shun Xiaojing graduated from Nansen University with a degree in economics. This detail was irrefutable. He could not be mistaken. Yet in this timeline, Shun Xiaojing had inexplicably become a student of the School of Media. Thus, he felt compelled to ascertain what exactly had transpired, what errors had led to this current situation. I don't know you. Shun Xiaojing looked at Wu Shidao in astonishment. She had noticed him walking directly towards her moments earlier. For some reason, her first instinct was that he was certainly coming to find her. Yet she never anticipated that he would initiate a conversation in such a straightforward manner. Now we do, don't we? Wu Shidao smiled, extending his hand earnestly, saying, I'm Wu Shidao, what about you? sorry. But I'm not interested in getting to know you. With that, Shun Xiaojing attempted to sidestep him. We're classmates. Let us get acquainted, shall we? Wu Shidao stubbornly blocked her path once more, oblivious to the hint of pleading that had unconsciously crept into his tone. Shun Xiaojing remained silent this time, standing still as she quietly observed Wu Shidao. Please, don't be angry. It was my mistake, all right? Just don't be upset. Wu Shidao's immediate instinct was to soothe her. After all, the two had been married in their past life, and had spent so many years together that he understood Shun Xiaojing's temperament all too well. It is no exaggeration to say that with just a glance or a slight expression, Wu Shidao could discern whether she was pleased or displeased. Shun Xiaojing was momentarily taken aback, surprised by how accurately this young man, named Wu Shidao, could perceive her irritation. Please step aside. You are blocking the way. She finally spoke, her tone calm. May I ask you something? Wu Shidao quickly added, fearing that Shun Xiaojing might misinterpret his intentions. Rest assured, it's nothing personal. If you prefer not to answer, that is perfectly fine, all right? He implored her with a gaze full of sincerity, for reasons she could not articulate. Shun Xiaojing felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity in Wu Shidao's presence, as if they had crossed paths before. Yet, she was certain that she had only seen him once in Yen City. Her mind drifted back to their first encounter at the night market in Yen City. She recalled vividly how Wu Shidao had seemed utterly astonished upon seeing her, his eyes sparkling with joy akin to that of a long-lost reunion, almost as if he wished to embrace her. But this was their first meeting. Why would he exhibit such exuberance as if they were old friends? It is known that one's eyes betray the truth. Snapping back to reality, Shun Xiaojing cast a glance at Wu Shidao before averting her gaze elsewhere. Wu Shidao let out a sigh of relief, understanding this to be her tacit consent. He eagerly inquired, why didn't you declare economics as your major? Shun Xiaojing's body jolted at his words, a tempest of emotions surging within her. How did he know her intended major was economics? Fixing her gaze on Wu Shidao for several moments, she finally replied softly, I was assigned to a different major. With that, she turned and walked away. So that was it. Wu Shidao suddenly realized, contemplating a possibility. Could it be that his choice of economics had inadvertently caused Shun Xiaojing's scores to fall short, leading to her reassignment to the media department? Or perhaps, the individual responsible was none other than himself? This thought lingered in his mind, gaining traction with every passing moment. Hey, third brother. A hand landed heavily on his shoulder, startling Wu Shidao. Turning around, he saw Zhang Liang grinning mischievously. So, have you acquired that girl's name and number yet? No, Wu Shidao replied, shaking his head. In truth, as long as he knew Shun Xiaojing's major, discovering her dormitory number would not pose much of a challenge. Third brother, with that demeanor earlier, I thought you were about to greet a fairy. Dong Yukai chimed in with a chuckle. I didn't expect you were pursuing another woman. What other woman? Wu Shidao interjected earnestly. That is your sister-in-law, understand? Dong Yotsai's expression turned serious. Third brother, I was close enough to hear that she had no intention of getting to know you at all. As long as I know her, that's sufficient, Wu Shidao replied with a faint smile. Go for it. Li Xiang approached, coolly offering his support. The group sauntered near the teaching building, where they spotted a posted list of freshman class allocations. Wu Shidao meticulously examined the names in the economics classes. Confirming Shen Xiaojing's absence. However, he did find her name listed in the media department. She had not deceived him. A twinge of guilt surfaced within him. Shun Xiaojing was introverted and gentle, and she had a fondness for accounting work. Yet, due to his impulsive whim or sudden inspiration, he had inadvertently altered the course of her fate. With the afternoon still stretching before them, Zhang Liang planned to return for a proper nap. A sentiment echoed by Dong Yukai and Yang Xian. Li Xiang volunteered to accompany Wu Shidao as he meandered around the campus. He noticed that Wu Shidao's wandering was not aimless. Rather, it seemed purposeful as he surveyed the vicinity of the cafeteria and school supermarket, even checking the prices of fruits within the store. Having completed this exploration, Wu Shidao led Li Xiang to the streets outside the campus, where they strolled the length of the thoroughfare, diligently inquiring about prices at various fruit shops and stalls. I say, third brother, you're not seriously considering selling fruit, are you? Li Xiang asked, half jokingly and half seriously. What do you think? Wu Shidao countered with a smile, glancing at his phone to check the time. It was only 3 in the afternoon. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, shall we explore the nearby universities? Still fruit shops? Li Xiang quería sorpresa. Seeing Wu Shidao nod affirmatively, Li Xiang became unusually earnest. Are you serious about this? Do I appear to be jesting? Wu Shidao reined in his smile. Not at all, Li Xiang responded, shaking his head before adding, but you certainly don't strike me as someone who has sold fruit before. I have an idea that I can't quite articulate at this moment. You'll understand in due time, Wu Shidao said, waving down a taxi and instructing the driver. Please take us around the streets surrounding the university town. A roundabout? The driver asked, puzzled. Yes. I mean the commercial streets surrounding the universities where food and fruits are sold, Wu Shidao clarified. The driver, understanding now, nodded as he began to drive, eyeing Wu Shidao and Li Xiang with curiosity. You both are university students, I presume? Looking to start a business? You could say that, Wu Shidao replied with a smile. Quite commendable. My child is around your age, having graduated from college this year, but still hasn't found a job. He spends his days gaming at home. And I can't even scold him without him arguing back. The driver rambled on. At first, Wu Shidao engaged with the driver, but soon he focused on the scenery outside. Sensing this change in attention, the driver wisely fell silent, driving according to Wu Shidao's request and circling the universities. Let's take another round, driver, Wu Shidao instructed as the vehicle came to a halt. Sure thing. The driver was pleased with the request. Wu Shidao mentally counted the fruit shops surrounding the university town, realizing there were over 80, not including those within the campus supermarkets. This indicated a promising market potential. Another round? The driver asked, a hint of eagerness in his voice as he subtly glanced at the meter, which had exceeded 100 yuan. Which fruit wholesale market in Jin City is the largest? Wu Shidao pondered before answering. The largest is the Jinyu market to the north, which specializes in wholesale fruits. But it's quite a distance away, approximately 50 yuan to get there. The driver made a note of this. All right, let's go. Wu Shidao nodded, noticing that Li Xiang had already dozed off in the back seat. The Jinyu market is situated on the outskirts of the fruit market. Due to the prohibition of large trucks entering the city center, goods are typically delivered here, from where various fruit vendors transport them to supermarkets or fruit stores within the city for sale. Naturally, there are also some vendors operating small trucks that sell fruit directly on street corners or near residential areas. Li Xiang, we've arrived. Wake up, Wu Shidao called out, rousing Li Xiang from his slumber as they reached the entrance of Jinyu market. Groggy and bleary-eyed, Li Xiang stepped out of the vehicle, glancing around in confusion and exclaiming, where on earth are we? This is Jinyu market, a wholesale fruit hub, Wu Shidao replied, promptly paying the fare. He then led the bewildered Li Xiang inside. The interior bore a resemblance to a vegetable market, yet differed in that every stall sold fruit, with boxes piled high at the entrance resembling small hills. People continuously moved in and out, and numerous large trucks laden with fruit were parked inside, where the owners often sold directly from their vehicles. How much for a box of apples? Li Xiang curiously inquired as he approached a vendor, having overheard a shout. 70 yuan. The vendor answered with a quick glance at Li Xiang, dismissing further conversation, likely judging him to be a mere student rather than a wholesale buyer. 70 yuan for 40 pounds? That's less than 2 yuan per pound. Li Xiang calculata mentally. Thinking back to the apples he had purchased yesterday for 5 yuan each, what a profiteer. No conscience at all. What's conscience worth? How much does it weigh? Wu Shidao chuckled. Without conscience, one can earn more. Still, it should be somewhat reasonable, Li Xiang countered. I think 3 yuan per pound would be fair. It's still a good profit. You are mistaken. Wu Shidao shook his head. Fruit has a shelf life. If it's not sold before it spoils, it must be sold at a loss or even discarded. Therefore, prices must be raised to ensure profit or at least a break even. Wouldn't lower prices sell faster? Li Xiang raturta. Exactly. Here, that's the case. Wu Shidao pointed to the bustling vendors around them. This is low price, fast selling. Besides, this is wholesale, while other places are retail. A random fruit vendor here might take away a small truckload. How many customers would it take to sell that amount at retail prices? He paused, then asked, would you buy 100 pounds of apples for yourself just because they're 1 yuan a pound? Surely not. So your idea that lower prices lead to faster sales is flawed. In retail, the price doesn't significantly affect the quantity a single customer buys. That's impossible. Li Xiang immediately rebutted. If I buy apples at 1 yuan a pound, I would buy 10 or 20 pounds, but at 5 yuan a pound, I'd only get 3 or 4 pounds. How can there be no impact? You might buy 10 or 20 pounds, but the likelihood is slim. Trust me. You consider that you can't eat them all at once. Buying too many means some will spoil, Wu Shidao replied. At 1 yuan a pound. If you bought 20 pounds, you'd spend 20 yuan. But if it's 5 yuan a pound, buying 4 pounds costs you the same. Even if you bought 3 pounds at 5 yuan, you'd still spend 15 yuan. So, do you think you're more likely to buy 15 pounds at 1 yuan? Or 3 pounds at 5 yuan? He paused, observing Li Xiang's stunned expression. Whether it's 15 yuan for a quick sale at 1 yuan a pound or a slower sale at 5 yuan, the outcome is still the same. The key is that when selling at 5 yuan, as long as you cover costs, the remaining apples can be quickly sold at 4 or 3 yuan to make a profit. Ah, I see now. I understand, Li Xiang pondered for a moment, nodding in admiration. You really know a lot, Lao San. You're in the right field with economics. I'm just here to earn a diploma. All right, enough chit-chat. Let us explore and inquire about prices. Wu Shidao waved his hand, just as he was about to approach a nearby stall. A middle-aged man in work attire approached and deeply bowed to Wu Shidao. Benefactor, what a surprise to see you here. Benefactor? Both Wu Shidao and Li Xiang were taken aback. Upon closer inspection, Wu Shidao vaguely recognized the dusty-faced man, but couldn't place him. Have you forgotten? At the night market in Yincheng a few months ago, you gave me over 1,000 yuan, the man said, wiping his face with a not-so-clean sleeve. Suddenly appearing much younger, around 30 years old. Oh, it's you. Wu Shidao finally remembered. What are you doing here? Are you working? Yes, benefactor, the man nodded. My name is Wu Shidao. You can call me Wu or Xiao Wu. Just drop the benefactor. It feels awkward. Sure, my name is Jean Gang, he replied. Gang, as in steel. Back in the army, everyone called me Jean Gang. I've been working here for over 10 days, helping with the transportation of fruits. He gestured toward a nearby warehouse. I usually work here moving goods. I recognized you when you and your friend arrived, but I hesitated to approach, afraid I might mistake you for someone else. Wu Shidao chuckled. What a coincidence. By the way, how is your mother's health? Has she improved? At the mention of his mother, Jean Gang's expression darkened, and his smile vanished. He sighed. She passed away over a month ago. After handling her affairs, I came here. I'm sorry to hear that. Please accept my condolences. Wu Shidao replied, momentarily at a loss for words. Don't worry, Wu Ge. I'll come to terms with it. I did my best to care for her while she was alive, Jean Gang said, then shifted the topic. Are you here to buy fruit? I have plenty. Feel free to take whatever you want. Can I take a look at your store's warehouse? Wu Shidao asked excitedly, realizing that if Jean Gang worked there, he would likely have insight into fruit prices, enabling him to inquire thoroughly and gain a clearer understanding. Jean Gang hesitated, but then said, Wu Ge. Just call me Jean Gang. You're my benefactor. Let's not dwell on that. It's all in the past, and it wasn't a huge amount. Wu Shidao interrupted. That one do. My mother always told me that a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Jean Gang earnestly stated, Wu Ge. You may simply call me Jean Gang. Please refrain from addressing me as Ge, for I am unworthy of such an honor, as you cannot possibly comprehend. A flicker of sadness crossed his face, and the words that followed remained unspoken. It turned out that he had been begging at the Yin City night market for several days, yet had garnered only a meager sum. Jean Gang's mother, nearing the end of her life, had an ardent desire to taste durian, having never experienced it before. As she put it, she had only heard it smelled foul, but tasted divine. Now, at death's door, she yearned to savor the fruit just once. The family's funds had long been exhausted in pursuit of her treatment, and they were burdened with debts to relatives and friends. Their home had been sold, and the hospital had made multiple demands for payment, threatening to cease treatment should they fail to comply. The living conditions of Jean Gang and his mother could only be described as destitute. In such dire circumstances, Jean Gang had no choice but to resort to begging. It was during this time that he encountered Wu Shidao, and although the over 1,000 yuan he received did not cure his mother's illness, it enabled him to purchase a substantial durian, fulfilling her dying wish. Very well, I shall call you Jean Gang, Wu Shidao conceded, recognizing Jean Gang's insistence. He beckoned to Li Xiang, who was nearby. Lao Si, shall we go inside for a moment? Just then, Li Xiang's phone rang. He glanced at it, a smile breaking across his face as he waved his hand dismissively. It's my girlfriend calling. You go ahead, I'll take this call. With that, he stepped aside, eagerly answering, Why did you take so long to call? I missed you terribly. Wu Shidao felt a shiver run down his spine at the overt sentimentality. He and Jean Gang proceeded into the storage room. Within this wholesale fruit market, many larger fruit merchants possessed their own warehouses and cold storage facilities for the preservation of their goods. The fruit store where Jean Gang worked boasted a storage area of approximately 500 square meters, including a smaller cold room of about 50 square meters. Wu Ge, do you enjoy pears? We have a variety of apples and pears here, Jean Gang offered, handing Wu Shidao a coral fragrant pear. This particular pear is exceptionally delicious. It's classified as an A-grade fruit. Do give it a try. Wu Shidao wiped it clean, took a bite, and nodded in approval. Not bad. What does A-grade signify? Since he intended to venture into this business, it was essential to be well informed. Wu Ge, A-grade is the term we use here, divided into 3 categories, A, B, and C. A-grade signifies the finest quality, B-grade is of slightly lesser quality, and C-grade is the least desirable, Jean Gang explained, gesturing towards several apples atop a crate. As you can see, A-grade fruits are large, vibrant, and free from blemishes, hence they are priced higher. B-grade fruits are smaller and, unless placed alongside A-grade, can be hard to distinguish. Some vendors might sell B-grade as A-grade. C-grade fruits, on the other hand, are smaller and often have bruises. After providing this overview, Jingang added, "If you ever wish to purchase fruit, you need only come here. Don't waste money elsewhere." Wu Shidao smiled, finishing the fragrant pear in a few bites before Jingang promptly presented him with several other varieties. "Wuga, try these as well." "Thank you, Jingang. But that one tea be necessary," Wu Shidao replied, raising his hand. "The reason I'm here today, I ascend tea to buy fruit. Rather, I seek to procure some for resale at school." Jingang paused. Then his face lit up with understanding as he slapped his forehead. "Ah, I see. Wuga, you wish to engage in this business? Allow me to tell you, while the fruit trade may seem simple, it is in truth quite challenging. What makes it so difficult? Please, enlighten me," Wu Shidao inquired with a smile. "Well, while fruit appears ubiquitous and straightforward, very few truly understand how to store each type properly. The duration of its freshness, which fruits should not be stored together, and which require refrigeration," Jingang explained earnestly. "Impressive. I hadn't realized you possess such knowledge." Wu Shidao remarked with a chuckle. "Jingang, if I recall correctly, you mentioned you have not been working here long. How did you come to learn all of this?" Jingang scratched his head, pulling out a small notebook from his pocket to show Wu Shidao. "Wuga, I'm not particularly bright and tend to forget things. So I jot everything down in this notebook to avoid neglecting my duties. After all, when one earns a living from others, one must work diligently and not be careless." Wu Shidao found himself increasingly admiring this earnest young man. "Jingang, I have never engaged in the fruit business before. If I were to start, which fruits would you recommend I sell first?" "Apples, oranges, and pears are the most suitable choices," Jingang replied without hesitation. "These fruits have the longest shelf life and are widely consumed. And regarding prices, what do the A, B, and C grades cost?" Wu Shidao continued. "That is up to our boss," Jingang replied, shaking his head. "I cannot make that decision. However, I've overheard my boss discussing prices, which vary depending on the quantity purchased and the season. For instance, a truckload typically refers to 3 tons. Currently, a truckload of B-grade apples costs around 10,000 yuan, which is the most favorable price, especially during the harvest season when prices may drop further. However, it's said that prices will rise again in winter." He shared all he knew with Wu Shidao without reservation. "Got it, Jingang. Thank you," Wu Shidao said, committing this information to memory. He glanced at the time and added, "I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. I will return once I have prepared everything. By the way, do you have a contact number?" After Jingang provided his phone number, he hesitated for a moment, appearing as if he had more to say. "What is on your mind?" Wu Shidao inquired, noticing Jingang's apprehension. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" "Wuga," Jingang said hesitantly, "for what I understand, there is significant money to be made in the fruit business. It's no exaggeration to say that merchants in this wholesale market with even a modest scale possess fortunes in the millions. However, this industry can be quite perilous. Since you haven't previously engaged in the fruit trade, I urge you to tread cautiously." "Understood. I will heed your advice," Wu Shidao replied, realization dawning upon him. He smiled, waved his phone, and turned to make contact. "All right," Jingang nodded earnestly. Upon exiting, Wu Shidao noticed Li Xiang still engrossed in a call with his girlfriend. He patted Li Xiang on the shoulder and headed outside. After hailing a taxi, even the driver frequently glanced at Li Xiang through the rearview mirror. Upon arriving at the school, Li Xiang's phone call finally concluded, coinciding with his phone running out of battery. "How was your assessment?" Li Xiang inquired with concern. "Not too shabby. I'll finalize my plans after military training concludes," Wu Shidao replied with a smile. "By the way, I may need your assistance then." "Count me in," Li Xiang readily agreed. Soon after, Wu Shidao's thoughts turned to Shun Xiaojing, wondering if she would find the upcoming military training too exhausting. The training period was brief, lasting only 10 days, a classic case of form over substance. The drills were monotonous, consisting of line formations, chanting slogans, and practicing military exercises, which rendered the experience rather uninspiring. During these days of military training, Meng Hao, who is somewhat of an outsider, has been rather unassuming, spending most of his time in the dormitory and rarely engaging in conversation with his roommates. Finally, the training has concluded. While he feels somewhat stale, he remarks that he feels entirely drained. Following the end of the military training, the school announced a 2-day break, and a formal welcome party is scheduled for tomorrow evening, which will mark the official commencement of classes thereafter. Early in the morning, while the others in the dormitory are still fast asleep, Wu Shidao quietly rises. He intends to take advantage of these 2 days to find a place to live independently. As a man whose psychological age is over 40, he finds the communal living situation quite distasteful, lacking any semblance of personal space. The incessant noise is particularly bothersome. The dormitory houses only 6 individuals. Yet the cacophony of snoring, sleep-talking, and other disturbances is overwhelming. This is especially true for Yang Xian, who, perhaps due to his reticence during the day, incessantly talks in his sleep at night, as if summarizing the events of his day. As Li Xiang puts it, Yang Xian has no secrets, revealing all in his dreams. This realization confirms Wu Shidao's earlier statement. If one's stuttering is not inherent, but induced by external factors, forgetting about it can alleviate the condition, as evidenced by Yang Xian's fluent speech while dreaming. Wu Shidao's first choice for accommodation is on campus. He contemplates the inconvenience of commuting from an off-campus residence daily, especially since, although university regulations are relatively lax, inspections do occur from time to time. Taking all these factors into account, he decides to seek housing within the campus. This is not a challenging endeavor, as there are several residences available for rent from retired faculty members. Despite their age, these buildings are still in good condition. Moreover, many students share Wu Shidao's sentiments, resulting in a competitive housing market on campus. However, during the period when freshmen are just starting their studies, some units do become available as seniors graduate. Fortuitously, Wu Shidao encounters a middle-aged man posting a rental advertisement on the school's bulletin board. After a brief inquiry, he follows the man to view the apartment. The landlord, a boisterous man in his 40s, explains, "I don't live here. This is a house left to me by my parents." The apartment is a 3-bedroom unit, one of which has been converted into a study, with an entire wall lined with bookshelves filled with various books, though they are covered in dust, indicating they haven't been touched in quite some time. "This place is quite nice. I'll rent it," Wu Shidao decides after touring the rooms, promptly paying a year's rent in full. He must admit that the rent is quite steep at 1,500 a month, and the landlord has no intention of negotiating, clearly exploiting students in need of housing. Nevertheless, he appreciates finally having his own personal space. Even better, this location is even closer to the teaching buildings. After purchasing a mop and broom from the supermarket, Wu Shidao spends half the day tidying up the apartment. Li Xiang calls, inquiring, "Hey, where have you been? I didn't see you all morning." After 10 days of military training, Wu Shidao has gotten a good grasp of his roommates' personalities. After all, they are merely teenagers, not particularly cunning. Among his 5 roommates, Li Xiang is someone he can connect with. Interestingly, the 6-person dorm has formed 3 distinct social circles. Meng Hao, a local, remains solitary and disinterested in mingling with Wu Shidao and the others. Zhang Liang, the oldest and most boisterous, has a good rapport with everyone but Meng Hao, while Dong Yukai and Yang Xian seem particularly close. Li Xiang enjoys being around Wu Shidao, expressing that he considers him mature and insightful. "Oh, I rented a place in the faculty housing area and am currently cleaning it up," Wu Shidao admits. Given that he will be returning to the dormitory less frequently from this point forward, he decides to be forthright about his new living arrangements. "Would you like to help me clean?" "Wait, there's such a good deal," Li Xiang exclaims. "Cleaning is considered a good deed now. I meant the rental." Chapter 42. Is this computer really that expensive? Li Xiang arrives shortly after, and after exploring the apartment, he remarks, "Not bad. How much is it?" 1,500 a month, Wu Shidao shrugs. "Wow, that is pricey." Li Xiang gusps. "That is about my entire monthly allowance." He then shifts the topic, asking, "So, are you planning to sell fruit?" This question arises because the apartment is on the first floor, which could serve as a storefront if tidied up. How about using it as a dorm and storage? Wu Shidao chuckles. "Let us skip the storefront. If I were to sell fruit, I wouldn't need that." "How do you plan to sell without a storefront?" Li Xiang queries with curiosity. "Leave that to me," Wu Shidao replies, grabbing the keys. "Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal. If you're free this afternoon, come with me to buy some supplies." "All right, big spender," Li Xiang jokes, now aware that Wu Shidao is not short on funds since their taxi ride around the university town. However, he refrains from prying into whether Wu Shidao comes from a wealthy family, which is something Wu Shidao appreciates about him, his lack of gossip. By the way, Li Xiang continues as they stroll through campus. The counselor visited the dorm earlier and mentioned that there's a welcome party tomorrow night, encouraging each dorm to put forth a performance. And then, Wu Shidao asks casually, showing little interest in such matters. "I signed up," Li Xiang shrugs. "I'll be doing a solo performance, so remember to cheer for me." "Can you even sing?" Wu Shidao inquires, surprised. Li Xiang retorts indignantly, "Do you look down on me? I was the singing champion in high school. Then why didn't you apply to the media school?" Wu Shidao teases. "With your looks, you should be pursuing a career as an idol." "What is an idol?" Li Xian asks. "Bujlat. An icon," Wu Shidao clarifies. "Singing is just a hobby for me." Li Xiang replies with a serious expression. "I don't want to be so superficial as to rely on looks." As they banter, passing by the girls' dormitory, Wu Shidao instinctively glances in that direction, but does not spot Shin Shaojing. Instead, he sees Lu Shuang and a few other girls exiting. "Wow, handsome guy. Haven't seen you before." Are you a freshman? One girl comments. Shuang Shuang, this boy is quite attractive. Aren't you going to make a move? Another girl teases. Upon spotting Li Xiang, several girls' eyes instantly brightened, and they began to chatter and giggle amongst themselves. How juvenile. I have no interest. Lu Xuanshuang's gaze lingered on Li Xiang for a moment before shifting to Wu Shidao. Retrieving her attention, she half-jokingly, half-seriously remarked, if you wish to get acquainted, I could procure a contact number for you. You claim to have no interest? One girl smirked. If you can get a contact number, Shuang Shuang, you must certainly know him, right? I know the guy beside him. Lu Shuang retorted with a dismissive shrug. By the way, Shuang, you're in your third year now. Aren't you planning to seize the moment and find a boyfriend? A curious girl inquired. Are you really considering spending your university year single? How unfortunate. Lu Shuang shot her a look. What is wrong with being single? You switch boyfriends every year, yet I see no happiness radiating from you. Speaking of which, would you accompany me to the computer market later? I'm looking to buy a laptop, one girl suggested. Sure, it's been a while since I ventured out. A stroll would be nice, Lu Shuang and the others agreed. Meanwhile, Wu Shidao and Li Xiang found a restaurant outside the campus, and after their meal, Wu Shidao mentioned, I need to buy a computer. Sounds good, Li Xiang nodded, adding, make sure the hard drive is spacious enough to store a few action movies. Wu Shidao was momentarily speechless. Hailing a taxi, the two arrived at the computer market and began browsing. After selecting a store and negotiating the specifications and prices, the owner commenced assembling the machines. Wu Shidao purchased 2 computers, a desktop and a laptop, considering he would need a computer during the winter and summer breaks. He opted for a high-performance laptop, as the desktop at home was somewhat outdated. Naturally, this came with a hefty price tag. The laptop alone cost over $20,000, and with the desktop, the total expenditure surpassed $30,000. Once the desktop was assembled, it had to undergo testing to ensure all hardware functioned correctly before he could take it home. Wu Shidao discussed with the owner, requesting that it be delivered to his rented accommodation, thus avoiding the need for transportation. Given the substantial expenditure, the owner readily agreed. Just as they exited the computer market, they encountered Lu Shuang and her companions. Hello, Sister Lu, Wu Shidao greeted politely with a smile, acknowledging their presence without formalities. Liu Shuang nodded. Glancing at the laptop he was carrying, casually inquiring, are you also here to buy a computer? Wu Shidao replied with an affirming grunt, I'm heading off now, goodbye. After they departed, one of the girls intending to buy a computer remarked, that guy can't possibly be a rich second generation, can he? The laptop he purchased is rather expensive. How expensive? Lu Shuang casually asked. I checked earlier, it's over 20,000. The girl replied, over 20,000? Lu Shuang and the others expressed their astonishment. That is quite steep. Are you sure you didn't misread? I'm not mistaken. The girl shook her head. Upon entering the campus, Li Xiang's phone rang. Observing his joyful demeanor, Wu Shidao deduced that his girlfriend was on the line. Take your time chatting. I'll head back first. Wu Shidao waved his hand and returned alone to his newly rented residence. The subsequent hours were spent busily acquiring bedding, setting up an internet connection, and so forth, engrossed in his tasks until after 8 in the evening, when he finally had everything in order. Opening his computer, Wu Shidao first logged onto the Universal Cracking Store server to check the download statistics. So many already? He exclaimed, astonished to see over 30 million downloads. This overwhelming figure delighted him, as it indicated that the Universal Cracking Store had quickly become a formidable competitor against top players like 91 Assistant and the Android market in the domestic mobile application store landscape. Chapter 43. Do you think I'm a fool? Next, Wu Shidao logged onto the Wayphone forum to take a glance. Apple had conducted a significant upgrade on September 8th, transitioning from iOS 4.0.1 to the 4.1 system. However, for the Universal Cracking Store, this remained inconsequential, as it still enabled perfect one-click jailbreaking. It would only necessitate an update upon the arrival of the iOS 5 system. Additionally, Wu Shidao was thrilled to discover that the Universal Store had finally passed Apple's signature verification and was now live in the App Store, a process he had applied for back in July. Of course, the version in the App Store did not possess the one-click jailbreaking feature. It was merely a standard application store. Nevertheless, it could still surreptitiously collect user information. At that time, the iOS system, while secure, still had vulnerabilities regarding certain privacy aspects, unlike the stricter control of permissions and privacy in later iOS systems. Having not logged into the forum for quite some time, Wu Shidao was greeted with a notification indicating hundreds of unread private messages. Most were from developers seeking to list their apps in the Universal Cracking Store. Among them, one account had sent him dozens of messages consecutively. Upon opening it, he couldn't help but chuckle. It was from a vice president named Zhou Hao at Wanghu Company. To provide some context, The events leading up to this began a few days prior. Following a meeting with a certain government department, application stores like 91 Assistant and the Android market had become notably subdued. However, this was merely a facade. In reality, they had removed all cracked and pirated apps and instituted an internal review mechanism to eliminate a batch of potentially risky applications. As a result, the user appeal of 91 Assistant and the Android market had plummeted significantly. The reason was simple. The Universal Cracking Store had become the go-to download for iOS users, offering perfect one-click jailbreaking. Similarly, Android users could achieve root access with a single click. What did 91 Assistant and its peers have to offer? Aside from lacking cracked apps, they were likely filled with high-risk, charge-inducing Trojan apps. A considerable number of users opted to vote with their feet, especially during the early days of the mobile internet era, when no one dared to gamble with the safety of their devices, given that a single phone could cost thousands of dollars. Moreover, gray market iPhones could exceed $10,000 each. No one wanted to play games with their money. Consequently, within just over 20 days, the Universal Cracking Store had skyrocketed from a fledgling application store to one of the leading apps in the market. Wu Shidao had been preoccupied with military training and had no time to log into the Wayphone forum. Thus, he was unaware that Wang Hu Company had been attempting to contact him multiple times daily. Unable to compete directly, their strategy was to bring him into their fold. As they watched the Universal Cracking Store steadily erode their market share, leaving the higher-ups at Wang Hu restless and anxious, they invested over a year, employing a multitude of promoters, tirelessly searching and breaching numerous applications, expending millions of funds, only to finally secure a modest share of the App Store market. Yet, within a mere fortnight, they faced relentless setbacks from the omnipotent Cracking Store, and naturally, they were unwilling to concede defeat so easily. For the upper echelons of Wang Hu Company, the 10 days of military training felt like an agonizing eternity. Zhou Hao, in his attempts to contact Wu Shidao, was nearing despair. Regardless of the private messages he sent, Wu Shidao remained unresponsive. Were it not for the stable operation of the omnipotent Cracking Store, which continued to update and launch various applications, he would have suspected that it had ceased functioning altogether. Are you interested in discussing the acquisition? What about that fellow Lu Mingxian? That evening, Zhou Hao logged into his computer as usual, opened the Wayphone forum, and habitually glanced at it. Initially harboring no expectations, he was taken aback to discover a message awaiting him. He quickly sent a reply. Lu Mingxian has been dismissed from the company. I am Zhou Hao, the vice president of Wang Hu Company. Could you please share your contact information? I don't believe there's much to discuss. I previously made an offer, but you did not accept, did you? Do you expect me to lower my price? Wu Shidao pondered before responding. 10 billion is indeed exorbitant. Our company is willing to offer 100 million for the acquisition. Zhou Hao replied hastily. 100 million? Wu Shidao chuckled, finding the counteroffer more sincere than Lu Mingxian's previous response. If it were another individual, they might have been swayed. After all, the omnipotent Cracking Store had only been launched for 2 months. Unfortunately, Wu Shidao was acutely aware of the store's potential as a mere trinket, destined to be misjudged in value by many giants in the coming years. Presently, the omnipotent Cracking Store enjoyed the advantages of timing, location, and human resources. To sell it now would indeed be foolish. My apologies, but the 10 billion price was merely a previous estimate. If Wang Hu Company wishes to acquire it, the current price is 50 billion. Wu Shidao succinctly replied, I will not entertain offers below this figure. 50 billion? Zhou Hao, on the opposite side of the screen, suddenly grasped Lu Mingxian's previous standpoint. You truly have the audacity to demand such a sum. 50 billion was utterly out of the question. If you doubt me, feel free to inquire elsewhere and see who might offer you such a price. Wang Hu Company is genuinely interested in acquiring the omnipotent Cracking Store. If you are unwilling to sell, perhaps we could explore an alternative, such as equity investment. What do you think? Zhou Hao contemplated before responding. Equity investment? Upon seeing his proposal, Wu Shidao considered it and said, please elaborate on your terms. You are aware that 91 Assistant and Android market are both subsidiaries of our company, currently commanding a significant market share. We can discuss the manner of equity investment, whether it be cash or technical contributions. Noticing Wu Shidao's apparent interest, Zhou Hao began typing rapidly. What does technical investment entail? Wu Shidao inquired curiously. As you know, 91 Assistant and Android market currently hold substantial market shares. If we were to integrate the omnipotent Cracking Store, for instance, by incorporating the jailbreak function into 91 Assistant, we would have the opportunity to monopolize the domestic App Store market. Zhou Hao painted an enticing picture for Wu Shidao. With our extensive user base and the technological prowess of the omnipotent Cracking Store, the resources we both possess are quite comparable. By joining forces, we could create a monopolistic scenario akin to Baidu on the PC side, allowing us to reap enormous profits through advertising and promotional fees. What do you think? If you're willing, the omnipotent cracking store could secure a 30 equity stake. Wu Shidao was momentarily rendered speechless, promptly replying, "Zhou, you must be joking. Do you take me for chives? If you don't consider me as such, how could you propose such a ludicrous partnership?" Chapter 44. Do not accumulate enemies. I am serious. Please think it over. Goodbye. Just as Wu Shidao intended to close the forum, Zhou Hao sent another message. Are you truly unwilling to consider a partnership? Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. In business, as in battle, it is wise to cultivate friendships rather than enmities. Upon reading his veiled threat, Wu Shidao narrowed his eyes and replied, Are you threatening me? You can interpret it that way. Since the negotiation had collapsed, Zhou Hao decided to abandon any pretense. After all, if the omnipotent cracking store were to continue its current momentum, it wouldn't be long before it devoured the market shares of 91 Assistant and Android market. If they could not be allies, they were destined to be adversaries. The market pie was finite. If others snatched it away, there would be nothing left for oneself. I am eager to witness the tactics of Wang Hu Company. Wu Shidao let out a cold laugh. As you wish. I hope you do not regret it. Zhou Hao replied bluntly. However, I must state that our company greatly admires your team's technical capabilities. If the omnipotent cracking store falters in the future, we would still be willing to acquire you, albeit at an uncertain price. Very well, I will convey this message to your company. However, I must confess that I am not particularly fond of 91 Assistant and Android market. Should you find yourself struggling in the future, I would not want either app, even if offered for free. Wu Shidao concluded, promptly blocking Zhou Hao. Such a delusion, Zhou Hao retorted, only to discover that his messages were being rejected. Realizing he had been blocked, he cursed bitterly. One day, you will apologize to me. You are merely a slightly competent technical team, and you truly believe you can challenge Wang Hu Company? Watch as I dismantle you. Since negotiations had failed, he resolved to deliver a crushing blow, toppling the team behind the omnipotent cracking store and ensuring they lost a substantial user base, thereby teaching them a harsh lesson. Following his usual habits and experience, Zhou Hao's first step was to hire online trolls to smear the reputation of the omnipotent cracking store, tarnishing its name so that users would abandon it. He picked up his phone and directly dialed the company's PR manager, relaying his orders. Gather a group of people to spread disparaging rumors about the omnipotent cracking store on forums. Understood, Zhou. How do you think we should approach this? The PR manager inquired for his guidance. Discrediting through online trolls requires finesse. We must target their weaknesses for a decisive strike, ensuring the public can believe the narrative. Of course, fabricating rumors from thin air is also an option, but that often backfires, potentially granting them an opportunity for publicity. Which angle should we pursue? Zhou Hao began to contemplate. Currently, both 91 Assistant and the Android market present applications that are, in terms of variety, quite comparable to the universal cracking store. And it is even conceivable that the applications available on the latter may be fewer in number. Thus, when it comes to product diversity, there is little to critique. If one were to resort to technical attacks, the opposing side could easily execute a jailbreak, a capability that neither 91 Assistant nor the Android market possesses. Nor can they engage in character assassination or slander against each other. After much contemplation, Zhou Hao discerned that the only avenue left to explore was that of security. With this realization, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, and he proclaimed, "Let us approach this from a security angle," alleging that the universal cracking store harbors hidden backdoors or secretly siphons user data for resale. Understood, I will contact the hired writers to compose an article. The public relations manager ended the call. Old Hu, are you asleep? After exiting the forum, Wu Shidao pondered for a moment before dialing Hu Bin's number. I want to sleep, but alas, there's work to be done, Boss Wu, Hu Bin replied with a hint of irritation. Is the iPhone 4 giving you trouble? Wu Shidao asked with a smile. Hu Bin promptly changed his tune, saying, Work invigorates me. I'm the sort who thrives on labor. A day without work makes me restless. Enough with the banter, Wu Shidao interjected, adopting a serious tone. While auditing apps recently, please pay close attention. If you're uncertain about something, let me know, and I will make the decision. Also, any apps that toe the line must not be allowed to go live, he stated, delivering a barrage of instructions. Is there something amiss? Hu Bin inquired cautiously after Wu Shidao concluded. As the saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. He was no fool. Wu Shidao's unusual phone call and serious admonitions could only mean trouble was brewing. It's nothing too grave. You know 91 Assistant, right? Their CEO just discussed a potential acquisition or investment in the universal cracking store, which I declined. Wu Shidao succinctly articulated. And that's when they concocted some mischief, correct? Hu Bin immediately grasped the implication. Indeed, as fellow App Store operators, competitors are hardly inclined to wish us well. Moreover, they have recently been called out by a certain ministry, resulting in a significant user exodus to our platform. It's no surprise they're feeling desperate. Wu Shidao elaborated. Old Wu, do you think you might be in danger? Are they considering hiring someone to take you out? Hu Bin's concern was palpable. Assassination? Wu Shidao replied, exasperated. What are you joking about? Do you think this is a movie where they hire a hitman to eliminate me? Please, use your brain. Do they even know who I am? I was merely worried about your safety. Hu Bin hastily clarified, his nervousness evident. Regardless, any apps that you're uncertain about should not be permitted to launch. Just inform me directly. Also, please send the emulator to my email. I've purchased a computer. Wu Shidao concluded. After a brief chat, they ended the call. Sitting in his chair, Wu Shidao contemplated the matter, choosing to set it aside for the moment as he began to code. He intended to develop a simplified version of the Pinduoduo app, which could also be regarded as a minimalist version of Taobao. His concept was straightforward. The app would feature a few images and an order count function. For instance, if apples were being sold, when someone placed an order for £1, it would cost 3 yuan, with the order count displayed as 1. However, should the order count reach 10, the price would decrease by 10 cents. At 50 orders, it would drop again by another 10 cents. If over 100 orders were placed, the price would further decrease by 10 cents. And if it surpassed 500, the price would become 25 yuan, ultimately settling at 2 yuan per pound for orders exceeding 1,000. This marketing strategy mirrors Pinduoduo's cutting the price approach, aiming to facilitate rapid dissemination and encouraging fruit-seeking customers to promote the initiative by recruiting others. At this juncture, WeChat had yet to launch. Once it was available, Wu Shidao would implement the widely adopted strategy of sharing on moments for 3 days to receive a free pound of apples. According to previous pricing information from King Kong, a truckload of B-grade apples weighs 3 tons, equivalent to 6,000 pounds, with a wholesale cost of 10,000 yuan, making the purchase price approximately 17 yuan per pound. This would yield a profit of 30 cents per pound, resulting in an overall profit of 1,800 yuan for a truckload of apples. Of course, it is unlikely that a customer would purchase merely 1 pound. As prices decrease, most buyers would opt to buy several pounds, typically 5 when the price is 2 yuan per pound, rounding up to a whole number. Thus, a truckload of 6,000 pounds could be easily consumed. Due to the varying types of apples, their sizes and weights differ. A-grade apples tend to be larger, with 1 or 2 exceeding a pound, which does not align with the majority's preferences. However, a pound of B-grade apples is quite suitable, typically comprising 2 to 3 apples. If someone were to buy 2 pounds, they would find only 3 A-grade apples, while B-grade apples could yield 5 or 6, giving the impression that B-grade apples are both cheaper and more plentiful. Yet, in reality, this is akin to comparing a pound of cotton to a pound of iron. There's little difference. However, the sales strategy is predominantly based on such tactics. Apples are merely the first step. The variety of fruits is vast. In Wu Shidao's plan, if he can dominate Nansen University, he would effectively have a solid base of around 50,000 potential customers. Should he manage to capture all the universities in the college town, the profits would be substantial. Meanwhile, amidst Wu Shidao's industrious efforts, the rehearsal for the welcome party was in full swing, where Li Xiang had evidently become the most dazzling presence among the new students. He was surrounded by a group of bold girls who incessantly bombarded him with questions, causing quite a headache for him. One cannot overlook that some modern female university students are remarkably open and audacious, despite Li Xiang's clear indication that he already had a girlfriend. Upon learning that she was studying in a different city, some girls remained undeterred, tirelessly seeking various topics to engage him in conversation. Eventually, Li Xiang resorted to closing his eyes and feigning sleep against the wall to escape the incessant attention. In a similar vein was Lu Shuangshuang. As the student council president and host of the welcome party, the belle of the communication school, and one of the most revered figures at Nansen University, she too was surrounded by a swarm of admirers. These eager boys, mostly freshmen dreaming of winning her affection, were at her beck and call. For instance, whenever Lu Shuangshuang needed assistance with props, 3 or 4 boys would leap at the opportunity to help, all vying for her attention and recognition in hopes of fostering future closeness. Meanwhile, the upperclassmen observed these enthusiastic newcomers with a mixture of pity and nostalgia, reminiscing about their own experiences. As the saying goes, having weathered storms and endured hardships, they felt compelled not to shield the newcomers from similar trials, finding some psychological solace in this shared struggle. Next up, we invite economics Major Li Xiang to the stage for rehearsal. Please cue the music, Lu Shuangshuang announced, holding the program list and stepping aside after concluding her introduction. Li Xiang opened his eyes and swiftly made his way to the stage. You can do it. A pretty girl beamed at him with a sweet smile. Li Xiang nodded simply, striding confidently onto the stage. As Lu Shuang handed him the microphone, she felt a momentary jolt of surprise, silently pondering. So, is he? Standing on stage, Li Xiang elegantly introduced himself, then bowed respectfully to the senior responsible for the accompanying music. Once he stood upright, and, as the prelude concluded, he began to sing, tick-tock, tick-tock. The hour hand ceaselessly turns. His voice, slightly husky, yet imbued with emotion, carried a hint of weariness, sounding remarkably mature and rich with narrative. The song Tick-Tock had yet to achieve the widespread popularity it would enjoy a few years later, making it somewhat obscure at this moment. However, with his handsome visage, Li Xiang's voice instantly transformed the audience of girls below into starry-eyed admirers. So handsome, so melodious, absolutely cool. I must become his girlfriend. As these girls whispered amongst themselves, some freshmen felt an overwhelming surge of pressure, their teeth gritting in resentment towards Li Xiang. This was particularly true for the boys who had signed up to perform, originally hoping to showcase their talents at the welcome party in hopes of winning preferential mate selection rights during their 4 years of university. However, it appeared that their plans were likely to come crashing down. Alongside lamenting the unfairness of fate, their thoughts echoed. Why, with such good looks and vocal prowess, is he not in art school? Instead, he comes here to vie for our girlfriends? A boy with a face marred by uneven acne, resembling a battlefield, caught sight of the girls gazing at Li Xiang with gleaming eyes, and unable to contain his jealousy, muttered, "He is just a bit handsome. His singing is merely average." No sooner had he spoken than a girl retorted indignantly, "Exactly, he's handsome. So what? If you're capable, be handsome too." The boy's face flushed crimson, his acne seemingly quivering as if about to explode, a truly terrifying sight. The girl, witnessing his reaction, recoiled with evident disdain and took a few steps away from him. "Thank you." On stage, Li Xiang remained blissfully unaware of the commotion below. After finishing his song, he tossed his hair back with a flourish, unknowingly enchanting several girls who clutched their hearts, as if on the verge of fainting. As he prepared to return the microphone to Lu Shuang, a sudden, hysterical voice erupted from the audience. "Li Xiang, sing another one. Sing another one. Sing another one." Other girls quickly joined in the chorus. Li Xiang paused momentarily, disregarding their pleas, and resolutely handed the microphone back to Lu Shuang. "I see you could hold a concert at school," Lu Shuang jested. Li Xiang shuja, remaining silent as he turned to leave, leaving behind a sea of utterly disappointed, infatuated girls. Meanwhile, the boys who had signed up for the program were secretly elated. With Li Xiang gone, might they have a chance? The next boy to take the stage, harboring the same hopes, began to sing. Yet within moments, he noticed the girls scattering in groups, which made him anxious, leading him to misstep and sing a few notes incorrectly, even losing the melody. "They're leaving. How boring. Being ugly is one thing, but singing poorly? He is nowhere near Li Xiang's level. Indeed, they're leaving, heading back to the dorms." Observing this, the remaining girls promptly turned and left without hesitation, leaving the aspiring performer on stage, who had been eager to display his talents, suddenly devoid of any motivation to continue. With the audience gone, who would he sing for? He hastily mumbled a few lines, his enthusiasm waning, and ended his performance prematurely. Thus, overnight, Li Xiang's name not only became a topic of discussion among the girls during their dormitory evening meetings, but also inexplicably turned him into a collective adversary for the male freshmen of the class of 2010. Chapter 46, Performing on Stage. In the early morning, Wu Shidao awoke early, freshened up, and headed down to the school playground to begin his morning jog. He surmised that his sudden demise in the previous life was significantly linked to his long-standing unhealthy habits. So in this life, he resolved to amend his ways. While jogging, Wu Shidao pondered the matter of Shen Xiaojing. During these days of military training, he had encountered her several times in the Media Academy's lineup. However, he had not approached her. Upon learning that Shen Xiaojing had been passively assigned to the media department, he felt as if there was an invisible hand guiding their destinies. Had he not whimsically decided to attend the same university and even fantasized about being classmates, Shen Xiaojing would likely have followed the same path as in his previous life, studying economics as planned. This meant that her original fate had been altered due to his actions. Yet, such a change was detrimental to her. Shen Xiaojing preferred tranquility over activity and had always believed that being an accountant was quite satisfactory. The fields of broadcasting, hosting, and journalism in the media department starkly contrasted with her personality. Thus, Wu Shidao continuously reflected on whether it was premature to engage with Shen Xiaojing. Perhaps not a prudent choice after all. Had he not applied to Nansen University, their paths would still converge in Jean City years later, following the trajectory of his previous life. However, this time, Their premature encounter in Yin City left Shun Xiaojing with an unfavorable impression, and subsequently applying to Nansen University altered her major. Upon careful reflection, Wu Shidao concluded that he could not continue to act recklessly. He worried about the possibility of worse outcomes. Could his early presence incite a sense of danger in Zhao Lei, causing him to forsake his original intention of maintaining relationships with both girls and instead focus solely on Shen Xiaojing? What if such a situation arose? After running 4 laps around the playground, Wu Shidao finally paused, standing by the parallel bars to stretch his ligaments and legs, loosening his body. A graceful figure jogging nearby caught his attention. It was Lu Shuang. She donned a white t-shirt and black shorts, her long hair tied back in a ponytail, swaying behind her, radiating youthful vitality. Her long, fair legs gleamed like jade under the sunlight. She was quite disciplined in her routine. Wu Shidao diverted his gaze, thinking to himself that most university students prefer to sleep in rather than rise early. Lu Shuang noticed Wu Shidao as well, but she did not greet him, feigning ignorance. Her current impression of him was that he seemed quite mature and likely came from a well-off family. After all, not many at Nansen University could afford a laptop costing over 20,000 yuan. However, having money wasn't particularly noteworthy. Lu Shuang had numerous admirers, including several wealthy second-generation individuals. After finishing his warm-up, Wu Shidao glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly time to head to the cafeteria. He strolled through, purchasing some fried dough sticks and buns for several people before returning to the dormitory. As expected, Meng Hao was not in the dorm. It seemed he had gone home after military training ended yesterday. "I'm up for breakfast," Wu Shidao called out as he tossed the food onto the table. "Ugh. Third brother, stop making a ruckus. I'm exhausted. I haven't slept in for days." Zhang Liang, still in a state of drowsiness, slowly opened his eyes, glanced at him, and then closed them again to resume his slumber. "San, where did you go last night?" Yang Xian asked groggily as he rubbed his eyes and sat up. Wu Shidao, aware that Li Xiang had not disclosed his housing arrangements, felt a sense of admiration for Li Xiang's discretion. He never indulged in idle gossip. He chuckled and said, "I rented a place on campus." Zhang Liang, intrigued by his words, opened his eyes again, expressing surprise. "Are you saying, San, that you're not living in the dormitory? I've set up a few things for myself, and tend to stay up late, fearing I might disturb you all, so I decided to rent a house. Though I will return occasionally," Wu Shidao offered as an explanation. "Well, it seems the number of people in the dorm is diminishing," Zhang Liang sighed, getting out of bed. He quickly brushed his teeth and picked up a bun to eat, casually asking, "So, you rented a place on campus? I've heard renting isn't cheap. How much is your rent, San?" "Not too expensive, just over 1,000, Wu Shidao replied with a smile. "Over 1,000 a year?" "Yang Xuan Guiria. A month," Wu Shidao clarified. Yang Xian paused for a moment, then stuffed the bun into his mouth and continued eating in silence. "By the way, San," Zhang Liang said after swallowing the last bite of his bun, raising an eyebrow at Wu Shidao, "I found out about your younger sister. Her name is Shen Xiaojing, a freshman from the School of Media, majoring in journalism, and she is from Xi'an province." "How did you come to know about her?" Wu Shidao asked, somewhat surprised. "Come on, you're being too formal. We're brothers, after all. If you like this girl, I'll definitely help you gather some intel to aid your pursuit," Zhang Liang said, patting Wu Shidao's shoulder heartily with his greasy hand. Thanks, boss," Wu Shidao replied, somewhat amused. After a moment of thought, he added gently, "But I prefer to handle these matters myself." "Don't worry, I'm just providing a general overview," Zhang Liang laughed. "Ultimately, whether you win Shen Xiaojing's heart depends on your own efforts." After a brief pause, he continued, "However, there is an important detail I must inform you of. Shen Xiaojing has a boyfriend who attends Jinsheng University nearby, a top student with excellent grades. They've been together since high school." "San, that essay rival," Dong Yukai exclaimed upon hearing this. "But it's fine, they're at different schools. And distance can weaken feelings. I've heard that distance can create beauty," Li Xiang chimed in dismissively. "That's right." Dong Yukai suddenly remembered that Li Xiang's girlfriend was even farther away, studying in the capital. He chuckled awkwardly. "Fourth brother has a point. Just a few steps apart. What kind of distance is that?" Wu Shidao said, somewhat exasperated, waving his hand. "You guys don't need to worry. I'll figure it out myself." "Good luck, San," Zhang Liang said earnestly. "Having a boyfriend isn't a big deal. As long as you wield your charm well, there's no wall you can't break down." As he spoke, he shifted the topic, clapping his hands. "By the way, there's a welcome party tonight. Fourth brother will be performing a solo on stage, and all of us from the dorm must attend to support him. No one can be absent. This is a matter of dormitory significance." "Boss, can we just say I'm showcasing my talent?" Li Xiang replied with a glum expression. At that moment, Wu Shidao's phone rang. He glanced at it and saw it was a call from Wu Bin. For some inexplicable reason, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be related to the Universal Cracking Store? He stepped out of the dormitory and answered the call. Sure enough, as soon as the call connected, Wu Bin's first words were, "Are you free right now? Check out the Weiphone forum." Suddenly, there's several posts slandering the Universal Cracking Store. And the Wanghu Company has issued an announcement stating that the Universal Cracking Store is suspected of illegally stealing user privacy data, and that they've decided to remove it from 91 Assistant and the Android market. Removed? Wu Shidao was initially taken aback, then became speechless. What nonsense! The Universal Cracking Store has never been listed on 91 Assistant or the Android market. Really? Wu Bin was equally stunned. If it hasn't, then why are they saying that? Deliberately misleading, Wu Shidao pondered for a moment. All right, I understand. I'll go back and check online. After greeting Zhang Liang, Li Xiang, and the others in the dorm, Wu Shidao hurried back to his rented apartment. San is quite mysterious, Zhang Liang remarked after he left, glancing at Li Xiang with a smile. What could he be renting a place for? Is it possible he has hiding a beauty there? What does San's family do? Dong Yukai asked curiously, observing that Li Xiang had an iPhone 4. A phone worth over 10,000 yuan. Why are you all looking at me? Li Xiang shuja. I don't know. I've never asked. A phone worth over 10,000 yuan? My own parents work hard all year just to earn that much. Yang Xian felt a complex mix of emotions upon hearing their discussions. Back in his hometown, he had been aware of the disparities between people, which motivated him to study diligently, hoping one day to bridge the gap between himself and others. However, upon arriving at university, he encountered more individuals, and the disparities seemed to have only widened. Returning to his apartment, Wu Shidao logged onto the Weiphone website and immediately noticed several posts with numerous replies. This is not mere hearsay. Ever since I installed the Universal Cracking Store, I've been receiving junk messages and promotional texts regularly. Since installing it, I feel as though I'm being monitored. I spoke with a friend about planning to buy a refrigerator, and when I logged on to Taobao, all I could see were refrigerators. Has anyone else experienced this? Same here. I've had similar doubts about whether my phone is spying on me. Such discussions were rampant on the Weiphone forum, with suspicions squarely aimed at the Universal Cracking Store. Wu Bin, noticing Wu Shidao online, promptly messaged him. Old Wu, have you seen those posts on Weiphone? It seems like there's a coordinated effort to discredit you. Indeed, the Wanghu Company has hired trolls, Wu Shidao remarked. What should we do? Wu Bin asked, suddenly enlightened but anxious. Should we hire trolls as well? No need, Wu Shidao replied. Then sent a message to the Weiphone forum moderator. Pumpkin, are you there? After a while, there was no response from Pumpkin, and his online status indicated he was absent. Wu Shidao browsed through Pumpkin's profile and discovered a contact number. After a moment's thought, he picked up his phone and dialed. Hello. A deep male voice answered on the other end. Hello, is this moderator Pumpkin? Wu Shidao introduced himself. I'm IDW, the developer of the Universal Cracking Store. Hello, hello. The voice of the Pumpkin transformed, noticeably infused with surprise and enthusiasm. Is there something on your mind? Are you available now? It's about this. Wu Shidao succinctly conveyed the situation regarding the hired trolls disparaging the Universal Cracking Store on the forum. Understood. I will promptly go to the forum and eliminate those posts. The Pumpkin replied without hesitation. I truly appreciate your assistance. Not at all. It's a trivial matter. After all, we are partners. Indeed, it was precisely due to their collaboration that the hired trolls, brought in by Wanghu Company, attempted to malign the Universal Cracking Store on the Weiphone Network forum, which Wu Shidao deemed utterly self-defeating. However, beyond the Weiphone Network forum, these trolls had also been busy spreading falsehoods in Baidu Tieba. Nevertheless, Wu Shidao remained unconcerned about Baidu Tieba, as nearly 90% of users were concentrated on Weiphone Network. With the Pumpkin's swift intervention, the forum soon fell silent. All the posts masquerading under the guise of discussion, while actually slandering the store, were expunged. Wu Shidao, not idle himself, composed a post to clarify the rumors propagated by Wanghu Company against the Universal Cracking Store. He stated that both 91 Assistant and Android Market, subsidiaries of Wanghu Company, were competitors of the Universal Cracking Store, emphasizing that rivalry is inherent among peers. The Universal Cracking Store welcomed competition, for it is through competition that products improve and user satisfaction increases. However, resorting to hiring trolls to maliciously slander and defame was an exceedingly low tactic. Moreover, he mentioned that the absence of 91 Assistant and Android Market apps from the Universal Cracking Store was not solely due to their status as competitors, but rather because the applications previously available on those platforms were rife with cracked and pirated apps, posing significant security risks. Thus, the Universal Cracking Store had refrained from listing them. The claims made by 91 Assistant and Android Market regarding the removal of the Universal Cracking Store were patently absurd. as the store had never been available on those platforms in the first place. Wanghu Company's statement was merely an attempt to exploit the traffic of the Universal Cracking Store. The safety and reliability of the Universal Cracking Store had already been highlighted in the news regarding Wanghu Company's prior discussions with a certain Ministry of Information. If the Universal Cracking Store were indeed unsafe, why had it not been subjected to scrutiny by said ministry? Additionally, he announced that the non-jailbroken version of the Universal Store had officially launched on the Apple App Store, allowing users to download directly without the need for a computer. This version, aside from not being jailbroken, contained applications identical to those in the jailbroken Universal Cracking Store. The arrival of the Universal Store on the App Store was a testament to its safety and reliability. Wu Shidao had intended to promote the Universal Store's launch on the App Store in the forum yesterday, but had forgotten in the midst of his discussions with Zhou Hao of Wanghu Company regarding collaboration. Now, seizing the opportunity presented by the troll issue, he aimed to simultaneously promote the Universal Store while delivering a resounding rebuttal to Wanghu Company's announcement. Once the post was published, Wu Shidao reached out to the pumpkin, requesting assistance with pinning it. Almost immediately, responses began to flood in. No wonder there have been inexplicable posts disparaging the Universal Cracking Store. It turns out Wanghu Company hired trolls. It makes perfect sense. I stand with the developers of the Universal Cracking Store. The use of hired trolls to defame is remarkably lowly. If Wanghu Company possesses the capability, they should develop a jailbroken version of 91 Assistant and engage in fair competition. This time, I stand firmly with the Universal Cracking Store. Impressive. The ability of the Universal Store to gain validation for listing on the Apple App Store serves as a powerful rebuttal to those so-called safety concerns raised by the trolls. The App Store has stringent safety verification processes. Why has 91 Assistant never been available for download there? It is simply because it is unsafe. Is Wanghu Company not effectively shooting themselves in the foot? They just issued a statement claiming the Universal Cracking Store is unsafe and that they would remove it. Yet it has passed the App Store's safety verification. Chapter 48, Pre-installed devices. The replies beneath the post were overwhelmingly filled with mockery directed at Wanghu Company. Due to the Apple App Store's servers being located overseas, downloads within the country were exceedingly slow. However, one thing was clear to all users. The App Store's review mechanism is highly rigorous, ensuring that no Trojan viruses exist within its applications, providing exceptional safety and reliability. In a fit of rage, the sound of a cup shattering echoed through Zhou Hao's office at Wanghu Company. Is your public relations department filled with incompetence? Zhou Hao seized the internal phone, dialing the public relations manager's number. Upon connection, he launched into a tirade. Did none of you bother to check before hiring trolls to post? Were you completely unaware of the Universal Store's launch on the App Store? Mr. Zhou, we never anticipated this, the public relations manager replied weakly. Indeed, who among them would have taken the time to search for the Universal Cracking Store on the App Store? That would be insanity. You are all a bunch of useless fools, incapable of even capitalizing on timely information. Zhou Hao concluded his outburst and hung up with a slam. What an imbecile. The public relations manager muttered under his breath as he heard the dial tone. Failed to slander successfully. And now he's taking his frustrations out on me. Working under such incompetence is truly exasperating. Manager Wang, what should we do about the announcement? At that moment, a subordinate entered, seeking guidance. What do you think? Are you also a fool? Do I need to provide my opinion on such matters? The manager's ire was directed squarely at this unfortunate employee. After pacing the office a few times, Zhou Hao sought a drink, only to realize that he had smashed his cup in his fury. He took several deep puffs of a cigarette, opened the window, and allowed fresh air to invigorate his mind. The card of safety was, for the time being, unplayable. Zhou Hao exhaled a cloud of smoke, furrowing his brow in contemplation. In truth, he had not placed all his hopes on the trolls. Ideally, they would tarnish the opponent's reputation, but if that failed, at least they should cause discomfort. However, he never anticipated Wu Shidao's counterattack to be so incisive. A fatal blow. Moreover, it required little explanation. Being listed on the App Store was more persuasive than anything else. In comparison, the post from the trolls appeared almost comical and juvenile. Unconsciously tapping his fingers along the windowsill, Zhou Hao's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. He discarded the cigarette, and briskly approached his desk, picking up the phone to dial a number. President Zhao, if all else fails, let us raise the price for pre-installed phones to 3 yuan each. 3 yuan? Are you joking? Came the incredulous voice on the line. What would that cost us? Our market share is rapidly being eroded by the Universal Cracking Store, Zhou Hao asserted with determination. If this continues, we will swiftly lose our competitive edge. And at that point, we will earn nothing from developers. We must ensure our absolute advantage. However, is it not excessive to pre-install a smartphone for merely 3 yuan? Presently, Major manufacturers are racing to escalate production capacity, continuously unveiling new smartphones. Have you considered that at the end of the year, our pre-installation expenses could amount to tens of millions, or even over $1 billion? Why was it that when we offered 8 jiao, those manufacturers acquiesced? Yet upon raising the price to 2 yuan, they remained steadfast and unyielding? Zhao, aside from us pursuing this path, there are also third-party application markets like Peapod that employ similar tactics to seize market share. I understand, but this expenditure is exorbitant. Zhao, if we allocate 100 million in pre-installation fees to manufacturers within a year, it would signify we have garnered 30 million users. 3 yuan per user is not an unreasonable price. My perspective remains unchanged. We are in the nascent stage of the mobile internet. Whoever can seize the entry point of mobile internet applications will command the market. Old Wu, what method did you employ? Those posts vanished remarkably quickly. At the same time, who've been also called Wu Shidao. Simply request the moderators to delete them. It's quite straightforward, Wu Shidao replied. Does that mean there will be no repercussions? It is improbable. Do you imply that the opposition will persist? Indeed, but the tactic of employing internet trolls is unlikely to be utilized for the time being. Even if it is, it may not manifest on the forum anymore. What shall we do next? You simply need to diligently manage the review process. Wu Shidao paused for a moment and added, by the way, can you manage this workload by yourself? The honest truth is that I cannot. The polite version is that I can manage somewhat, Hu Bin said with a wry smile. With the increasing number of users for the universal cracking store, the applications applying for listing have surged explosively, a fact Wu Shidao is acutely aware of. The trend of mobile internet is unequivocally clear. Countless individuals wish to strike gold in this domain. Although many applications may serve redundant functions, many novel applications are launched daily. It seems the plan to recruit and establish a company must be expedited. Wu Shidao had already devised a plan in his mind. Yet, as the saying goes, human calculations cannot rival the heavens. The rapid development of the universal cracking store has rendered it impossible for just him and Hu Bin to cope with the increasingly growing business, particularly in the advertising sector. This aspect must be prioritized. Previously, with a smaller user base, the advertising operations were relatively minor, but now it has escalated to a level of millions of users, controlling over half the application market. Wu Shidao cannot afford to neglect this lucrative opportunity. For instance, previously, when there were only 2 to 3 million users, a homepage recommendation cost merely several thousand yuan. However, with the current user base in the tens of millions, the price for a homepage recommendation could soar to several tens of thousands, or even upwards of 100,000. Very well, I understand. Hold on for a little longer. I will strive to establish the company within a month and recruit some personnel, Wu Shidao mused after a moment of contemplation. Establish a company? Wu exclaimed in surprise, followed by a wave of excitement. Old Wu, are you certain? Once the company is established, the expenses will be substantial. Are you confident? I have no confidence, nor have I ever established one. Wu Shidao candidly replied. Even in my previous life, I was merely a coder. However, while I may not have experienced everything, I have at least observed enough to understand the general framework and functions of a company. But with just the 2 of us, this makeshift operation cannot sustain itself. It must be initiated sooner rather than later. Indeed, the era of mobile internet is just beginning, and the universal cracking store is currently in a favorable upward trajectory. Establishing a company at this juncture, even if errors arise, can be mitigated or rectified through Wu Shidao's accumulated experience from his past life. Waiting a few more years until competitors enter the fray could lead to potentially catastrophic mistakes. Well, you are the boss. The decision rests with you. Hu Bin agreed, chuckling with pride and satisfaction, feeling a sense of accomplishment that his best friend was preparing to register a company shortly after entering university, giving him solid ground to boast about in the future. After ending the call, Wu Shidao took out his notebook and meticulously inscribed the characters for Jingshi Technology, then began to draft plans. Chapter 49, The Studio. From a functional perspective, the universal cracking store requires the organization of 4 primary departments: design, daily maintenance, advertising, and finance. As for the name, Wu Shidao pondered briefly before settling on Jingshi Technology. Taking advantage of the remaining afternoon, Wu Shidao intended to consult a professional company, particularly regarding the establishment of a business, as he had no prior experience in this domain. Professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. There exists such a company in the university town dedicated to supporting student entrepreneurship. So, you mean the current scale of the company is quite small, correct? The individual attending to Wu Shidao was a young man in a suit, who, upon hearing Wu Shidao's intention to establish a company, was not surprised, but instead began to inquire about various matters, such as the company's business and anticipated scale. Yes, as we were just beginning to develop, Wu Shidao explained. In that case, I recommend that you refrain from hastily establishing a company. It would be wiser to start with a studio, the middle-aged man advised. Since it is solely your personal investment and the scale is not large, a studio would be very suitable for you. Compared to a company, the registration process for a studio is simpler and the costs are lower. You won't have to pay corporate income tax, etc. Once your business expands, you can then register a company. What do you think? Your reasoning is sound. Wu Shidao thought carefully and nodded in agreement. After paying the registered capital, he would not need to worry about other matters, simply waiting for a few days for the studio to register. The registered address would naturally be his rented residence. If it were a company, he would need to lease a separate office space. Zhang Liang called, his loud voice booming. Old 3, let us have dinner together. Afterward, we could go cheer for Old 4. Absolutely, Wu Shidao readily agreed, hanging up the phone. While walking, he called Hu Bin. Hey Hu, you might want to check with 3rd or 4th year students in the computer science department. Wu Shidao was determined to manage the financial aspect personally, while Hu Bin, already experienced in daily maintenance, would handle that for the time being. As for design and similar tasks, upon reflection, there was not much work at present. So Wu Shidao decided to take on those responsibilities as well. Advertising, however, required a dedicated person to manage, as the business volume was surging, and Wu Shidao lacked the time to oversee it all. Understood, so I am now considered a responsible party, correct? Hu Bin said excitedly after hearing this. Yes, old Hu. You must pay close attention to the daily maintenance and review processes. We cannot afford any mishaps. If problems arise, our reputation will plummet. Understand? Wu Shidao cautioned him. Rest assured, you've entrusted such an important matter to me. I will certainly be diligent and responsible, Hu Bin promised with a pat on his chest. Despite their playful banter, after years of camaraderie, Wu Shidao understood Hu Bin well, which is precisely why he entrusted the review process to him. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhang Liang and Li Xiang were already prepared. After dining together in the cafeteria, they headed to the school's playground. The podium has been meticulously arranged, with lights and sound equipment all in place. Lu Shuang, along with a group of student council members, is conducting final checks. Gradually, students begin to trickle in, predominantly first-year newcomers, with a few second- and third-year students joining as well. Yet, the attention of these seasoned students is mostly fixated on the first-year girls, as they scan the crowd for potential targets to engage in conversation. Wu Shidao, too, finds himself drawn to the girls, searching for the familiar figure of Shen Xiaojing. Look over there, 3rd bro. Zhang Liang nudges him lightly with his shoulder, discreetly pointing in a direction and raising his eyebrows in intrigue. Following his gesture, Wu Shidao finally spots Shen Xiaojing amidst the crowd. She appears to have just stepped out of the shower, her skin radiating a rosy glow, her long, lustrous hair still slightly damp, dressed in a flowing white dress, laughing and chatting with a female companion. Seemingly aware of being observed, Shen Xiaojing glances sideways after a few moments. Their eyes meet across the throng. It's him again, Shen Xiaojing thinks, momentarily taken aback. Her gaze sweeping past Wu Shidao as she feigns ignorance and resumes her conversation. After a few minutes, she cautiously glances in his direction once more, only to find their eyes locking again. This leaves her somewhat speechless. Had he truly been staring at her so intently for the past few minutes? With a slight furrow in her brow, she turns away again, her mind racing with thoughts. What could he possibly want? Indeed, Shen Xiaojing finds herself perplexed, as Lu Shuang, dressed elegantly in a long gown and wearing a bright smile, takes the stage. A chorus of cheers and whistles erupts from the crowd, particularly from the older boys. However, she is no stranger to such attention. After a brief introduction, she hands the stage over to the freshman performers. Wu Shidao's interest in the stage performance wanes. To him, nothing is more captivating than observing Shen Xiaojing. From a distance, he watches her every smile and gesture, his thoughts drifting into reminiscence about the times they shared together. What's going on with the boss and 3rd bro? Murmurs Dong Yukai to Zhang Liang, nudging him gently. He's been fixated on that girl for half an hour, not even blinking and grinning like a fool. Is he lovesick? Who knows? Zhang Liang replies, equally curious. After half a month of knowing him, Wu Shidao has always come across as exceptionally mature, but the moment he sees Shen Xiaojing, he transforms into someone entirely different. What kind of spell does she cast? Meanwhile, Shen Xiaojing feels a sense of impending exasperation. Wu Shidao has been staring at her for 30 minutes, and he continues to do so. Is he out his mind? 3rd bro, snap out of it. Huh, what is up? A heavy hand lands on Wu Shidao's shoulder, pulling him from his reverie. 4th bro is about to perform. Zhang Liang says, a teasing glint in his eye. Now that you're awake, why not go over and confess to that girl? You know her name and class. Just find an opportunity. Maybe later. Wu Shidao shrugs, unable to resist casting another glance at Shun Xiaojing before returning his focus to the stage. Lu Shuangshuang has finished her introduction, and Li Xiang, microphone in hand, stands on stage waving to the audience with flair, declaring, "Here, essay song for everyone called Daida." "What song is this? I've never heard it," Dong Yukai mutters. Wu Shidao ponders for a moment, realizing that Beijing Love Story won't premiere for another 2 years. And it's only after the show becomes a hit that the song Daida gains popularity. Watching Li Xiang exude confidence on stage, a sudden and inexplicable thought crosses Wu Shidao's mind. This guy truly has the makings of an idol. He recalls that he has some songs on his USB drive that he has yet to utilize. As Li Xiang sings, the crowd of girls erupts in cheers. Dong Yukai, with a hint of envy, remarks, "Fourth bro already has priority in choosing a partner. Even if his singing isn't great, his looks are enough." Zhang Liang adds, "Absolutely." Wu Shidao glances back to where Shun Xiaojing was standing and suddenly freezes. She's gone. When did she leave? Could it be that his incessant staring drove her away? This thought crosses his mind. "Xiaojing, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" A girl queries as they walk towards the dormitory. "I'm feeling a bit unwell and want to lie down for a while. Besides, there's not much point in staying," Shun Xiaojing replies, casually fabricating an excuse. In truth, had it not been for Wu Shidao's lingering gaze, she would have intended to remain longer. "I see. Is it because a relative is coming?" The girl responds, enlightenment dawning. "Make sure to drink plenty of hot water. By the way, do you have a hot water bottle?" "Boss, I have things to do, so I'll head out first," Wu Shidao says after Li Xiang finishes singing, bidding farewell to Zhang Liang and the others. On the way home, he receives a call from Hu Bin. "Old Wu, just letting you know, I've found the people you need, 2 third-year classmates, both from the computer science department." "Okay, sounds good. Do you need to meet them?" "No need for that. You'll be in charge of them anyway." "Have you informed them about the specifics of the job?" "I have, but they still seem somewhat skeptical, thinking the work is too simple and the salary of 2,002 easy to earn." "Old Wu, do you think the pay is a bit too high?" "While the work is straightforward, it requires diligence. This salary is indeed reasonable for students. If we were to hire externally, it might even be slightly low." "Got it. I'll ensure to keep a close eye on things from now on." Initially, Wu Shidao had considered hiring from outside, but then realized that routine maintenance essentially boils down to reviewing apps. Such a simple task is well within the capabilities of university students, and most importantly, 2,000 yuan is a salary that a fresh graduate might not accept. Even if they did, they might not take the job seriously. However, students still on campus would likely view the work as easy and the pay as quite generous. Arriving at the staff building, he opens his computer and notices the half-finished code for the group purchasing app. With a sigh, he sets it aside for the moment. In the coming days, he intends to categorize the advertising business for the all-purpose cracking store, which will involve module division and redesign. The more meticulously he divides the functional modules, the more advertising space can be accommodated. His plan is to establish 4 major categories: homepage tools, games, management, and the homepage itself, which is the first page seen upon entering the all-purpose cracking store. Popular apps and banner ads appearing in this position will require paid promotion. Based on the screen size, popular apps are recommended 5 at a time per page, alongside a banner advertisement. Should one continue scrolling down, they will transition to the second page, which mirrors the layout of the first. Upon reaching the third page, all apps will be displayed in a randomized order. In the tools category, one will similarly encounter popular tools and banner ads, maintaining the 3-page layout, and the same applies to the gaming category. As for the management section, it allows users to oversee the apps downloaded on their devices, facilitating their deletion or updating. Regardless of the category, the first 3 pages serve as advertising spaces, showcasing promoted apps prominently for immediate visibility to users. As the saying goes, a good wine fears not the depth of the alley. For a company or developer, the foremost task upon entering the App Store is promotion. The rationale is straightforward. Without promotion and advertising expenditure, how could users possibly be aware of an app's existence? Just as in real life, when a manufacturer launches a new product, the first priority is to invest in advertising for promotion. After all, consumers are not omniscient and certainly do not monitor manufacturers daily. Thus, neglecting promotion and advertising results in a situation where no one pays attention, as the existence of such a product remains unknown. The same principle applies to apps. Promotion on forums is merely one method. However, the most effective approach remains within the App Store itself. For instance, if the Universal Cracking Store has approximately 30 million users, and tomorrow 3 million users access it, then 300,000 people will view the homepage banner advertisement. Conversely, if an advertisement is posted on the Wayphone forum, unless it is pinned at the top of the homepage, it risks being overshadowed by other posts within minutes, leaving only a scant few able to see it. After designating advertising spaces, Wu Shidao set pricing based on hourly increments. For example, the prime homepage banner position from noon to 1 o'clock is deemed a golden slot. Thus, the promotional price for this hour exceeds that of other times. In contrast, the promotional price during the late night hours of 3 to 4 o'clock is significantly lower. Pricing by the hour. If a particular app wishes to promote for 1 week, that equates to 168 hours, allowing for a combinatorial selection of hours. Opting for a continuous 7-day, 24-hour homepage promotion incurs a steep cost, while choosing to display for 6 hours each day allows for strategic selection of time slots to maximize user coverage across various periods. This also provides developers with a broader range of options. Wu Shidao worked tirelessly until the late hours to delineate the modules adequately. This task, neither trivial nor monumental, would likely take around 3 days to complete. Noticing the time had grown late and wishing to avoid presenting a tardy impression on the first day of school, he hastened to bed. Nevertheless, the following morning, he arrived at class just as the bell rang. That morning, there was a specialized course focused on economic development, taught by a distinguished professor in his 50s. He explained that during periods of industrial advancement, one must engage in manufacturing to generate profit, a reflection of capital flow trends and wealth effects. Professor Yang Xian raised his hand. The professor adjusted his glasses and gestured towards him. Do you have a question? I wish to inquire why farmers toil throughout the year yet struggle to earn a profit, Yang Xian replied earnestly. Over the years, the prices of many industrial goods have surged, yet the price of grain has risen only marginally. Why is this so? That is an excellent question, the professor remarked, regarding him thoughtfully. In my view, this serves as a protection for farmers. Can you grasp that? Protection for farmers? Yang Xian was taken aback, as was Wu Shidao. Precisely, the professor affirmed, nodding sagely. Consider this. If farmers could earn substantial profits from their crops, would they continue to cultivate the land? Everyone knows that farm owners in America are prosperous. Do you think there are still farmers in America? Capital seeks profit. If farming could yield great wealth, farmers would ultimately find themselves without land to cultivate. This has been proven throughout the millennia of history. In every agricultural society, which dynasty has not seen farmers left landless, with land concentrated in the hands of landlords? With that, he shifted back to the lecture. Wu Shidao pondered the professor's words deeply, increasingly convinced of their validity. He committed both the professor's name and the course to memory. Life at university is considerably more relaxed than during middle and high school. With no specialized classes in the afternoon, Wu Shidao discreetly slipped away to avoid drawing attention to Yang Xian during roll call, while Dong Yukai volunteered to assist with attendance. Shortly after returning to the dormitory, the company he had inquired about the previous day contacted him to announce that the paperwork for his studio had been finalized and was ready for collection. Compared to the intricate procedures of registering a company, the process for establishing a studio was considerably simpler. After paying the remaining fees, Wu Shidao took possession of the sign for Jing Shi Technology Studio, placing it on his desk, which lent an air of professionalism. After admiring it for a brief moment, he refocused and began working diligently. 3 days later, the revamped Universal Cracking Store version 20 was finally completed. This iteration's design style and module functionalities were inspired by the app market pages of prominent companies from the future. During these days, in addition to designing functional modules, Wu Shidao also dedicated some time to observing the daily maintenance activities on Hubin's end, which were progressing commendably. However, Wu Shidao found it perplexing that since he had resolved the issue with the forum's astroturfers a few days prior, there had been no further activity from NetTiger Company. This was decidedly out of character. Would NetTiger Company willingly concede defeat? Absolutely not. In today's digital age, the transition from PC to mobile has accelerated, and even the average person can perceive this shift. How could NetTiger Company, having invested considerable resources to seize market share, possibly surrender so easily? Upon opening NetTiger Company's official website and scrutinizing it, he noted that the previously issued announcement regarding the removal of the Universal Cracking Store remained unchanged. With no new announcements in sight, lacking any significant developments to ponder, Wu Shidao dismissed further contemplation, adhering to his principle. When soldiers come, let it be met with soldiers. When water comes, let it be dammed. It was inconceivable for him to abandon the Universal Cracking Store. After reaching out to Hubin, Wu Shidao sent him the latest version 20 of the Universal Cracking Store, requesting him and the 2 recruits to test it for any bugs or instability. Of course, Wu Shidao would also conduct his own testing. Should the app remain bug-free after 2 days of testing, version 20 of the Universal Cracking Store would be officially launched. Next, Wu Shidao opened a document to begin planning the dozens of advertising slots for the Universal Cracking Store version 20. The advertising fees varied according to the distinct slots and their durations. After a flurry of activity, another day had passed. Old 3, what are you busy with? The phone rang. It was Li Xiang calling. I haven't seen you for several days. Are you free? If you are, I'll come over. Sure, come on over. Wu Shidao replied, stretching lazily. Before long, a knock echoed from outside. Wu Shidao opened the door, and Li Xiang did not enter immediately. Instead, he stood at the doorstep, winking and asking, is it convenient for me to come in? What could be inconvenient about it? Wu Shidao replied, somewhat puzzled. Only then did Li Xiang step inside. He peered into the 2 bedrooms, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, so you live alone? I thought you were hiding a sweetheart in a golden house. Wu Shidao suddenly understood. No wonder this fellow had asked earlier if it was convenient. He smirked and asked, is there something on your mind? Nothing major. Just that I haven't seen you for a while. The boss said you should return to the dormitory to discuss a few matters, Li Xiang said, sitting down on the sofa and pulling out a pack of cigarettes. Care for one? Wu Shidao waved his hand and sat down, inquiring what matters. It's about a social gathering, Li Xiang replied, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply, beginning to recount the situation at hand. In university, nothing piques students' interest quite like romance. Within the entire 102 dormitory, Meng Hao hardly ever stayed in. Wu Shidao rented a place outside, and Li Xiang had a girlfriend. Among the remaining 3 bachelors, Yang Xian, plagued by stutter and family issues, yearned for love, but recognized the difficulty of finding a girlfriend under his circumstances, thus refraining from contemplating such matters. The remaining Zhang Liang and Dong Yukai spent their days discussing which girls were attractive. Both shared a common trait. They were shy yet fervent, especially Dong Yukai, who could prattle on in the dorm but turned crimson and speechless before girls. Zhang Liang, however, was slightly more adept. It was said he had a crush on a girl and had begun to take action. And then what? After Li Xiang finished, Wu Shidao blinked, perplexed as to how this led to a social gathering. Isn't just Zhang Liang being bashful? Li Xiang flicked the ash from his cigarette and scoffed. He wanted to ask the girl out, but feared she might refuse. So, he approached someone from her dorm, suggesting a joint gathering, thinking that with more people, it would be livelier. Then you all can go without me, right? Wu Shidao understood now. To be honest, he found such activities rather tedious and lacked any real interest. I said the same thing, Li Xiang shrugged, exasperated. But the boss pointed out that if you don't go, I don't go, and Yang Xian doesn't he go, then how can only Dong Yukai and Zhang Liang face 6 girls? I think that sounds quite fine, Wu Shidao chuckled, teasingly remarking. Let them too contend with 6 girls. At least they have more options. Li Xiang flicked his cigarette but aside and changed the subject. Didn't you mention selling fruit? Why has there been no movement? It wouldn't be a fleeting whim, would it? He believed Wu Shidao was not the type to act on impulse. Just busy with other things for now. No sooner had Wu Shidao spoken than his phone buzzed. He picked it up to see it was Zhang Liang calling. Shaking the phone, he said, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Old 3, did old 4 fill you in? Zhang Liang's booming voice came through as soon as he answered. Let us have dinner together tonight at the dorm. I'll treat, and we can discuss where to go tomorrow. How about it? Is it possible for me to decline? Wu Shidao asked with a grin, genuinely uninterested in such gatherings. Don't, Zhang Liang exclaimed, sensing urgency. Based on their previous interactions, he had gleaned some understanding of Wu Shidao. Though he appeared amicable and easygoing, Zhang Liang sensed he was principled and had his own views. The person in the dorm with the closest relationship to Wu Shidao was Li Xiang, which led Zhang Liang to send him as an intermediary. Do you know where the joint gathering is? Zhang Liang asked mysteriously. Wu Shidao's mind sparked with a thought, and he blurted out, could it be the School of Media? Exactly. And it's right next to Shun Xiaojing's dorm. Zhang Liang emphasized. Don't you want to take this opportunity to learn more about Shun Xiaojing? Old 3, I'm creating an opportunity for you. Chapter 52, no objections. Fine. Then I'll go. Wu Shidao pondered for a moment and agreed. Though he had resolved not to meddle in Shun Xiaojing's relationship with Zhao Lei until they parted ways, it did not mean he was disinterested in her affairs. On the contrary, he was exceedingly curious about her situation. Agreed? Li Xiang looked at Wu Shidao with a knowing smile, standing up to say, shall we go? Wu Shidao nodded, grabbed his keys, locked the door, and the two made their way to a restaurant outside the campus. Zhang Liang, Dong Yukai, and Yang Xian were already there. Come on, old 3, old 4. Take a seat. The food will be here shortly. As soon as they entered, Zhang Liang greeted them warmly. Without waiting, he grabbed 2 bottles of beer, handing them to Wu Shidao and Li Xiang, eagerly urging them to fill their glasses and clink them together before downing his drink in one go, exclaiming, refreshing. After placing his glass down, Wu Shidao noticed a drink in front of Yang Xian and Dong Yukai. He smiled slightly. Since their last gathering, the entire dorm had collectively decided that at future gatherings, those two should stick to beverages. Boss, you're quick on the draw. After the dishes arrived, Wu Shidao joked while eating. So, soon you settled on a target? Old 3, you and T understand. Zhang Liang replied, his expression turning serious. When it comes to relationships, it's all about seizing the moment. If you hesitate, they might already be taken. How did you get to know someone from the school of media? Wu Shidao inquired with curiosity. It was thanks to Old 4. I'm riding on his coattails. Zhang Liang chuckled. Li Xiang introduced her. Wu Shidao was taken aback, puzzled. That's unlikely, right? I thought Li Xiang wouldn't be interested in matchmaking. As he is not the gossiping type. Of course not. Zhang Liang cleared his throat, explaining, you haven't been in the dorm lately, so you may not know. Ever since the welcome party, girls have been calling our dorm every day, asking us to deliver love letters to Li Xiang. It must be no less than 800. Boss, that is quite an exaggeration. Li Xiang interjected, speechless. It's at most a few dozen. A few dozen is still considerable. Dong Yukai remarked enviously. Not a single girl has ever confessed to me. Me too, Yang Xian quickly agreed. And then what? Surely they aren't pursuing Li Xiang. And you just happened to get in the way? Wu Shidao was taken aback. How could that be? A brother wouldn't be so inconsiderate. Zhang Liang rolled his eyes before chuckling. Actually, there's a girl from the school of media who insists on getting to know Old 4. She has been sending things to our dorm every day, bringing fruits one day and breakfast the next. As he spoke, he raised his eyebrows and cast a knowing glance at the gloomy Li Xiang, saying earnestly, Old 4, why not just yield to her? I have a girlfriend. Li Xiang retorted, rolling his eyes. So what? The girl said she doesn't mind, yet you, a grown man, seem to take issue with it? Zhang Liang scoffed. Oh, is that truly what she said? Wu Shidao inquired, intrigued. If you don't believe me, ask Old 4. Zhang Liang gestured towards Li Xiang. After a moment's hesitation, Li Xiang nodded reluctantly, admitting, indeed, she did say she doesn't mind. I'm envious, fourth brother. When will I have such fortune? Dong Yukai sighed, stuffing a piece of meat into his mouth and chewing vigorously. People these days are infuriating. Are female university students really this open? Wu Shidao remarked, equally speechless. After pondering for a moment, he added, so, is that girl pursuing you as well? She's not in that dormitory. Li Xiang shook his head, then redirected the conversation to his elder. Wu Shidao turned to Zhang Liang, saying, I still don't quite grasp the nature of this relationship. Nana delivers things to Li Xiang for her friend daily. And through that, we got acquainted, Zhang Liang explained with a smirk. It reminded me of a joke. Wu Shidao suddenly understood, then replied with mock seriousness. There was once a boy who wrote letters to a girl for 4 years, only for the postman to end up with her. Dong Yukai, who had just taken a sip of his drink, burst out laughing. Third brother. Your description is spot on. Boss, you're quite envious, aren't you, with Nana? Li Xiang commented, somewhat exasperated. What's wrong? Her name is Zhona. Is it wrong for me to call her Nana? Zhang Liang proclaimed proudly. Then, with a serious demeanor, addressed the others, Old 5 and Old 6. Tomorrow sees the opportunity to see if you can befriend the girls from Nana's dormitory. Aye, well forget it, Yang Xian quickly interjected, his face turning crimson as he waved his hands. Can I have a chance to? Dong Yukai exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course. Old 4 has someone he likes, so he is clearly not interested. Old 3 has his sights set elsewhere. As for me, I have a clear target as well. Leaving just you two, Zhang Liang said earnestly. Last time in university, I didn't even experience a romance. This university life is terribly dull. He then fixed his gaze on Yang Xian, saying, Old 6, why do you think you can't? I have faith in you. Indeed, I believe in you too. Dong Yukai added, patting Yang Xian on the shoulder. I just want to earn money. I've never considered dating, Yang Xian replied, his face flushed. You guys can see for yourselves. My family isn't well off. I just want to work hard to cover my living expenses and tuition. Dating is out of the question. You make a valid point, Zhang Liang nodded. The group continued to chat amiably, ultimately deciding to go for a barbecue at a park near the university the following day. Early the next morning, Zhang Liang, usually fond of sleeping in, unexpectedly rose early, urging Wu Shidao and the others to get up. The 5 then ventured to a nearby market, purchasing a plethora of ingredients and fruits before arriving at the park entrance, where Zhang Liang began calling Zhona. Nana, it's me, Zhang Liang. Yes, we've arrived at the park. How long until you get here? About an hour? All right, we'll wait for you. Wu Shidao was taken aback seeing the burly Zhang Liang speak so gently. Usually, this guy's voice could be heard from 2 miles away. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Zhona hung up the phone and turned to Lu Shuang and the others, saying, they've arrived. Let us hurry. Chapter 53, Deceived. I say, Nana, it seems you have quite the affection for your little compatriot. He invites you, and you readily agree? Lu Shuang teased lightly, smoothing out the wrinkles in her clothing. What's wrong? Is the young grass particularly enticing? Zhou Na felt her cheeks flush at the jest, retorting, he is merely 3 years older than Zhang Liang. A senior girl, a golden brick, Lu Shuangshuang laughed. But Zhang Liang is actually 3 years younger than you. How could you pursue him? It's Zhou Na. Another girl chimed in, smiling. Didn't you say you planned to follow Shuangshuang's lead and avoid relationships throughout college? How come, suddenly in your junior year, you're all aflutter? This is called mutual affection, all right? Why does it seem like I'm the one desperate for attention? Zhou Na shot a glare at her. You were the one taking the initiative. How is that not being smitten? The girl continued to tease. Who was chasing? He was clearly interested in me first. Zhou Na defended herself vigorously. Oh, come off it. We all know you started by delivering love letters for others. And then you used that as an excuse to wander into Zhang Liang's dormitory daily. Lu Shuangshuang joined in on the playful banter. Oh, enough already. Are you done? Zhou Na protested. Her face flushed from their teasing. Just tell me whether you're going or not. If you aren't, I'll go alone. Then go by yourself. Lu Shuangshuang winked at the others, and they all chimed in unison. We want to go. Oh, come on. We're all good friends. Let us go together. I promise you won't regret it. Seeing their reluctance, Zhou Na resorted to persuasion, shaking Lu Shuangshuang's arm and saying, by the way, that particularly handsome freshman is also from Zhang Liang's dorm. I heard he doesn't have a girlfriend yet. Would you like me to introduce you? I guarantee you'll like him. If he were truly that great, would we even have a chance? He'd he be snapped up by you first? A girl teased. I'm serious. I'm not kidding. It's that guy named Li Xiang, the most handsome one from the welcome party. Shuangshuang, you must remember him. Zhou Na edged anxiously. Oh, him? He is in the same dorm as Zhang Liang? Lu Shuangshuang paused, stunned. Exactly. Shuangshuang, confirm it. He is truly handsome, right? Zhou Na nodded fervently. Yes, he's quite handsome, Lu Shuangshuang agreed. Then why don't you date Li Xiang? Another girl asked playfully. Ugh, I'm just not into that type. Zhou Na replied, pulling Lu Shuangshuang along. Let us go. They're already there. It wouldn't be nice to keep them waiting. Lu Shuangshuang and the others followed her out of the dormitory. Nana, to be honest, didn't you say you weren't going to date? What changed so suddenly? Lu Shuangshuang chatted with Zhou Na on the way. How should I put it? Zhou Na pondered before explaining. Perhaps it's because I hadn't encountered anyone I liked before. Now, with senior year approaching and the prospect of internships looming, if I finish 4 years of university without ever having dated, I might regret it later. As she spoke, she shifted the topic, smiling. What about you, Shuangshuang? Me? Lu Shuangshuang chuckled softly, shaking her head as she replied. I have no such intentions for the time being. Perhaps one day, should I encounter someone I truly admire or hold affection for, I might consider it. She pondered aloud. It's rather puzzling. After 3 years of university and so many people around, have you really not met anyone who piques your interest? Zhou Na, brimming with curiosity, inquired, what exactly are you looking for? She added, come on, Shuangshuang. You're the only one in our dorm who hasn't been in a relationship yet. Share with us what you truly desire, if necessary. Us girls can help you find someone suitable. Observing the animated chatter of her friends, Lu Shuangshuang contemplated for a moment before responding, half seriously. I prefer someone a bit more mature, as well as capable and ambitious. Mature, capable, and ambitious? Zhou Na mused, shaking her head. If that is your standard, I suspect it will be quite challenging to find such a person in university. Another girl chimed in. Indeed, how could there possibly be someone like that here? Lu Shuangshuang smiled gently. Then perhaps it's better to remain single than to settle for less. Meanwhile, in the park, Wu Shidao and Zhang Liang, along with a few others, had already set up the barbecue grill and prepared various ingredients. Boss, are they coming or not? If they aren't, we might as well start eating, Dong Yukai remarked, patting his stomach. After all the fuss, I'm starving. They said 1 hour, and now it's been an hour and a half without a sight of them. You don't understand. Zhang Liang shot him a glance. Speaking earnestly, women take their time. If a woman tells you to wait half an hour, prepare to wait a full hour. You speak as if you have much experience, Dong Yukai replied skeptically. Look, they're coming, Zhang Liang exclaimed, stretching his neck to catch a glimpse in the distance. He spotted Zhou Na and the others and stood up excitedly, waving fervently. Old 5, see? I told you I was right. Wu Shidao, Li Xiang, and the others turned their gaze towards them, and among Zhou Na's group, Lu Shuangshuang, standing around 7 meters tall, undoubtedly drew the most attention. Isn't that the enchanting beauty? Dong Yukai recognized Lu Shuangshuang from afar, astonished. Boss, how did you manage to get her to come out? Nana lives in the same dormitory as her. Zhang Liang replied smugly. What do you think, guys? This trip was worth it, right? At least you all have feasted your eyes. Boss, is that Zhou Na you fancy, Junior? Wu Shidao chimed in, his expression suddenly perplexed. Didn't you previously say she lived next to Xin Xiaojing? Indeed, she lives next door, but it never specified she was a freshman. Who says Shun Xiaojing's neighbor must be a freshman? Zhang Liang retorted. Wu Shidao was momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang Liang's statement was indeed valid. He had initially presumed that since she lived next to Shun Xiaojing, they must be classmates, which would allow for indirect inquiries about Shun Xiaojing's situation. Yet, it was becoming clear he had been misled. However, he couldn't just walk away at this point. A junior? That means she's older than you. Wu Shidao remarked maliciously. Boss, I didn't realize you had such a preference for older women. Absolutely, Zhang Liang proclaimed proudly. What do you know? Haven't you heard the saying? While young girls are delightful, mature women are treasures. Chapter 54. Dong Yukai's ambitions. Zhou Na was the petite type, and standing beside the robust and towering Zhang Liang, Wu Shidao immediately thought of the phrase Beauty and the Beast. The two dormitories exchanged simple greetings, after which Zhang Liang warmly welcomed Zhou Na and her friends to sit down, attentively offering snacks and beverages, while Yang Xian busied himself with the barbecue. Dong Yukai assisted him, eagerly inquiring about the girls' preferred flavors. Wu Shidao had initially intended to help, but Yang Xian insisted he could manage alone, and Wu Shidao was all too happy to take a break, retreating to sit beneath the shade of a tree. As a gentle breeze wafted through, Wu Shidao lay back on the dry grass. Don't you think the boss seems like a bear when he asks with Zhou Na? Li Xiang whispered, chuckling as he sat beside him. I've noticed that for quite some time, Wu Shidao replied with a slight smile, before changing the subject. How come you came over? I saw a few girls chatting you up earlier. Did you ignore them? Ignore them? I greeted them, didn't I? Li Xiang stretched and mimicked Wu Shidao's pose, lying back. Those girls can be quite bothersome, and honestly, if it were you, you'd find it irritating too. Irritating? How so? Wu Shidao questioned. Just think about it. Repeatedly being asked the same questions. What do you like? What do you usually do? What games do you play? Doesn't that seem tedious to you? Most importantly, it's all so superficial, utterly uninteresting. What would be a more profound topic? Wu Shidao inquired. For instance, exploring deep questions like how vast the universe is or the meaning of life, Li Xiang answered, somewhat unexpectedly. Do you actually ponder these things regularly? Wu Shidao asked, surprised. Pretty much, Li Xiang replied with a nod. Old four, come help us out. Zhang Liang called out to Li Xiang from across the way. Zhou Na had just quietly mentioned to him that one of her dorm sisters was quite fond of Li Xiang and urged him to facilitate a match. Coming. Li Xiang replied reluctantly, strolling over unsteadily. The girl named Yin Lu had been eyeing him intently since she arrived, her gaze never straying. If judging solely on appearances, Lu Xuanshuang would undoubtedly score the highest among the girls, followed closely by Yin Lu, Zhou Na, and the others. While Dong Yukai assisted Yang Xian, his eyes would occasionally wander over to Yin Lu, unable to help but feel increasingly drawn to her. Although Lu Xuanshuang was the most beautiful, her commanding presence made Dong Yukai feel inadequate, leaving him hesitant to look too long. Instead, he found himself increasingly captivated by Yin Lu. Yet, his subtle glances had not escaped Yin Li's notice. What were you doing over there? Yin Lu smiled at Li Xiang approached. Nothing much, Li Xiang replied nonchalantly. I heard you have a girlfriend? Where does she study? Yin Lu continued to engage him in conversation. In the capital, Li Xiang stated, trying to maintain a semblance of interest in the conversation. Nearby, Dong Yukai eavesdropped on their exchange, feeling a pang of jealousy. Observing Wu Shidao, who lay comfortably in the shade, seemingly at peace and perhaps even asleep, Lu Xuanshuang felt a flicker of curiosity. Just then, the sound of music filled the air as Wu Shidao retrieved his phone, noticing it was a call from his mother. He answered casually, "Hello, Mom." Lu Xuanshuang noted with intrigue that Wu Shidao possessed the latest iPhone 4, pondering the wealth of this young man. Over 20,000 for a laptop, and now the newest phone. The meat is ready, Dong Yukai called out, lifting a skewer and announcing to everyone, time to eat. Li Xiang quickly seized the opportunity to escape from Yin Lu, hastily joining Dong Yukai to grab several skewers of meat without hesitation. This action, if it were an ordinary day, would have elicited no thoughts from Dong Yukai. However, witnessing Yin Li's cheerful conversation with Li Xiang earlier, Li Xiang's current behavior filled him with an inexplicable discomfort, even a tinge of disdain. Third brother, it's time to eat, Li Xiang called out, oblivious to Dong Yotsai's inner turmoil, as he quickly approached Wu Shidao and handed him a skewer of meat, murmuring softly, that woman is utterly annoying. Wu Shidao, having just ended a phone call, chuckled softly, taking a bite of the skewer and praising quite the culinary skill. This skewer is delightful. Third and fourth brothers, come over here to eat and have a drink, Zhang Liang shouted to the two. I'm already thinking of heading back, Li Xiang murmured, it's rather dull. He decided, oh well, Zhang Liang is a good fellow. Might as well keep him company. Wu Shidao patted his shoulder, and the two stood up to join the group. Cool me. Let us raise a toast to our encounter at the university, Zhang Liang exclaimed, his face flushed with enthusiasm as he lifted the bottle. Dong Yukai and Yang Xian naturally raised their drinks, but Wu Shidao was somewhat surprised to see that Lu Shuang, Zhona, and Yin Lu among the girls were also drinking beer. Yin Lu, taking the initiative, clinked her bottle with Li Xiang's, while Zhona exchanged a glance with Zhang Liang and then with Lu Shuang. Wu Shidao smiled and raised his bottle towards her, and she graciously tapped hers against his. As they sipped beer and savored skewers, Zhang Liang and Zhou Na steered the conversation, and everyone began to engage in light banter. Yin, what are your career aspirations after graduating from the School of Media? Dong Yukai inquired, initiating a conversation. Perhaps something in a newspaper or a television station. Yin Lu replied casually, brushing her hair back, an action that struck Dong Yukai as particularly feminine. So, does that mean everyone in your dorm will become journalists or hosts? Dong Yukai asked with a smile. Not everyone can be a journalist or a host. Yin Lu laughed lightly, sighing. Finding a job nowadays is not as easy as it used to be, unless you're like Shuang, an outstanding student with excellent grades and a position in the student council. You might have a chance at a television station. As for us, landing a role as a runner in a newspaper would be quite an achievement. The job market is tough. She continued. People like you who study finance should find it easier to secure jobs. I actually just want to be an accountant. Dong Yukai scratched his head, admitting he hadn't given it much thought and had chosen his major rather casually. Handsome guy. Yin Lu turned to the quietly pensive Li Xiang. What made you choose this major? Did you want to be an accountant too? Dong Yukai felt a pang of jealousy at this moment. Just a random choice. Li Xiang raplia lazuli. How could that be? You can't just pick a university major at random. I don't believe it, Yin Lu said, clearly skeptical. Believe what you want. Li Xiang lifted his glass and clinked it with Wu Shidao's, gulping down a sip. Seeing that the skewers were nearly finished, Yang Xian quietly turned to the grill again. Sixth brother, go eat. I'll handle the grilling, Wu Shidao said idly, approaching Yang Xian. Third brother, you eat. I can manage the grilling myself. Yang Xian waved his hand to decline. It's fine, I can grill well too. Besides, we can't have you doing all the work alone. Wu Shidao chuckled, picking up a brush to apply oil to the skewers. Yang Xian had no choice but to change the subject. By the way, third brother, that method you mentioned actually works quite well sometimes. What method? Wu Shidao asked, slightly taken aback, then quickly understood. You mean forgetting about your stutter? Yang Xian nodded. I'm trying hard to forget this issue, but others keep reminding me. What do you mean? Wu Shidao was puzzled. Sometimes, when I forget about my stutter, I can speak without any issues. But my classmates in class look at me in surprise and say, how come you're not stuttering? Yang Xian said, looking quite distressed. Wu Shidao couldn't help but laugh, realizing that, as Yang Xian had said, when a stutterer suddenly speaks fluently, the first reaction is indeed to ask, how come you're not stuttering? Sixth brother, do you find your studies busy? Wu Shidao inquired after a moment of contemplation. Well, it's not too bad. It's much easier than high school. And I have plenty of time to read, Yang Xian replied. Are you interested in earning some money? Wu Shidao lowered his voice. Yes, definitely. Yang Xian's eyes lit up with excitement. Third brother, do you have a lead? If anyone in the dorm wanted to make money, it was undoubtedly Yang Xian. He meticulously calculated every penny during meals, striving to fill his stomach with the least expenditure. Secretly, he envied each of his dorm mates, especially Wu Shidao, imagining how wonderful it would be to live independently if his family were wealthy, thus escaping the nightly symphony of snoring from Zhang Liang and Dong Yukai, and the incessant phone calls between Li Xiang and his girlfriend. Most importantly, Yang Xian needed living expenses and tuition for the next year. He couldn't rely on his family anymore. His parents had managed to scrape together this year's tuition and living costs, and he was already grateful for that. Recently, Yang Xian had applied for a tutoring job, but unfortunately, after just one session, the parents politely declined him. He understood the reason well. His heavy dialect and stutter were undeniable obstacles. Well, let us revisit this in a while. Come help me out a bit. I want to start a small business. Wu Shidao said with a smile. Sure, no problem. Yang Xian nodded eagerly, but then hesitated. Third brother, can I really do it? Of course you can. Wu Shidao reassured him, patting his shoulder. Just wait for my signal. All right. Yang Xian nodded vigorously, eagerly offering Wu Shidao a freshly grilled skewer. Third brother, you eat this. I'll handle the grilling. Wu Shidao took half, and they shared the meal. Just then, Wu Shidao's phone rang again. He glanced at it, and saw it was a call from Hu Bin. Moving a few steps away, he answered. Hello, old Hu, what is up? Your dorm mate. Wu Shidao seems quite busy, Zhona remarked softly to Zhang Liang. He getting calls every few minutes. What is he up to? Not sure. Zhang Liang shook his head. All right, I'll find out. Wu Shidao ended the call, his expression turning serious. He stood still, contemplating for a few minutes before attempting to access the website of Wanghu Company on his phone. However, he soon realized that 4G was not yet widespread, and the web page loaded at an excruciatingly slow pace. After 2 or 3 minutes, still stuck on the loading screen, Wu Shidao gave up, turned, and quickly walked back to the group, smiling apologetically. "Sorry, I have something to attend to. I need to leave a bit early." "What is the matter, third brother?" Zhang Liang asked immediately, concern etched on his face. "Do you need our help?" "A personal matter, which I can resolve myself." Wu Shidao waved his hand and smiled, saying, "It might dampen everyone's spirits a bit, but please continue to enjoy yourselves." "3, Brother San, let us finish eating before we leave. There is so much food. We shouldn't waste it," Yang Xian quickly interjected. "Indeed, third brother, let us eat before departing," Zhang Liang also urged. "I'm rather pressed for time," Wu Shidao explained, stating he needed to return home to check on something. "All right then, if you need any assistance, don't hesitate to call us." Observing his resolute demeanor, Zhang Liang decided not to press further. "I'll accompany you." Li Xiang stood up, stating he was almost overwhelmed by Yin Lu's persistent chatter. "I have a few matters to attend to as well." He nodded apologetically at Zhang Liang. "Sorry, boss." Zhang Liang's expression darkened slightly, yet there was little he could do. So he nodded and replied, "Very well." Once Wu Shidao and Li Xiang departed, the enthusiasm of Yin Lu and the others noticeably waned, a sentiment that both Zhou Na and Zhang Liang could easily perceive. "Come, let us play poker," Dong Yukai suggested, producing 2 brand new decks of cards and looking expectantly at Yin Lu. "We can eat while we play. Let us have some fun together," Zhou Na chimed in, noticing Dong Yotsai's interest in Yin Lu. "You two form a team, while Zhang Liang and I will be on the other. I'm not really in the mood to play." Yin Lu, as a girl, had long sensed Dong Yotsai's subtle intentions, yet she held little interest in him. "Come on, we have nothing else to do," Zhou Na insisted, pulling Yin Lu over. The 4 began to organize a game, while Lu Shuang and the others opted to sit aside and chat, leaving Yang Xian alone to tend to the barbecue. "You seem rather serious. Is something troubling you?" On the way back, noticing Wu Shidao's furrowed brow, Li Xiang cautiously inquired, "Is it something you can share? If it's inconvenient, just say so." Wu Shidao snapped back to reality, glanced at him, and after a moment's contemplation, replied vaguely, "I developed an app, but there is some commotion from competitors. I'm not entirely clear on the specifics, and need to return home to investigate." Indeed, just moments ago, Hubin had called, delivering news to Wu Shidao that several individuals had contacted him that very morning, instructing him to disregard the app review submission process. Previously, Hubin had encountered this situation only once or twice, typically when a competitor discovered a bug in their app and subsequently withdrew their application. However, this morning, at least a dozen individuals had requested to retract their submissions, which piqued his curiosity. Consequently, he promptly contacted Wu Shidao. Wu Shidao was equally baffled by this development. His instinct told him that perhaps Wanghu Company was up to something again. Chapter 56, The Challenge from Wanghu Company. "You developed an app?" Li Xiang was taken aback, glancing at him, and recalling Wu Shidao's prior purchase of 2 computers, he refrained from probing further. Upon arriving at school, they parted ways, and Wu Shidao returned to his residential building, immediately logging onto Wanghu Company's website. There was an announcement titled Brand New Developer Cooperation Plan, dated from the previous night. To promote the development of mobile internet, the company had decided to launch this new plan effective from September 28, 2010, with specific details outlined as follows. Cancellation of partnership promotion fees, with each app receiving 1 to several homepage recommendation exposure opportunities per month, depending on its popularity. Upon reading this, a thought immediately sprang to Wu Shidao's mind. Wanghu Company was resorting to a cash-burning subsidy strategy, burning cash for subsidies in exchange for market share, while simultaneously stifling competitors in their infancy. This tactic had been utilized multiple times in the ensuing delivery and ride-hailing wars. Having experienced that round of cash-burning warfare, Wu Shidao was no stranger to it. For instance, the later emergence of Zaya Wank and Ma Bike, as well as the division of the market among Baidu Takeout, Meituan, and ELE.me, the e-commerce competition among the Penguin companies, Didi, Meituan Grocery, and Duo Grocery, all exemplified cash-burning battles. All this expenditure was aimed at forcing competitors out of the market, thereby monopolizing a specific industry. In these competitions, many small players who entered the fray were financially overwhelmed, while the eventual giants emerged victorious through relentless cash-burning subsidies, ultimately reaping the rewards and monopolizing industry profits. However, Wu Shidao had not anticipated that Wanghu Company would silently unveil this tactic ahead of time. Moreover, once a contract was signed with the company, all developers' apps would be prohibited from being listed on other similar application markets, granting the company exclusive promotional rights. Indeed, Wu Shidao noted the special statement regarding exclusive ownership. It made sense, as application markets differed somewhat from those apps that subsidized users. Wu Company could not afford to subsidize users of 91 Assistant or Android market, as that would be akin to throwing money down the drain without retaining customers. The essence of the application market was merely as a transit station, allowing users to download desired apps. However, the market itself lacked the ability to retain users, making Wu Company's strategy a clever undermining of the competition. Since they could not retain users, they would approach the issue from the perspective of user demand. What is user demand? It is the ability to download various apps through the application market. Therefore, Wu Company sought to establish a unique presence for apps within 91 Assistant and Android market, aiming to ensure these apps remained on users' devices. This was evidently a rehash of the recent 3Q battle. Wu Company was indeed planning something grand. Wu Shidao narrowed his eyes. This developer cooperation plan was clearly a declaration of war against universal cracking stores and numerous application markets like Wandujia. However, upon deeper reflection, Wu Shidao felt that this initiative was directed pointedly at him. Pulling out a pack of cigarettes that had been opened for over a week from his drawer, Wu Shidao lit one, inhaling deeply as the blue smoke wafted through the room, sinking into contemplation. Old Hu. After finishing the cigarette, Wu Shidao dialed Hu Bin's number. Has the number of apps submitted for review today significantly decreased compared to yesterday? Indeed, Hu Bin replied, from September 1st until today, on average, around 60 to 70 apps applied for submission by noon each day, and in the evenings, it would be roughly 100. However, today, there are only about 20 or so. All right, I understand. Wu Shidao hung up, realizing that Wu Company's tactic had indeed achieved a certain effect. At the very least, it had prompted some developers to shift towards 91 Assistant and Android market. The promise of one to several homepage exposure opportunities each month, as introduced by Wu Company, remained quite alluring. Based on Wu Shidao's previous private knowledge, a single homepage exposure recommendation on 91 Assistant and Android market could cost upwards of 10,000 yuan. In total, the advertising revenue for these two apps annually could easily reach several million yuan. Could Wu Company genuinely afford to let go of such a substantial profit? As this realization struck him, a shiver ran down Wu Shidao's spine. This was a battle to the death. Indeed. Meanwhile, in the conference room of NetTiger Company, Zhou Hao, with a grave expression, addressed General Manager Wang. We are now in a situation where we must fight to the last, burning our boats. The launch of this developer collaboration plan aims to extinguish the burgeoning universal cracking store while it's still in its infancy. Pausing momentarily, he continued, of course, promoting the app for free without charging any advertising fees is merely the first step. Should the universal cracking store dare to retaliate, we will proceed to the second step, offering cash rewards for high-quality apps that make it into the top 10 rankings. If they hesitate to follow suit, relying solely on advertising revenue to sustain their operations, they will inevitably lose more app developers. Behind the universal cracking store stands merely a technical team, whose greatest strength lies in their formidable technical prowess, enabling them to crack the iOS system. Yet, their most significant weakness is the lack of sufficient funding to support the store's operations. As long as we can draw numerous developers to our side, the balance will shift, leading to a dwindling number of apps in the universal cracking store, ultimately rendering it a mere shell of its former self. Its jailbreaking function will then become the sole reason for user engagement. We also have a strategic presence in the Android system. Unlike the iOS jailbreaking, Android can function without flashing. So all we need to do is drag the universal cracking store down with us, exhausting its resources. Once the technical team behind the universal cracking store can no longer sustain their funding, their only option will be to sell themselves to us. At that point, we will possess the jailbreaking technology of the universal cracking store, allowing us to dismantle application markets like Wandujia. Zhou Hao concluded with a triumphant smile, saying to General Manager Wang, our strategy is a bold, transparent maneuver. Even if they perceive our intentions, they will find themselves powerless. They must either choose to let us invest and gain control over the core technology of the universal cracking store, or ultimately succumb to financial exhaustion and be acquired by us at a bargain price. Let's watch their response. Chapter 57, Group Buying. As he paced the room, Wu Shidao's frown deepened. It was evident that NetTiger's declaration of war was intended to rival his own ambitions. What frustrated Wu Shidao the most was the impeccable timing of their challenge. He had just finalized version 20 of a universal cracking store and had yet to see any advertising revenue from the updates. They had struck first, catching him off guard. However, upon reflection, Wu Shidao's brow unfurled as he muttered to himself, Thank goodness version 20 hasn't been released yet. Had it been published yesterday, along with the advertisement pricing, today's blow from NetTiger would have been even more painful. It could have turned into a farce. Turning to his computer, he lit a cigarette and began pondering. NetTiger's developer collaboration plan aimed to leverage a wealth of diverse apps to bolster the positions of 91 Assistant and the Android market within the application landscape. This exclusivity was a strategic move. While the Universal Cracking Store currently held an irreplaceable advantage in jailbreaking was merely a means to an end. The ultimate goal was to download a plethora of diverse apps. By promoting exclusive apps, NetTiger would compel users to jailbreak and download 91 Assistant to access these applications. Wu Shidao realized he could mirror this tactic by launching a developer collaboration plan of his own. The concept was straightforward. However, he worried about the possibility of NetTiger burning through cash to subsidize developers after he implemented a similar strategy. At that point, he would have no choice but to follow suit. Currently, on the iOS system, his Universal Cracking Store could effectively block 91 Assistant, since it could not be downloaded without jailbreaking, having never received certification through Apple's App Store. Yet, the high price of iPhones meant that iOS users represented a small fraction of the market. The majority remained Android users. What if I partnered with manufacturers for pre-installed apps? Wu Shidao contemplated. Many apps in the future would resort to pre-installation with phone manufacturers to gain users. However, he quickly realized that NetTiger would likely not overlook this strategy, and they might already be employing it, given that his Universal Cracking Store had captured a significant share of their market recently. Alternatively, he could replicate the tactics of the 3Q war and initiate a battle for dominance between Universal and 91. As he neared the end of his cigarette, Wu Shidao still had not devised a solid plan. A single blow can prevent 100 retaliatory strikes. This phrase suddenly jolted him awake from his reverie, and he resolved, if we are to fight, let's fight boldly. What is there to fear? If NetTiger dares to issue a challenge, I cannot shy away. What he could do was to maximize user goodwill. As for the potential cash subsidies, NetTiger had yet to commence that endeavor. Even if they did, the effectiveness remained uncertain. Furthermore, he had the foresight of over a decade of mobile internet development history and over 10,000 bitcoins at his disposal. The worst-case scenario would merely see him become a billionaire in a few years. How could he possibly falter from there? With renewed determination, Wu Shidao sprang from his thoughts, splashed cold water on his face, and revitalized his spirit. He returned to his computer and began coding fervently. He aimed to expedite the launch of the group buying app, which he had named after the simplified version of Pinduoduo. In addition to group buying, he had considered several alternative names, such as Slice and Share, but ultimately decided on group buying for its simplicity and ease of understanding. Regarding version 20 of the Universal Cracking Store, he planned to delay its release for a few days. He wanted to observe the impact of NetTiger's developer collaboration plan on the Universal Cracking Store before proceeding, and he hoped to finalize the group buying app during this time to quickly promote it on campus, establishing a cash flow business. With only a little over $1 million left in his bank account, if the group buying app could achieve rapid profitability, he would have both the confidence and funds to compete with NetTiger when the inevitable cash subsidy war arose. Thus, in the following days, aside from mandatory professional courses, Wu Shidao attended no other classes, returning home after lectures to code. If it weren't for the absence of Mate1 delivery services, he might have even saved time by skipping meals at the cafeteria. There were moments when he even considered including a delivery service within the group buying app. However, upon further reflection, he decided against it for the time being. One must eat gradually. Consuming too quickly may lead to choking. Most importantly, aspiring to become an industry giant like Mate1 required not only vision, but also substantial financial backing. Otherwise, merely monopolizing the takeaway business in the vicinity of Jinshu University Town would yield little profit, far less than the substantial earnings from the mass distribution of fruits. Moreover, it would be all too easy for others to uncover this promising avenue. A few days later, the group purchasing app was finally completed. Although it was referred to as a single app, in reality, it comprised two distinct applications, one for users and the other serving as a backend for Wu Shidao. Users were required to register with their phone numbers, identification cards, and addresses to select products and place orders. The necessity for ID registration was to prevent malicious orders without intent to purchase. The backend application allowed Wu Shidao to monitor detailed user order statistics. With the project at last finished, Wu Shidao stretched languidly and lit a cigarette, having unwittingly resumed this bad habit after days of relentless coding. Fortunately, he still exercised some control over it. The next step was to promote this app within the university, striving to ensure that every student at Nansen University was aware of and utilized it in a short time. Wu Shidao's first thought was to reach out to Lu Shuang. The rationale was simple. As the student council president, her involvement would significantly enhance the effectiveness of any promotional efforts compared to his own relatively obscure status at Nansen University. Nansen University had a broadcasting station managed by the student council, which aired current events and even a program for song requests, occasionally featuring prose written by literary enthusiasts. After a class in his major, Wu Shidao did not leave immediately as he had in previous days. Instead, he approached Zhang Liang. "Boss, could you do me a favor and find out Lu Shuang's phone number?" He stated directly. Zhang Liang, now in a relationship with Zhou Na, found it quite easy to obtain Lu Shuang's contact information. "What do you need the enchantress's phone number for?" Zhang Liang inquired, his curiosity piqued despite his imposing stature. "It's for something important," Wu Shidao replied succinctly. "Something important?" Zhang Liang scrutinized him from head to toe, then, with a conspiratorial grin, draped an arm over Wu Shidao's shoulder and whispered, "Old 3, you haven't developed a crush on the enchantress, have you? Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't even think about pursuing her. That would be utterly impossible. I've heard from Na that over the past 2 years, dozens of suitors have tried and failed." He paused for emphasis, and many of them were affluent second-generation heirs. Although Wu Shidao was typically discreet, those in dormitory 102 were well aware of his wealth. "Boss, what are you thinking? I'm seeking her assistance, not trying to pursue her," Wu Shidao remarked bemused. "You really don't want to pursue her?" Zhang Liang eyed him skeptically. "I truly don't," Wu Shidao asserted decisively. Only then did Zhang Liang pull out his phone and exchanged a few words with Zhou Na before handing the device to Wu Shidao. "Here, Nana wants to speak with you." "With me?" Wu Shidao was momentarily taken aback, accepting the phone politely. "Hello, this is Wu Shidao. I know who you are." "Wu Shidao, the thing is, I can't give you Lu Shuang's phone number without her consent. You'll need to tell me what you want it for, and then I'll see if she agrees," Zhou Na explained on the other end. "All right, I'll just ask her directly," Wu Shidao replied, feeling at a loss. Zhou Na's reasoning was sound. Rather than relying on her to inquire, it would be more straightforward to approach Lu Shuang himself. True to his word, after class that afternoon, Wu Shidao went straight to the entrance of Building 11's female dormitory, finding a shaded spot to observe the students coming and going. He had yet to spot Lu Shuang when he noticed Shun Xiaojing and 2 other girls exiting the building with their meal trays. His gaze fixated on Shun Xiaojing, who appeared to have lost some weight since the beginning of the semester. Shun Xiaojing, too, noticed him immediately. It was impossible not to, as he sat alone under the shade like a guardian. She turned her head, feigning ignorance of his presence. However, Wu Shidao's unwavering gaze followed her, unabashedly revealing his interest, even drawing the attention of her companions, who exchanged glances with him. "Wait for me a moment," Shun Xiaojing finally said, unable to endure the situation any longer. After speaking to her friends, she approached Wu Shidao, her brows furrowed in mild annoyance. "What do you want?" "Nothing in particular. I just wanted to see you," Wu Shidao replied, recognizing her irritation. He initially intended to offer an explanation, but chose instead to candidly admit his intent. "I have a boyfriend," Shun Xiaojing stated coolly. "I know," Wu Shidao acknowledged with a nod. Had he reiterated his desire to get to know her better, Shun Xiaojing had already prepared a response. Instead, Wu Shidao's calm admission left her at a loss for words. "Rest assured, I won't disturb your relationship," Wu Shidao added, chuckling at her perplexed expression. "Umph." Shun Xiaojing shot him a sidelong glance. Yet inwardly, she felt a wave of confusion at the tenderness evident in his gaze. "You should go eat," Wu Shidao suggested with a smile. Without hesitation, Shun Xiaojing turned to leave. "Wait a moment," he called out impulsively, recalling something. She turned back, eyeing him with suspicion. I want to give you a gift. Would that be all right?" Wu Shidao asked cautiously. "What kind of gift?" "An iPhone 4. I remember you mentioned liking it," he said hesitantly, recalling their past conversations when she expressed admiration for the device, but lamented her inability to afford it. Upon hearing this, Shun Xiaojing's expression darkened, and she coldly replied, "I'm not the kind of person you think I am." With that, she turned and walked away. Wu Shidao slapped his forehead in regret. He merely wished to fulfill a small desire of hers, and even as he spoke, he regretted his words. However, if he had backtracked and said it was nothing, it would likely have angered her further. Such wealth. A voice laced with amusement came from behind him. "I want an iPhone 4 too. Why not just give me one?" Turning around, Wu Shidao saw Zhou Na and Lu Shuang standing nearby, holding their meal trays. Clearly, they had witnessed the earlier exchange. "If you want a phone, you should ask your friend Zhang Liang. I can't just give you one without him thinking too much of it," Wu Shidao replied with a shrug. He then turned his attention to the contemplative Lu Shuang. "Hello, Senior Lu. I have something I wish to discuss with you. Could we speak privately?" Lu Shuang glanced at him and shook her head slightly. Assuming she hadn't heard him clearly, he repeated, I said I have something to discuss. Can we? I heard you. Lu Shuang interrupted him, her tone neither warm nor cold, and said, if you have something to say, just state it directly. There's no need for pleasantries. Never mind. Zhou Na, with a cheerful smile, chimed in, you two carry on. I'll wait for you up ahead. Out of consideration for Wu Shidao being Zhang Liang's roommate, Zhou Na decided to extend a favor. Here's the thing. I need your assistance in promoting an app at the school's broadcasting station to encourage everyone to download and use it. Wu Shidao succinctly stated. Promoting an app? Lu Shuang inquired. Indeed. What kind of app? It's for selling fruits, designed to help everyone purchase affordable and quality fruits. Oh, Lu Shuang nodded, retorting bluntly. And why should I help? Exactly. What gives you the right to ask for my assistance? Lu Shuang thought back to the incident where Wu Shidao had been dismissive, which had been etched in her memory. It wasn't that she harbored a grudge, but she felt Wu Shidao at least owed her an apology. After that incident, they had crossed paths on 2 more occasions, including a barbecue in the park, which made Lu Shuang feel she had afforded him ample time and opportunity to apologize. Yet, it seemed as if he had completely forgotten about it. To forget was one thing, but to shamelessly seek her help now was simply audacious. What gives? Wu Shidao regarded Lu Shuang's impassive face, his eyes twinkling as he replied with a smile. Because you are the student council president. Shouldn't you be striving to procure some benefits for everyone? Are you certain this is for everyone's benefit? Lu Shuang countered with a hint of disdain in her smile. Because it sounds to me like you're merely seeking to benefit yourself. Chapter 59. You misunderstand. Senior sister, you're truly misjudging me. Wu Shidao replied with a wry smile. While your assistance in promoting this app would undoubtedly benefit me, it equally provides advantages for the broader student body. It's a win-win situation. You take your time winning. I'm off to have lunch. Lu Shuang waved her hand and walked past it with her food tray. Senior sister, please help me out? Wu Shidao persisted, following her with an unyielding grin. How about this? I'll sponsor the student council a bit. We are still students. Let us not bring the ways of the outside world in here. Lu Shuang huffed. 1,000 a semester. Wu Shidao observed her reaction. Lu Shuang's eyelids flickered slightly. Was Wu Shidao's family really that affluent? 2,000. Wu Shidao halted, his smile fading. If you disagree, then never mind. Really? Lu Shuang paused. As the student council president, she naturally aspired to achieve something noteworthy. Why did the student council rarely organize large-scale events? The answer lay in the lack of funds. Of course, there were some businesses outside eager to advertise at the school, but their offers were either too low or their products did not meet the school's regulations. Wu Shidao's proposal of 2,000 was a substantial sum for the student council. More importantly, it would recur each semester. Undoubtedly a remarkable and significant achievement for Lu Shuang. Do I appear to be jesting? Wu Shidao replied coolly. All right, what is your phone number? I'll grab a bite first, and we can discuss further. Lu Shuang produced her HTC smartphone. Glancing at Wu Shidao, I'll dial it for you. After exchanging numbers, Wu Shidao quipped, Senior sister, I haven't eaten yet either, and besides, having sponsored so much, shouldn't you, as the student council president, treat me to a meal? Fine then. Lu Shuang hadn't initially considered that angle, but upon hearing his words, her cheeks flushed slightly as she readily replied, I'll treat you to the cafeteria. You can choose whatever you like, all right? We can chat while we eat. Then I shall not be polite. Initially, he had hoped to persuade Lu Shuang to promote his app for free, but he expected that money would ultimately be the solution to his dilemma. Wu Shidao felt a slight pang in his heart, but with the mindset of not passing up a free meal, he followed Lu Shuang and Zhou Na toward the cafeteria. At this hour, the cafeteria was bustling. As a well-known figure at Nansen University, Lu Shuang's entrance caught the attention of many onlookers, including a host of admirers. Wu Shidao, walking beside her, instantly became a focal point as well. What do you want to eat? Lu Shuang, accustomed to being the center of attention, felt no discomfort. Whatever you prefer, she replied. However, for Wu Shidao, it was somewhat awkward. All right, so I'll truly treat you casually then. Lu Shuang was unapologetic. Business was business. She still held on a memory of Wu Shidao's earlier dismissive remark. Scanning the cafeteria, she spotted an empty table and pointed it out, saying to Wu Shidao, You go ahead and claim that spot. Sure. Wu Shidao had no objections and settled down at the empty table. However, this scene was laden with implications for the other students dining around them. Who is that guy? Lu Shuang's boyfriend? He doesn't look remarkable at all. Could he possibly not be your boyfriend? How could he not be? Didn't you see him saving a seat for Lu Shuang while she went to get food? As they ate, the whispers and speculations grew. Nearby, Shun Xiaojing, who who was also dining, noticed the unfolding scene. Her brows furrowed slightly, a wave of distaste washing over her. Xiaojing, what is wrong? One of her companions inquired, curious. Nothing, Shun Xiaojing replied, shaking her head slightly. That boy named Wu Shidao was clearly no good. He had just been offering her gifts, and now here he was, paired up with Lu Shuang. Here, sour and spicy shredded potatoes. Stir-fried lettuce. 2 dishes should be enough for you. Lu Shuang returned, sitting across from Wu Shidao, pushing the food toward him while suppressing a smile. If that's not enough, I can get you another serving. Wu Shidao found himself at a loss for words, pointing at the dishes. Senior sister, are you a vegetarian? Where's the meat? I'm on a diet, Lu Shuang replied with conviction. You just said it was whatever I wanted. All right then, Wu Shidao sighed, picking up his chopsticks to take a few bites. As he sensed the peculiar gazes directed at them, he suddenly realized something. Wait, where is Zhona? The way they were sitting together now resembled a couple, at least in the eyes of outsiders. I want to have lunch with your dorm leader, Lu Shuang replied casually. Why didn't you invite Zhona and Zhang Liang to join us? Why invite them? They're a couple, of course. They want to eat together and share whispers. Senior sister, Wu Shidao remarked, feeling increasingly speechless. Don't you think it's rather peculiar how we're sitting here? What is peculiar about it? Lu Shuang looked at him in confusion. As we dine here, does it not evoke the image of Zhona and Zhang Liang? Wu Shidao cleared his throat discreetly, subtly hinting at his unease as he cast nervous glances around, hoping not to be noticed by Shen Xiaojing. After all, Shen Xiaojing merely arrived at the cafeteria moments behind them. He feared that if she were to catch sight of him, it might lead to misunderstandings. I must tell you, do not let your imagination run wild. Lu Shuang finally grasped the situation, instinctively glancing around and noticing the curious and gossip-laden gazes directed at them. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she brushed her silky hair to mask her embarrassment. Had it not been for Wu Shidao's gentle reminder, she wouldn't have contemplated that direction at all. Once prompted, Lu Shuang naturally recognized the faintly awkward and ambiguous atmosphere that had settled between them. She straightened her face and feigned seriousness, declaring, I merely invited you to dinner as a gesture of gratitude for your sponsorship of the student council. At that moment, Shen Xiaojing stood up from a distance and glanced their way, and Wu Shidao noticed her instantly. Their eyes met briefly before Shen Xiaojing averted her gaze and hurried away. Sister, you've misunderstood, Wu Shidao thought to himself, feeling a sinking dread, and he smiled wryly, saying, I have no interest in letting my thoughts wander. I only fear what others might think. Chapter 60. The Tempers of Beautiful Women. Fear what others might think. Lu Shuang pondered the implications of his words, sensing a hint of something amiss. She furrowed her brows, glaring at Wu Shidao. What do you mean by that? I merely wish to avoid any misunderstandings regarding our relationship. Wu Shidao replied earnestly, frowning. Seeing his demeanor, Lu Shuang couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. What? Are you implying that you are genuinely concerned? Of course I am worried. Wu Shidao admitted candidly. I haven't expressed any concern. Why are you so troubled? Your lack of concern is your own affair. My concern is mine. They are two separate matters. What is the big deal? If someone misinterprets this, you would be the one at a disadvantage. Lu Shuang shot him a half-amused, half-annoyed glare. I haven't claimed to be at a disadvantage. You are the one who is already sounding the alarm. I am certainly at a disadvantage. I didn't get to enjoy my meal and instead found myself in this predicament. If I were to be misunderstood, explaining it would be. Wu Shidao's words trailed off as Lu Shuang could no longer contain her laughter. She sprang to her feet, reached across the table, and playfully twisted Wu Shidao's ear, her expression stern as she huffed. Who are you calling a pig? Goodness, such an unabashed display of affection. Wu Shidao thought, wishing Lu Shuang would twist his ear, her hands surely soft and smooth. The eyes of the surrounding onlookers widened in astonishment. Is the third brother this bold? Nearby, Zhang Liang nearly dropped his chopsticks in shock. Dan Yukai and Yang Xian exchanged glances, astonished by the scene unfolding before them. Did the third brother manage to win over the enchantress without a word? Wasn't he just talking about pursuing Shen Xiaojing? Is this a feint? Let go, it hurts. Wu Shidao grimaced, enduring Lu Shuang's firm grip. Who is the pig? Lu Shuang showed no mercy, genuinely irked. It was the first time in her life someone had described her in such a manner. I was wrong. I am the pig. I am a pig. Wu Shidao raised his hands in surrender, realizing he had misspoken. I've changed my mind. Lu Shuang released him, rolling her eyes as she stated. I need to reconsider the sponsorship issue. With that, she picked up her bowl and departed. I haven't finished yet. Wu Shidao rubbed his ear and called after her. If you want to eat, you'll have to buy it yourself. Lu Shuang ignored him entirely, dumping the remaining food into the cafeteria's waste bin before striding away. See? I told you, beautiful women have fiery tempers, remarked a nearby young man, observing the scene with a knowing look. If you end up with such a woman, you'd better treat her like royalty. Otherwise, one slight misstep, and you might find yourself without a meal. Feeling the weight of sympathetic and mocking stares around him, Wu Shidao rubbed his ear and turned to the food vendor, ordering another portion. Young man, with a woman like that, you'll need to pamper her a bit, the sympathetic vendor said, this time handing Wu Shidao a generous helping of vegetables without a tremor in his hand. Thank you, Wu Shidao replied with a wry smile, returning to his seat to eat heartily. Third brother, what on earth happened? Don Yukai and Yang Xian approached, trays in hand. What happened? Wu Shidao countered. Still playing coy? Don Yukai scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. I just saw the enchantress. No, your sister-in-law, what happened? Did you anger her? Sister-in-law? Wu Shidao felt a wave of frustration wash over him. I have no relation with her. Don't say such things. Understood. Don Yukai scrutinized him closely, then burst into laughter. Third brother, is there a relationship without quarrels? How can you say break up at the first sign of discord? That's a rather irresponsible attitude. Just smooth things over with a few kind words, and you'll be fine. This guy was only making things worse. Wu Shidao sighed, deciding to let Don Yukai think whatever he pleased. Take your time eating. I'm leaving now. Hey, Lao Lu, are you heading back to the dorm? Don Yukai, satisfied with Wu Shidao's silence, stood up and addressed Yang Xian. All right. Wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Wu Shidao interrupted Yang Xuan, gesturing for Don Yukai to leave first. After he departed, Wu Shidao continued eating while he asked Don Yukai, can you handle tough work? For example, are you capable of physical labor? Yes. Yang Xuan agilely nodded. I help out in the fields at home. Don't let my slim frame fool you. I'm quite strong. In truth, Wu Shidao had merely asked casually, wanting Yang Xian to be prepared. He smiled slightly. That's good. I was worried you couldn't handle it and would lose face. In the future, I might need your help moving fruit and possibly delivering it to the dormitory. It's not an easy job, but since we're all from the same dorm, I won't shortchange you. How does a monthly salary of 3,000 sound? How much? 3,000? Yang Xian's face flushed with excitement. He had been contemplating the previous conversation with Wu Shidao and had been waiting for an opportunity to inquire further. However, Wu Shidao had been so busy lately, he hadn't returned to the dorm, leaving Yang Xian in suspense. Yes, that is correct. Wu Shidao nodded, confirming the 3,000 for now, adding, in the future, there will certainly be opportunities for raises. No, that's enough. 3,000 is already quite generous. Yang Xuan insisted, shaking his head vigorously. With a monthly salary like that, I can cover my tuition and living expenses. Third brother, when do I start? In a few days. I need to prepare a bit, and the salary will begin counting for next month. Wu Shidao spoke as he retrieved a stack of cash from his pocket, counting out 3,000 yuan and placing it into Yang Xian's hands, declaring it to be next month's salary. This isn't appropriate, is it, third brother? Yang Xian was taken aback, astonished by such good fortune, receiving his wages before even commencing the work. Regaining his composure, he hastily declined, attempting to return the money to Wu Shidao. What is inappropriate about it? Wu Shidao pressed his hand down gently, chuckling. What? Do you think you can take the money and run off? I'm not worried, so why should you be? Take it. When it comes time for meals, don't always think about saving money. You're at an age where you need to eat and drink well. Do you hear me? Yang Xian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. If he still didn't understand that Wu Shidao was deliberately looking out for him, he would truly be a fool. Taking a deep breath, he vowed earnestly, Third brother, you can rest assured that I will work diligently for you. Chapter 61. The Purchase of Car. Good. Wu Shidao replied succinctly, nodding at the visibly excited Yang Xian. Now, you may head back. There's nothing else. Third brother, enjoy your meal. Yang Xian nodded, tucking the money tightly into his pocket. Wu Shidao continued eating while pulling out his phone, dialing a number. Hello, is this Jinggang? It's Wu Shidao. Brother Wu. I recognize your voice. I saved your number, came Jinggang's deep and resonant voice from the other end. How have things been on your end? Wu Shidao inquired. Pretty good, Brother Wu. I intended to call you to invite you for a meal, but I worried you might be busy and unable to answer, so I hesitated. Jinggang explained. I sometimes find it inconvenient to take calls during class. By the way, Jinggang, are you working this afternoon? I'd like to swing by and discuss something with you. I'm here all day. Feel free to come over whenever, Jinggang replied. Great, see you this afternoon. Wu Shidao concluded the call, finishing his meal swiftly, then dialing Li Xiang's number as he made his way outside. Old four, where are you? On the playground. What is up? Li Xiang responded. You're not there talking to some girl, are you? Wu Shidao teased. Of course not. I'm alone. Why are you coming? Li Xiang asked. After confirming Li Xiang's location, Wu Shidao hung up and meandered over to the playground, spotting Li Xiang sitting on the parallel bars, idly fiddling with his phone. What brings you here alone? Wu Shidao casually inquired. Nothing much. I just didn't want to stay in the dorm and wanted some fresh air, Li Xiang replied, unwilling to elaborate. He shifted the conversation. Did you need something? Can you drive? Do you have a license? Wu Shidao asked. Yes, but it's just a Class C license. Why do you ask? Li Xiang inquired, curious. That will suffice. Come with me. We're going to buy a car, Wu Shidao said with a grin. What? Li Xiang nearly toppled off the parallel bars, his face a picture of shock. Buy a car? What for? To let you drive it, Wu Shidao stated earnestly. How many? Li Xiang was momentarily stunned, then regained his composure, holding up 3 fingers. Don't be ridiculous. It's 3. I'm serious, Wu Shidao chuckled. Let us go. We need to get this done this afternoon. Are you really buying a car? What is your budget? You want me to drive, but you don't have a license? Li Xiang peppered Wu Shidao with questions. If you're truly buying a car, you came to the right person. I know a lot about cars. I can give you some advice. I'm not bragging. My driving skills are top-notch. I already have a specific car in mind, Wu Shidao replied, suppressing a laugh as he noted Li Xiang's enthusiasm. You'll find out soon enough, he said mysteriously. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination by taxi. Upon seeing the sign, Li Xiang's initial excitement had diminished considerably. A used car? I thought we were buying a new one. Wu Shidao chuckled. For transporting goods. A second-hand vehicle will suffice. Why buy a new one? Transporting goods? Li Xiang's expression turned blank. Come on, didn't you say you knew about cars? You can advise me on whether a used van or a used pickup truck is more suitable for hauling, Wu Shidao urged, putting his arm around Li Xiang's shoulders as they stepped into the used car market. After visiting several shops and engaging in haggling, Wu Shidao ultimately purchased a 2008 Wuling Hongguang van for 20,000 yuan, which was in about 60 to 70% good condition. Although he initially intended to buy a second-hand pickup truck, he ultimately opted for the van after considering various factors. Once the paperwork was completed, Wu Shidao tossed the keys to a glum-looking Li Xiang. Here, stop sulking. This vehicle is now yours to use. This car is rather embarrassing, Li Xiang complained, looking crestfallen. Then he asked, have you really decided to sell fruit? I can guess your intentions. I believe this business has potential, Wu Shidao replied succinctly. As Li Xiang started the vehicle, they headed straight for the fruit wholesale market they had visited previously. Upon arrival, Li Xiang was too lazy to exit the car and remained seated while Wu Shidao entered the market. Upon meeting Jingang, the first thing Jingang said was, Brother Wu, have you made up your mind to pursue the fruit business? Wu Shidao had mentioned this before, and Jingang assumed he was back for that very reason. Yes, I've figured out the sales channel. I plan to sell in the university, and I'm here today to discuss procurement with you, Wu Shidao explained his plan. His strategy was to contact Jingang each evening after group orders were placed, asking him to prepare the fruit for the following day. Jingang's role would be to inform Wu Shidao about the market prices and ideally provide a daily price list for the fruits, as well as assist with loading the goods. Wu Shidao had not explicitly stated the most crucial part. Jingang would also need to ensure the quality of the fruits, preventing any rotten or subpar fruits from being sent to him. Wu Shidao trusted Jingang to take this responsibility seriously without needing constant reminders. Brother Wu, that sounds simple, Jingang exclaimed, his face lighting up. I can communicate prices with the boss daily, and helping to load goods is no trouble at all. I'm usually just sitting around anyway. As long as you can find a market, this business could be quite profitable. He then expressed his concern. Brother Wu, I know about the university town. I have a regular customer selling fruit there, and the profits are substantial, but I've heard competition is fierce. Fruit has a short shelf life. If it doesn't T-sell, you'll end up with a loss and have to throw it all away. Don't worry. I have a plan, Wu Shidao smiled, assuring him. I won't let you work for free either. There's no need to mention our arrangement to your boss. I'll give you a 10 yuan monthly fee for your efforts. Brother Wu, by saying that, you are treating me as an outsider. Jingang's expression shifted to one of urgency. I'm already delighted to assist you. So what does offering me money imply? Do you view me as a stranger? Chapter 62. I quit. Listen to me, Wu Shidao remarked, noticing Jingang's anxious demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips. Even among brothers, accounts must be settled, right? Moreover, I require your assistance, not just once or twice, but on a continual basis. Even if you are willing, how could I feel at ease about it? Wouldn't that mean I am perpetually taking advantage of you? This is merely a bit of labor, and it only involves asking a few questions. I do not want any payment. Jingang obstinately shook his head, his neck stiffening as he responded, Brother Wu, if you give me money, it is tantamount to looking down on me and treating me as an outsider. Very well then, Wu Shidao said, a glint of determination in his eyes. I shall seek assistance elsewhere. With that, he turned to leave. Jingang immediately panicked and hurriedly stopped him. Brother Wu, what is going on? Jingang, You are older than I am. Allow me to speak candidly. I understand you wish to repay me in this manner. However, consider this. If it were merely a matter of needing your help once or twice, I would certainly not bring up money. But this is not a fleeting matter. If you insist on refusing payment, it leaves me uneasy as well, doesn't it? Wu Shidao gazed at him earnestly. Furthermore, I will need you to be attentive when we're loading the goods, ensuring the quality of the fruits. If I were to hire someone else for such tasks, would they assist me without compensation? Wouldn't I have to pay them as well? If others are earning from this money, why shouldn't you? Seeing the seriousness with which he spoke, Jin Gang scratched his head, pondering carefully before reluctantly conceding. All right, but 2,000 yuan is too much. Just give me 200. 1,000 yuan, not a penny less. Wu Shidao asserted firmly. Observing Jin Gang shake his head, Wu Shidao quickly added, if you do not agree, I will indeed seek assistance from someone else. Fine, so be it, Brother Wu. Yin Gong hesitantly okiyashud. Later, Jin Gang made a phone call to his boss. Before long, a well-dressed, middle-aged man arrived in a Mercedes-Benz E300. Boss Lee, this is my brother Wu Shidao. He wishes to discuss a collaboration with you, Jin Gang introduced with enthusiasm. Boss Lee's eyes flickered with surprise, his curiosity unabated as he scrutinized Wu Shidao from head to toe, testing the waters with a smile. Young Wu, how old are you? I am still in university, Wu Shidao replied with a smile. Ah, a university student venturing into business. Impressive. Boss Lee laughed, producing a pack of cigarettes and tentatively offering one to Wu Shidao. Wu Shidao accepted it without hesitation, lighting the cigarette for Boss Lee as he stated. I wish to establish a long-term partnership with you, Boss Lee, and would appreciate some concessions regarding fruit supply and pricing. Long-term partnership? Ha! Boss Lee chuckled dismissively, a hint of disappointment creeping into his demeanor. The reasons were clear. Wu Shidao's youth and status as a university student, in his eyes, rendered him unfit for a serious business relationship. Being young indicates simplistic thinking, and as a university student, how much capital could you possibly possess? Pray tell, what are your thoughts? Boss Lee replied nonchalantly, flicking ash from his cigarette and engrossing himself in his phone. I hope for some concessions on pricing, as well as a reserved allocation of certain in-demand fruits. Wu Shidao articulated succinctly. Jin Gang must have mentioned this to you? Boss Lee continued, still preoccupied with his device. Purchasing by truck can yield lower prices, but if you're going through wholesale, I cannot offer any discounts. Besides, I have many large clients. It is unfeasible for me to accommodate you while also reserving coveted fruits. Perhaps you should inquire elsewhere? He glanced at Jin Gang. Old Jin, I'm swamped with clients. If I catered to everyone's needs, would I still be in business? Jin Gang's frustration was evident, as it became apparent to anyone that Boss Lee had no regard for Wu Shidao. Boss Lee, Wu Shidao interjected before Jin Gang could speak. How can you assume I am not a major client? Young Wu, I understand your aspirations, Boss Lee replied with a self-satisfied smile. As a university student, you likely wish to source some fruits wholesale from acquaintances to sell around your campus and profit from the price difference, right? How much fruit can you even take at a time? Perhaps a couple of 100 kilograms at most. My shipments are calculated by the ton. While I do entertain smaller wholesale orders, you could directly work with Jin Gang for those. I don't have the time for such trifles. Boss Lee, my intention is to forge a long-term partnership, and I also wish to secure portions of in-demand fruits, Wu Shidao explained, a frown creasing his brow. I discussed this with Jin Gang, but it is imperative to clarify matters with you. For instance, during winter, watermelons and grapes are scarce. If I require goods and you have none, how should we handle that? Isn't it prudent to address this in advance? Boss Lee took a deep drag from his cigarette, discarding the remaining half on the ground, and chuckled. So that is what you were concerned about. As I mentioned, I must prioritize my major clients. In your situation, I'm afraid I cannot assist. Very well, then, Wu Shidao replied, his patience waning. He recognized that Boss Lee had no intention of valuing him, and thus, there was no need to offer his business to someone so dismissive. The wholesale market was teeming with vendors. He could easily seek another. Take care, I won't see you off, Boss Lee said with a forced smile. Boss Lee, I quit. Please settle my wages for this month. Jin Gang, who had been silently brooding, suddenly erupted with fury. Oh, Boss Lee blinked, taken aback as he glanced between Jin Gang and Wu Shidao, his brow furrowing. Have you thought this through? He had always appreciated Jin Gang's diligence and responsibility. Hoping to retain him, I have made my decision, Jin Gang asserted resolutely. Jin Gang, what are you doing? Wu Shidao remarked, exasperated. It was merely a matter of finding another supplier. It wasn't a monumental issue. Boss Lee, he is my brother. Jin Gang ignored Wu Shidao and turned to Boss Lee. I intended to refer business to you, and while I could overlook the lack of respect, as I am merely an employee, your blatant disregard for my goodwill is disheartening. Haha, Boss Lee chuckled mockingly, pulling out a stack of cash and counting out over 2,000 yuan, tossing it at Jean Gang with a cold remark. Here, S your wage. Chapter 63, Preparations. Let S go. Jean Gang stuffed the money into his pocket, fuming as he pulled Wu Shidao away. He truly thinks highly of himself. Boss Lee sneered coldly. Yin Gong, why did you resign? After exiting, Wu Shidao found himself at a loss, gently patting his shoulder and suggesting, it's his loss for not wanting to collaborate with me. I can simply find another vendor. That is not acceptable, Jean Gang retorted, his neck stiff. Did you not see how he treated you? He clearly does not take you seriously. That is quite typical. Wu Shidao chuckled softly, remarking on the absurdity of his youth juxtaposed with the magnitude of his business, and concluded that it was entirely reasonable for him to be overlooked. After a brief pause, he continued earnestly, moreover, to earn the respect of others. One must rely on their capabilities, not on trivialities. If you choose not to work for him, then I propose that you assist me in establishing contacts and wholesale transactions for fruits in the market. I assure you, my remuneration will not be inferior to your current position here. What do you think? This was not a mere whimsy on Wu Shidao's part. Acknowledging that Jean Gang had been employed at this fruit wholesale market for several months, he recognized that Jean Gang possessed far greater knowledge of the industry than he himself did. Furthermore, Wu Shidao was acutely aware that, fundamentally, he was merely facilitating the connection between the wholesale market and individual consumers. Jean Gang hesitated momentarily, then rubbed his hands together, uncertainly asking, Brother Wu, do you think I can manage this? Of course you can, Wu Shidao replied with a smile. It's quite similar to your previous job. However, it would be best if you could connect with a reputable wholesaler who provides timely supplies. By the way, can you drive? Yes. I obtained my driver's license while serving in the military, Jean Gang nodded. Excellent, Wu Shidao said. As I mentioned before, every evening I will send you orders, and you'll come here the next day to load the goods and deliver them to the school. Your responsibility will be to ensure that all the goods corresponding to the orders I send you are prepared adequately, maintaining high quality. Strive for competitive pricing. If it's not feasible to offer a lower price, ensure it is not exorbitantly high. He reiterated the details meticulously. I understand, Brother Wu, Jean Yang nodded. By the way, I have a few fellow townsmen working in this market. I'll reach out to them and see if we can collaborate with their boss. Very well. I entrust this to you. Wu Shidao nodded and then added, Oh, step outside with me. Leading Jean Gang to the van parked by the roadside, Wu Shidao said, You will drive us back to the school, and henceforth, this vehicle will be under your care for deliveries. Absolutely, Jean Gang affirmed, circling the van to assess it. He opened the door to inspect the interior, noting that by removing the middle seat, the cargo space would be expanded, allowing for greater capacity. Upon returning to the school, Jean Gang greeted Wu Shidao and Li Xiang before driving away. Wu Shidao then proceeded to a nearby supermarket, purchasing a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. Under Li Xiang's bewildered gaze, he entered the security office at the school entrance. Is there something you need? The security guard inquired upon noticing the pack of cigarettes in Wu Shidao's hand. Hello. I'm a student at Nansen University, Wu Shidao replied cheerfully. I have rented an apartment in the staff quarters. That van outside is mine, and I may be frequently entering and exiting the school, so I hope to establish a convenient arrangement. As he spoke, he placed the pack of cigarettes on the desk, assuring the guard that he would only park near the staff quarters and not in the academic building area. What is the license plate number? I'll need to register it. The security guard discreetly opened a drawer, placing the cigarettes inside, and smiled. You're living in the staff quarters, huh? Just remember not to drive toward the administrative or academic buildings. If the leaders see you, it could lead to complications. Rest assured, Wu Shidao replied, providing the license plate number before turning to leave. Who taught you this? Li Xiang remarked admiringly upon Wu Shidao's exit. When I was waiting for you outside the market, I was pondering how that vehicle would be allowed in the school. The school simply prohibits vehicles from outside. This one counts as being within. Wu Shidao replied with a slight smile. By offering a little incentive to the guard, even if the leaders see, he would provide an explanation for me. You spent quite a bit of money. What are your plans now? Are you considering renting a shop nearby? Li Xiang inquired curiously. I noticed there aren't any empty shops available around the school. Why would I need to rent such a thing? But without renting a shop, how will you conduct business? Have you never purchased anything on Taobao? Who decreed that business could only be conducted from a rented shop? Wu Shidao retorted. Li Xiang's expression shifted to one of realization. Ah, so you intend to sell fruits online? However, he quickly furrowed his brow. But how will that work? Rest assured, I have my own clever strategies. You will soon see, Wu Shidao responded, glancing at the sky before saying to Li Xiang, You should head back now. I need to find Lu Shuang to take care of a matter. What matter do you need to discuss with her? Li Xiang asked, intrigued, but too lazy to pry further, turning to leave. At noon, the meal had not been in vain. as Wu Shidao successfully obtained Lu Shuang's phone number. Dialing it, he waited as it rang a few times before she answered. "What is it? Senior Lu, where are you? Shall we discuss the sponsorship contract?" Wu Shidao inquired cheerfully. There was a brief silence from Lu Shuang on the other end. "I'm at the broadcasting station. Come over." After hanging up, she retrieved the printed sponsorship contract from her drawer, reviewing it carefully. Despite her earlier anger, she had not neglected her responsibilities. It was crucial to note that if Wu Shidao truly intended to donate 20,000 yuan to the student council each semester, that would be a substantial amount. With such funds, Lu Shuang could organize various activities and upgrade the broadcasting station's equipment. As she approached her senior year, having the honor of being an outstanding student council president would certainly enhance her prospects when seeking employment. Through the glass before her, Lu Shuang spotted a figure crossing the playground toward the broadcasting station. She recognized it as Wu Shidao. A thought involuntarily crossed her mind. Where did this guy acquire such wealth? Minutes later, Wu Shidao entered the broadcasting station, greeted by Lu Shuang's expressionless demeanor. He greeted her cheerfully. "Hello, Senior Lu." Lu Shuang handed him the sponsorship contract. "Here are the terms I've drafted for the contract. Please take a look. Additionally, I need to know what the app you intend to promote is about." "All right, let me first examine the sponsorship contract," Wu Shidao replied, nodding as he scrutinized it. "Senior Lu, did you draft this contract? Is there a problem?" Lu Shuang countered with a question. "Just a slight one," Wu Shidao replied with a smile. "Besides ensuring that my app is promoted once during the daily broadcasts, all activities organized by the student council must prominently display my advertisement." "All activities?" Lu Shuang raised an eyebrow, questioning if that was a bit excessive. "Excessive? How so?" Wu Shidao countered. "Does your student council host activities every day?" "Sometimes. Teachers also participate in council events." Lu Shuang frowned. "Do you think that is appropriate?" "What is inappropriate about it?" Wu Shidao chuckled. "I think it's quite advantageous. As a student of Nansen University, a student entrepreneur promoting his business through the student council's advertisements is mutually beneficial. Wouldn't you agree?" "Very well, I'll compromise. For each semester's events organized by the student council, at least 5 advertisements must be displayed, and they must be in prominent positions, especially during significant events like the welcome party." "How does that sound?" Lu Shuang found some merit in his words. Should a teacher inquire in the future, this reasoning could indeed serve as a satisfactory explanation. Yet, upon witnessing Wu Shidao's exuberant demeanor, she felt a twinge of annoyance and deliberately adopted a stern expression as she replied, "Fine, I concede to your request, but pray tell, what purpose does the app you wish to promote serve? I must emphasize, this is of utmost importance. If it is merely a chaotic game app, I fear it shall not suffice." She intensified her tone. "A school is a sanctuary for education and character cultivation. If your app encourages frivolity and idleness among students, then I assure you, not only will it fail to pass the scrutiny of teachers, but I shall also oppose it vehemently." "Of course not." Wu Shidao waved his hand dismissively, proceeding to elucidate the functionalities of the group buying app to Lu Shuang. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue as he spoke, and once he concluded, she could not repress her curiosity, exclaiming, "What inspired this idea? I recall seeing you buying fruit one night shortly after arriving at school." Without much thought, Wu Shidao replied. "My immediate reaction was that the fruit outside the school was rather expensive. Many students might wish to indulge in fruit, yet upon hearing the prices, they likely hesitate to purchase. Educators have always encouraged us to serve the people, and I thought to cater to the students of Nansen University." "Oh." Lu Shuang felt a surge of irritation upon hearing his words, realizing he still remembered that incident. "I thought you had forgotten. And then what happened?" With her arms crossed and a bemused smile, she scrutinized Wu Shidao. "You derived this idea from that?" "Indeed." He nodded affirmatively. "And what else?" She pressed, eager for more. "Is there something else?" he asked, perplexed. "Have you forgotten something?" Lu Shuang's temper flared as she coldly inquired. "Wu Shidao, you recall so vividly the night I bought fruit. Yet you fail to remember what you said to me at that time? Shall I need to jog your memory? What did I say to you?" Wu Shidao was utterly bewildered by her expression, which was a mix of anger and amusement. "You uttered an exclamation of exasperation. Don't you remember? Or have you chosen to conveniently forget?" Lu Shuang scoffed, bemused by the irony. It was amusing that he could recall the price of the fruit, yet completely forgot his own outburst. "Did I really say that?" Wu Shidao paused, contemplating. "I can't recall at all. If I did say something, I assure you it was not directed at you." "Huh." Lu Shuang merely chuckled at his explanation. Rolling her eyes. "Do you take me for child? You are clearly addressing me." All right, I apologize, Lu Shiji. Is that satisfactory?" Wu Shidao was speechless, unwilling to quibble with Lu Shuang over such trivial matters. With a huff, Lu Shuang shifted the conversation. Have you devised a strategy for promoting this group buying app? Do you have any slogans in mind? Wu Shidao nodded earnestly, proclaiming, if you're a friend, join the group and help me cut a deal. Log into the Universal Cracking Store, search for and download the group buying app to enjoy premium fruit at wholesale prices. Buy more and save more. If you order over 20 pounds of fruit, we could deliver it directly to your dormitory. Lu Shuang could not suppress a laugh at a slogan. Help me cut a deal? What a ridiculous advertisement. Yet, she had to concede that it was quite captivating. If she were to hear it, she would certainly be intrigued enough to inquire further. Such an addictive slogan, Wu Shidao shrugged. Is it true that ordering over 20 pounds means delivery to the dorm? Lu Shuang inquired, her anticipation growing. If that is indeed the case, the boys might be indifferent, but if the prices are genuinely low, the girls in the dormitory would surely be interested. It might be challenging to deliver directly to the dormitory, but we could manage to drop it off downstairs. Wu Shidao replied with a grin. Very well, I can record that advertisement for you today, and it shall air during the afternoon song request program, Lu Shuang declared. Shifting the topic. What about the sponsorship fee? Tomorrow, I just purchased a vehicle for transporting fruit. I will retrieve the money at noon and bring it to you. Is that agreeable? Wu Shidao replied cheerfully. After all, I have a contract to uphold. Lu Shuang nodded in agreement. By the way, Shiji. Wu Shidao suddenly recalled something as he suppressed a chuckle. Speaking earnestly, it would be best to record 2 versions of the advertisement, one male and one female. Furthermore, I would like you to record the female version. Why? Lu Shuang was taken aback. You're not only the student council president, but also quite beautiful. Having you record the advertisement would undoubtedly yield superior results. Wu Shidao elaborated with feigned gravity. From a male perspective, I would think if Lu Shiji recommends this app, it must be worthwhile. At the very least, I would be immensely curious and inclined to download it. How charmingly insincere, Lu Shuang teased, playfully rolling her eyes at Wu Shidao, though her heart swelled with sweetness. After all, what girl does not relish being complimented on her beauty? Nevertheless, she was determined not to display her delight too readily. With a slight lift of her chin, she haughtily retorted, Look at you boys. What do you occupy your minds with all day? Merely pondering which girl is beautiful and how captivating another might be, right? She shot him a dismissive glance, as if to express her disdain for his focus on appearances. Yet, her flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes betrayed her true feelings. Chapter 65. The launch of the group buying app. Lu Shiji, I am merely speaking the truth, Wu Shidao responded, exasperated. You are inherently beautiful. Must I feign otherwise? Pausing for a moment, he jested. Besides, I have yet to have the opportunity to appreciate your inner beauty. What do you mean by that? Lu Shuang's cheeks flushed even deeper, sensing a hint of flirtation in his words. Just a jest, Wu Shidao coughed lightly, sensing her shyness. All right, Lu Shiji, I shall not intrude any longer. I must return to my own tasks. Very well. Lu Shuang took a deep breath to steady her emotions. I have my own work to attend to. Farewell. After Wu Shidao departed, she retrieved her phone, and serendipitously, she had also installed the Universal Cracking Store app. Previously, she had the Android market, but after reading news reports about potential malware, she had uninstalled it. Group buying, found it. Lu Shuang noticed the app, emblazoned with the striking red characters for group buying. Connecting to the radio station's Wi-Fi, she swiftly downloaded and installed it. Following the registration process, she discovered there was only one product available. Apples. Priced quite reasonably at 25 yuan per pound. Lu Shuang felt somewhat speechless. After a moment as contemplation, she dialed Wu Shidao's number. Is there only one type of fruit available on this app? It is currently so. I will add more varieties shortly. Wu Shidao replied with a cheerful tone. Then how about this? Once you've completed the additions, I'll record the advertisement for you. Lu Shuang suggested tentatively. Otherwise, if the students see only this one type of fruit, they might lose interest. No need to worry. Just boldly proceed with the recording. After all, the song request program won't be launched for another 2 hours. I will have everything sorted by then, Wu Shidao explained. All right then, Lu Shuang nodded, refraining from further comments. She recalled the catchy slogan for the group purchase and couldn't help but chuckle. If you're a friend, come help me cut a deal. How amusing it was that this fellow could conceive such a slogan. It indeed possessed a certain charm. Upon returning to the apartment building, Wu Shidao logged into the back end of the group purchase app. He carefully reviewed the quotation sheet provided by Jean Gang, selected commonly found types of fruits, calculated the prices, and uploaded the images and prices onto the app. Grapes, watermelons, pomegranates, lychees, apples, and several other varieties were included. As for durians and the like, Wu Shidao refrained from listing them as they were too expensive, and most students would not purchase them. There might be a few affluent students who like them, but they could buy them at a high price elsewhere. After all, durians are not a mainstream fruit. If listed, only one or two individuals might buy them, inevitably leading to losses. With everything prepared, all that remained was the right timing. After completing these tasks, Wu Shidao stretched lazily, locked the door, and returned to the boys' dormitory. Inside, he found only Yang Xian and Li Xiang. Curiously, he inquired, "Where are the others?" "The boss is off with Zhona, and it seems like the fifth one has recently started dating someone," Li Xiang replied languidly from his bed. "Oh, who is it?" Wu Shidao asked, intrigued. "I have no idea. He has been acting all mysterious," Li Xiang said. Yang Xian glanced at him and moved his lips, but remained silent. Just then, the loudspeaker in the dormitory announced, "Good afternoon, fellow students. This is the song request program airing at 5 o'clock every day. Before we begin the interactive song request segment, let us first play an advertisement. If you're a friend, come help me cut a deal. Log into the Universal Hack Store, search for and download the group purchase app to enjoy high-quality fruits at low prices. 1 pound of fruit is available at wholesale prices. The more you buy, the cheaper it gets. If you order more than 20 pounds of fruit, delivery to the dormitory is included." What a load of nonsense. Li Xiang, lying on the upper bunk, couldn't he help but laugh after hearing the advertisement. Who came up with that? "If you're a friend, come help me cut a deal." "That was me," Wu Shidao chuckled. "Huh?" Li Xiang sat up in surprise, looking at Wu Shidao. "Is this what you meant by selling fruits?" Wu Shidao nodded. "Third brother, what exactly is group buying?" Yang Xian asked, his curiosity piqued. Wu Shidao smacked his forehead. He had forgotten that Yang Xian didn't have a smartphone, only a knockoff. He explained, "Group buying is an app," and promptly took out his phone to demonstrate it to Yang Xian. "Third brother, the fruits listed here are so cheap. Can you really make a profit?" Li Xiang had already swiftly downloaded the group purchase app and registered. Glancing at the fruit prices, he exclaimed, "Apples at 25 yuan a pound, half the price outside. Wait, why is this price changing? It's now 24 yuan a pound? Has someone already bought 10? Wu Shidao understood the situation immediately and smiled. This app thrives on volume. The more people buy, the more profit is made. Don't you recall what I mentioned last time? Li Xiang thought for a moment and suddenly understood, expressing admiration. No wonder you said we don't need a storefront. I'll buy a few pounds to support you. Wow, lychees are so cheap too, I'll get some. He selected several types of fruit on his phone and proceeded to submit the order. An option popped up, stating, due to the weight of your purchase, not meeting the minimum requirement for home delivery. Please prepare your change between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. tomorrow to collect it at a designated location in the university's family dormitory. If you exceed 6 p.m., a storage fee may apply. Wait, a fee for late pickup? Li Xian exclaimed. Just a scare tactic, Wu Shidao explained with a smile. Otherwise, some people would procrastinate until evening. That makes sense. Li Xiang nodded in agreement. He then pondered a moment before asking, third brother, have you thought about what happens if someone deliberately places an order, but doesn't pick it up? When you registered just now, didn't you provide your phone number and ID? Wu Shidao chuckled. If someone truly causes trouble, we can just report it. The students at Nansen University should possess decent character. I doubt anyone would stoop so low. He reflected on the upcoming year when Alipay would introduce QR code payment, while WeChat's payment feature would take even longer. Until then, they could only rely on this relatively outdated payment method. Chapter 66, A Prayer. With this thought, Wu Shidao suddenly gained insight. The rapidity or slowness of societal development does not hinge on a single individual, but rather on the collective efforts of numerous people and industries, creating a flourishing landscape of diverse ideas to propel society forward. Just as he, despite being a reincarnator, found that WeChat had yet to emerge, and Alipay's QR code payment was still in the research phase, he realized that in this context, aspiring to establish a giant akin to Matewan was simply unrealistic. Thus, his current group purchase initiative could only be conducted within Nansen University. After refining a mature distribution and payment model here, he could replicate this model to other universities surrounding the college town. Once Alipay's QR code payment was launched, he could leverage the opportunity for further growth. To genuinely conquer the entire Jin city and extend to Jiang province, and even nationwide, would necessitate waiting several years until mobile payment matured completely. Third brother, Yang Xian suddenly interjected, is the person doing your advertisement, Lu Shuangshuang? How did you know? Wu Shidao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I listen to the song request program every day. Plus, didn't she introduce herself just now? Yang Xian said, feeling a bit embarrassed under Wu Shidao's gaze. Is that so? I didn't even notice. Wu Shidao chuckled, teasing, I thought you had a crush on Lu Shuangshuang. In no way. Yang Xian waved his hands vigorously. I know my own limitations. It must be said that enlisting Lu Shuangshuang for the advertisement was indeed effective. Wu Shidao glanced at the group purchase backend. In such a short span, over 100 people had registered. At this rate, he estimated that within a week, nearly all students at Nansen University would have registered for the group purchase app. In contrast to society at large, schools can be regarded as relatively insular environments. Coupled with the fact that the local karaoke venue broadcasts advertisements twice daily, accumulating to several dozen times a week, it is no surprise that the majority of individuals would download the app to give it a try. As the clock struck 10 and the dormitory lights dimmed, Wu Shidao glanced at the download statistics for the group buying app from the family quarters. A total of 4,091 downloads had been recorded, with nearly 50,000 students enrolled at Nansen University, including graduate students. This indicates that roughly 1/10 of the student body had downloaded the app today. This number fell somewhat short of Wu Shidao's expectations. He had anticipated at least 10,000 downloads. As he tallied the pounds of fruit ordered, Wu Shidao pondered what might have gone awry. Just then, Yang Xian sent him a text message. "Third brother, are we starting work tomorrow?" He replied, "Yes. Make sure to rest well. Tomorrow will likely be demanding." It was at this moment that Wu Shidao deduced the reason behind the lower-than-expected downloads. The widespread adoption of smartphones was still in its infancy. Fortunately, being in a university setting, young people were far more receptive to smartphones than those in older demographics. However, this did not imply that every one of the approximately 50,000 students possessed a smartphone. Wu Shidao's furrowed brow relaxed. After all, as long as one person in a dormitory owned a smartphone and had downloaded the group buying app, the remaining residents would likely follow suit. After all, the more one buys, the cheaper it becomes, and home delivery is an added convenience. For those university students who were too lethargic to even venture out for a meal, the prospect of home delivery would certainly motivate them to meet the minimum order requirement of 20 pounds. It seemed that additional personnel would be needed for tomorrow's endeavors. After approximately half an hour of data compilation, Wu Shidao reviewed the results and began to silently pray for Yang Xian's success. Among the plethora of fruits available, the price of apples had been driven down to a mere 2 yuan per pound, resulting in over 2,000 orders and nearly 20,000 pounds sold, equivalent to 10 tons. This meant that, on average, each customer purchased 10 pounds of apples. Other fruits, such as lychees and grapes, collectively accounted for around 5 tons as well. Naturally, due to their higher prices compared to apples, the total quantity ordered was substantial, though the weight was not as significant. This not significant was relative to the apples. Lighting a cigarette, Wu Shidao again offered his prayers for Jingang, hoping he would not be utterly exhausted by the next day. Glancing at the clock, which read around 10:30 p.m., he was wary of delaying further and quickly dialed Jingang's number. "Huzi, Daliu, we are all fellow townsmen. As the old saying goes, one relies on their parents at home and on friends when venturing out." Meanwhile, at a night market in Jin City, Jingang was seated with 2 acquaintances, enjoying barbecue and beer. He raised his glass and earnestly addressed them. "From now on, I may need to trouble you both to lend a helping hand. Brother Jingang, it's not about care. It's merely offering some assistance within our means," Daliu politely replied, raising his glass. "This afternoon, Bosley mentioned your situation to me." Huzi added, taking a sip and smacking his lips. "Isn't it a bit impulsive to resign over such a minor issue?" "Impulsive? I beg to differ," Jingang retorted, rolling his eyes. Lighting a cigarette and taking a deep puff, he continued solemnly, "Brother Wu is my benefactor. I work for Bosley, and when Brother Wu asks for assistance, I am committed to delivering it with excellence. I initially intended to introduce some business to Bosley, as I already work there. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Who would have guessed that Li, with his narrow-mindedness, would belittle me? This, however, could not entirely be blamed on Bosley." Huzi lit a cigarette, assessing Jingang's expression before clearing his throat. "Brother Jingang, your friend is rather young. His constant talk of long-term cooperation with Bosley makes one think he has some big shot." After a pause, he added, "Bosley also mentioned that if you have second thoughts, you can return to work tomorrow, and today's events can be considered null and void. He needs people like you, capable and responsible, so it's not easy to find someone of your caliber." Did he truly say that? Jingang scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. "That's impossible. Though I may be poor, I understand the principle that a good horse does not turn back." As he shifted the conversation, he lightly tapped the table. "Now let us discuss serious matters, brothers. You two have been in this fruit wholesale market for several years and have established your own stalls. In the future, when I procure goods from you, could you perhaps offer a slight discount? In this context, if Bosley is regarded as a first-level wholesaler in the fruit market, then Huzi and Daliu could be classified as third-level wholesalers. Bosley operates independently, sourcing fruit from distant locations and employing vehicles to transport hundreds of tons at a time, subsequently supplying major supermarkets and large fruit shops in Jin City. In contrast, secondary wholesalers typically purchase tens of tons at a time for small-scale retailers operating with small trucks. The least advantageous tier comprises third-level wholesalers like Huzi and Dailiu, with limited capital and distribution channels. Unlike Bosley, they often band together to purchase fruit in bulk, selling to occasional market customers and small vendors alike. You know, Brother Jean Gang, our costs don't hold a candle to those of big players like Bosley, Huzi said, clearing his throat awkwardly. If the prices are set too low, we simply 1T make a profit. I can only promise to offer a modest discount. Upon hearing this, Jingang's brow furrowed, and without further ado, he nodded. Understood. How about this? If your brother orders in bulk, I will sell to you at a slightly higher price per ton, Dailiu, who had been quiet, proposed after a moment's contemplation. What a fool. Huzi inwardly cursed, realizing the impracticality of such an arrangement. That way, we won't make any money at all. In the fruit trade, if one possesses established sales channels like Boss Lee, they can indeed operate at the lowest wholesale prices due to rapid turnover. However, for third-level wholesalers like them, their speed of sales is only marginally quicker than those small vendors who traverse the streets with their trucks. Considering the inevitable spoilage associated with fruit, the prices Dailiu offered Jingang would yield no profit and could potentially even result in losses. All right, Dailiu, you're a good brother, Jingang exclaimed, raising his glass in a toast. I salute you. Brother Jingang, you are too polite. As you said, at home we rely on our parents, and outside we depend on our friends. Dailiu promptly raised his glass and clinked it with Jingang's. Just then, Tiger's wife called, and he glanced at his phone. Seizing the opportunity, he said, Dailiu, Brother Jingang, you two carry on. My wife is calling. All right, take your time on your way home. Jingang nodded and replied courteously. Tiger turned and left with his phone in hand. Brother Jingang, Tiger is not a reliable person, Dailiu whispered after Tiger's departure. To put it bluntly, he's the type who never misses a chance to benefit at others' expense. If a frog were to hop by, he'd try to squeeze a bit of urine out of it. If you have something good, he's all in. But if it involves any loss on his part, that's simply out of the question. I haven't really gotten to know him deeply before. Jingang, smoking a cigarette, let out a bitter laugh. We're both from the same hometown. We used to chat every day at the wholesale market, and I thought he was quite warm-hearted and genuine. But when I really needed something from him, well, let's just say forget it. Pausing for a moment, he shifted the topic, saying to Dailiu, I really appreciate your help this time. I won't say much more. It's something I will remember. Brother Jingang, there's no need for that. Helping others is helping oneself. In this life, who hasn't encountered a few challenges? Dailiu waved his hand, speaking with sincerity. Besides, who knows, your brother might really succeed in business, and I might benefit from it too, right? You never know how things will turn out. As soon as he finished speaking, Jingang's phone rang. He picked it up and said to Dailiu, let me take this call. Hello, Wu Go, it's me. I'm still awake, just having a drink with a fellow villager discussing procurement. How much did you say? His voice suddenly rose an octave, startling Dailiu. 15 tons? 15 tons? Jingang emphasized the word tons with disbelief. Are you sure? You can't be mistaken. Dailiu's jaw dropped in astonishment at the number. No way. Jingang mentioned that his brother is still a college student, still in school. Is he really ordering over 10 tons of goods? Has he lost his mind? Does he even have a market for it? Absolutely. I must have misheard, Dailiu thought, staring blankly at Jingang. All right, I understand. Don't worry. Even if I have to stay up all night, I will prepare the goods. By the way, Wu Go, with this much cargo, one trip won't suffice. We might need to sort out a bit, right? Okay, no problem. After hanging up, Jingang looked at the dazed Dailiu and suddenly burst into laughter, giving Dailiu's shoulder a hearty slap that nearly sent him tumbling onto the table. Old Liu, 15 tons of fruit with 10 tons of apples alone. Do you have any stock available? Jingang looked at Dailiu with excitement. To order over 10 tons at once makes him a significant client within the entire wholesale market. I can already imagine how astonished Boss Lee will be upon learning that Wu Shidao is taking such a large order. Brother Jingang, you didn't mishear, did you? Dailiu snapped back to reality, momentarily forgetting the pain in his shoulder as he excitedly grasped Jingang's arm. Not at all, rest assured, Jingang replied, glancing at a text message from Wu Shidao detailing the various fruits required, with some even specifying weights. This would indeed be quite a substantial undertaking. Oh, Dailiu, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Jingang chuckled. Wu Ge just informed me that this 15 tons is merely for tomorrow's order. In the future, we may not always have this much, but it will certainly be in tons. Are you serious? Dailiu exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he realized that the opportunity to earn money might finally be within his grasp. Don't just stand there. Quickly call your sister-in-law and have her prepare. The requirements for this shipment are quite detailed, and we need to sort through everything overnight. It all has to be delivered by 4 p.m. tomorrow. Jing Gang, still laughing, stood up to signal the waiter for the bill, urging the exhilarated Lu. Hurry and contact a few of your good friends to help out. Chapter 68. All set early in the morning, Wu Shidao rose, and, after freshening up, he headed to the school cafeteria to buy breakfast for 5 before returning to the dormitory. Brothers, get up and eat. In the dorm, only Yang Xian was already awake. Zhang Liang and Li Xiang were the type to skip breakfast altogether, sleeping until just before class. Old 3, have you lost your mind? It's so early. Zhang Liang groggily opened his eyes, initially annoyed at being woken up, but his irritation faded upon seeing Wu Shidao. I'm treating everyone to lunch today, Wu Shidao said cheerfully. Is there some good news? Dong Yukai rubbed his eyes, catching the aroma of the buns. Without even brushing his teeth, he climbed out of bed and grabbed one stuff in his mouth, mumbling as he ate. I need you all to help out with something last minute today. Wu Shidao responded with a smile. Yang Xian, sensing the situation, quickly interjected, 3, I can manage on my own. There's no need to trouble everyone. He felt that since he received his salary from Wu Shidao, this task should fall solely on his shoulders. It's just temporary. You definitely won't manage alone. Wu Shidao explained with a smile. Trust me, I can handle it myself. Yang Xian insisted firmly, believing that making a few trips wouldn't be too overwhelming. Believe me. Old 6, Wu Shidao said, looking at him with pity. If it's just you, you probably won't finish by tomorrow, you know? What are we delivering? Zhang Liang, still groggy, yawned as he got up. Recently, he had been so engrossed in his relationship with Zhou Na that he was oblivious to everything else. Old 3 mentioned selling apples, right? Li Xiang jumped out of bed, toiletries in hand, and remarked, today, as unusually diligent. You came back early to deliver breakfast. There must be something going on this afternoon that you need our help with selling fruit. Oh, really? Zhang Liang finally woke up a bit, looking at Wu Shidao in surprise. Old 3, are you selling fruit? Is it already happening? I had no idea. Don't worry. My brothers will definitely help you. Wu Shidao briefly explained the group buying app to Zhang Liang and Dong Yukai. The advertisement the female demon made yesterday was for the app you developed. Zhang Liang scratched his head, realization dawning on him. So, you sought out the female demon for this? I think I heard Zhou Na mention it once. Old 3, you're really selling fruit? I thought you were joking. This afternoon is going to be hectic, so after lunch, we need to start preparing, Wu Shidao concluded, deciding not to delve into further explanations, knowing they would understand in due time. Once in class, Wu Shidao overheard discussions about the group buying app. The fruit on there is significantly cheaper than that outside the campus. I wonder who came up with such a brilliant idea. Are there truly so many fruits? No waities. Since we haven't paid yet, we'll check this afternoon, and if there aren't any, we won't be parting with our money. Clearing his throat, Zhang Liang commanded attention, leaping onto the podium and tapping the desk. His towering stature made the lectern seem diminutive. He surveyed the classroom and, with a proud demeanor, proclaimed, that group buying app was developed by our roommate, the illustrious Wu Shidao. I extend my heartfelt gratitude on his behalf to all of you for your support. As he spoke, he theatrically clasped his hands in salute, bowing to the audience. Is it truly Wu Shidao who created it? Are the fruits authentic? The chatter in the classroom erupted, ignited by the announcement on the radio the previous day. Students were abuzz with curiosity over the identity of the mastermind behind such a significant endeavor. No one had anticipated it would be Wu Shidao. Rest assured, the fruits are indeed genuine. This afternoon, you can collect them at the family housing area. Wu Shidao stated with a smile, exuding confidence. Also, please make sure to bring some change. Thank you all for your support. What are you all doing? A voice interrupted from outside the classroom. It was Professor Ma, the economics instructor, adjusting his glasses as he strode in, casting a disapproving glance at Zhang Liang on the podium. Zhang Liang chuckled awkwardly and hastily descended from stage. Professor Ma was undoubtedly knowledgeable. His lectures on economic development were engaging, humorous, and easily comprehensible, one of the few classes that Wu Shidao could attentively absorb. After lunch, Wu Shidao gathered his dorm mates from room 102 to dine at a local restaurant. Naturally, Zhang Liang, eager to seize the opportunity to treat a wealthy friend, politely inquired if he could bring his family along. Upon receiving an affirmative response, it wasn't too long before Zhou Na arrived. Wu Shidao noticed the detail. When he mentioned bringing family, Dong Yukai swiftly pulled out his phone, making a brief call before hanging up. Zhou Na, learning that they were going to assist Wu Shidao, felt it was her obligation to help. With such a free laborer at their disposal, Wu Shidao welcomed the assistance. They leisurely made their way to the family housing area after their meal. On the way, Lu Shuangshuang called Wu Shidao. I checked yesterday. There were quite a few people buying fruits. According to the orders displayed, there must be at least several thousand kilograms, right? Are you prepared for that much fruit on your end? Her tone was mixed with concern and curiosity. She worried that if Wu Shidao had not prepared adequately, it would mean she unwittingly participated in a deception. Yet, she was also intrigued by whether he had indeed made such preparations. Don't worry, I have it all arranged. Wu Shidao replied nonchalantly. That morning during break, he had contacted Jingang, who confirmed that they had been busy all night getting everything ready and would start delivering around noon. Of course, relying solely on that second-hand Wuling Hongwang would not suffice. Delu had a vehicle as well, and with both trucks working together, they could make several trips efficiently. Are you going to the family housing area to pick up the fruits? Lu Shuang inquired. Can I come along to take a look? I ordered over 10 kilograms of fruit myself. Certainly. If you wish to come, feel free to head over now. Wu Shidao readily agreed, as this was hardly a secret. Before long, Lu Shuang arrived at the family housing area. The day was sweltering, and she wore a khaki pleated skirt that accentuated her fair complexion, paired with white sneakers that exuded youthful vitality. Wu Ge, Delu and I will be there shortly. Jingang informed Wu Shidao via phone. Great. I've already spoken with the security at the entrance. Just honk when you arrive, and ELL let you in, Wu Shidao advised. Hanging up and casting a glance at Lu Shuang. His gaze inadvertently lingered on her long legs, and a thought crossed his mind. Those legs are exceptionally long. Why are you coming over here? Lu Shuang approached him with a light step, glancing at Zhang Liang and the others nearby. This area is spacious, and I have a rented room here. If I get tired, I can rest for a bit. Wu Shidao gestured towards his rented apartment in the housing complex. How considerate of you, Lu Shuang replied, slightly bemused. She then shifted the conversation. I also ran an advertisement for you, so remember to settle the ad fee today. Not a problem, Wu Shidao chuckled, teasingly retorting. So you've come to collect your debt, have you? Don't worry, it's just 20,000 yuan. Are you really concerned I might default? Just 20,000? Lu Shuang shot him a disapproving glance, huffing. You sound just like a nouveau riche. Is 20,000 yuan insignificant? Not too much, not too little. Ah, here comes the vehicle. At the sound of a horn, Wu Shidao spotted the Wuling Hongwang speeding towards them, closely followed by a pickup truck. The interior of the van was obscured, but the pickup was loaded to the brim with boxes of apples. Vuye, Jingang, drenched in sweat, jumped out of the vehicle and greeted Wu Shidao. The others, aside from Li Xiang, were taken aback by Jingang's familiar address. Given his evident age advantage over the group, this route is easy to find, isn't it? Wu Shidao noted the surprise on their faces, but chose not to explain further. After greeting Jingang, he turned to Yang Xian and Zhang Liang. Let us get started. Old 3, is it really necessary to gather all of us for just 2 trucks? Zhang Liang approached, peeking into the van and then at the pickup's cargo, rubbing his hands together. I can handle this myself. Is that so? Wu Shidao smiled slightly and asked Jingang, how many trips will it take in total? Both trucks will likely need to make around 7 or 8 trips. We have a total of 15 tons of goods. The van carries a bit less, but Delu's pickup is fully loaded with a ton, Jingang replied, suppressing a laugh. Old boss, I appreciate your hard work, Wu Shidao said, playfully patting Zhang Liang on the shoulder, so I'll leave it all to you. Hola, over 10 tons. That's a lot, Zhang Liang exclaimed, realizing he may have spoken too soon. He chuckled awkwardly. Let's all pitch in to speed things up. I could manage it alone with some effort, but the pace would be too slow. Lu Shuang couldn't help but stifle a laugh at his stubbornness. Yang Xian had already begun unloading silently, and soon everyone was bustling about. Jingang took a moment to introduce Delu to Wu Shidao. Wu Ge. This is my fellow townsman, Delu. He's incredibly reliable. Given the large order, Delu helped source a significant portion of the goods and worked tirelessly through the night sorting and packing. Hello, Wu boss. As Delu chuckled at Wu Shidao, a wave of admiration surged within him. When he was of a similar age, he was still quite naive, yet here was Wu Shidao, already embarking on his entrepreneurial journey. Hello, Brother Delu. I truly appreciate your help, Wu Shidao said sincerely, extending his hand for a handshake. Let us establish a long-term partnership and communicate promptly regarding any matters, shall we? Certainly, no problem at all, Delu replied, his excitement palpable as he nodded vigorously. Realizing that he had successfully secured this significant client, he surmised that Wu Shidao's substantial order, particularly within the confines of Nansen University, was undoubtedly intended for the student body there. This represented a vast market of tens of thousands. Even if each student consumed merely half a kilogram of fruit daily, the consumption would amount to staggering figures. If he were to become Wu Shidao's exclusive supplier, he could feasibly purchase a vehicle and a home in Jin City within 2 years. With the collective efforts of the team, within less than half an hour, the cargo from 2 trucks was completely unloaded. Jingang and Delu exchanged greetings before hastily returning to load more goods, leaving no room for delay, lest they run out of time. Wu Shidao opened a box of apples, glancing inside as Lu Shuang and others gathered around. "What magnificent apples!" they exclaimed. "The quality is exceptional, far superior to what is available outside the school." Zhang Liang and Zhou Na provided their evaluations. This business should thrive. Lu Shuang, though silent, had already reached her conclusions as she observed the industrious Wu Shidao, her respect for this freshman, younger than herself, steadily growing. "Zhou Na, please call the individuals on this list and inform them to come collect their fruit. By the way, I'll reimburse your phone expenses after we finish tonight," she instructed. "Li Xiang, could you weigh this bag of grapes to ensure it's at least 5 kilograms? If it is, the others should be similar in weight. Place those that meet the weight together. Lao Lu, I appreciate your hard work today. This is the delivery list for the dormitories. First, please call to confirm if the recipients are present before you head out. Tomorrow, I'll purchase an electric tricycle to facilitate deliveries. We just have to manage today," she added. "And don't worry, your phone bill will be covered as well. I'll accompany Lao Lu for the deliveries," volunteered Dong Yukai from the side. "Thank you for your efforts. I won't let you work for free. I'll treat you to a feast later," Wu Shidao replied, engrossed in directing the others as they efficiently managed their tasks. "Wu, may I assist you?" A figure blocked Wu Shidao's path, and a pleasant fragrance wafted from Lu Shuang as it reached his nostrils. She smiled warmly and inquired, "Do you need help?" Wu Shidao was momentarily taken aback, raising his gaze to regard her with surprise. "What assistance can you provide?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "Like Zhona, I can notify the classmates to come collect their fruit," Lu Shuang suggested after a moment's contemplation. "Is that appropriate?" Wu Shidao countered, having asked Zhona for help because of her relationship with Zhang Liang, and since he had previously treated her to a meal, he felt justified in his request. However, he felt somewhat awkward imposing on Lu Shuang. "We're all classmates and everyone is busy. I don't mind standing by and observing. It feels rather inappropriate," she replied with a cheerful demeanor. After contemplating her words, Wu Shidao scrutinized her for a moment before nodding. "All right then, I won't let your assistance go unrecognized. I'll treat you to a meal later. Just so you know, if I'm treated, I expect a grand feast," Lu Shuang said playfully. "Of course," Wu Shidao affirmed, handing her a printed list of phone numbers. "Please call them to inform them to come collect their fruit. Additionally, when they arrive, you'll need to help locate their respective fruits. Each entry on this list clearly records what fruit and how much each person ordered. It should be straightforward, correct?" Lu Shuang accepted the order list, which was meticulously organized, and nodded affirmatively. "No problem at all. Thank you." Wu Shidao resumed his diligent work. Before long, students began appearing to collect their fruits. Much like Lu Shuang and Zhou Na's initial reactions, the students expressed their delight upon seeing the neatly arranged, high-quality fruits. Wu Shidao and Lu Shuang collected payments while assisting in retrieving the fruits, while the remaining 4 from Dorm 102 helped carry boxes to their residence. After the initial chaos subsided, Wu Shidao and Lu Shuang developed a seamless collaborative rhythm. Lu Shuang took charge of collecting payments, while one of them weighed the fruits and the other distributed them. Once this batch of students departed, Jin Gang and Lu arrived with 2 more loads of fruit. Thus, they continued their industrious efforts until past 6 in the evening, finally managing to distribute all the fruit ordered for the day. Yet, 3 large boxes of apples remained, totaling over 100 kilograms. Why are there still so many apples left? Lu Shuang wiped the sweat from her brow, perplexed as she looked at Wu Shidao. "Is there anyone who has collected theirs? My list confirms that everyone has picked up their orders." "I'm not sure either," Wu Shidao admitted, equally baffled. "Boss Wu, allow me to explain," Lu interjected, grinning. "I worry there might be some losses, so I ordered an extra 100 kilograms. Wu Shidao finally understood. "Aprihiting da liu smatikialasnis." He smiled and said, "All right, I see. So, what shall we do with the remaining stock? Will you take them back? Or shall I keep them here?" "Let us not bother taking them back. You can keep them. I'll cover the cost of these apples," Lu suggested, waving his hands dismissively. "Boss Wu, just consider this a treat for the classmates who helped out," Jin Gang chimed in. After pondering briefly, Wu Shidao accepted. "That's fine then. I won't be impolite. All right, you all head outside to find a restaurant and place an order. I'll join you shortly." Lu Shuejia. "Don't leave just yet. Let us have dinner together after this afternoon as hard work. Rest assured, even if you attempt to shoo me away, I intend to dine before departing. I won't let this afternoon's efforts go unrewarded," Lu Shuang chuckled. "However, allow me to settle the payments first. Otherwise, if I leave now, and the total is short, I won't be able to explain myself," Wu Shidao said. "If it's short, it's no matter. Just deduct it from the advertising fees," Lu Shuang replied with a smile. "If it's significantly short, you can always hire me to work off the difference." "Sounds like a tempting offer. I might just take you up on that," at a salary of 10,000 a month, Lu Shuang teased. Wait a moment, Lu. Let me settle the fruit payment. After Zhang Liang and Zhou Na departed, Wu Shidao called out, and Jin Gang accompanied Lu into the rented apartment. Lu Shuang was the last to enter, and once inside, she surveyed the room with keen interest. Lu, please count and see if it's sufficient. Wu Shidao opened a drawer, retrieving several neatly stacked bundles of cash, which he handed to Lu. He then turned to Lu Shuang, who was glancing around the room. Lu Xiuejia, stop looking and hand me that bag for the money. Oh, Lu Shuang approached and handed over the bag, which Wu Shidao had prepared in advance specifically for this purpose. The bag was already filled to the brim, and Wu Shidao pulled out a handful of bills, counted them, and then passed them to Lu. Lu, please verify the amount. All right. Lu accepted the cash without hesitation, counting it all with a smile. Boss Wu, the amount is just right. Then all is well. Wu Shidao replied with a grin. You and Jin Gang take a moment to rest, while Lu Xiuejia and I reconcile the accounts. Once we're done, we shall dine together. Lu exchanged a glance with Jin Gang, who nodded in understanding and addressed Wu Shidao. Wu Ge, we'll take our leave for now. You two are classmates. So we won tea and shrewd. Besides, we've been busy all night. It's best we return to eat something and catch a nap, as we have another busy day ahead. In his view, Lu Shuang and Wu Shidao were a perfect match, and since they had matters at hand, there was no point in lingering. All right then, I'll treat you both to a meal another day, Wu Shidao replied without formality. By the way, Jin Gang, I'll send you today as orders around 10:30 tonight. Please keep an eye out and prepare the goods. However, I suspect tomorrow won't be particularly hectic. After all, with so much fruit today, it should last them several days. Sure, I'll have dinner and then sleep. I'll set an alarm for midnight to check. If there's a lot of stock, I'll call Lu so we can prepare in advance. If not, we can sleep a bit longer and get ready at 4 in the morning, Jin Gang replied cheerfully. 4 in the morning? Isn't that a bit too arduous? Lu Shuang asked, somewhat astonished. Lu chuckled, cutting off Jin Gang before he could respond. My dear lady, we earn our keep through hard work. Rising at 4 or 5 in the morning to labor is merely routine for us. Besides, we don't fear hard work. What we dread is working hard and earning nothing. Chapter 71. Counting money until the hands cramp. Observing Liu's earnest smile. Lu Shuang found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After the two departed, she casually found a chair to sit on, watching as Wu Shidao poured out the money from the bag, categorizing and counting it meticulously. The room fell into a hushed silence, with Wu Shidao focused on his task. Bored, Lu Shuang inquired. May I take a look around? Go ahead, Wu Shidao replied absent-mindedly, still engrossed in his work. He realized that he hadn't adequately prepared and should have purchased a counting machine beforehand to save time. Pushing open the door to one room, Lu Shuang noticed the bed was in disarray, the covers tossed about. She immediately deduced that this must be Wu Shidao's room. In another bedroom, the bed lacked both a comforter and sheets, which inexplicably relieved her. It appeared he rented the place alone. But then she pondered. If Wu Shidao were cohabiting with a woman, surely she would be present today. Why do I even care if he lives with someone? Lu Shuang couldn't help but chuckle at her own nosiness. When did I become so inquisitive? The other room had been converted into an office, housing 2 computers, one being a laptop. Lu Shuang stood at the threshold, not entering, but instantly recognized it as the same laptop worth 20,000 yuan that Lu had mentioned previously. Reflecting on how Wu Shidao had just pulled out several tens of thousands in cash, she glanced back at him diligently counting money on the sofa and mused, what business does his family engage in that allows him to so casually produce such sums? Just then, her phone rang. It was Zhou Na calling. Shuang, how much longer will you and Wu Shidao be busy? Probably about 10 more minutes, Lu Shuang estimated. All right, hurry up, we're absolutely famished. Zhou Na chuckled before hanging up. Just a few minutes more, Wu Shidao remarked, jotting down a number on a nearby sheet of paper before swiftly counting another stack of cash. He stretched and sighed, my hands are nearly cramping from all this counting. His words held truth. Nearly all the students had come prepared with exact change today, leading to a mountain of cash piled before him. Your tone is quite irritating. You know, Lu Shuang huffed. I merely speak the truth. Wu Shidao shook off his hands, finishing his counting rapidly before placing the organized money into the bag. He gestured towards the remaining bills, sorted by denomination. Here, these are yours, 20,000 yuan for advertising. How do you know it's 20,000? Lu Shuang approached, gathering the bills as she counted, questioning him. I calculated the total and deducted my share. The remaining amount, assuming you haven't shortchanged anyone, should indeed be 20,000. No need for me to count again, Wu Shidao replied with a grin. Lu Shuang paused, then responded with a bemused smile. You really do have a knack for finding ways to be lazy. This is merely a reasonable division of labor. Wu Shidao stood, stretching his arms. Do you want to wait until you finish counting before you leave? Don't even think about slacking off. Count this with me, Lu Shuang retorted, promptly dividing half the money and instructing him. You count these. I truly am counting money until my hands cramp. Wu Shidao chuckled, seeing Lu Shuang's stern expression. He rolled his wrists and conceded, fine, I'll help you count. That's more like it. Lu Shuang beamed with satisfaction as they counted the money together, teasing. You've already achieved one of life's two great dreams. Don't be smug about it. What dream? To sleep in and count money until your hands cramp. Counting money until my hands cramp isn't dream. Well, to be precise, it's not mine. Then what is your dream? Counting money until the counting machine breaks down, perhaps dozens of them. What do you mean? Lu Shuang pondered, only to realize the implication of Wu Shidao's words. She shot him an exasperated look. Wu, you really dare to dream big. How much money would it take to break dozens of counting machines? Perhaps dozens of small goals would suffice. Wu Shidao replied casually, finishing his counting and memorizing the figures. His eyes darted to her hands. How much did you count it just now? I remember it being 7860. Is that right? I thought it was 7,740. Lu Shuang, caught off guard by his question, found herself unable to recall where she had left off. Was it 7,740 or 7,860? Surely, you must be mistaken, Wu Shidao proclaimed with a serious demeanor. Please refrain from conversing with me. I need to recount everything. The more Lu Shuang reminisced, the more muddled her thoughts became, leaving her with no choice but to angrily resolve to count again. Just kidding, it is indeed 740. Wu Shidao could not help but chuckle. Oh, you are truly insufferable, Lu Shuang exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Thanks to your interruptions, I've lost count and must start anew. I tell you, Zhou Na and the others are absolutely famished. If we delay any longer, it will all be your fault. Wu Shidao laughed heartily and took half of the money from her, assisting her in counting. Working together in unison, they quickly finished the task. And Lu Shuang meticulously organized the money while Wu Shidao locked the door. The two then strolled shoulder to shoulder towards the school gate. By the way, what did you mean earlier when you mentioned dozens of small goals? Lu Shuang attempted to engage him in casual conversation. Currently, the wealthiest individual was not Wang Jianlin. Thus, his famous phrase regarding small goals had yet to gain widespread recognition, and Lu Shuang was oblivious to this reference. It's about making money. First, set a small goal for yourself, such as earning 100 million, Wu Shidao replied earnestly. With a snort, Lu Shuang burst into laughter. 100 million is merely a small goal? You really have an audacious imagination. Why shouldn't I? Wu Shidao countered. It is too distant and rather unrealistic. Lu Shuang replied without hesitation. Too distant? I beg to differ, Wu Shidao said, his smile fading as he spoke seriously. There's a saying, though the road may be long, it will be reached if one perseveres. Indeed, I acknowledge that 100 million seems a lofty aspiration, but one must have dreams, mustn't they? First, one must dream, and then strive step by step to realize it. With a stroke of luck, one might actually achieve it someday. However, if a person lacks dreams, or even dares not to envision them, then they will never come to fruition, correct? Chapter 72, What are your dreams? Lu Shuang was taken aback, her face reflecting sheer surprise. She gazed at Wu Shidao. Is that truly how you think? Precisely. Wu Shidao nodded. Noticing her astonishment, he asked, Am I mistaken? No. Lu Shuang shook her head, contemplating her words. I believe you are quite right. First, one must dare to dream. Secondly, one must take action. If a person does not even dare to dream, they may indeed achieve nothing. After a pause, her curiosity piqued. She inquired, Wu Shidao, what are your dreams? Although she had asked this question once before, she knew he had been jesting at that time. Wu Shidao felt a slight stirring within. His dream was quite simple, to have enough wealth to take Xin Shaojing and his parents on a journey around the world, allowing them to witness the breathtaking landscapes and experience all manner of wonders, regardless of their cost. Only then would his existence on this earth be justified. Haven't figured out yet, or are you simply unwilling to share? Lu Shuang, sensing his moment of contemplation, probed gently. Unbeknownst to her, she had developed a subtle fondness for Wu Shidao. Curiosity towards the opposite sex is often the hallmark of affection, although Lu Shuang remained oblivious to this realization. Why are you so inquisitive? What do you intend to do with this information? Wu Shidao asked with a playful grin. Nothing in particular, just engaging in casual conversation. Lu Shuang replied, slightly taken aback. I don't have any grand dreams. I merely wish to travel the world with my partner and parents. It's as simple as that. Wu Shidao shrugged, then countered, what about you? Your dream isn't to become a television host, is it? How did you know? Lu Shuangshuang gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. It was a wish she had only shared with her parents, never even mentioning it to Zhou Na and the others in her dormitory. The fact that Wu Shidao had guessed it so accurately astonished her. I was just taking a wild guess. Wu Shidao smiled mysteriously. In reality, he had seen Lu Shuangshuang host a television program in his past life, coupled with the fact that she had confidently taken on the role of host during the welcome party. This was sufficient evidence to suggest her fondness for such roles. Just a wild guess? Lu Shuangshuang questioned, doubting his claim. Well, what else could it be? Wu Shidao quickened his pace and pointed towards an eatery ahead. We've arrived. Have you decided what to eat? Make sure to indulge tonight, as you cannot afford to hold back. Otherwise, there won't be another chance. That one do. Lu Shuangshuang caught up to him. You can't back out now. You promised to treat me to a grand meal. This dinner can only be considered a reward. You, the illustrious student council president, are concerned about 1 or 2 meals. I may be the student council president, but I am not the president of the United Nations. Not everyone is clamoring to treat me to meals. That is only because you're unwilling. If you were open to it, the line of boys wanting to treat you would stretch from the entrance of Nansen University to the boys' dormitory. Whether I am willing or not is irrelevant. You made a promise, and you owe me a grand meal. The two bickered playfully until they reached the private room, where they found the waiter just bringing in the dishes. Wow, old 3, you and Lu Shiwejia really know how to time your arrival, Zhang Liang exclaimed upon seeing them. We could smell the food and knew it was almost time. Otherwise, we would have ended up with mere scraps. Wu Shidao chuckled. There were only 2 chairs left in the private room, one next to Zhou Na and the other next to Don Yukai. Nichirali, Liu Squinsung Sat Bisaogona, leading to Zhang Liang sitting next to Zhou Na and Wu Shidao next to Lu Shuangshuang. Wu Shidao ordered several bottles of beer, and once they arrived, he poured himself a glass, stood up, and surveyed the group with a smile. Thank you all for your help today. Boss, don't forget we still have over 100 pounds of apples left. After we return, let us distribute 20 pounds to Zhou Na and Lu Shiwejia, and the remaining apples can be taken back to the dorm for you all to enjoy. As he spoke, a thought struck him, and he added with a grin, Boss, I recall you mentioned at the beginning of the semester that apples are your favorite. I promised you that once I started selling fruit, I would ensure you would have your fill. I intend to make you eat until you can't take any more. Haha, old 3, you're so straightforward. Zhang Liang laughed heartily, lifting his glass. I appreciate your character. Let us drink to that. Old 3, how much have you earned from selling so much fruit today? Dong Yukai asked curiously while holding a beverage. As his words fell, every gaze in the room, except Wu Shidao's, turned sharply towards Dong Yukai. Did I say something wrong? Dong Yukai scratched his head, nervously attempting to clarify. I was just curious, nothing more. In truth, it was not just his curiosity. Everyone present was equally intrigued, though they had kept their thoughts to themselves. Old 5, let me give you a piece of advice. There are 2 things you should never inquire about in this world. The first is a woman's weight, and the second is a man's wallet. Before Wu Shidao could speak, Li Xiang interjected. Don't be fooled by old 3's apparent earnings today. The prices of fruit are quite low. Moreover, do you have any idea how much money was invested before? That van cost 30,000, not to mention the advance payment for the fruit, the wages for others, and the group buying app. In conclusion, he solemnly remarked, one should not only focus on how much others earn, but also consider how much they initially invested. I have yet to calculate it in detail. Wu Shidao interjected with a slight smile. It's likely around 10,000 yuan, and Lao Si is correct, although we sold a considerable amount. The profits are modest due to the low prices. Take apples as an example, priced at 2 yuan per gene, yielding a gross profit of 3 dimes, which, when divided among labor and fuel costs, amounts to less than 3 dimes. In truth, he referred to the price of A apples. But the goods procured from Delu were B apples, allowing Wu Shidao to net approximately 6 dimes per gene. One must remain humble. 10,000 yuan? A chorus of astonished gasps erupted in the room. In this era, where monthly salaries hover around 3 to 4,000 yuan, earning 10,000 yuan in a single day is undoubtedly a staggering figure for students like Dong Yukai, who have yet to enter the workforce. Of course, Wu Shidao chuckled, explaining that the first day of sales attracted many curious customers, like senior sister Lu, who ordered over 10 gene of fruit. It was impossible for her to consume it all in a day. Even if she did finish it, she might not buy immediately again, so future sales would inevitably decline. It was unrealistic to expect such profits daily. That alone is impressive. Dong Yukai gazed at Wu Shidao with admiration, exclaiming, Third brother, you are truly remarkable. Compared to you, or rather I am utterly insignificant, just a mere waste, alas. Including me, Zhang Liang said in a low voice. Yes, me too, Yang Xia nodded in agreement. And I, Zhona said with a smirk. Chapter 73. Acting Promptly. Count me in. Lu Shuangshuang was the last to raise her hand. If anyone else were present, witnessing Lu Shuangshuang in this moment, they would surely be astounded, for this was the same proud beauty who typically wore a stern expression. In fact, even she was unaware that Zhang Liang's generosity, Wu Shidao's maturity, Li Xiang's reticence, Dong Youcai's banter, and Yang Xian's stutter had fostered an atmosphere in the 102 dormitory that allowed her to unconsciously blend in and share in the humor. Everyone, please settle down. Wu Shidao laughed heartily, half-jokingly stating, I merely stumbled upon success. Had today a auspicious start not occurred after my substantial investment, I might have been contemplating a leap from a building this evening. As laughter filled the room, time swiftly passed, and soon it was nearing 9 o'clock. With the dormitories about to close, Wu Shidao called out, and the group meandered downstairs to settle the accounts, sauntering back toward the school. As they walked, the group gradually split into smaller clusters. Zhona teamed up with Zhang Liang, while Dong Youcai, Li Xiang, and Yang Xian huddled together, leaving Wu Shidao and Lu Shuangshuang to walk at the rear. Are you heading back to the staff dormitory? With so much cash in your room, aren't you worried about someone breaking in tonight? Lu Shuangshuang jested. In other places, I might indeed have that concern, but here at school, the likelihood is quite low. Wu Shidao replied with a smile. However, he inwardly mused that he ought to acquire a safe for his home. It's not the 10,000 that worries him, but the unforeseen circumstances. With so many students aware of his substantial cash flow, it could lead to complications if someone decided to take an interest. Fortunately, he rented on the ground floor, equipped with security windows and doors. The absence of mobile payments is truly troublesome. Nonetheless, one must remain vigilant. Lu Shuangshuang's smile faded as she said earnestly, Indeed, you should be cautious. By the way, senior sister Lu, Wu Shidao shifted the conversation. I would like to ask for your assistance with something. What is the incentive? Lu Shuangshuang's eyes sparkled as she grinned playfully. Without an incentive, I cannot agree. Perhaps treat me to a lavish meal instead. No incentives, nor a grand feast. However, I believe there could be some benefits for you. If you're unwilling, let us forget it. Consider it as if I never mentioned it, Wu Shidao teased. What benefits? It could enhance your reputation as the student council president. Are you suggesting you want to recruit a few work-study students? Lu Shuangshuang pondered briefly before confidently affirming. Senior sister Lu, you are indeed astute. Wu Shidao nodded. As you witnessed today, I cannot manage alone. I require at least 10 individuals. 10? Isn't that excessive? Lu Shuangshuang questioned. I'm more concerned about not having enough. Wu Shidao replied. As you know, boys are notoriously lazy. Most prefer having the fruit delivered directly to their dorms. The girls are the same. Plus they have to unload and sort the goods, so 10 might not suffice. In fact, 20 would be more appropriate, and 30 would be ideal. He had contemplated this during his work this afternoon. Unloading and sorting alone would require at least 8 individuals. And delivering fruit to the boys' dormitory would demand at least 8 as well, while the girls' dormitory would necessitate around 15. Wu Shidao continued to deliberate. Let us aim for 30 individuals. Do the girls' dormitories really need that many? Lu Shuangshuang was somewhat surprised. Shouldn't the boys' dormitory require more? Quite the opposite. Girls tend to be weaker, so most would prefer home delivery, and since female delivery workers are also less robust, we cannot afford to overwork them. Wu Shidao explained with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Shuangshuang nodded in agreement. Your analysis is sound. All right, I will assist you with this. By the way, what will the wages be? Sorting and unloading are more labor-intensive, so 3,000 for each person, and for delivery, 3,005. What do you think? Wu Shidao pondered briefly before responding. That much? Lu Shuangshuang exclaimed in surprise. Are you sure? Those who go out for internships earn similar wages. And that's with decent companies. I've heard that lesser firms offer only about 2,000 a month. Pausing, she added, those work-study students in our school, working in a cafeteria, supermarket, or library, only earn around 500 to 600 a month. I think offering them a bit less would be acceptable. It cannot be lower. Wu Shidao interjected, firmly declining her suggestion. Senior sister Lu, why do students engage in work-study? Because their financial circumstances are challenging. You see, that's exactly the point. If those students are already struggling financially, how can I pay them a meager wage? That would be tantamount to exploitation. I believe that hiring a talented student from Nanxia University for just a few thousand yuan is a bargain. Upon hearing his words, Lu Shuangshuang instantly regarded him with newfound respect. Her opinion of him elevated further. You are correct. I had a superficial understanding. Lu Shuangshuang graciously admitted her oversight, stating earnestly, Rest assured, I will strive to have the personnel arranged by noon tomorrow at the latest. Thank you, senior sister Lu. Wu Shidao paused, waving goodbye. I'm off to the staff dormitory now. Farewell. Lu Shuang waved goodbye to him, and on her way back, she found herself repeatedly pondering Wu Shidao's earlier words. She then recalled how she had held a petty grudge for so long over his seemingly careless remark, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. This Wu Shidao, though merely a freshman, exhibited such remarkable capabilities and aspirations, it was evident that he was destined for great achievements in the future. She silently concluded her thoughts about him. Shuang, what are you thinking about? Suddenly, a voice interrupted her musings, startling Lu Shuang. She snapped back to reality and saw Zhou Na standing by the roadside, gazing at her with a teasing smile. Oh, nothing much, just reflecting on what Wu Shidao mentioned earlier, Lu Shuang replied casually. Is that so? Zhou Na's eyes sparkled with amusement. You're already missing him after just parting ways? By the way, what were you two whispering about back there? Could it be that he confessed his feelings to you? Shuang, I truly think Wu Shidao is quite impressive, mature, and capable. He perfectly aligns with your tastes. If you don't seize the opportunity soon, someone else might snatch him away. Chapter 74. Work-study positions, what's with your wild conjectures? Lu Shuang's cheeks flushed, and she feigned irritation, spitting out a playful retort. Fortunately, it was nighttime, so Zhou Na couldn't see her blush. Shuang, Zhou Na said, her smile fading as she addressed Lu Shuang seriously. Don't let his youth deceive you. Wu Shidao is indeed mature and capable. Just look at how he managed our tasks today. He was organized and composed, which indicates he had considered everything beforehand. With so much fruit to distribute and collect, he handled it all without a hint of chaos. And to think he has just begun his freshman year. Yet he could identify and seize this business opportunity. His abilities are truly remarkable. As she spoke, Zhou Na draped her arm around Lu Shuang's shoulder. I'm serious, Shuang. If you don't act quickly, someone else will discover his worth. My mother always said that when you encounter an exceptional young man in college, you must seize the moment. Otherwise, it becomes increasingly difficult to find someone like him in the real world. I understand. Let us hurry back. The door will close soon. Lu Shuang quickly diverted the conversation. Zhou Na smiled knowingly. She understood that deep down, Lu Shuang harbored feelings for Wu Shidao, though she stubbornly refused to admit it. After a tiring day, Lu Shuang typically fell asleep without difficulty. However, that night, she tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Images of Wu Shidao and Zhou Na's words replayed in her mind. She recognized the truth in Zhou Na's observations. In many respects, the bonds formed during college often surpass those established in the outside world. Furthermore, from her interactions with Wu Shidao that day, Lu Shuang began to suspect that his financial resources might stem from his own endeavors, rather than the privileged background she had initially assumed. Although she directly inquired about it, Lu Shuang had her own methods of uncovering the truth. The following day, with no scheduled classes, Lu Shuang arrived early at the office of the head of the Student Affairs Department. Ah, isn't this our illustrious Lu President? What brings you here today? The head, Wang Xiaoyun, looked up from her documents and smiled upon seeing Lu Shuang. Annie, I was just thinking about you. Lu Shuang replied with a bright smile, swiftly moving to her side and affectionately linking her arm with hers. Thinking of me? Wang Xiaoyun lovingly ruffled her hair. You haven't visited my home for dinner in ages. Hardly seems like you miss me. She was genuinely fond of her niece, admiring her beauty, capability, and maturity. Their relationship was a well-kept secret, unknown to anyone in the entire school. I've been busy lately. Lu Shuang laughed lightly, releasing her grip and settling onto the sofa. After a few moments of casual conversation, she stated, Director Wang, I actually came to discuss something important. Upon hearing her formal address, Wang Xiaoyun's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Go on, what is it? I'd like to know how many work-study students our school currently has, Lu Shuang inquired. I seem to recall there being quite a few, right? I mean those without suitable job placements. Why? Do you have a solution? Wang Xiaoyun replied nonchalantly. If I could arrange 30 work-study positions, how would Director Wang express her gratitude? Lu Shuang said with a smile. 30? Wang Xiaoyun was taken aback and looked at her incredulously. What do you mean? Are you referring to 30 students or 30 positions? Well, to be precise, it should be 30 positions, Lu Shuang clarified. In terms of salary, the offer is quite generous, around 3,000 to 3,500 per position. Wang Xiaoyun straightened in her seat, her eyes sparkling with interest. What kind of positions? Shuang. You know, students should primarily focus on their studies, not on earning money. The most crucial aspect is that it shouldn't interfere with their academic performance. Also, all right, Director Wang, I'm aware of all that. The positions cannot be too far from the school, and the work hours must be reasonable. If it's off-campus employment, we must ensure the student's safety, and so on. Lu Shuang interjected. You little rascal. Wang Xiaoyan shot her a playful glare. As long as you understand. Just make sure you don't bring me any unsuitable jobs. By the way, suddenly, she realized something important. Did you say over 3,000 a month? Are you implying that this work is consistent? How to arrange work-study students is indeed a significant task for the Student Affairs Department. The number of positions available on campus is limited, such as maintenance and cleaning of facilities, which are fixed roles, along with contracted services in the campus cafeteria and stores, which must provide work-study opportunities. However, these positions are inherently limited, and to cover as many needy students as possible, many positions are broken down. For instance, if a store requires 2 students for an 8-hour shift, they might split it into 4-hour shifts, allowing 4 students to participate. While this increases coverage, it also means lower wages. Some students, in dire need of money, may have to take on multiple jobs. Even with split positions, it remains challenging to satisfy all students needing work-study opportunities, a dilemma exacerbated by the university's expansion. Yes, Director Wang, Lu Shuang nodded. If we split it, say for 90 students, with shifts every 3 days, each could earn about 1,000 a month, which is still more than what other campus positions offer, right? Exactly. Wang Xiaoyan eagerly pressed. What kind of work? Where is it? Hurry up and tell me. Lu Shuang, however, chose to take her time, playfully holding up 2 fingers. 3 meals. Wang Xiaoyan shot her an exasperated yet amused glare. You want me to treat you to 3 lavish meals? Is that sufficient? But Director Wang is so kind to me, knowing that I'm all alone in a strange place, struggling to eat well and stay warm. Lu Shuang beamed with delight as she recounted to Wang Xiaoyan the events of the previous evening, particularly what Wu Shidao had said. She emphasized, I actually told him yesterday that there's no need to offer such a high salary, considering we're only hiring students. To which he replied, if those students lack funds and I pay them a lower wage, am I not exploiting them? I believe it's a bargain to employ a top student from Nansen University for just a few thousand yuan. She recounted Wu Shidao's words verbatim. Did he truly say that? Wang Xiaoyan was taken aback. A freshman, in her eyes, was still merely a child. Yet Wu Shidao possessed such an advanced perspective and awareness, surpassing even those who ran the school canteens and supermarkets. Indeed, not a word was altered. Those were his exact words. Lu Shuang nodded and seized the moment to inquire. Aunt, could we look in his background? I'm quite curious about the family that has instilled such insights in him. I share your curiosity. Wang Xiaoyan, without further contemplation, opened her computer to search for Wu Shidao's file. Upon glancing at it, she remarked, both of his parents are ordinary workers. Remarkable. They are both ordinary workers? Lu Shuang was taken aback as she peered over Wang Xiaoyan's shoulder at the computer screen. Fortuitously, their relationship afforded her this privilege. Otherwise, she would not have had such access. Precisely, that is what makes it remarkable, Wang Xiaoyan replied, picking up her phone. What is the name of the app? Group Purchase? Is that it? She gestured towards her phone. Lu Shuang nodded in affirmation. After downloading the app and registering, Wang Xiaoyan casually placed an order for bananas, pointing out the delivery terms. If I order 20 kilograms, can he deliver it? Certainly, Lu Shuang smiled. Then I shall order 20 kilograms for delivery tomorrow afternoon, correct? After placing the order, Wang Xiaoyan stood and said to Lu Shuang, all right, I'll discuss this matter with the principal. Huh? Lu Shuang was momentarily taken aback. Did such matters really require the principal's attention? The recent policy has been advocating for innovation and employment, especially encouraging university students to start their own businesses. I believe Wu Shidao's case could be highlighted as a model for reporting. As Wang Xiaoyan articulated this, she recalled, by the way, doesn't your student union have a weekly newspaper for Nansen University? This is certainly a worthy news piece. You might even invite him to the radio station for a feature interview, portraying him as a typical example to promote. Lu Shuang was instantly impressed. Indeed, she had been overly simplistic in her thinking compared to her aunt. Wang Xiaoyan, upon learning of Wu Shidao's situation, was able to swiftly conceive and connect numerous ideas in mere seconds, a talent deserving of admiration. All right, I understand, but what should we discuss during the interview? Lu Shuang seized the opportunity to ask for guidance. You're studying broadcasting, correct? Do you need me to instruct you on this? Wang Xiaoyan shot her a glance, admonishing. While most hosts follow a provided interview outline to engage in casual conversation with guests, many exceptional hosts possess their own insights and excel in improvisation, such as Wu Shidao. And let us not forget the recent dating show, If You Are the One, hosted by Meng Fei. Surely you wouldn't dismiss his hosting skills? Yes, Aunt, you're absolutely right. Lu Shuang nodded vigorously. By the way, Shuang, you haven't started dating yet, have you? Wang Xiaoyan shifted the topic, expressing concern. Aren't you considering a relationship at university? I refuse to believe that in such a large institution as Nansen University, with so many outstanding individuals. Now has caught your eye. I think Wu Shidao is quite impressive. What is your relationship with him like? Is there potential for development? Lu Shuangshuang's cheeks flushed, and she fidgeted as she replied, but I'm 2 years older than him. Wang Xiaoyan chuckled, pointing at her. So what if you were 2 years older? Who says that a man must always be older than a woman? A woman 3 years older brings home the gold. Being 2 years older, you're simply embracing the golden opportunity. As someone with experience, let me tell you, during university, it's better to be selective than to settle. I wholeheartedly agree with your stance. But there's one thing you must remember. She spoke earnestly. You can often discern a boy's potential by observing his words and actions during university. Moreover, the chance of discovering a promising individual in this environment is significantly higher, with much less competition compared to the workforce, where countless women will vie for the attention of an exceptional man. And that sounds a bit exaggerated, Lu Shuangshuang replied, wide-eyed. Exaggerated? That merely indicates your naivety. Wang Xiaoyan scoffed, initially intending to elaborate, but ultimately refraining. Remember, I'm speaking seriously. All right, I'll head to the principal's office now. You should return to your classes. At the same time, in the Jinshe fruit wholesale market, Delu and Jingang were busily checking their stock. By the way, Jingang, Delu remarked as he finished packing a box of bananas and wiped the sweat from his brow. Shall we take a break and smoke a cigarette? Jingang looked up, glancing at the nearly ready fruits, and nodded. The two stepped into the shade to rest, where Jingang offered Delu a cigarette. This morning, I discussed something with my wife. Delu exhaled a cloud of smoke and, looking at Jingang earnestly, said, what do you think about us partnering up? Partnering? Jingang was somewhat surprised, then waved his hand, chuckling, don't joke around. I only have a few thousand yuan on me, and owe my relatives over 100,000 in the village. How could I possibly partner with you? I'm serious. Da Liu insisted. Didn't T-Boss Wu send over another 6 tons of orders last night? I anticipate that we can maintain a sales volume of approximately 5 tons daily. That's too much for me to handle alone, so I discussed it with my wife, and she agrees that since we're both from the same hometown, it would be reassuring to do business together, wouldn't it? Jingang studied him intently, remaining silent as he took several deep drags from his cigarette, contemplating the underlying implications of Delu's words. He sensed that Delu was concerned he might introduce Wu Shidao to others in the future. However, this was quite natural. In the fruit market, who wouldn't want big clients? Exactly, Delu hadn't given it much thought initially, but that morning, before heading to the market for supplies, his wife had made a sudden comment. What if one day, Jingang introduces Boss Wu to someone else? Why would you think that? Da Yu was momentarily bewildered. Dear, consider this. When Jingang introduced us to Boss Wu, did we offer him any finder's fee? No, right? Did we give him a commission? No again. So, what if someone else offers him a commission? His wife countered. Then we could just give him a commission. Delu replied immediately. But what if we end up arguing one day? His wife posed another question. In an instant, Delu became furious, exclaiming, why do you spend your days lost in wild imaginings? Chapter 76, lending to him. After being reprimanded by Delu, his wife immediately fell silent. Yet within her heart, tranquility was elusive as she pondered the possibilities. Thus, during a brief respite from work in the morning, Delu pulled his wife aside and whispered his thoughts, ultimately leading the two to decide that they would partner with Jingang in their business venture. Initially, his wife was opposed, but Delu's words changed her mind in an instant. He remarked that once Jingang amassed wealth and became knowledgeable in the trade, he could easily part ways with them and collaborate solely with Wu Shidao. At that point, not only would they lose the partnership with Jingang, but they might even find themselves left with nothing. Historically, while embellishing the already flourishing is commendable, there is nothing more memorable than offering timely assistance in times of need. Delu, I currently have no money, so let us postpone the partnership discussion for now. Jingang contemplated aloud. Delu, brother Jingang, have you had breakfast yet? Would you like to join me for a bun? A figure approached, carrying a bag of buns. It was none other than Huzi. I've already eaten, Jingang replied politely. That's no matter. I noticed you've been working diligently for quite some time now, and I figured you must be hungry, Huzi cheerfully insisted, pressing the buns into Jingang's hands. I'm really not hungry, Jingang firmly declined. Seeing this, Huzi attempted to offer the buns to Delu, who similarly refused. Are you delivering those buns to your friend again? Huzi inquired playfully. Brother Jingang, I saw how busy you were yesterday. You must have handled at least a dozen tons, right? About 15 tons, Jingang responded candidly, aware that the wholesale market was quite small and that Huzi's shop was conveniently located directly across. Impressive, Huzi exclaimed, a surge of envy coursing through him. Brother Jingang, just 2 more trucks and we'll be done. Shall we put in a little extra effort? Delu surmised Huzi's purpose for coming over and immediately stood up to address Jingang. Jingang nodded. I have some free time now. Let me lend you a hand. How can I trouble you with that? Besides, Jingang and I can manage just fine. Huzi, you should head back and rest, Delu gently suggested. Not at all. I don't sell much over there anyway. I'm just here to help. Huzi insisted, thick-skinned, as he opened a box of bananas to inspect them thoroughly. Delu furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of concern. He knew Huzi well. The man was shameless and would do anything for money. By the way, brother Jingang, how much stock did your friend order today? Huzi asked casually while working. Delu's wife, who had been sorting goods nearby, perked up at his words and interjected. Brother Jingang, come over and take a look at the order list to ensure everything is correct. She aimed to extricate Jingang from Huzi's vicinity. Sure, Jingang replied, placing down the items in his hands and turning to Huzi. Not much, just a few tons. Another few tons? Huzi felt a chill run down his spine, regretting his previous thoughts. He typically managed only a few tons a month, while Delu had accumulated almost 20 tons over just 2 days. This month, Delu was bound to make a fortune. Regaining his composure, Huzi casually placed down the goods he was holding and shamelessly approached Jingang. Glancing at the order list in his hands, unable to suppress his envy, he remarked, Wow, that's quite a lot. Not bad, Jingang replied, casting a sidelong glance at him. I estimate there will be fewer than yesterday's shipment of over 10 tons. From now on, it will probably be around 5 or 6 tons daily. Delu and his wife exchanged worried glances, nearly stamping their feet in anxiety. If Huzi learned of this, he would certainly find a way to interject himself into their dealings. Huzi was the type of person who would seize any opportunity, even if it meant squeezing a frog for its juice. Delu, I heard you source good from someone else today. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Huzi feigned innocence. Turning to Daliu. We're all from the same hometown. Why not source from me? Are you looking down on me? Delu's wife scoffed derisively. Huzi, don't joke around. When we source from others, we get the goods at the shipping price, making just enough to cover transportation. If we were to source from you, we'd have to pay wholesale prices, which we simply cannot afford. Last year, a customer came to Delu's place looking to buy fruit and wanted a sizable quantity. When Delu found himself short on stock, his wife approached Huzi to negotiate for a couple of items. Huzi had then stated, I can provide the goods, but a wholesale price. During the festive season, everyone's business is thriving. If I were to sell to you at shipping price, I'd be losing money. I might as well sell at wholesale price to my customers. This infuriated Delu's wife, who shot back. Why should I buy from you at wholesale? Where else would I source from? You jest, sister-in-law. Huzi's face flushed with embarrassment. However, he was thick-skinned and coughed a few times, saying, the circumstances were special back then. Now, if you source from me, I'll give you the shipping price, adding only a bit for transportation. Oh, brother Huzi, I must thank you then. Delu's wife coldly replied, no thank you, we don't need it. Upon hearing this, Huzi's mind began to whirl with ideas, and he said with feigned seriousness, sister-in-law, how much commission did you offer brother Jingang for sourcing goods from you? Delu's wife was momentarily at a loss for words. Mumbling, we haven't discussed that yet. Huzi smiled, deliberately stating, if brother Jingang sources from me, I'd have to give him a few hundred for each ton. By the end of the day, he could easily earn a couple of thousand in commission. Huzi, what do you mean by that? Delu's expression darkened. Nothing much. Huzi replied with a grin. Isn't that just how business works? Huzi, Jingang interjected, handing the order list to Delu and giving him a knowing look before turning back to Huzi. I'm in partnership with Delu and his wife. What commission do we need? Partnership? Huzi was taken aback. Indeed, Jingang said straightforwardly. Huzi, previously when we discussed matters, you were ambiguous and didn't provide a definitive answer. Now you come to inquire about this. It's quite pointless. Isn't it? Brother Jingang, I mentioned I would offer a discount, right? Huzi attempted to argue. Was my wife calling me home at that time? Yes, I understand you were busy, so I didn't want to disturb you. Jingang waved dismissively. All right, you can get back to your work. We need to make a delivery. With that, he turned and walked away. Huzi left in a huff. Delu and his wife exchanged glances, sighing in relief. Delu's wife whispered, did brother Jingang agree to the partnership? He said he has no money. Delu shook his head, taking a deep breath. I made up my mind. If it comes to it, we can lend him some, but we don't have any money. If we lend him money, what'll we do? Wouldn't we be left without working capital? I'll mortgage the house. Chapter 77. Has Wu Shidao's classmate arrived? Are you out of your mind? I cannot agree to that. I am not insane. One must understand that humans cannot resist the allure of wealth. Today, a colleague named Huzi came to offer a commission, and tomorrow, others may follow suit. What shall we do? Rather than this incessant cycle, it would be more prudent to lend him money for a collaboration. But what if the money is not repaid? It may be termed as a loan, yet the funds still remain in our possession for procurement, do they not? Once the goods are acquired and sold to Boss Wu, how could we possibly fail to recover our money? Payments are settled in cash each time. Upon hearing Lu's words, his wife finally grasped the situation. Yet the thought of mortgaging their home filled her with trepidation. She murmured softly, "Isn't this too risky?" "My dear," Lu replied, "fortune favors the bold. After all these years, we have finally encountered such an opportunity. If we do not seize it, who knows when the next will arise." Lu lit a cigarette and resolutely declared, "It is settled." He approached the industrious Jin Gang and earnestly stated, "Brother Jin Gang, working for others will never yield true profit. Only by establishing our own business can we hope to attain wealth." "I understand the principle," Lu, Jin Gang replied, acknowledging his intent with a smile, "but I lack the capital." "I will lend it to you," Lu said with gravity. 300,000. How about we partner up?" Jin Gang stared at him in disbelief. "Are you jesting?" "I am entirely serious," Lu asserted, after pondering for a moment. He spoke sincerely. "Brother Jin Gang, you are aware that you have brought in substantial clients with orders amounting to several tons daily. Logically, I should be paying you commission, but I believe you would not be content with just that. Would you? Who would wish to earn more? Instead of merely giving you a commission, why not collaborate? As long as Boss Wu sales remain steady, within a year, purchasing a car and a house in Jin City will be well within our reach. Indeed, who wouldn't be tempted by profit?" Jin Gang mused, having spent enough time in the market to understand its intricacies. While fruits may not be as essential as vegetables and meats, they are nevertheless a necessity. Importantly, the prices of fruits lack uniformity. For instance, one stall sells celery for 2 yuan per pound, while another charges 3 yuan. The latter may seem overpriced. However, when it comes to apples, if one stall offers them at 3 yuan per pound with average quality and the adjacent stall at 4 yuan per pound with superior appearance, customers are often willing to pay the higher price, deeming it reasonable. In recent days, Lu's stall sold over 20 tons of fruit, and Jin Gang privately calculated that he had surely made at least 20,000 yuan. It would be disingenuous not to feel envious. He had contemplated this matter, lamenting his lack of capital. Otherwise, wouldn't that 20,000 be his? "Are you not worried I might default?" Jin Gang pondered aloud, half joking, yet half serious. "Brother Jin Gang, I am lending you money for our partnership. As long as Boss Wu sales remain stable, the funds are guaranteed to be secure," Lu replied earnestly. "They will simply transform into goods." "You certainly do the math well," Jin Gang remarked, playfully punching Lu's arm, then cautiously inquired, "Will your wife agree? Am I not essentially attempting to pull off the impossible?" "She will agree," Lu assured him. Upon hearing this, Lu sensed that Jin Gang's heart was already inclined towards agreement, albeit with a hint of apprehension. After all, without Jin Gang's introduction, he would never have met Boss Wu, right? This hardly amounts to pulling off the impossible. "All right. Since both of you have no objections, I shall not object either," Jin Gang conceded readily. "Then I need not share the goods with anyone else. We, as brothers, will hire a vehicle for transportation. Once this busy period concludes, we will hire 2 individuals to assist you with deliveries while I seek suppliers in other locales." Lu exclaimed joyfully. "In that case, we can also save on costs." As the class bell rang, Professor Wang entered the classroom punctually, as was his custom. Wu Shidao perked up. He found Professor Wang's lectures on economic development quite engaging. In his previous life, such a course would have lulled him to sleep, as he would have deemed the professor's teachings too distant and abstract. However, having experienced the transformative economic changes firsthand, Wu Shidao now recognized the importance of understanding these economic principles. "Class is starting now," Professor Wang announced, adjusting his glasses as he surveyed the students. Just as Wu Shidao opened his notebook to take notes, he heard Professor Wang call out, "Before we begin, I would like to ask student Wu Shidao to stand up." "Huh?" Wu Shidao was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend what was being requested. After a brief pause without anyone rising, Professor Wang furrowed his brow slightly, expressing mild irritation. "Where is student Wu Shidao? Is he absent?" "I'm here, Professor Wang," Wu Shidao finally responded, snapping back to reality and standing up bewildered. Professor Wang's expression softened upon noticing Wu Shidao's open notebook, saying, "Could you bring your notebook over for me to see?" Confused, Wu Shidao complied and approached. Thinking to himself, "I have never heard of such checks in university." Professor Wang casually flipped through a few pages and discovered Wu Shidao had taken thorough notes. A satisfied smile emerged on his face as he returned the notebook. "All right, you may sit down now." "Thank you, Professor Wang," Wu Shidao replied, still in a state of confusion as he returned to his seat, pondering the professor's unusual behavior. After class, Professor Wang gathered his lesson plan, adjusted his glasses, and fixed his gaze on Wu Shidao. "Student Wu Shidao, please accompany me to my office." "Ah, sure," Wu Shidao replied, startled. What could this be about? He wondered. Could it be regarding my last assignment? Surely it wasn't that poor. Everyone was just copying from the textbook, whispered Zhang Liang and Dong Yukai as they speculated. From the teaching building to the administrative office, Professor Wang remained silent, not speaking to Wu Shidao until they entered the office. After sitting down, Professor Wang gestured to the sofa across from him with a smile. Please have a seat, student Wu Shidao. Hearing the invitation to sit, Wu Shidao felt a wave of relief. It seemed unlikely that this was a negative encounter. Professor, did you need something from me? Wu Shidao inquired with eagerness. Professor Wang nodded, intrigued, and remarked, I hear you have been selling fruit at school? Wu Shidao was taken aback. Having considered many possibilities during their walk, but never imagined Professor Wang would inquire about this. You need not worry. I personally view this endeavor very positively and admire your initiative, Professor Wang said with a smile. It's just something I'm dabbling in, Wu Shidao humbly replied. This isn't mere dabbling. In my eyes, it exemplifies a university student's entrepreneurial spirit. Professor Wang then shifted the conversation, asking Wu Shidao about his background, such as what his parents did and how he came to sell fruit in this manner. I only realized how exorbitant the prices were at the nearby fruit stalls after arriving at school. Wu Shidao elucidated, furthermore, I have meticulously surveyed the vicinity of the university town, where there are dozens of establishments dedicated to the sale of fruits, both large and small. If we also consider supermarkets, the number increases significantly, indicating a substantial market. After all, the university town is home to hundreds of thousands of individuals. Thus, I pondered how to provide students with more affordable fruit. To this end, I even made a trip to the fruit wholesale market, where I discovered an astonishing disparity between the wholesale prices and the retail prices on the streets. It occurred to me that if we could eliminate the profits of the middlemen, the price of fruit would plummet. He offered a brief explanation. Professor Wang listened with rapt attention, nodding from time to time in agreement with Wu Shidao's ideas. He then inquired, how did you conceive of selling online? Well, we are in the age of the internet, Wu Shidao replied with a smile. Moreover, the era of mobile internet is on the horizon. My idea is not particularly unique. I simply thought of it and decided to give it a try. I never anticipated it would be so well received. Professor Wang, how did you come to learn of this? He took the opportunity to voice his curiosity. It was the principal who informed me, Professor Wang replied with a warm smile. The principal? Wu Shidao was taken aback. Weren't you discussing with the student council president your desire to find some work-study students to assist you? Professor Wang regarded him with admiration. This matter piqued the principal's interest, and after he inquired further, he mentioned you to me. It's merely a small matter, just a simple gesture, Wu Shidao humbly remarked. Noticing his lack of surprise or pride, Professor Wang felt an increasing admiration for him and said with a smile, Wu Shidao, you have done exceptionally well. If you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. If I cannot resolve it, I can always seek the principal's help, of course, within reason. Do you understand? Wu Shidao's heart leapt with joy at Professor Wang's words. Although phrased subtly, with a psychological age akin to that of a man in his 40s, grasped the underlying meaning. This indicated that the school not only placed no restrictions on his entrepreneurial endeavors, but was, in fact, offering robust support. Professor Wang, there is something I must bring to your attention in advance, Wu Shidao said politely after a moment of contemplation. Oh, do share, Professor Wang encouraged with a smile. It's just that I may be a bit preoccupied and pressed for time, which might sometimes cause me to be unable to focus on my studies. Wu Shidao paused, allowing the implication to linger. Professor Wang instantly understood his meaning, smiled slightly, and said, You little rascal. I understand your point. Rest assured, I will ensure you do not fail. He added, I will also speak to the other instructors on your behalf, but you must also do your part to keep up. Understood? I understand, Professor Wang. Wu Shidao nodded with a smile, fully aware that Professor Wang held another esteemed position as the Dean of the School of Economics and Management. As long as he made a call, which instructor would not show him a modicum of respect and leniency during exams. After all, it had been many years since he left school, and during the brief time he had spent at university, Professor Wang's classes were the only ones that piqued his interest. Coupled with his decades of life experience compared to his peers, he found much to reflect upon. As for the courses of other professors, they were akin to arcane texts to him. The foundational knowledge from school had long since faded from memory. Very well, no need for concern. You may proceed with your tasks, Professor Wang said, raising his teacup for a sip. Thank you, Professor Wang. I will be on my way. Wu Shidao understood this as the dismissal. Upon exiting the teaching building, Wu Shidao contemplated and decided to call Lu Xuan. After a few rings, she answered, Are you related to the principal? Not at all. What do you mean? How is it that such a trivial matter has reached the principal? Upon hearing his words, Lu Xuan's beautiful eyes crinkled into a smile. If you treat me to a lavish meal, I might just tell you. Very well, there's no time like the present. Let us go for lunch then. You can choose whatever you like. It's on me, Wu Shidao said generously. I would like to have steak. He added after a moment's thought. There's a lovely Western restaurant on Zhongshan Road. It just depends on whether you can afford it, Lu Shuangshuang replied without hesitation. The opportunity to treat the campus belle to a meal is indeed an honor. Many would covet such a chance. If I were to say I couldn't afford it, that would be rather ungracious of me, Wu Shidao replied joyfully, glancing at the time. I'll wait for you at the school gate. We should hurry, as I need to return to my tasks after lunch. All right, I'll be there in 10 minutes, Lu Shuangshuang said promptly. As Wu Shidao approached the school gate, the security guard in the booth greeted him. Yesterday, those two vehicles kept coming and going, transporting so much fruit. What was that all about? Oh, it's the fruit ordered by the students. I had prepared a box of apples for you, but I was too busy when I came out and completely forgot to bring it. When they come to deliver the fruit later, I'll ask them to leave a box for you to enjoy at your leisure, Wu Shidao replied cheerfully. That is too kind of you, the guard said with a grin. No need for formality, the guard reassured him. It's just a small token of goodwill. It doesn't cost much. Wu Shidao understood that one should not be overly polite, as the guard, despite appearing to wield little authority, could still find ways to make things difficult if he chose. After a bit of small talk, Lu Shuangshuang arrived, briskly striding toward him. Wu Shidao exchanged greetings with the guard, and they walked side by side into the distance. How did it go? I wasn't late, was I? Lu Shuangshuang had changed into a light purple dress, having returned briefly to her dorm, and had applied a touch of lipstick. No, not at all, Wu Shidao replied, glancing at her dress and casually commented, that dress looks quite lovely on you. Lu Shuangshuang's heart lifted, and she exclaimed, really? What is so special about it? Wu Shidao momentarily faltered, chuckling awkwardly as he diverted the conversation. Look, there's a taxi coming over. I knew you were just being polite, Lu Shuangshuang retorted, her previously cheerful demeanor shifting as she shot him an annoyed glance. This dress, chosen specifically to enhance her elegance and showcase her fair complexion, was not something just anyone could pull off. I genuinely believe that the dress accentuates your grace and exudes an air of elegance, Wu Shidao asserted thoughtfully. Lu Shuangshuang chose to ignore him, yet felt pleased nonetheless, recognizing that he possessed some discernment. After sharing the taxi's destination, they settled into the back seat and engaged in light conversation. The principal is aware of this? I informed the head of the student affairs office about your recruitment effort, and she subsequently relayed it to the principal, Lu Shuangshuang explained. Ah, that explains it. I thought it was a trivial matter that wouldn't reach the principal's ears. By the way, I should let you know that in a few days, the school newspaper may wish to interview you. I also intend to conduct an interview with you. We should discuss this in detail during lunch. Interview me? Wu Shidao was somewhat taken aback. What do you want to interview me about? Lu Shuangshuang explained, the principal wishes to promote you as a model. I've merely accomplished a trivial task. Let us keep things low-key and forego the interview. Wu Shidao waved his hand, feigning modesty. Observing his smug demeanor, Lu Shuangshuang couldn't help but pinch his arm hard, causing Wu Shidao to gasp. What was that for? Your self-satisfied expression is infuriating, Lu Shuangshuang retorted, withdrawing her hand with satisfaction. Others would covet this opportunity, yet here you are dismissing it. I'm serious. Wu Shidao rubbed his arm, grimacing. Why must we make such a grand affair out of it? I don't even see it as a significant achievement. What is the benefit? Are you a fool? Lu Shuangshuang replied, exasperated. Let us not discuss other benefits for now. The most vital and practical one is that you won't have to worry about failing courses, right? Some students muddle through 4 years only to receive a certificate of withdrawal. As long as you don't excessively skip classes, you're bound to graduate. After all, the school wouldn't want to embarrass itself, would it? That's true. Wu Shidao nodded. So should I thank you then? Naturally, Lu Shuangshuang replied without hesitation. She continued. I merely added a flourish. The real credit belongs to you. It was your words, students working while studying need money, that I relayed verbatim to the head of the student affairs office. After hearing it, he praised your high awareness. That is how everything unfolded. I wouldn't call it high awareness. I was just stating the truth. Wu Shidao finally understood, realizing why the principal regarded him differently. Upon arriving at Zhongshan Road, the two entered the Western restaurant Lu Shuangshuang had mentioned. After placing their orders, Lu Shuangshuang noticed Wu Shidao surveying the restaurant's European decor and quietly inquired, how is the ambience here? It would seem even more authentic if the waitstaff were foreigners. Wu Shidao replied earnestly, and the steak could be even pricier. Lu Shuangshuang chuckled and then, feeling slightly embarrassed, said, actually, this is my first time here. I didn't expect the food to be so expensive. How about we split the bill? This is your first time? Wu Shidao was surprised, laughing. I thought you had been here many times. How could that be? A sirloin steak costs around 300 yuan. How could I, as a student of for that. Lu Shuang shot him an annoyed glance. Did you think I was like you? I never thought we were the same. I just assumed many people would invite you to dine at places like this, Wu Shidao remarked casually. Lu Shuang's brows furrowed slightly before relaxing again as she stared into Wu Shidao's eyes, somewhat irritated. Is that how you see me? Relying on my looks to have boys treat me to meals, or to demand money from them. Do you think I'm like Inla? Realizing she had let slip something unintended, she quickly halted. I'm sorry. You misunderstood. Noticing her anger, Wu Shidao quickly apologized, explaining, I was just joking. I thought you seemed familiar with this place and assumed you frequently visited. I only pass by here often when shopping on Zhongshan Road. Lu Shuang clarified, pausing before reiterating. We should split the bill. That's unnecessary. Wu Shidao waved his hand. I offer to treat you to a feast. How could it turn into a split? Seeing her poised to argue, he swiftly changed the subject. Let us discuss the interview. Who is interviewing me? A reporter from the school newspaper? The school newspaper reporter just writes news articles. They'll only ask you a few simple questions, Lu Shuang explained. Mainly, I will be interviewing you, as there will be an interactive chat format, broadcasted in a radio station style, so we need to prepare the content in advance. It will be a QA format. Wu Shidao understood, knowing he had seen similar dialogue-based programs before. Yes. So we need to communicate beforehand to avoid awkwardness if I ask you a question you can't answer, Lu Shuang continued. All right, go ahead and ask, Wu Shidao said, settling back in his comfortable chair. What do your parents do? Have you ever started a business? What kind of support did they provide in your growth and learning journey? What are your hobbies? Lu Shuang fired questions rapidly while retrieving a notebook from her bag to jot down notes. Although she was already aware of Wu Shidao's family background, she honestly found it hard to believe and wanted to verify by asking him directly to judge whether his information was credible. You have too many questions. I need to answer them one by one. Wu Shidao, oblivious to Lu Shuang's inner thoughts, pondered before responding, my parents are just ordinary wage earners. I have not started a business before. In terms of support on my learning journey, well, they're like most parents, willing to purchase anything that aids my studies, regardless of the cost. As for interests, I am particularly fond of computers and have self-study programming. He spoke half-truthfully. Is it really that simple? Lu Shuang quickly noted it down, her brows furrowing slightly. Nothing else? Wu Shidao shook his head. We can't just end our conversation like this, can we? Lu Shuang suggested tentatively. Isn't there anything more you'd like to share? No, Wu Shidao replied, stifling a laugh. Isn't guiding the conversation your job as the host? Lu Shuang's eyes sparkled as she asked. Then let us discuss topics everyone is interested in. For instance, do you have a girlfriend? Chapter 80. The principal arrives. Not at the moment. Wu Shidao contemplated before providing a vague answer. Not at the moment? Does that count as having one or not? Lu Shuang was dissatisfied with his response. No, Wu Shidao struck. Lu Shuang felt relieved, then recalled Shun Xiaojing. She had seen with her own eyes last time when Zhou Na heard Wu Shidao mention wanting to gift Shun Xiaojing an iPhone 4. This led her to believe that Wu Shidao did have feelings for Shun Xiaojing and had made attempts to pursue her, but she had not reciprocated. As the steak arrived, they chatted while eating. Lu Shuang took small bites, occasionally brushing aside loose strands of hair that fell onto her cheek. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a glow on her profile, creating an illusion for Wu Shidao that it was stage light chasing after her. Sitting across from the renowned beauty host of the past, he suddenly felt a surreal sensation. What are you staring at? Lu Shuang noticed Wu Shidao's unwavering gaze, which caused her to feel a bit shy. Oh, nothing. Wu Shidao snapped back to reality, taking a sip of his borscht and changing the subject. The matter of students working while studying has even caught the principal's attention. Will these students be able to make it for lunch? They have work to attend to in the afternoon. Rest assured, the list has already been sent to me. After I finish my meal and return, I will inform them to gather at the family dormitory. Lu Shuang took a bite of steak, contemplated for a moment, and mustered her courage to tentatively inquire. So, you have no girlfriend, but is there someone you like? Yes, Wu Shidao replied without a moment's hesitation. Is it that girl you wanted to give an iPhone 4 to last time? Lu Shuang blurted out. Wu Shidao was taken aback, then recalled that she and Zhou Na had likely overheard him. He did not deny it and nodded graciously. Indeed. Is your approach to courting girls always this direct? Showering them with gifts? Of course not. I wanted to give her an iPhone because she likes it. I also like iPhones. Why not give me one? Lu Shuang said, half jokingly, though her heart raced uncontrollably. Wu Shidao paused, a question mark rising in his mind. What did she mean by that? Was she hinting at something? He instinctively scrutinized Lu Shuang, but she kept her head down, focused on her steak, leaving Wu Shidao uncertain whether she was jesting or genuinely hinting at something more. I was just joking, Lu Shuangshuang lifted her head and smiled at him. Although she had been looking down, her knife clearly revealed Wu Shidao's expression. To say she felt no disappointment would be a lie. I knew you were joking. Wu Shidao sighed in relief, smiling in agreement. But what if I said I was serious? Lu Shuangshuang couldn't resist retorting. Then I would give you one. Wu Shidao replied casually. All right, it's a deal then. I want a white one. Lu Shuangshuang replied, beaming. Are you serious? What do you think? I don't know, I think you're joking. Then I must be joking. It's about time. Let us head back. Wu Shidao changed the subject, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Lu Shuangshuang's ambiguous banter. Okay, Lu Shuangshuang said, nonchalantly, though she felt a pang of regret. Her earlier words had required courage, yet when faced with the prospect of exposing her feelings, she faltered. Upon returning to the school's family dormitory, Lu Shuangshuang sat in Wu Shidao's rented room, methodically dialing numbers to notify the work-study students to come. The residents of dormitory 102 arrived as well. Wu Shidao inquired with Li Xiang, who mentioned that Zhang Liang had rallied everyone together. Wu Shidao felt a twinge of gratitude. Why is that enchanting girl here with you? Li Xiang asked Wu Shidao in a hushed tone. She is the student council president. I asked her to help arrange for some work-study students, Wu Shidao explained. From now on, you one team need to come just to help. Li Xiang nodded and joked. So that is how it is. I thought you two were secretly together. How could that be? Wu Shidao waved his hand dismissively. Why not? Don't you think the enchanting girl has been coming to you a bit too often lately? Li Xiang said, half joking, half serious. It's for work, Wu Shidao mused, realizing that indeed, Lu Shuangshuang had been visiting him more frequently in recent days. 30 students gradually arrived. Lu Shuangshuang, embodying her role as student council president, addressed the students, emphasizing the importance of safety during their tasks and the need for careful handling of items. She reminded those responsible for delivering goods to verify names and order information to avoid mistakes. Finally, she introduced Wu Shidao and invited him to say a few words. Thank you all for coming to assist. To facilitate our cooperation, we need to assign tasks. Wu Shidao spoke briefly before organizing the students into groups for unloading, sorting, and delivering. This is Yang Xian, who will be in charge of deliveries. If you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult him. Wu Shidao pointed to the quiet Yang Xian. Yang Xian was taken aback. His first instinct was to decline, but Zhang Liang, standing beside him, clapped a hand on his shoulder and whispered, Lao Lu, old 3 trusts you. That single statement stifled Yang Xian's retort. Before long, Jin Gang and De Liu arrived in their car. The students responsible for unloading began to work in small groups. Wu Ge, seeing so many people gathered, Jin Gang approached Wu Shidao and said quietly, I'd like to discuss something with you. The two stepped aside, and Jin Gang detailed the collaboration proposal from De Liu. He concluded, Wu Ge, do you think I should partner with him? Though Wu Shidao was young, Jin Gang did not perceive him as such. In fact, he regarded him as quite astute. Given that Nansen University is a prestigious institution and Wu Shidao had thoroughly considered all aspects of the fruit business venture, I believe it's feasible. Wu Shidao pondered for a moment before replying earnestly. First of all, running a business will certainly yield more than working for someone else. Moreover, if you don't partner with De Liu, he won't feel secure. Yes, I understand his concerns. He fears I might collaborate with someone else one day. Jin Gang scratched his head. Business is about relationships, Wu Shidao smiled. If you think De Liu is a good person, then go ahead and partner with him. However, remember the saying, even brothers must settle accounts clearly. In partnerships, financial matters should always be clarified. Business is business, while friendships are friendships. They must not be conflated, especially regarding profits. You and your wife are a team, while he is just one person, so the distribution of profits cannot be equal. Otherwise, over time, there will surely be grievances. You're right, Wu Ge, Jin Gang said, tapping his forehead. I hadn't thought of that. Just as the two were conversing, a group of individuals resembling teachers approached. Upon spotting them, Lu Shuangshuang hurriedly walked to Wu Shidao's side and announced, Principal Zhang is here.